The cards descend, demons invade, the sovereigns of Huaxia sweep the universe, unrivaled across the heavens. This is a realm devoid of celestial beings and Buddhas, a civilization fallen yet teeming with demons. The only reliance for humanity lies in the enigmatic powers of cards. Su Zhexian traverses into the card world, hindered by a deficiency in mental prowess that precludes him from crafting or controlling cards. Class teacher, you are forcibly transferred to an ordinary school. Accept your mediocrity. First love, we inhabit different worlds. You cannot provide what I desire. Classmates, keep your distance. Beware of the curse of contagion. To this, Su Zhexian merely smiles indifferently, unfazed. With an intimate understanding of Huaxia's historical civilization and the support of a system, he resolves to build his card deck centered around emperors. He begins with the first emperor, Yinzong, emperor card, first emperor Yinzong. Vessel cards, Bai Qi, Man Tian, Wan Jian, Li Si equipment cards, Ding Qin sword, Tai sword, imperial seal, 12 golden man Xing. Cards, Tai Shang Feng Shang, Great Wall, Ifan Palace, Lin Xiu, burning books and burying scholars. Domain cards, sweeping the 6 directions, seeking immortals and inquiring the way, wandering the world. Thus, the great emperors of Huaxia, including Qin Huang, Han Wu, Tan Zong, Song Zhu, and Ming Zhu, emerge in succession, aiding Su Zhexian in vanquishing demons, sweeping through the Western nations, exploring ancient myths, and proclaiming the might of Huaxia across various cosmic dimensions. 星号 Chapter 1, The Emperor Card System 星号 Blue Planet, Summer Nation. Yung City, the foremost school for card masters. Su Zhexian, your mental deficiency destined you to never become a card master. Do not come to class tomorrow. Your enrollment has been forcibly transferred to an ordinary school. I hope you can adjust your mindset and accept your mediocrity. Su Zhexian gazes at the middle-aged man who departs without a backward glance, utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, he clicked open a brain storage device. Now, he finds himself traversed to a parallel world, only to be expelled. He hasn't even read my book. Was that brain storage in vain? At this moment, memories flash through his mind like a revolving lantern. It turns out he has crossed into a world governed by card manipulation. However, his parents and family remain unchanged. The difference lies in their possession of extraordinary powers and varied life experiences. Regrettably, Su Zhexian's mental prowess has encountered an issue, preventing him from crafting or controlling cards. Thus, he has been forcibly expelled from school. Looking around, his once amicable classmates now regard him as a stranger. They distance themselves from him as if his mental deficiency were contagious. Damn it, while being a card master and an ordinary person signifies 2 entirely different lives, it does not prevent Su Zhexian from harboring disdain for these callous individuals. Well, before this, he was merely a struggling artist toiling for a living. Now, he has returned to his 18-year-old self with a well-to-do family. With loving parents, he need not worry about food and drink. Living an ordinary and happy life is not without its merits. I shall indulge, I shall revel. Su Zhexian adopts a laid-back and indifferent attitude. In fact, he feels a modicum of joy. Yet, the privileges of a transmigrator deny him the luxury of relaxation. At this moment, a deep blue virtual panel abruptly materializes before Su Zhexian's eyes. Remaining lifespan, 89 years. Consume corresponding lifespan to convert into mental power. Can obtain lifespan by slaying demons. Su Zhexian purses his lips, falling into silence. It seems, indulgence is no longer an option. Isn't this akin to converting health points into magical power in an online game? No way. Just as I plan to enjoy life, you want me to gamble with my life? I can accept spending money for guarantees in the past life. But now, asking me to gamble my life? What if I lose it all? Where would I go to lament? As Su Zhexian wrestles with this quandary, a slender girl clad in a blue and pink gown approaches him gracefully. Su Zhexian, let's maintain our distance from now on. With the college entrance examination approaching, I wish to focus on my studies and have no interest in romance. Su Zhexian gazes at the girl before him, radiant as a flower. The twilight casts a golden glow upon her fair and exquisite visage, her eyes sparkling with an ethereal beauty. A gentle breeze stirs, creating ripples of youth around her, rendering her as beautiful as a painting. Yang Xia, his childhood sweetheart, a beacon of light pursued from kindergarten to high school. Resources for studying, materials for card crafting, care in daily life. Every effort to attend to her needs, Su Zhexian has spared no effort. Yet, Yang Xia has always maintained a distant relationship, oscillating between closeness and remoteness. Why are you silent? Did I say something wrong? Su Zhexian, disinterested in responding, turns to leave. This leaves Yang Xia utterly bewildered. Su Zhexian actually ignores her, his demeanor uncharacteristically harsh. Throughout their lives, even when feeling down, he would speak to her gently. How dare he treat her this way? It is utterly incomprehensible. Angered, Yang Xia steps forward to block Su Zhexian. What do you mean by this? Speak. With her lips pouted, she demands an explanation. Su Zhexian glances at Yang Xiao with indifference. Oh, you claim to avoid romance. Weren't you out shopping with Su Cheng from class 3 last night? Had it not been for the merging of memories from the original self, Su Zhexian might have believed her words. You actually stopped me. I never imagined you to be so despicable. Su Zhexian watches as Yang Xiao's cheeks flush with indignation, a smile escaping his lips. It was merely a chance encounter. I had intended to purchase a set of card crafting materials for you. Let Su Cheng buy it for you instead. I'm sure he can afford it. Su Zhexian slips his hands into his pockets, passing Yang Xiao by without a trace of reluctance. Let those who wish to be sycophants do so. I shall not partake. Come back. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. Seeing Su Zhexian remain unresponsive, Yang Xiao grit her teeth in frustration, her body trembling with rage. You and I are destined to be from different worlds, are we not? I merely seek my own happiness. What wrong have I committed? It is you who cannot provide what I desire. Ah, the classic refrain. Su Zhexian does not turn back, merely extends his right hand, raising his middle finger behind him. Women only serve to hinder his card crafting speed. Indeed, just moments ago, Su Zhexian resolved to cease his indifference. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, if he has received a boost, he shall sweep away all obstacles. Even if he has transferred to an ordinary school, he can still register for the card master examination as an individual. Accepting his mediocrity, is it? We are from two different worlds, are we? To treat me as a virus, are we? Let's see how this unfolds. Upon returning home, Su Zhexian inspects his mental source. At last, he comprehends the nature of his so-called mental deficiency. Card masters awaken their mental source and subsequently cultivate mental power through meditation. Mental power serves as the foundation for card masters to craft and utilize cards. However, Su Zhexian's predicament lies in the fact that no matter how he cultivates, his mental source remains devoid of any mental power. While others' mental sources flourish with hope, his seems to evaporate as if cursed. Su Zhexian finds it difficult to even utilize ordinary life cards, let alone craft them. Thus, he has been expelled, with no foreseeable future in sight. But now, as long as he is willing to gamble with his life, mental power shall no longer be a concern. What Su Zhexian currently lacks is the creation of a core card that belongs to him. The distinction between a core card and an ordinary card lies in its potential for growth. Around the core card, an entire deck can be constructed. It serves as a pivotal support for a card master's growth, akin to the foundation of a house. A solid foundation ensures a higher and better future. What type of card should I choose? Since I'm gambling my life, I naturally want to create the best. Su Zhexian browses through his phone, acquiring information about card crafting from forums. There exists a plethora of card types, but only two categories are suitable for novice core cards: animal-based and plant-based. Generally speaking, opting for animal-based cards is the safest choice. Not only do they possess commendable combat prowess from the outset, but they can also be nurtured towards legendary beasts later on. Plant-based cards offer similar potential. With sufficient materials and knowledge, one can reconstruct legendary spiritual flora and fauna. Yet, if one seeks the utmost excellence, only the heroic spirit category will suffice. The growth potential of the heroic spirit is unparalleled. Legends speak of those who embody these spirits achieving divine status. The illustrious heroes throughout the annals of history can be transformed into cards. However, the challenge in crafting heroic spirit cards lies in securing the acknowledgement of the spirits themselves. The greater the recognition, the higher the fulfillment, and consequently, the stronger the card does. A sufficiently detailed backstory is imperative. The closer it aligns with reality, the better. In this world, however, due to the invasion of demons, the emergence of secret realms, and interdimensional wars, certain historical information has become shrouded in mystery, rendered indistinct. While there may not be a complete rupture, detailed historical records are indeed lacking. For instance, everyone is familiar with Zhao Yun, the valiant general of the Three Kingdoms, yet few are aware of his legendary exploits. They know his name but are oblivious to his deeds. The same applies to the emperors of the Xiao dynasty throughout the ages, setting aside the scant knowledge regarding their lives and historical significance. The spirits of these emperors possess an added hidden condition, the aura of sovereignty. Only a ruler acknowledges another ruler. It is akin to a lion refraining from associating with a dog. A card master lacking sovereign aura stands no chance of successful creation, let alone summoning and commanding imperial cards in battle. Upon reaching this point, Su Zhexian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The lives of past emperors? While others may be uncertain, I am well versed. In his previous life, Su Zhexian was an artist, particularly well acquainted with the study of traditional illustrations. To perfect his craft, he consulted countless historical texts, as well as various unofficial histories, myths, and legends. This advantage must be wielded wisely. As for the aura of sovereignty, could it be possible that the king of life is also a king? Regardless, it is worth a try, and one must select the mightiest emperor from the outset. Thus, The Imperial card deck shall commence with Emperor Qin Shi Huang, in zone. Having made his decision, Zhexian promptly placed an order in the marketplace. After all, with less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, he needed to produce the core cards as soon as possible to upgrade and prepare for the impending test.
Chapter 2. The First Emperor, Zheng. Half an hour later, the basic materials ordered by Zhexian were delivered by the courier. These included the spirit drawing pen, spirit ink, and blank spirit cards. Fearing failure, he had prepared 3 sets in total. Thus, he began the conversion of his life force into spiritual energy. The conversion ratio of life force to spiritual energy is 1:10,000. Conversion is impossible if the remaining life force is less than 1 year. In that moment, Zhexian's previously barren spiritual source underwent a monumental transformation. The spiritual source radiated a golden brilliance, reminiscent of the golden crow soaring in the celestial sphere. The divine light spilling forth from the golden crow morphed into golden spiritual energy. A mere speck of golden spiritual energy was 100-fold more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. It was time to showcase his true skill. Zhexian settled into a cross-legged position, his expression focused. He took a deep breath, grasped the spirit drawing pen, and lightly dipped it into the spirit ink. He summoned his spiritual energy to envelop his entire being and held the pen firmly. While drawing, the flow of spiritual energy could not falter for even a moment, otherwise he would face failure. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The golden spiritual energy intertwined with the spirit ink, transforming into luminous trails dancing upon the blank card surface. The magnificent landscapes unfolded, vast and glorious. The great walls soared like a divine dragon. The emperor, adorned with a celestial crown and dressed in dark robes, stood proudly atop a war chariot. In his left hand, he held the imperial seal, and in his right, the Qin sword, casting a disdainful gaze over the world. Beneath him, 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, fierce and imposing, formed an unstoppable force. The king of Qin swept through the realms with a ferocious gaze. Zhexian paused, panting heavily, his garments dampened with sweat. Yet, this was not the end. Inscribing the emperor's achievements was the crux of the task. Zhexian solemnly turned the card over and referenced historical texts. Writing, "As for the first emperor, he harnessed the legacies of 6 generations, unified the realms, and governed the vast expanse. When I perish, my spirit shall transform into a dragon's soul, blessing our Huaxia to endure eternally." With each character inscribed, the radiance upon the card intensified, until finally, he sealed it with the true name. "Hail to the first emperor, Zheng." Boom. Outside the window, golden light erupted from the clouds, as if the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. This extraordinary phenomenon signified the acknowledgement of the card's successful creation by the laws of heaven and earth. Zhexian's heart surged with fervor and excitement, for his idol stood before him. The first emperor towered at 8 feet 6 inches, his seemingly simple robes exuding an air of regal authority. His imperial might was profound and unfathomable. In that moment, Zheng's resolute visage revealed a faint smile at Zhexian. "May your lordship be well. I am your humble junior, Zhexian, honored to meet his majesty." Zhexian bowed, despite it being a card he had personally crafted. Though it may seem a bit juvenile, as a descendant of Huaxia, he felt an overwhelming sense of reverence towards this ancient sovereign. He gazed at the card in his hand, which shimmered with golden light, achieving a remarkable 10-star rating. Typically, cards are classified from 1 to 9 stars, with higher quality signifying greater combat prowess. A 10-star rating is the pinnacle of perfection, exceedingly rare, colloquially known as a flashcard. First Emperor Zheng quality: gold, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, red. Rainbow. Level: 10 stars. Category: Emperor skill, unification of the realms, eternal prosperity trait, imperial might, evolutionary paths, ancestral dragon Zheng, human emperor Zheng, heavenly emperor Zheng, bonds. None. Starting with a golden flash card. Could it be too overwhelming? Most current high school seniors have core cards only at the green stage. Achieving a green 7 or 8 stars would be sufficient to secure admission to a respectable cardist university. For someone like Zhexian to begin with a golden 10-star card is undoubtedly a game changer. He could only imagine the expressions of the cardist school teachers who had previously advised him to withdraw. Would they be heartbroken or filled with regret? It mattered not. Zhexian thought to himself, "Now, I am beyond your reach." However, there were more pressing matters at hand, namely, prolonging his life. The creation of the first emperor had consumed a significant portion of his life force, precisely 88 years. This was merely for a golden flash card. Had the materials been of a higher grade and his life force more abundant, Perhaps he could have aimed for an orange card as a starting point. The subsequent cultivation of supporting cards centered around the first emperor would undoubtedly require substantial resources. For instance, equipment cards such as Ding Qin Sword, Tai Sword, Imperial Jade Seal, 12 golden figures, and others. Additionally, cards representing vassals like Bai Qi, Zhang Yi, Ming Tian, Wang Jian, Li Si, Daqin Fierce Soldiers, among others. Large-scale scene cards like Taishan Fengshan, Great Wall, Epang Palace, Ling Canal, Burning Books and Burying Scholars, and so forth. Indeed, to write about spring, one cannot merely mention spring. Cultivating a core card demands a comprehensive approach. To advance the first emperor, a Grand Qin Empire must be constructed as support. Moreover, there are many illustrious emperors in Huaxia's history. The challenge of assembling an emperor-themed card deck is beyond ordinary imagination. Thus, it is imperative to seize the time to earn more life force. Tomorrow, he would head to the Sword Pavilion. With their current strength, they could easily handle it. Furthermore, the Sword Pavilion could yield sword embryo materials, perfect for crafting the Dingqin sword. Yingzheng nodded in agreement. Currently, he was empty-handed, which truly undermined his imperial dignity. The following morning, Zhexian packed his bag and made his way directly to the Sword Pavilion. During the demon invasion, numerous bizarre secret realms had emerged. After being conquered by cardists, these realms were collected and placed within the city for future cardists to train. The Sword Pavilion is one such secret realm located within Yunqing, serving as a novice dungeon for cardists, an essential spot for third-year cardists. Previously, Zhexian had not dared to approach the Sword Pavilion without a core card. Now, outside the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, many students had gathered, including Yang Xia and her close friend. They were waiting for Su Chun from Class 3 to emerge from the secret realm. Su Chun was one of the geniuses from the first cardist high school, boasting a core card of blue 1-star Wind Spirit Tiger, complemented by a green 4-star equipment card Wind Chasing Iron Claw, and a small-scale domain card Tiger Roars in the Mountains, showcasing considerable attack power and strength. Today, Su Chun had re-entered the secret realm to challenge the Sword Pavilion leaderboard. The higher the rank, the greater the special rewards received, rewards that could not be purchased. For students preparing for the college entrance examination, these resources were invaluable. Yang Xia, why do you seem so gloomy? Are you worried about Su Chun? He will surely succeed, Yao Lan asked, linking arms with Yang Xia. Yang Xia was still irked by Su Zhexian's disdainful attitude from the previous day. Remembering his rebellious figure and the gesture he had made, she seethed with anger. How could he do that? It's not my fault. As a cardist, being able to befriend ordinary people is already quite generous of me. If he doesn't come to apologize today, I will never acknowledge him again. With resentment, Yang Xia then spotted Su Zhexian appearing outside the secret realm. Oh, that childhood friend of yours actually dares to chase after me here. Ignore him. I have already drawn the line with him yesterday. Yang Xia huffed, casting a cold glance at Su Zhexian. In the past, he would have eagerly approached her with gifts to appease her. Yet today, Su Zhexian paid no attention to Yang Xia. Casting a glance at the leaderboard and the secret realm's introduction, he swiped his card at the teleportation array and entered the Sword Pavilion's secret realm, wholly absorbed in his purpose. Ah, he entered the Sword Pavilion. Su Zhexian isn't even a cardist. This is akin to courting death. Yao Lan exclaimed in disbelief, shaking Yang Xia's arm incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Xia pondered. How dare he ignore me? Chapter 3. Swift Passage Through the Secret Realm. Current location: Sword Pavilion. Secret Realm. Novice. Secret Realm task: eliminate as many nightmare monkey demons as possible to earn points. Tip 1. Time limit is 6 hours, after which you will be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Tip 2. All items obtained within this secret realm are bound. Prompt 3. This secret realm is a multiplayer dungeon, so one must remain vigilant. The true Sword Pavilion stands atop Tianmen Mountain, symbolizing the opening of the heavenly gate with a single sword. At this moment, Su Zhexian gazed up at the towering mountain, resembling a colossal sword, and could faintly sense the majestic sword intent emanating from its peak. Su Zhexian conjured a card from his palm, summoning Yingzheng. From this point forward, let the world bear witness to the might of the first emperor. As you wish. Yingzheng strode forward with a steady gait, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. The nightmarish monkey demons stationed at the foot of the mountain bared their teeth and charged at Yingzheng. Though diminutive in size, these monkey demons were ferocious in nature and numerous in quantity, generally at the black iron level, qualifying as novice foes. In comparison to Yingzheng's combat prowess, how should one say? Faced with the swarm of monkey demons, Yingzheng merely flicked his sleeve casually. The unity of the 6 realms. The oppressive imperial aura coalesced into a black 5-clawed dragon, launching itself towards the monkeys. In an instant, the points surged dramatically. Unity of the Six Realms, converging imperial aura into a black dragon inflicts area damage upon the enemy. Truly, the first emperor's attack power is extraordinary. Zhexian had perused other strategies for the sword pavilion. Initially, novices dealt with the monkey demons by luring them out one by one to slay. Only at higher levels could one achieve instant kills. Yet Zheng, with a mere flick, executed a group annihilation, an unprecedented feat. This would surely evoke envy on short video platforms. Thus, they proceeded undeterred. Any monkey demon daring to obstruct Zhexian's path met their demise within 3 seconds. In just over 10 minutes, Zhexian had reached the mountainside. Coincidentally, he encountered Su Chun from Class 3. Armed with a long blade and in sync with his wind spirit tiger, Su Chun was engaged in a fierce battle with 5 bronze-level monkey demons, appearing quite at ease. Upon spotting Zhexian, Su Chun was genuinely startled. "What are you doing here? You were clearly advised to withdraw from school. How could you possibly be in the sword pavilion? And you seem so at ease, as if on a leisurely trip? Indeed, quite a coincidence. I see you are struggling. Allow me to assist." Without Zhexian's prompting, Zheng already grasped his intention. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the dragon roared. And the 5-clawed black dragon danced wildly. In the blink of an eye, the 5 bronze monkey demons were reduced to ashes. Yet this was not enough. The domineering black dragon proceeded to sweep away all nearby monkeys. The materials and points dropped belonged entirely to Zhexian. Su Chun was left dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Or did the mushrooms I ate last night go undercooked? A person with a mental deficiency, expelled from school, is somehow able to control a card. And it is in heroic spirit type. He and his wind spirit tiger could barely handle 10 monkey demons at once. This summoned heroic spirit can instantaneously annihilate groups. What level of card is this? And to top it off, he didn't leave a single one for me. Is there no martial virtue left? Before Su Chun could finish his protest, he caught Zhexian and Zheng casting him a disapproving glance, as if to say thank you. Thank you. Su Chun's expression shifted, and he was compelled to lower his proud head, as the terrifying aura of the other party's heroic spirit left him breathless. It felt as though, if he dared to refuse, the next moment, the monkey demons would be his fate. Today, I have claimed the sword pavilion. You may withdraw, Zhexian declared, disregarding Su Chun's reaction as he continued his ascent. Some might say Zhexian was domineering, or that he was a petty individual reveling in his newfound status. Yet when one possesses the strength to dominate all, why should one be meek? After all, living is about seeking exhilaration. Watching the 2 retreating figures, Su Chun sighed deeply and chose to exit. Though vexed, he was self-aware. In the face of an unknown enemy's strength, it was wise to bide his time. Su Chun, why are you out so soon? Yao Lan remarked, astonished at the sight of Su Chun. Yang Xia also frowned slightly, her expression inquisitive. Upon checking the leaderboard outside the secret realm, Su Chun's points remained unchanged, still holding his original rank. This was in stark contrast to his earlier assertions of claiming the top spot. I was cleared out by Zhexian, Su Chun said bitterly. The simple statement struck Yang Xia and Yao Lan like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before they could gather their wits, several figures appeared outside the secret realm. All high-achieving students from other card master schools. Were you also cleared out by that person with the heroic spirit card? Yes, that guy is incredibly domineering. Does anyone know who that heroic spirit is? The entire monkey population on Tianmen Mountain was nearly wiped clean by him. The top students exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gulping. Like a tyrant, he was unreasonable and ruthless. He even made me say thank you. Woe is me, the villain. Several girls' eyes turned red. Their voices choked with emotion. Impossible. How could he control cards? He was just forcibly transferred to a regular school yesterday, Yang Xia murmured, her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. She prided herself on being the one who understood Zhexian best. If he could create and control cards, he would have surely shown her, seeking her praise. As she pondered, the leaderboard outside the secret realm announced its findings. Zhexian has slain the Sword Pavilion's Demon King, completing the challenge in 28 minutes and 2 seconds. Zhexian's total score stands at 170,000, placing him at the top. Zhexian has shattered both the time and score records, earning double rewards. The 3 announcements left the onlookers in a state of shock. 28 minutes and 2 seconds? Good heavens. I recall the first conqueror of the Sword Pavilion took over 2 hours. How could we possibly surpass that? He must have eliminated us and, in the blink of an eye, killed the Demon King. At this rate, it was undoubtedly an instant kill. He has speedrun the Sword Pavilion. The top students were filled with astonishment, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within them. Where did this prodigy emerge from? No wonder he is so dominating. He indeed has the qualifications. The teleportation array illuminated, and Su Zhexian's figure appeared before them. He bore a backpack and had his hands in his pockets. Exuding none of the demeanor of a master, he resembled someone out for a leisurely stroll. Hey, why are you all crowding around me? Want to challenge me? His words startled the crowd, prompting them to retreat hurriedly, their attitudes shifting to earnestness. No, esteemed one, you've misunderstood. We merely wish to inquire about your school. You are truly impressive. Yes, we have never heard of a school with such remarkable talents. Su Zhexian tilted his head, deep in thought. I believe it is called Ordinary High School Number 7. I'm off. What? An ordinary school? Are you jesting? They were bemused. We understand if you wish to be low-key, but please don't treat us as fools. Ordinary school students lack even mental strength. Ignoring their bewilderment, Su Zhexian bypassed the crowd. As he brushed past Yang Xia, he didn't spare her a glance. However, Yang Xia could not resist grabbing Su Zhexian's sleeve. Stop. When did you learn to control cards? Were you deceiving me all along? Su Zhexian found her inquiry exasperating and shrugged off her hand. You said to keep my distance, did you not? I am in a hurry, please step aside. Yang Xia watched Su Zhexian's tall and slender figure, biting her lip. Su Zhexian, you scoundrel. She cursed him, but an odd and bitter emotion surged within her heart. For the first time, she realized how little she understood this man. In just one day, he had become so carefree, and indeed, quite handsome. If only she had known earlier. Yao Lan observed Yang Xia's pale face, feeling a silent sense of sympathy. Chapter 4. Su family group chat upon returning home. Su Zhexian eagerly began to tally his gains from this venture. The various material cards dropped by the ordinary nightmarish monkey demons need not be elaborated upon. The focal point lies atop Tianmen Mountain, within the Sword Pavilion, where the Monkey Demon King has unveiled the Sword Embryo, purple, and Monkey Wine, blue. Due to the record-breaking achievement, the rewards are doubled. The purple quality Sword Embryo serves as a foundation for crafting weaponry, presenting a high starting point. Meanwhile, the blue quality Monkey Wine can be consumed by card masters during combat, enhancing vitality and physical strength while accelerating mental recovery. The skills employed by the cards consume the mental energy of the card master. However, Su Zhexian is free from such concerns, as he possesses the ability to convert life force. Beyond these two items, the most significant gain is longevity. Current remaining lifespan, 105 years. As a creature of the demon category, the Monkey Demon King directly contributes 104 years to Su Zhexian's lifespan, leaving him exhilarated. If such longevity can be obtained from a mere novice dungeon demon, one can only imagine the rewards from higher-level dungeons. Even the yet-to-be-explored wild dungeons promise extraordinary first-time rewards. Some may jest that the Sword Pavilion dungeon could be farmed repeatedly, yet there are limitations. Once Su Zhexian slays the same demon in the dungeon, he can only claim the lifespan reward once. Nonetheless, with the vastness of the world and demons abound, Su Zhexian remains unperturbed. At the moment Su Zhexian is tallying his spoils, a notification chime for a video call resonates. Why is Dad sending a video? Shall I connect the video and project it? Alright, Yinzu. Soon, Su Chongluo's handsome visage appears on the large screen in the living room, his hearty laughter instantly filling the empty space. Son, I heard you were expelled from school. Congratulations. Su Zhexian retorts, your mother and I have waited for this day for ages, clenching his fist in disbelief. He thinks, do you even hear yourself? Being expelled from Cardmaster School is a great joy. This is the age of cards. Who aspires to be an ordinary person? I also heard you were dumped by your childhood sweetheart. What a blessing. Our ancestors have been beggars and generals, but never simps. Listening to his father's endless chatter, Su Zhexian can only roll his eyes in exasperation. The esteemed Grand Inspector of Yujing Mountain is a chatterbox in front of family. Can you believe it? Yujing Mountain is the highest authority in the current Xia Kingdom, overseeing the 9 provinces. The Grand Inspector, tasked with patrolling the 9 provinces, can only be held by a formidable individual. As for Su Zhexian's mother, she is the president of the Yanshan 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce. These revelations came only after Su Zhexian reached adulthood. He initially thought he was merely a left-behind child in a small town, only to discover he himself is a super second-generation heir. Others believe Su Zhexian's parents are merely involved in small business ventures. Dad, you aren't here just to mock me, are you? Of course not. Just wait a moment. The screen divides into 4 segments, connecting Su Zhexian's mother, older brother, and second sister to the video chat. Surprised, aren't you? We come together to comfort you. Are you happy? The tinkling laughter belongs to Su Zhexian's second sister, Su Lingxiao. Her teasing expression is a clear indication that she is mocking him. Su Zhexian yearns to retaliate, but knows he cannot win. Alright, enough teasing him. Zhexian, tidy yourself up. Mom has arranged for someone to pick you up to Tianshu City. Su Zhexian's mother, Yulioli, speaks with a gentle yet decisive tone. Su Zhexian waves his hand dismissively. No, I still need to take the college entrance exam. No need to force yourself. We are here for you. Interjects his older brother, Su Tianshan. This card prodigy, typically aloof and terse with outsiders, reveals concern only towards family, albeit somewhat stiffly. Indeed, your mother has everything arranged. You can enjoy yourself however you like, as long as you are happy, Su Chonglu declares, patting his chest, exuding a paternal sense of security. No. How can family members encourage me to give up? I would be devastated. Though Su Zhexian complains, warmth fills his heart, knowing his family is comforting him in their own way. After all, in the age of cards, who does not harbor the desire to become powerful? Regardless of wealth or authority, one must possess strength to safeguard it. Grateful for his family's concern, Su Zhexian resolves to surprise them. Sigh, I wish I could, but my abilities are insufficient. With a flourish, Su Zhexian manifests a golden card radiating divine light in his palm. To the astonishment of his family, he summons the first emperor, Ingzheng. Holy moly, am I dreaming? My brother has a golden flashing card. Your mother can confirm. It is indeed a golden 10-star card. An epic spirit card. What luck! My son is incredible. How is this possible? The information must be incorrect. Su Zhexian beams with pride. For the admiration of family is the most exquisite reward. Allow me to introduce my first core card, the first emperor, Ingzheng. I just broke the record in the Sword Pavilion dungeon and am currently tallying my gains. Su Zhexian omits the details about his life conversion abilities, briefly recounting the events. The four in the video are momentarily rendered speechless, as if sculpted from stone, despite the non-prohibited nature of the content. They are well aware of the historical significance of the first emperor's name, but never fathomed someone could conjure him. It is simply unfathomable. I am no match for you. Su Tianshan is the first to exit the group chat, but his cool demeanor betrays a glimmer of prideful amusement in his eyes. Turns out the fool was me. I've retreated into my shell. How could I prepare so many delicacies for you when I'll just eat them myself? Humph. Su Lingxiao also departs the chat, thinking to herself, my brother is amazing, summoning the first emperor at the start. I must treat myself to something good to celebrate. After witnessing his older son and daughter leave the chat, Su Chonglu can no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter and pounding the ground, almost rolling in mirth. Devoid of any semblance of a strongman's demeanor. Since the dawn of the card age a millennium ago, no one in the Xia kingdom has managed to create an emperor card. The kingdom has endured countless grievances and hardships because of this. Now, his youngest son has begun with the first emperor. This signifies that he possesses the capacity to bear, and perhaps even the fortune to uphold, the emperor's destiny. This not only holds monumental significance for the Su family, but could potentially alter the balance of power in the world. Countries like Maida, Japan, and Little Stick should not rejoice too soon. The Xia kingdom too has its emperor card now. My son is formidable. It appears our worries were unfounded. Your living expenses will be multiplied tenfold. Purchase what you need, and if you cannot find something, just let me know. In 2 months. I hope you will be accepted into the Wanshang Academy, Yulioli says, her eyes brimming with warmth and anticipation. While the world perceives the Qingshu and Beijing academies as the pinnacle of education in the Xia kingdom, the Wanshang Academy remains the true hidden sanctuary of prodigies. Each session admits only 5 to 10 students, and if none meet the criteria, even one may not be accepted. Genius is merely the threshold to enter Wanshang Academy. Thank you, Mom. I won't let you down. Su Chonglu finally regains his composure and earnestly addresses Su Zhexian. I will also prepare a gift for you, but it will take some time. And thank you for the surprise. I am immensely proud. Thus, the family meeting of the Su household concludes. Su Zhexian is elated, feeling the warmth of familial concern. For this lifetime, his guiding principle is, do not harm my family, do not impede my happiness, else face annihilation. With that, he decides to forge 2 Qin swords simultaneously, the Afang Qin sword and the Guantai Qin sword. Crafting weapon cards poses minimal challenges, as he already possesses 2 sword embryos. Other aspects, such as engravings and exotic flames, can be resolved with his mother's financial backing. Let the crafting commence. To enhance Ingzheng's offensive capabilities, he will continue to dominate the heavens, the earth, and even the air. At this moment, on the table lay the white card, sword embryo, purple, scarlet flame, blue, and cloud dragon pattern, purple. Su Zhexian was meticulously merging the material cards into the white card. Despite the scarlet flame being of blue quality, its price rivaled that of purple quality due to its rarity. Extraordinary flames serve various purposes, They are essential for crafting weapons, enhancing fire attributes, and more. However, the market for extraordinary flame cards is exceedingly scarce, with demand far exceeding supply. Zhexian had acquired these 2 scarlet flames at a premium. Upon completion of the merging, he transformed his mental energy to activate the card. Zhexian entered a special state of time suspension, his body radiating golden light as if he were a born sage. He dipped his brush into ink, and slowly, a bronze sword adorned with dragon engravings took shape under his hand. The sword gleamed brilliantly, piercing the dim sky. With thunder flashing and divine dragons swirling around, the sword's aura cutting through the air. Once finished, Zhexian recorded the sword's origins on its reverse side. Forged from North Xi copper, tempered 1,000 times, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length, its blade embodies the essence of the sun and moon, concealing the sharpness of heaven and earth. Finally, he settled on the true name of the sword, inscribing it as Ding Qin. The sword rang like a dragon's roar, resonating deeply within the heart. Zhexian gazed with satisfaction at the sword hovering before him, took a deep breath, and continued. Half an hour later, the second Ding Qin sword was born. At that moment, the 2 swords shone brilliantly, creating a miraculous spectacle. They appeared like guardian deities, protecting the sacred land of the nation, embodying the majestic fortune of the great Qin. Zheng, who had been steadfastly beside Zhexian, his eyes sparkling, bellowed. The sword comes. The 2 Ding Qin swords merged in Zheng's hands, transforming into a divine sword radiating with celestial light. In an instant, the sword's brilliance morphed into a little golden dragon that twirled around Zheng, amplifying his imposing presence. Ding Qin quality, purple level, 10 stars category, weapon, sword, attribute, attack power 200 skill, dual sword fusion, great Qin radiance, guardian of the nation truly. It was the sword of the emperor that suited him perfectly. Setting aside the attribute enhancements, the 3 skills were formidable. Dual sword fusion, a passive skill, allowed the sword master to either merge the swords into one or separate them at will. When merged, the sword master's attack power would double. When separated, the sword master would unleash 2 additional strikes. For instance, when Zheng employed the technique Unity of 6, which originally summoned 1 black dragon, he would now command 3. Great Qin Radiance utilized the Imperial Fortune as an offensive means, disregarding defenses. Guardian of the Nation generated a shield from the Imperial Fortune to protect the sword master from lethal blows, with a cooldown of 1 month. Thank you. Zheng gently caressed the Ding Qin sword, his gaze softening as he expressed his gratitude to Zhexian. No need for formality. I am merely aiding myself. The stronger you become, the stronger I shall be, Zhexian replied, hands on his hips, grinning like a fool. However, the notification from the virtual panel helped him regain his composure. Current remaining lifespan, 2 years. Note, lifespan must exceed 1 year to convert mental energy. Oh, unknowingly. I've spent 103 years. This was under the condition of having ample materials, TSK. Zhexian had studied that when the material for card creation was plentiful and of higher quality, the lifespan consumed was significantly lower. Conversely, less quality and scarcity would lead to greater consumption. Naturally, certain exceptional entities demanded exorbitant amounts. Once again, I find myself financially drained, lacking in life. It seems that after reporting to the 7th high school tomorrow, I must venture into the secret realms to replenish my lifespan. Zhexian stroked his chin, secretly planning. Apart from the sword pavilion, there were several other novice secret realms within the city. First, let us harvest some lifespan from the monsters to bolster my sense of security. Sleep, staying up late also consumes lifespan. Turning off the lights, Zhexian nestled into the moonlit embrace of sleep. In Cloud City, at the 7th high school, the morning light was gentle, and the air was fresh, imbued with vitality. Yet, the students of the 7th high school moved about like zombies, their gazes vacant, vividly illustrating the notion that attending school felt akin to visiting a grave. This observation made Zhexian, standing at the school's entrance, furrow his brow. Why does it seem so lifeless? Zhexian murmured. Seeking directions, he found no one willing to assist him. Ultimately, he approached the security guard, who directed him to the administrative office, shedding light on the peculiar atmosphere. The 7th high school, to put it charitably, was a school for ordinary people. To put it bluntly, it was a gathering place for the inept, either students who could not awaken their mental powers or those like Zhexian, who had been compelled to leave the prestigious Cardmaster Academy for various reasons. Regardless of the cause, they all harbored a sense of discontent. What young person hasn't he fantasized about galloping across the battlefield, revered by thousands? Yet, feeling powerless to change their fate rendered everything meaningless. You've seen the state of the school, but as a teacher, I wish to tell you, strive earnestly. It is acceptable to embrace your ordinariness. But please never relinquish your dreams. Wang Ming, placing his copy of the Ordinary Card Master, earnestly advised Su Zhexian. Such a grand bowl of chicken soup. Would you care to explain why you're reading during work hours? Su Zhexian couldn't help but sneakily retort. Nevertheless, he held a favorable impression of this class teacher adorned with a fearsome scar on his face. Despite his looks, he was gentle, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor of the previous teachers at the Cardmaster Academy. Let us go. Class is about to start. Wang Ming, holding a teacup, led Su Zhexian toward class 10 of the third year. Upon entering the classroom, they were greeted by a sea of sleeping students, all in a state of slumber. Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly, tapping the desk to rouse the daydreaming students. This is our new classmate, Su. He will share the remainder of our high school days with us. There was no applause of welcome, only the sound of students shifting positions to continue their slumber. Su Zhexian was unperturbed. He understood their sentiments. May I sit over there? Su Zhexian pointed to the back row. Of course, go ahead. In truth, it mattered little where Su Zhexian sat. After all, he intended to request leave to explore the secret realms, rendering the seating arrangement inconsequential. However, he had just noticed an intriguing individual. While the entire class slumbered, one particular girl, resembling a little squirrel, was intently nibbling on snacks. She remained oblivious to the arrival of a new desk mate until Su Zhexian took his seat. Hello. I am Su Zhexian. The little squirrel abruptly raised her head, startled as if caught off guard. Cough, cough, cough. I choked. Crumbs of biscuit sprayed onto Su Zhexian's face. Sorry. I didn't mean to. The little squirrel coughed and apologized, appearing somewhat socially anxious. No. It's my fault for startling you. Please have some water, Su Zhexian urged. The little squirrel grabbed a thermos from the table and gulped down some water. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air left Su Zhexian astonished. What is this? Wheat juice. Would you like to try some? Su Zhexian. Gazing at the sincerely earnest girl, he found himself at a loss for words. The little squirrel, making an effort to wipe away the crumbs from her mouth, timidly offered Su Zhexian a bag of spicy strips, introducing herself. My name is Jiang Wenzhou. Yes, the Jiang Wenzhou of Wenzhou, slaying Huaxiong. The morning breeze outside playfully tousled the strands of the girl's hair, while the golden sunlight illuminated her, resembling a celestial being. Su Zhexian found himself momentarily mesmerized by the delicate and graceful girl, pondering, could the goddess of Luo described in Xiao Zhi's dreams truly appear like this? Chapter 6. The treasure of a desk mate. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Jiang Wenzhou tilted her head, observing the dazed Su Zhexian with confusion. Suddenly recalling that the new students at the 7th high school often wore expressions of despair, she realized she had once shared a similar sentiment. Much akin to Su Zhexian's current demeanor, Jiang Wenzhou lightly furrowed her embroidered brows, bit her lip, and made a decision. She rummaged through her backpack at the desk and retrieved an assortment of snacks, spicy strips, potato chips, konjac jelly, duck necks, fish tofu, and snow cream. She piled them all into Su Zhexian's arms. Eating something delicious would surely lift her spirits, or so she believed. Su Zhexian, coming back to his senses, looked down at the mountain of snacks and was astonished. Was her backpack a treasure chest? How could it hold so much? I am not, Su Zhexian wanted to explain, but suddenly remembered that he could not possibly tell Jiang Wenzhou that it was because of her beauty that he was lost in thought. That would be social death, without a doubt. Furthermore, Su Zhexian had previously stated that women only slowed down his card-making process. Thus, under Jiang Wenzhou's hopeful gaze, he unwrapped the snacks and indulged. To his surprise, they were indeed delightful. However, was it permissible to eat snacks during class? He glanced towards the podium and noticed Wang Ming, his teacher, soundly asleep. Wow. So you're the one setting the example for napping, he thought, realizing how the collective sleepiness had come to be. On the first day of his transfer, Su Zhexian enjoyed an exceedingly relaxed day, thanks to his deskmate's generous offerings and the teacher's leniency. It was utterly delightful. He regretted not having transferred earlier. In his happiness, Su Zhexian forgot to ask for leave to venture into the secret realm, which led him to encounter a torrential downpour after school. The rain fell in sheets, as if the heavens had burst their banks. Underneath the teaching building, Jiang Wenzhou gazed at the dim sky with a soft sigh. You didn't bring an umbrella either? Su Zhexian turned to ask. The girl shook her head before nodding again, appearing somewhat dazed. Then take this umbrella. I just borrowed it from Teacher Wang. No. I have one. Consider it a repayment for all the snacks I consumed. I'm leaving, Jiang Wenzhou said, but before she could finish, Su Zhexian pressed the dark blue checkered umbrella into her hands and dashed into the rain, his backpack shielding his head. What is that fool doing running out in the rain? Didn't I lend him an umbrella? Wang Ming approached Jiang Wenjiu, watching the figure in the ring. He gave it to me, Jiang Wenjiu replied, her gaze fixed on Su Zhexian's silhouette. Wang Ming covered his face and then said to Jiang Wenjiu, Miss, let us set off. In this weather, the Wolfang secret realm should be empty. All right, Jiang Wenjiu sighed, resigned. In such weather, wouldn't it be better to enjoy some wheat juice and fried chicken instead of exploring the secret realm? Suddenly, Wang Ming's demeanor shifted. A barrier emerged, concealing the two of them from view. Jiang Wenjiu manifested a deep blue card from her palm and summoned a panda-like figure wielding an oiled paper umbrella and carrying a large wine gourd. Panda Dukong, blue 9 stars. The trio, 2 humans and 1 panda, made their way toward the back gate of the school. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian, drenched to the skin, boarded the No. 9 bus. The bus's final stop was the Wolfang secret realm. He pondered whether he could form a party upon arrival, glancing out at the heavy rain with concern. The Wolfang secret realm was also one of the beginner dungeons. However, unlike the Sword Pavilion secret realm, it required a minimum of 2 people to form a team. The points and materials obtained from teaming up had double bonuses. While one could enter alone, all rewards would be halved. This was one of the rules of the Wolfang secret realm. Of course, Su Zhexian could opt for other solo dungeons, yet according to the guide, the Wolfang secret realm was home to 3 monsters, the highest number among beginner dungeons. The allure of defeating 3 monsters was too great for Su Zhexian to resist. Slaying the 3 monsters would lead to wealth. Aside from card making, he needed to reserve some of his lifespan as mental energy to control the cards. Just like in online games, no matter how powerful the skills, without mana, they were useless. With ample lifespan, it was an entirely different story. Su Zhexian would essentially have a limitless source of energy. Lost in thought, the number 9 bus arrived outside the Wolfang secret realm. Upon disembarking, Su Zhexian spotted 2 familiar figures outside the dungeon, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, both sharing an umbrella. It was Su Chun and Yang Xia. It's you, Su Chun noticed Su Zhexian and couldn't help but flinch. He felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Fear, wariness, guilt, and resentment, all swirling together. Previously, he had viewed Su Zhexian from the perspective of a proud genius. Even after learning of Yang Xia's relationship with Su Zhexian, he remained indifferent. Why would a genius concern himself with the feelings of an ant? They were, after all, from 2 different worlds. Strong individuals were indifferent to the weak. And that was the greatest mercy and tolerance. Yet, in just a few days, their positions had completely reversed. So, even though Su Chun maintained a calm facade, he felt quite uncomfortable inside. Yang Xia and I just claimed the top spot in the Wolfang secret realm. Su Chun seemed to be trying to assert something to Su Zhexian as he stepped forward, while Yang Xia, arms crossed, wore a proud expression. You can't conquer the Wolfang secret realm alone. If you apologize, I can help you, Yang Xia said, unfazed by Su Chun's surprise. Her confidence stemmed from the recent achievement, proving her prowess among the senior students at the Cardmaster High School. Su Zhexian would find it challenging to find someone of her caliber to team up with, especially since he was no longer at the Cardmaster School. Though he could recruit weaker Cardmasters, it would adversely affect the final results. Yang Xia believed she was the best choice for Su Zhexian. Su Zhexian frowned. It was evident that rainy days were not suitable for outings, and he had encountered something unpleasant. He glanced around outside the dungeon. It was deserted. No need. I'll go home. He decided to return another day, not particularly bothered by the delay. Must you oppose me so? Here I am, a girl, extending an invitation to you, and you would rather head home, Yang Xia said, tears welling in her eyes, filled with grievance. In the past, it was only Su Zhexian who sought her out, coaxing her. When had she ever humbled herself before him? She had already lowered herself to this extent. Yet this brat remained unmoved. Who was it that once cherished me like a treasure? It was you. Now, you seem to avoid me like I'm some kind of filth. Have you changed? Yang Xia exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot, rain soaking her beautiful shoes. Although Su Chun found Yang Xia's behavior baffling, he was secretly pleased to see Su Zhexian without any support. A cardmaster with a low level would significantly impact combat. The monsters were not foolish. If they couldn't defeat the cards, they would eliminate the cardmaster first. Both he and Yang Xia had chosen their exclusive cardmaster skills early on, while Su Zhexian was merely a novice. Falling behind in the beginning would only lead to further setbacks. Regardless of what the future held, at present, he held the upper hand over Su Zhexian. Particularly seeing Su Zhexian drenched like a drowned rat brought him a sense of satisfaction. Su, you should head home. Getting soaked will make you catch a cold, Su Chun said, gentlemanly as he sheltered Yang Xia and bid farewell to Su Zhexian. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Approaching them was a robust panda-like figure, holding a large wine gourd and an oiled paper umbrella, escorting a girl clad in a lake blue traditional dress. Despite the torrential rain, not a single drop dared to approach her. She resembled a cool moon, ethereal and breathtaking. The girl reached out, gently tugging at the damp hem of Su Zhexian's clothing. I'm late, she said, and Su Zhexian turned to see Jiang Wenjiu, now in a different outfit and accompanied by her summoned card. Jiang Wenjiu's eyelashes fluttered as she shyly smiled at him. It's all right. I just arrived. Su Zhexian scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. During the day, he had thought his desk mate was an ordinary person, only to discover in the evening that she was a card master. Both felt quite embarrassed, especially Su Zhexian, who had just lent her an umbrella. How humiliating. Chapter 7. The elite card master. High-end card masters have always been the swift conquerors of secret realms, regardless of the awkwardness between Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu. Presently, it is Yang Xia who suffers the most. The people who once revolved around her now disregard her entirely. What is intolerable is that he has, behind her back, arranged to meet other girls, especially this one, who is even more beautiful and graceful than herself. Setting aside other factors, even as a fellow woman, she cannot help but steal glances. Who is she? Yang Xia clenched her fists. My teammates have arrived. You all may leave now. We are entering the secret realm. Su Zhexian ignored her, merely signaling to Su Chen. It was now Su Zhexian's time to bask in glory. Su Chen fell silent, genuinely unsure of how to respond. The stark contrast between individuals can be so painfully real at times. The arrival of Jiang Wenjiu obliterated the remnants of pride within Su Chen. How fortunate must one be to possess such a celestial being? Su Zhexian, I envy you. Regardless of their reactions, Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu moved toward the teleportation array of the secret realm. Let us proceed. No, I want to see just how far they can go. Yang Xia stubbornly decided to stay. The rain poured even harder. In the distance, within a black sedan, two pairs of eyes fixated on this scene. Jiang Wenjiu was actually teaming up with another boy in the secret realm. What is that boy's name? The handsome youth in the back seat of the car, with an arrogant expression, coldly inquired. Su Zhexian. He was forcibly transferred to the 7th High today. I wonder how his previous school operated. Ming sighed lightly, explaining to the youth in the back. The young man fixated on the spot where Su Zhexian had vanished, a glint flashing in his eyes. Su Zhexian, very well, excellent indeed. You have made my trip here pointless. I shall remember this. In the next moment, the young man pressed his legs together, palms clasped together, and bowed toward the window, saying, Thank you, Brother Xian, for saving me from peril. From this day forth, I shall no longer suffer. Tears of laughter streamed from the young man's eyes. Ming could only shake his head, watching him lose his composure without intervening. This young man is named Jiang Huaxiong, indeed, the brother of Jiang Wenjiu, famed for her prowess in defeating Huaxiong. The names of the siblings alone reveal an absolute bloodline dominance. In Jiang Huaxiong's words, while Jiang Wenjiu may not be able to open a bottle cap outside, at home, she can easily topple her elder brother. The socially anxious Jiang Wenjiu has him utterly under her thumb. Ever since Jiang Wenjiu awakened her mental prowess and became a card master a few months ago, Jiang Huaxiong has completely lost the ability to resist and has become a mere training partner. His suffering is akin to the relentless downpour outside the car window. Yet, Su Zhexian stands as the sole light amidst this storm, illuminating Jiang Huaxiong's hopeful future. It is also the first time he has witnessed his sister, typically reserved, actively helping a boy. She even changed into a traditional Hanfu, just for this occasion. Whoever you are my elder brother from now on. Jiang Huaxiong's heart soared with joy. At this moment, Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu had already entered the secret realm. Current location, Wolf Tooth Secret Realm. Beginner, Secret Realm Mission. Withstand the onslaught of the nightmarish wolf pack. The more times you withstand, the higher your score. Description. The demon kings in the Wolf Tooth Cave are said to possess the bloodline of the heavenly wolf, guarding ancient secrets. Tip 1. Teams with 2 or more members can gain attribute enhancements. Tip 2. All items obtained in the secret realm are non-bound materials. Tip 3. If one person in the team fails, the entire team is eliminated. Cooperation is essential. You've read the strategy, right? Su Zhexian inquired. The two must jointly face the tidal wave of wolf attacks, with the wolf demons being at least of bronze rank. Jiang Wenjiu nodded, her expression relatively relaxed. She pointed to the panda behind her and said, A Bao is a blue 9-star card, adept in close combat. I am of bronze rank. Having learned the card master skill, step-by-step Lotus, as mentioned before, the growth of the card master is tremendously significant. Although it is the era of cards, It is not a turn-based game where they simply exchange cards. The demons are not foolish. They can easily eliminate the card masters first to resolve the battle. Therefore, card masters must also grow stronger. As they slay more demons, card masters receive feedback akin to experience points in games. Once they reach bronze rank, they can learn card master skills. Card master skills vary widely, some enhancing the card master themselves, while others strengthen the cards, or even increase mental capacity, card manipulation abilities, and mental attacks or healing. Take Jiang Wenjiu's step-by-step lotus as an example. It is primarily a mobility skill with an auxiliary attack. Not only does it boast high maneuverability, but each step generates a lotus flower beneath her feet. When the lotus blooms, it inflicts damage to the surroundings. In later stages, the lotus can even form formations to ensnare enemies. Zhexian nodded, silently praising her as an excellent teammate. Her proactive sharing of fundamental information would facilitate their subsequent collaboration. Consequently, Zhexian also manifested a card from her palm, summoning Yingzheng. The first emperor, Yingzheng, golden 10-star, skilled in instant kills. This introduction took Jiang Wenjiu by surprise. What does skilled in instant kills mean? Wait, did he just say first emperor? A golden flash card? Jiang Wenjiu couldn't help but gaze at the imposing figure of Yingzheng, dressed in a dark royal robe, surrounded by golden dragons. With sharp eyes and an aura of majestic dominance, he is indeed the fated emperor. Fated emperor, Jiang Wenjiu instinctively murmured. These 4 words describe not only Yingzheng, but Zhexian as well. To bear the fortune of an emperor is to be a fated sovereign. What else could it be? Jiang Wenjiu's mouth slightly parted, her bright eyes fixated on Zhexian. It's not that exaggerated. It's all due to fate. I am still just a black iron novice, without any card master skills. Please bear with me. Zhexian humbly waved her hand. At that moment, the countdown of the secret realm was announced, signaling that the nightmarish wolf pack was about to launch their attack. A whoa! The howls of wolves echoed, shaking the ground. A bow, take the front, Jiang Wenjiu commanded. The earnest Bao nodded, putting away his oil paper umbrella, removing the wine gourd from his back, and began to drink heartily. In that instant, Zhexian felt a strange resemblance between the two. Yes, both are wine enthusiasts. As the wine flowed down his throat, Bao trembled. His entire body enveloped in a golden glow, resembling a fierce golden warrior. Roar! Bao charged towards the ferocious wolf pack. However, a cold voice resonated, followed by the roar of a dragon echoing through the heavens. 3-clawed, 5-clawed golden dragons swept through the world. The first wave of nightmarish wolves was annihilated in an instant. Bao stood dumbfounded, realizing that his wine had been for naught. Was my drink a waste? He lamented, feeling aggrieved. This is so powerful. Not only Bao but Jiang Wenjiu was also stunned, nearly questioning if she had drunk too much. Such a massive group, there must have been at least 100 wolf demons. With a snap, they vanished. Now she could truly understand what it meant to be skilled in instant kills. How could a mere iron-eating beast overshadow me? Yingzheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding arrogance. After acquiring the Qin sword, Yingzheng's skills underwent a new transformation. Imperial might. For every enemy killed, a strand of fortune can be accumulated, stacking to temporarily enhance all attributes. Unity of the Six. By channeling imperial energy, summon golden dragons to inflict area damage on the enemy, with damage increased by 100. Eternal prosperity. Consumes all fortune to forge the emperor's throne and release myriad golden dragons, suppressing all under heaven. Thus, Yingzheng did not even need to use his ultimate move to effortlessly handle these bronze-ranked nightmarish wolves. Let us proceed, Zhexian stated. Where to? Aren't we supposed to wait for the next wave of attacks? Jiang Wenjiu still felt somewhat bewildered. That would be too slow. It will take at least half an hour for them to return. It would be more efficient for us to charge directly into the Wolf-Tooth Cave. Jiang Wenjiu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit out of sync. Is this even possible? Certainly, elite card masters have always been adept at swiftly traversing the secret realms. If we finish early, I shall treat you to a midnight snack. Instantly, Jiang Wenjiu's eyes sparkled. Yes, that sounds delightful. Chapter 8. Eternal Prosperity. The dragon's roar echoed, shaking the heavens and rending the earth. Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu traversed the Wolf Fang Cave, their path unobstructed and devoid of any hindrances. This was due to the fact that the throngs of nightmarish wolf demons had been dispatched before they could even mount an attack, courtesy of Yingzheng. The 3 soaring 5-clawed golden dragons were like harbingers of death, not a single nightmarish wolf demon surviving beyond 3 seconds. Yingzheng even stationed himself at a certain refresh point, awaiting the appearance of the wolf demons. Who would have thought that such an ancient emperor would indulge in tormenting the springs? Initially harboring some resentment towards the monster theft, Abao's demeanor had shifted. The rotund figure closely trailed Zheng, presenting his wine gourd as though offering a treasure. Big boss, you've worked hard. Have a drink to rejuvenate and continue your celestial endeavors. The comfort of having a strong ally was indeed gratifying. This was the sentiment shared by both Abao and Jiang Wenjiu, realizing that this was what it felt like to win effortlessly. Jiang Wenjiu handed Su Zhexian a bag of snacks, remarking, "But you see, your Abao still contributes significantly. His wine grants an enhancement of the golden attribute to attacks." Su Zhexian expressed admiration for Abao's brewing skills. Proficient in melee combat while providing attack buffs, he was indeed formidable. Truly a national treasure, far surpassing ordinary animal-type cards. Of course, it required someone like Jiang Wenjiu, a connoisseur of wine, to craft such cards. Were it not for Zheng's overwhelming dominance, Su Zhexian would have been the one winning effortlessly today. You are being modest. My brother pales in comparison to you, Jiang Wenjiu murmured softly. At this moment, Su Zhexian opened his card master panel. Su Zhexian level, Black Iron tier, 10 stars, 99.99, core card. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Zheng other cards. Dinging sword card master skills. None. The relentless progression had granted Su Zhexian an abundance of spiritual energy. Upon exiting the Sword Pavilion Secret Realm, his experience was merely at Black Iron tier 1 star, 9. However, this Wolf Fang Secret Realm had propelled him to the pinnacle of Black Iron tier. This was still without encountering the 3 Great Wolf Kings. To ascend to Bronze tier, one must complete an advancement test and learn card master skills. Half an hour later, the duo finally arrived at the end of the Wolf Fang Cave. Before them stood a dilapidated palace, thick with the scent of blood. The nightmarish Wolf King, with a wolf's head and a muscular human body, sat upon the throne, surveying them with disdain. Possessing the bloodline of the celestial wolf, this demon ranked at Bronze tier 9 stars. Moreover, it commanded a formidable formation, making it quite a challenge. Typically, a team of at least 10 would be required to confront them. Although Jiang Wenjiu sometimes appeared dazed, he had grasped such fundamental knowledge. Otherwise, he could not have advanced to Bronze tier in just a few months. Having someone to guide him also required substantial personal effort. Naturally, Su Zhexian was aware of the 3 Wolf Kings' attributes. The celestial wolf bloodline possessed a unique trait, exceptional regenerative abilities. If one Wolf King sustained injury, the other 2 would shield it to recuperate. Thus, simultaneously vanquishing all 3 was impossible, or they would be gradually worn down. This was one of the reasons the Wolf Fang Secret Realm presented greater challenges than the Sword Pavilion Secret Realm. I and Abao can attempt to lure away 2 of the Wolf Kings. The remaining one will be yours to defeat, after which you can assist me, Jiang Wenjiu proposed, suggesting a common strategy for larger teams. However, with only the 2 of them, the individual tasked with drawing away the Wolf Kings would bear immense pressure. Su Zhexian offered no response, but glanced at Zheng's attributes panel. Current fortune accumulation, 9,999 points. A wave of reassurance washed over him. We have endured this journey together. Snacking, in some respects, counts as suffering, doesn't it? It could lead to weight gain, he mused. So I wonder, could you grant me an opportunity? Jiang Wenjiu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she dared not meet Su Zhexian's gaze. Feeling as though a playful little deer had taken residence in her heart. Grant me a chance to unleash my full potential. Without waiting for Jiang Wenjiu's reaction, Su Zhexian gestured towards Zheng. In an instant, Zheng's imposing figure radiated a brilliant golden light. The luminescence gradually solidified before him into a staircase of white jade, gilded with gold. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As more steps materialized, a staircase extending towards the heavens took form in the void. Zheng ascended the white jade staircase slowly, each step imbued with gravity and authority. Concurrently, his imperial aura grew ever more resplendent and overwhelming. At the staircase's culmination, a throne of golden fortune manifested, crafted from ethereal energies. Zheng unfurled his imperial robe and seated himself firmly upon the dragon throne. His gaze was profound, his demeanor solemn, with the vast landscape of mountains and rivers shifting behind him. He raised a hand and declared, "Eternal prosperity." Thunder roared, the earth trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. Thousands of golden dragons surged forth from the imperial seat, their might unassailable, their momentum unstoppable. Those who dared to challenge the might of the Qin Empire would inevitably face its oppressive fortune. Those who dared to resist would be torn asunder by countless 5-clawed golden dragons. Under the overwhelming draconic might, the 3 nightmarish Wolf Kings were reduced to mere dust. Having no chance to resist, their spirits quelled under the weight of the national power. How could mere wolf kings contend against the grandeur of the Qin Empire? Surely this was one of the most tragic and inexplicable ends for the wolf kings. Jiang Wenjiu was profoundly awestruck by the spectacle of the myriad dragons filling the sky, completely forgetting the earlier fluttering sensation in her heart. Such an extraordinary sight would be etched into her memory for a lifetime. She glanced at the majestic Yingzhang and then at the stern-faced Su Zhexian, only to realize, at that moment, how strikingly similar their auras were. No wonder they could channel imperial fortune to create imperial cards. Yet, Jiang Wenjiu couldn't help but inquire, "Are you certain your card is golden 10 stars? Not colored? What are you thinking?" "The path to advancing to colored cards is still a distant journey," Su Zhexian replied with a smile, reverting to his previous carefree demeanor. "I wonder how powerful a colored quality Emperor Qin would be. If you wish to find out, join me in passing the Grand Academy of All Phenomena." The Grand Academy of All Phenomena? That was exceedingly challenging. Jiang Wenjiu furrowed her adorable brow. Her original aspirations were modestly set on the Greenwood and Northern Star Academies, for she had only recently awakened and was once considered a mere novice. Even with her family's resources aiding her, she dared not dream of the legendary sanctum of prodigies. "Let us go. It's still early. I shall treat you to a midnight snack." All right. The two walked side by side towards the teleportation array. Outside the Wolf Fang's secret realm, the rain had ceased and the clouds had dispersed. The serene moon quietly cast its glow. "Let us return first. There is no point in waiting here." Su Chun urged Yang Xia once more. "No, I want to witness their disheveled elimination." Yang Xia remained resolute, her anger unabated. "Why should I not? I have already taken the initiative to reconcile. Is that not enough? How can he team up with another girl so easily?" "Su Zhexian, you are betraying me." Su Zhexian was merely at the beginning of his journey, his foundation not yet solid. That girl was evidently a burden. They wouldn't last long. This was Yang Xia's assessment of Jiang Wenjiu. As if to echo Yang Xia's sentiments, the figures of Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu emerged outside the secret realm, having entered for less than an hour. "See, I told you they would fail," Yang Xia exclaimed. "We still hold the top position." Before she could finish her sentence, the leaderboard outside the secret realm flickered with brilliance. Chapter 9. The Legendary Library. First place, Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu, finishing in 51 minutes and 8 seconds. Second place, Su Chun, Yang Xia, and 8 others, finishing in 5 hours and 4 minutes and 38 seconds. What does it mean to dominate? A glance at the leaderboard outside the Wolf Fang's secret realm provides a clear understanding. The disparity between 50 minutes and over 5 hours seems surreal, almost dreamlike. Su Chun couldn't help but rub his eyes for confirmation, questioning whether he was hallucinating due to a fever from the rain. How could such an absurd reality even exist? Your performance makes everyone else seem utterly inept. Our team's time pales in comparison to yours. Are you using cheats? Or is there a way to clear the level that we are unaware of? This is truly disheartening. He turned to Yang Xia, who mirrored his disbelief. Words like incredible and unbelievable fell short of capturing their astonishment. Nevertheless, the leaderboard may be flawed, but the rewards are not. The teleportation array of the secret realm showered countless gleaming cards like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. These were material cards from the Wolf Fang secret realm, offering double rewards. Among them were the rare drops of the 3-headed nightmarish Wolf King, a small domain card of the 3 talents formation, green, 3 talent cards of the heart of the celestial wolf, blue, and 6 material cards of the Wolf King's Fang, blue. I didn't contribute much. All these materials are yours. Winning effortlessly and obtaining so much spiritual energy has already made me quite happy. Jiang Wenjiu's experience surged to bronze level 5, 68. She was a girl with clarity. Su Zhexian accepted it with grace. The more effort you put in, the more you receive. There is nothing wrong with that. However, I cannot carry so many materials. She shook her backpack, realizing it was insufficient to hold a container's worth of material cards. This time, the rewards are truly extraordinary. Oh, this is simple. Jiang Wenjiu produced a card from her pocket and summoned a ring adorned with wisteria patterns. With a gentle sweep over the scattered material cards, she collected them all and handed the ring to Su Zhexian. "Here, this is for you." The post-rain breeze caressed them, and Jiang Wenjiu's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Her smile radiant as a blossom. "Is this a storage card? You use it for snacks?" Su Zhexian's unconventional thinking led her to consider snacks. "Not only that, I have another one with rose patterns. The one you have is a spare. Sometimes snacks and juice can be a bit much," Jiang Wenjiu explained bashfully, fiddling with the ribbons of her dress. "All right, I won't be polite. In the future, I'll repay you with something even better," Su Zhexian vowed, thumping her chest confidently. This sight made Yang Xia, who observed from a distance, grit her teeth in frustration. "Su Zhexian, How dare he accept another girl's ring? Su Chen interjected. Is he not allowed to? Of course not. I disagree. Yang Xia clenched her fists, tears streaming uncontrollably. Su Chen was bewildered. Why was she upset about someone accepting a ring? Hadn't they agreed to maintain distance? Did she have feelings for him? No. But he shouldn't casually accept gifts from other girls. And he is smiling so happily. This isn't right. Yang Xia recalled that although she had never given Su Zhexian anything, her mere concern and smiles were the best gifts she could offer. She had only suggested maintaining distance, not complete severance. Shouldn't he consider her feelings? Boys should be proactive and persistent. Yang Xia felt both wronged and heartbroken as Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu walked past her, laughing and joking. The rain had ceased, making it perfect for a late-night snack. You're still here? Do you enjoy getting soaked? Su Zhexian casually inquired. Su Chen's expression darkened further. He felt like a fool waiting in the rain for an hour only to be overshadowed. Why am I so foolish? Yang Xia shot a cold glance at Su Zhexian and huffed angrily as she turned away. Whatever, I'm just happy. Su Zhexian thought as a sleek black car glided to a stop before them. Jiang Huaxiong stepped out, greeting Su Zhexian warmly. Hello, Brother Xian. Su Zhexian blinked, confused. Who are you? How do you know me? Are scammers this brazen now? I'm your younger brother, Jiang Huaxiong. Su Zhexian squinted, scrutinizing their faces. There was a resemblance, about 70 to 80%. The name carried significant weight. He couldn't help but recall his older sister, Su Lingxiao. Thankfully, their father had chosen names wisely. In fact, the names in their family were quite impressive. The eldest brother Su Tianxin, second sister Su Lingxiao, third brother Su Wanfo, fourth brother Su Xiansheng, and the youngest Su Zhexian, alongside father Su Chonglu and mother Yuli. This family's names were indeed ostentatious, fitting the mold of a group of antagonists in some tales. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Su Zhexian returned the greeting. Brother Xian, you guys are incredible. Shattering the highest record. When others see your speed tomorrow, they will be utterly astonished. Jiang Huaxiong flattered them profusely. Inside the car, Wang Ming shook his head, fully aware of Jiang Huaxiong's arrogance in front of outsiders. He only acted so deferentially towards Jiang Wenjiu, driven by a desire to ingratiate himself. And now, he had to add Su Zhexian to that list. Teacher Wang, let us go for a late-night snack. My treat, Su Zhexian called out to Wang Ming. At the night market, the barbecue stall was bustling. Su Zhexian ordered an array of barbecued dishes and 10 pounds of spicy crayfish. The cool night air after the rain did not dampen their enthusiasm. Jiang Wenjiu held a lamb skewer in one hand and a squid skewer in the other, occasionally indulging in peeled crayfish. Do not ask who peeled the shells, it was Jiang Huaxiong. I never expected you to solo clear the Wolf Fang secret realm. My lady is truly fortunate to have your assistance. Allow me to toast you in place of wine. Wang Ming's attitude shifted dramatically after learning about the Wolf Fang secret realm, now looking at Su Zhexian with respect rather than condescension. Su Zhexian's potential was indeed remarkable, deserving of admiration. Wang Ming silently lamented how the Cardmaster Academy had made a grave mistake by discouraging such talent. You're too kind. We are teammates. And it's only right. Moreover, Jiang Wenjiu's summon, Abayo, also contributed significantly. Yes, being adorable and providing support is no easy task. Next, you should learn Cardmaster skills. If you have a family legacy skill, that would be ideal. If not, it would be best to select from the top tier of the library. It is quite different there. Wang Ming offered Su Zhexian this advice. While Su Zhexian intended to consult his parents about learning Cardmaster skills, it was evident that Wang Ming was sincere in providing valuable information as a relatively new acquaintance. What do you mean by different? The top tier of the library is interconnected. Each major city in Yinxia has a library for Cardmasters to learn skills. The secrets of the top tier are straightforward. The libraries in various cities act as branches, while the library standing atop Yujing Mountain is the true library. The top tier of the branches serves as a passage to the library on Yujing Mountain. The skills stored in the Yujing Mountain library are exceptional. Therefore, it's crucial to achieve the highest evaluation during the advancement test to qualify for entry to the Yujing Mountain library. After listening to Wang Ming, Su Zhexian pondered thoughtfully. Should he ask his father to open a back door for him to explore Yujing Mountain? As a family member of the staff, he should be entitled to that benefit, right? That night, the gathering was joyous, and everyone returned to their respective homes. Before leaving, Wang Ming even granted Su Zhexian a week of leave. Let him thoroughly prepare for the advanced test and learn the skills of Cardmasters. Indeed, it appears that he has been granted a holiday. This homeroom teacher is truly benevolent. Chapter 10. I choose to. I have struck it rich. Upon returning home, Su Zhexian let out an exuberant shout. Earlier, he had restrained his emotions and refrained from checking his lifespan. The moment he stepped into his home, he summoned the deep blue panel. A line of glimmering seal script brought a broad smile to Su Zhexian's face. Current remaining lifespan, 618 years. A sudden windfall. Thanks to the contributions of the Wolf King and his comrades, Su Zhexian had not anticipated that the three-headed Demon King could contribute over 600 years of lifespan. Initially, he had expected it to be slightly more than 100 years compared to the Monkey King of the Sword Pavilion. It now seemed evident that this was due to the unique enhancement of the Tianlang bloodline. The stronger and more peculiar the demon, the greater its lifespan. Understood, henceforth, he would seek such beings for grinding. From his storage ring, he retrieved the rewards from the secret realm. First was the Heart of the Wolf, blue, which could serve as a foundational material for wolf-type cards, carrying a small chance of bestowing the characteristics of the Tianlang. 6 Wolf King's Fangs, blue, could also be used as equipment materials, granting weapons a sharp characteristic. Such characteristic materials were quite popular in the materials market, fetching a decent price. However, the small green domain card was even more precious. The Triad Formation, known since ancient times, was a renowned formation in the land of Yinxia. The three-headed Wolf Demon King relied on this formation for a significant boost in combat strength, causing countless novices to fail miserably, filled with frustration. Of course, for Su Zhexian, it posed no difficulty. For Yingzhong, failing to eliminate such a minor secret realm would be quite embarrassing. The ordinary wolf demons mostly yielded materials like wolf fangs, claws, and pelts. Su Zhexian had no intention of selling either the formation or the ordinary materials. He was not in need of money, and it was unnecessary. Most importantly, he did not wish to make the trip to the Merchant Association for consignment. Su Zhexian was both a homebody and lazy, reluctant to move even a little. These materials could be used as equipment for the elite soldiers of Qin. Indeed, Su Zhexian intended to create matching subordinate cards for Yingzhong. Upon opening Yingzheng's attribute panel, he discovered that the first Emperor Yingzhong needed to meet 5 advancement conditions to evolve into the ancestor Dragon Yingzhong. These included 1 equipment card, 1 domain card, 2 subordinate cards, and the cardmaster needed to advance to the bronze tier. This was 3 more advancement conditions than the core cards of others. Currently, the equipment card was the Ding Qin sword. The rest needed to be crafted quickly. As for the subordinate cards, Su Zhexian envisioned Bai Qi and the elite soldiers of Qin. Although Bai Qi and Yingzhong did not belong to the same era, they were both part of Qin, suggesting a strong bond and synergy. Card creation could wait until tomorrow. First, he needed to inquire about the matter of the Yujing Mountain Library from his father. Su Zhexian glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. His father should still be awake. Even if he were asleep, it would not matter. Soon, Su Zhexian connected to a video call with Su Chonglu. "You brat, why are you up at this hour?" Su Chonglu asked, his eyes bleary with sleep as he yawned. "Of course, I have something to ask." "I am about to advance to bronze," Su Zhexian replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chonglu sprang out of bed in shock. "What did you say?" "It has only been a day." As the Grand Inspector of Yujing Mountain, Su Chonglu was well acquainted with the talents emerging in Yinxia each year. Not to mention himself and his wife, who were renowned geniuses in Yinxia. Even Su Tianshan and others possessed talents that rivaled their father's. Initially, he thought his younger son was just an ordinary person, but it now appeared he was anything but. "Calm down. Don't startle me in the middle of the night. It affects my sleep." Su Zhexian tousled his hair, feeling quite pleased. "You little brat, you've already affected me. Now quickly tell me what you want." Su Chonglu replied. "Hey, Dad, I heard that the card master skills at the Yujing Mountain Library are quite formidable. Is there a chance I could go learn them?" "Of course. I want our family's ancestral skills as well." Su Zhexian rubbed his hands together, a look of flattery on his face. Looking at his foolish son, Su Chonglu covered his face. After a moment's thought, he solemnly said, "I'll give you 2 options. Consider them carefully. First, participate in the local test to gain access to the Yujing Mountain Library. If you do so, I guarantee you can select 2 skill books." Su Zhexian blinked, his brow furrowing. 2 skill books from the Yujing Mountain Library were indeed a good deal. However, Su Chonglu mentioned this first, indicating that the subsequent option was likely better and more challenging. Thus, the answer was clear. "I choose 2. Su Chonglu felt a surge of frustration rise in his chest. It was hard to contain. "Come on, at least let me finish my explanation first." Not listening to the full content and immediately answering was not how one should approach an examination. "Forget it. Who told me to be your father? I will endure." The second option was to participate in the test for the deer hunting war. If you pass the test, I will allow you to choose 1 skill from the top tier of the Yujing Mountain Library. Su Zhexian was momentarily stunned. Each year, Yujing Mountain selected outstanding young card masters from across all of Xia to participate in a trial called the Deer Hunting War. The higher the ranking in the trial, the more resources would be allocated to them. This was also one of the methods Yujing Mountain employed to cultivate top-tier talents in Yinxia. The test Su Chonglu wanted Su Zhexian to partake in was the first phase of this deer hunting war. It was impossible to fully participate in the entire trial, as those talented card masters were all at least platinum tier and possessed various types of card decks. Even if Su Zhexian's potential was immense, the gap in strength remained. Thus, Su Chonglu only required him to showcase his strength and potential in the first phase. This way, Su Zhexian could enter the top tier of the Yujing Mountain Library with justification. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. It's quite challenging. But it's not a problem. Very well, my son, that's the confidence I expect from you. Su Zhexian was brimming with confidence, which he possessed in abundance. However, he was also wise enough not to be so arrogant as to believe he was invincible. There are always greater heights and stronger beings. One must maintain a sense of reverence. Moreover, this time, Su Chonglu had exercised his authority. A poor performance would be tantamount to tarnishing his father's reputation. Su Zhexian would never engage in such disgraceful acts. I will send someone to fetch you in 2 days. Prepare well. Understood. Good night, Dad. Don't even think about sleeping. I need to inform a few old fellows. Won't that disturb their sleep? Su Zhexian had completely forgotten that he had awakened his father. I can't sleep, and neither should they. Besides, those old fellows are all cultivators. What do they need sleep for? Su Chonglu ended the video call, dressed, and left, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. Sigh. The children are all becoming more formidable. It truly is a source of concern. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian spent the night selecting card-making materials in the marketplace and placing orders. He then hurried to bed. Lu Sun once said that waking early is good for the body, while staying up late makes one feel ethereal. The next day, he planned to complete both the subordinate cards and the domain cards in one go. The stronger Yingzheng became, the more assured he felt. As for why he didn't create other emperor cards first, it was because the foundation had yet to be solidly established. Typically, before a significant examination, novices should focus on a single core card. Only after entering university would they consider a second core card and supporting card groups. But that was merely the case for others. The resources required for Yingzheng's supporting card group were exceedingly vast. A single Bai Qi card could not be compared to the core cards of ordinary individuals. It was precisely for this reason that Su Zhexian needed to work even harder. Chapter 11. Dad, I am about to become invincible. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Su Zhexian's face. He opened his eyes, kicked off the blanket, and stretched lazily with a sense of satisfaction. Though I had a late night yesterday, the quality of my sleep was surprisingly high. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Su Zhexian felt invigorated. As the clock struck 9, the doorbell rang punctually. 2 diligent delivery riders from the marketplace arrived with the goods. Su Zhexian was determined to complete both the subordinate and domain cards this time. The materials ordered last night were not only abundant, but also exceedingly precious, which was evident from the fact that 2 high-tier riders were dispatched for their delivery. Without a tenfold increase in pocket money, such purchases would be utterly unattainable. To become a card master required not only dedication, but also substantial monetary investment. It was truly challenging. With great enthusiasm, Su Zhexian opened the marketplace's password chest to verify the materials. He first picked up a crystal material card labeled grass, and with all soldiers, white. This was a card valued at 10 million, and its rarity and unique effects justified the price. This card allowed for the stacking of 1,000 units within a single card, making it a rare spatial type material. Su Zhexian was only able to purchase it due to the SVP 10 status granted by his mother. Ordinary individuals, regardless of wealth, would struggle to find such resources. He planned to summon 1,000 Qin elite soldiers first, and then seek additional materials for expansion. After all, during the Qin dynasty, out of over 200,000 new troops, only 1,600 were selected as elite soldiers. Su Zhexian retrieved materials dropped by the nightmarish wolf demon from his storage ring and infused them into grass and with all soldiers. Subsequently, he initiated the lifespan transformation and took up his brush. Following the imagery of the Qin terracotta warriors and his own understanding, he depicted the Qin elite soldiers. Some appeared strong and valiant, while others bore a stern demeanor with determined gazes. Some smiled faintly, gazing into the distance, while others, youthful and spirited, stood tall with pride. Each soldier was unique, yet Su Zhexian's limited artistic skill could only crudely capture his imagination of the Qin elite soldiers. The skill of Qi cannot be matched by the soldiers of Wei, and the soldiers of Wei cannot contend with the elite of Qin. This famous evaluation from Xuanzi's discussion on military affairs encapsulated the esteemed status and strength of the Qin elite soldiers during the Warring States period. Setting down his brush, Su Zhexian gazed at the shimmering card before him, a surge of passion swelling within him. Its true name, Qin elite soldier. Many generals have carved their names into history, but soldiers who achieve such recognition are exceedingly rare. They fought valiantly to protect their homeland, often finding their remains in foreign lands or accepting a life of obscurity. Regardless of the era, they are deserving of respect. Brave old Qin, facing the nation's trials, blood shall not run dry until war ceases. This embodies the spirit of the Qin army. Qin elite soldier quality, white level, 10 stars category, soldier skill, iron hooves and blood battles to the end trait. Nameless soldier advancement direction, mighty soldiers of the 9 provinces, elemental warriors, celestial soldiers, bond. Brave old Qin, although the quality of the card was not high. It reached the 10-star level. In this world, there are indeed individuals crafting explosive troop cards, but they pale in comparison to the Qin elite soldier. What other troop type can commence with dual skills and possess attributes typically reserved for core cards? Just this single card, if displayed in the marketplace, would incite a frenzy among buyers. Next came the king of Qin elite soldiers, Bai Qi. In history, Bai Qi was the first centurion of the Qin elite soldiers. Among the 1600, he was the foremost, a true special forces leader. Su Zhexian took up his brush once more. Under the radiant sun, amidst the tumult of war, flags fluttered in the breeze. Bai Qi, donning a crane crown and dressed in dark Qin armor, wielded a bronze sword. His countenance stern and his eyes reflecting cold battle intent and wisdom. His chariots numbered in the thousands, with the Qin army resembling wolves and the elite soldiers, tigers. Bai Qi hails from Mai. Skilled in warfare, he served under Qin Shi Huang and governed with military prowess, earning respect and stability for the state. Those who dare to oppose my army shall face death. As Su Zhexian penned the final character of Bai Qi's biography, he solidified the true name of Jun Bai Qi. In an instant, the room was suffused with an unparalleled martial spirit. A valiant figure appeared before Su Zhexian, neither obsequious nor arrogant, and said, "Bai Qi, I pay my respects to the Lord." Su Zhexian slightly inclined his body in return, replying, "Su Zhexian, I pay my respects to Jun." Yingzheng suddenly appeared behind Su Zhexian, also bowing in greeting. Those who enjoy history know that Yingzheng expressed his admiration and respect for Bai Qi in the imperial edict to posthumously honor Bai Qi as Jun. Once, Yingzheng remarked, "Though I possess the world, I cannot employ Bai Qi." Now, the two had the opportunity to join forces in battle. Su Zhexian was overwhelmed with excitement. Realizing his own strength, just look at Bai Qi's attributes to understand. Jun Bai Qi quality, purple level, 10 stars category, general skill, sword techniques of all nations. Spirits of the war tomb trait, god or demon advancement direction, killing god Bai Qi, breaking army star Bai Qi, 6 paths of ghosts and gods Bai Qi, bond, unstoppable. Commanding presence initially, Bai Qi's attributes were slightly lower than Yingzheng's, but achieving a 10-star purple quality was still exceptional. The specifics of skills and traits are secondary. The bond is what truly matters. Unstoppable. When both Emperor and General are present, attack power receives a 3-fold enhancement. This bond between Yingzheng and Bai Qi meant that when they were both on the field, they would receive a tripling of attack power. Su Zhexian could scarcely imagine the cataclysmic effect when Yingzheng's luck combined with Bai Qi's capabilities. Furthermore, there was another bond effect. Commanding presence allows the quality of subordinate soldiers to be elevated by 1 tier. This was even more outrageous than the bond with Yingzheng. The temporary enhancement of quality was a divine skill for card masters. Comparing the white quality Qin elite soldiers under Bai Qi's command, they would directly become green quality soldiers. Su Chun, the top card student, possessed a core card that was merely green and 9 stars. If he were to discover this, he would either vomit blood or fall into despair. And yet, this was not the end. Su Zhexian still had one domain card yet to be crafted. He had long envisioned this domain card, intending to directly modify the heaven, earth, and humanity triad formation, green, obtained from the wolf-tooth secret realm. Suppressing his excitement, Su Zhexian continued to wield his brush. His strokes were sharp as he forcibly modified the inscriptions on the triad formation. Due to the unique mental energy from the lifespan transformation, Su Zhexian possessed the ability to forcibly modify cards, provided he sacrificed his life force. This was a feat that only high-tier card masters could accomplish. Who says there are no garments? We share the same robes. When the king raises an army, let us sharpen our spears together. Let us share the same enmity. A complete rendition of Qin Wind and No Garment was inscribed within the card. The domain card Su Zhexian sought was finally completed. Qin Wind and no garment quality. Blue level, 10 stars category. Domain, small. Effect, when 3 or more units of the same faction are present. The Suanio formation spirit is activated. The Suanio, a divine bird of destiny, grants shields to allied units, sharing damage collectively. As Su Zhexian read the effects of the Suanio formation spirit, he couldn't help but marvel. Not only did it elevate the quality by 1 tier compared to the Triad formation, but the shared damage absorption was truly extraordinary. Once he summoned the Qin elite soldiers, how could Zheng and Bai Qi ever be defeated? Moreover, as descendants of Huaxia, they were also of the same faction. Wait, if dynasties like Xia, Shang, Zhou Han, Tang, Song, and Ming were considered, Su Zhexian swallowed hard. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to call Su Zhongluo. Dad, I am about to become invincible. Chapter 12, The City of Hunting Deer Ding. A text message interrupted Su Zhexian's daydream. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Su Zhongluo, informing him that the situation had changed, and the Battle of Hunting Deer had been rescheduled for tomorrow. In half an hour, someone would come to take him to the City of Hunting Deer. Looking out the window, he noticed that the sun was already high in the sky. The mere creation of 3 cards consumed an entire morning. The Temple of the 5 Organs echoed with protests, yearning for food. Su Zhexian checked his remaining lifespan, discovering that a mere 18 years were left, having expended a staggering 600 years. Bai Qi fared somewhat better, having used up 70 years. Most of this was allocated towards the 1,000 elite soldiers of the Qin and the minor domain cards. The nature of such collective cards resulted in a compounded consumption. The absurd effect of Qin Wind without clothes was indeed a result of sacrificing his lifespan. 18 years was sufficient to wield the mental power needed for card manipulation. However, there was no time to test Bai Qi's combat prowess. Instead, the Emperor and the General of Qin would showcase their brilliance in the deer hunt. Su Zhexian tucked away his excitement and pride, aware that the test at Yujing Mountain required meticulous care. A failure would bring shame upon his father and the Su family. Not to mention, his elder brother and sister would undoubtedly provide him with a thorough education on the matter. Thus, he resolved to maintain a healthy respect for the strong and to approach the test earnestly. With no time for takeout, he settled for a bowl of spicy beef noodles, complemented by 2 sausages and a soft-boiled egg. Su Zhexian delightedly slurped his meal. Meanwhile, 2 figures lurked beneath Su Zhexian's building, peering around suspiciously. Weren't you supposed to apologize? Why don't you go upstairs? Yao Lan sighed at her good friend, who had insisted on accompanying her under the pretense of offering an apology, yet now hesitated to face him. I'm merely giving him an opportunity, not apologizing. Besides, even if I am at fault, is he blameless? Yang Xia remained proud, entirely oblivious to how she had lamented to her friend the previous night. Complaints about Su Zhexian accepting rings from other girls and his cold indifference filled her mind, leading her to declare she would never forgive him and would make him regret it for a lifetime. So what were they there for, really? Yao Lan couldn't help but mentally berate her friend. All right, you're always right. But you must go upstairs, otherwise, how can you reconcile? Yang Xia shook her head. That feels too passive. He used to come down to meet me. Just send him a message saying you're passing by. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted Yang Xia's words. A colossal shadow loomed over the ground. Passers-by looked up to see a massive platinum airship materializing out of thin air, blocking out the sun. A beam of light descended from the airship, and over a dozen card masters clad in the emblem of Yujing Mountain appeared, their expressions grave. They swiftly established a perimeter, creating a cordon. What is happening? That emblem belongs to the White Tiger Inspector of Yujing Mountain. Goodness! Could there be a terrible demon lurking within our neighborhood? Yet they appeared to be waiting for someone significant to arrive, leaving the onlookers speculating. Yang Xia and Yao Lan retreated further, sensing that the deployment of one of Yujing Mountain's 4 inspection legions indicated a significant event. It was best for ordinary citizens to steer clear. Their lives were of greater value. However, this situation differed from prior instances. The White Tiger inspectors were merely there to escort someone, a straightforward task. Su Zhexian upstairs was also taken aback by the commotion. His father was being rather outrageous, potentially alarming the neighbors. Shaking his head, Su Zhexian donned his backpack, baseball cap, sunglasses, and mask before heading downstairs. He wished to avoid being the center of attention or being mistaken for a demon. Thus, he made his discreet appearance at the bottom of the stairs. Upon confirming his identity, a White Tiger inspector respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Su Zhexian was firmly escorted back to the airship by the inspectors. With a flicker of light and shadow, the airship vanished, leaving a crowd of onlookers in a state of bewilderment. While the bystanders were filled with questions, Yang Xia and Yao Lan exchanged incredulous glances. That was Su Zhexian, wasn't he it? Despite his mask and hat, his stature and demeanor were unmistakable. The two exchanged looks of disbelief. In the eyes of their classmates, Su Zhexian was merely a somewhat affluent left-behind child, raised without parental presence indicative of their work abroad to support him. Coupled with his mental deficiencies and servile demeanor, he was seen as handsome, yet pitiful and laughable. This perception was one of the reasons Yang Xia had consistently rejected Su Zhexian's advances. Yet now, he was being invited onto the airship by the White Tiger inspectors. Although their demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, it was clear they held him in great esteem. The transformation from a mere sycophant to a noble figure was startling. How could he have become such an enigmatic individual in just a few days? Forced to transfer schools, he had ascended to the rank of card master, surpassing Su Chen in strength. Do you truly know nothing about him? Who is he? Yao Lan turned to Yang Xia, seeking answers. Yang Xia, flustered, replied, How would I know? How could this happen? Countless questions swirled in her mind. Though these queries lacked answers, they made her feel as if she were drifting further away from a significant treasure. The memory of a rainy night flashed through her mind, recalling the girl who resembled a moon goddess following Su Zhexian. That position was originally mine. What did you say? What position? Yao Lan inquired. But Yang Xia did not respond. Instead, she left in a daze, her heart heavy with bitterness and resentment. As the airship traversed through space, Su Zhexian began to understand what it meant to be adrift in the vast sea of clouds, and what it was like to witness the dawn mist connecting with the waves. The city obscured by fog gradually revealed its true visage, towering walls stretching for miles, pavilions scattered like stars, and palatial structures lined up in rows. The entire city thrummed with vitality, radiating divine light. Zhexian lay sprawled upon the earth like an ancient behemoth. Within the city, no civilians resided. Only the stationed armies of the Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, this location served as one of the conduits to the Spirit Realm battlefield. Half an hour later, at the martial arts arena in the northwest corner of Zhexian, a throng of young individuals gathered. They were all prodigies who had emerged from various academies, assembled to participate in the deer hunt and to become the new generation of stellar warriors. This trial allowed them to prefix their names with titles, for example, Heavenly Fierce Star Zhongsan or Earthly Hero Star Zhaoxi. Beyond the 108 stars, titles such as Big Dipper and 4 symbols awaited. The resources and status corresponding to these titles varied significantly. All the contenders were eager to prove themselves and secure a favorable ranking. News of Su Zhexian's unexpected appearance spread like wildfire. What? Someone can directly participate in the deer hunt without going through the selection? That is incredibly unfair. On what grounds? I heard he is only taking part in the first test. It won't affect us. Yet, such words felt hollow. Resources were limited, and competition was fierce. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but admire his audacity, considering he was merely a black iron novice. They scrutinized the youthful boy munching on chips and sipping yogurt at the side of the arena, akin to adults observing a child. Mockery, disdain, astonishment, and admiration filled the air. Su Zhexian overheard their murmurs, but remained unfazed. You spent a decade in vain. What can that compare to my family's 3 generations of effort? With a father like mine, what more could I wait for? Besides, if I weren't aware of my own capabilities, would I dare to compete with a throng of platinum ranks? Of course, it's because I have an advantage. Chapter 13, General Wu Bai Qi Dong Dong Dong. The ancient and distant chimes resonated. Several attendants, garbed in various forms of Hanfu, appeared at the martial arts arena. They were both male and female, young and old, yet all exuded the aura of masters. The rules for the first round of the deer hunt were announced by a female attendant stepping onto the central stage. The rules were straightforward. The prodigies present would face off in pairs. Victors would advance, while the defeated would be eliminated. There would be no second chances. Illustrating the intensity of the deer hunt, Su Zhexian bit on his straw, surveying the surroundings. His father truly had faith in him. Engaging directly with platinum ranks was a formidable challenge. He could only do his best. Though pressure loomed, Su Zhexian felt a sense of assurance within himself. He did not come to surpass anyone, but rather to unveil his own potential. To give his all is sufficient. This alone should be enough to convince the upper echelons of Yujing Mountain. However, others do not share Su Zhexian's perspective. Wow, drawing that little black iron brother essentially guarantees a direct advancement. Turns out he is a point-giving darling. I misunderstood earlier. Now, it's a matter of who can get lucky enough to draw him. Remember to be gentle. Indeed, Su Zhexian has become the simplest point-giving question in everyone's eyes. Observing the crowd's reaction, the female steward offered a subtle smile. Moreover, this year's hunt has a special rule. To nurture the younger generation, you may challenge him. And a victory will grant you 100 points for the second round. There is no limit to the number of challengers. The steward pointed in Su Zhexian's direction. Su Zhexian spat out a mouthful of yogurt. He instantaneously grasped what it felt like to be the center of attention. That sensation was akin to a sheep among wolves or a monk from the Daughter Kingdom. Regardless of gender, the gazes of the challengers towards Su Zhexian intensified with fervor. Old dang, I can't stand you. You're setting up the kid. What does the second round's point signify? The second round of the hunt will involve a trial in a secret realm. The unique secret realm of Hunting City is no ordinary place. It produces numerous valuable items. Points can be exchanged for important resources to enhance one's strength. If one possesses points right from the start, they can gain a significant advantage and lay a solid foundation for the second round of trials. Previous editions of the hunt did not offer such treatment. Therefore, Su Zhexian is no longer merely a point-giving darling. In the eyes of over 300 challengers, he has transformed into a super welfare baby. They are utterly enamored with him. As for whether they can surpass Su Zhexian, that consideration has already fallen by the wayside. A dignified platinum level. A standout in their respective academies or dojos, losing to a black iron novice? Unthinkable. In the Lord's Manor of Hunting City, 3 individuals were watching the live broadcast through the water mirror. Besides Su Chonglu, the other 2 were Xia Siming, the Lord of Hunting City, and Lu Zhan, the commander of the Baidu army. Upon hearing the rules, both turned to Su Chonglu simultaneously. Why are you looking at me? I'm not playing favorites. Su Chonglu lazily reclined in his armchair, glaring at them. The 2 exchanged glances, wearing expressions that were a mix of amusement and exasperation. Favoritism? Have you completely lost your sense of kinship? I just want to ask, does your Lily know about this? Are you not afraid of being killed when you return home? You are undoubtedly the #1 in the nation for setting up the kids. I admire you. The 2 could not help but give Su Chonglu a thumbs up. How ruthless, daring to treat your own child this way. If it were a contest of equal levels, they wouldn't say much. But this was clearly a black iron novice facing over 300 platinum challengers. Moreover, these platinum challengers were not ordinary. They were the cream of the crop selected from various academies in the scorching summer. One could only say that Su Chonglu was being excessively heartless. We're colleagues. After all, you could at least speak up for your nephew. It wouldn't be too much to help out a little. There's really no need to be so hard on the child. I feel for Su Zhexian. What are you 2 imagining? Do you think I, Su Chonglu, would indulge in such favoritism? This little matter is no challenge for my youngest. Su Chonglu took a sip of tea, his expression calm, signaling them to continue watching. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, the female steward spoke again. While challenges are permitted, one must not bully the weak. Therefore, challengers must suppress their levels to remain at the black iron tier. The challengers disregarded the steward's words. Suppressing their levels was reasonable, but they also had their dignity. Bullying the weak did not align with their principles, except for enemies. Besides, even as black iron challengers, they believed they could still defeat Su Zhexian. Their cards had been meticulously refined, and their completeness was exceptionally high. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian had only recently awakened, and his cards were newly crafted. This was not a gap that could be bridged merely by suppressing levels. However, Su Zhexian did not share this sentiment. His excitement was almost overwhelming. Since everyone is black iron, what do I have to worry about? It's time to wreak havoc. Old dang, I genuinely love you. Suppressing his excitement, Su Zhexian maintained a composed demeanor. He stepped onto the stage and respectfully addressed the female steward and the talented individuals below. Su Xian is willing to accept any challenge. To conceal his identity, Su Zhexian did not use his true name. His words were neither servile nor arrogant, imbued with courtesy and decorum. Whoosh! Immediately, a graceful figure leaped onto the stage, the first to take the plunge, causing others to sigh in regret for not acting sooner. The girl was a picture of beauty. Her movements fluid and enchanting, as she smiled and scrutinized Su Zhexian. I am Fang Ying, from the North Star Academy. Please guide me, little brother. I'm 18. Not a child anymore. Su Zhexian appraised Fang Ying and made a brief assessment. Quite beautiful. One punch from me might leave her in tears for a long time. Let us get started then. One of my cards, Thorn Moon Deer. Fang Ying exuded a fierce aura as she manifested her card, summoning a majestic stag adorned with thorn-like antlers, gracefully illuminated by moonlight. It was clear that this creature was progressing towards the legendary 9-colored deer. Su Zhexian wasted no time and similarly manifested his card. This time, however, he intended to test the effectiveness of Bai Qi. My card, Wuanjun Bai Qi. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky, and an overwhelming killing intent enveloped the surroundings. Bai Qi, donned in a headdress and dark armor, emerged from the haze. Fang Ying was momentarily stunned. This spirit-type card is so impressive. Not only Fong Ying, but the challengers below were equally astonished. They had never seen a novice daring enough to use a spirit-type card as their core card, not to mention the success rate of card creation. The historical context and life stories of spirits require extensive research. Furthermore, spirit-type cards are the most challenging to cultivate, demanding the greatest resources. With the pressure of impending college entrance exams in their senior year, few would undertake such a thankless endeavor. Yet now, Bai Qi's imposing presence clearly indicated a high level of completion. To dawdle in battle would be a grave mistake. Zhexian smiled. Bai Qi condensed the murderous intent into a long sword of silver white, neither metal nor copper. With a swift motion, the sword was unleashed, its energy slicing through the air. Sword technique of 10,000 nations, using the murderous intent from 100 battles to condense sword energy, inflicting 150 single target damage. The silver sword energy flickered, and the thorn moon deer let out a mournful cry before dissipating. The long sword rested upon Fong Ying's shoulder, and only then did she realize what had transpired. She looked up into Bai Qi's menacing eyes, her heart racing, trembling uncontrollably. I lost. Don't kill me, sob sob sob. Fong Ying's legs buckled, and she crumpled onto the stage. The arena fell silent, save for Fong Ying's sobs. The challengers remained stunned, yet to recover from the impact of that single strike. One could say they were profoundly shaken. Chapter 14. He*s too arrogant. What just happened? The moon deer was eliminated instantly? I didn't even see how that happened. This spirit is incredibly powerful. The challengers in the arena suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, all turning to the enigmatic Bai Qi. Wu and Jun Bai Qi. This figure etched itself into the minds of the talented individuals with an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the three individuals in the Lord's manor sighed in astonishment. I was hasty. Your family has no ordinary members. You're not here to set up the kids. You're here to show off. What else with that shocked expression? Just keep pretending. Faced with their teasing, Su Chonglu wanted to defend himself, but found no words. He was genuinely taken aback. He never anticipated that Su Zhexian possessed a spirit-type card. Furthermore, if Bai Qi is this strong, what about Yingzheng? Su Chonglu couldn't fathom it, or dared not to think about it, as that was the emperor. Back in the martial arts arena, Su Zhexian gestured for Bai Qi to retract his sword energy and gently helped Fong Ying to her feet, saying, I have a small question I would like to ask Senior Fong. Go ahead, Fong Ying replied, her eyes brimming with tears, clearly shaken. What ranking do you think someone of your caliber holds among them? Perhaps around the middle. Fong Ying is considered a prodigious talent within the Northern Star Academy. Although she may not rival the students of the Wanshang Academy in certain aspects, she certainly ranks among the elite within the genius cohort of the Xia Kingdom. Among the 300 exceptional individuals, her strength fluctuates around the 150th position. I see, I understand now. Su Zhexian, lost in thought, began to form a small idea in his mind. However, further probing was necessary to confirm his suspicions. He then turned to the female steward and said, I have an unconventional request. I wish to challenge 10 individuals simultaneously. Su Zhexian's tone was exceedingly polite, yet the implication of his words was quite audacious. The challengers stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend his boldness. Did he realize the gravity of his statement? Had Fong Ying's overconfidence emboldened him? Such arrogance was quite remarkable. However, it could expedite the accumulation of points for them. The challengers smiled knowingly as they gazed at Su Zhexian on the arena. Having learned from Fong Ying's earlier encounter, they would not underestimate him again. Given their own prowess, they felt assured of victory, and thus they paid little heed to the presumptuousness of this point-giving baby. Moreover, they would need to temper their strength to avoid overwhelming him, fearing he might not withstand the pressure. The female steward furrowed her brow slightly. This request exceeded the regulations set forth by Su Zhongluo. She promptly contacted him to seek his approval. The response she received was a simple affirmation. Su Zhongluo was intrigued by Su Zhexian's confidence and wished to witness his true ability. Thus, under the new rules, 10 challengers simultaneously ascended the stage. In an instant, each summoned their respective cards: the purple-eyed ape, the jade-horned python, the blazing flower, the ink-black crow, and the blade-edge willow encircled Bai Qi, exuding an overwhelming aura. In response, Bai Qi merely curled his lips into a frigid smile. As his sword was drawn, a chilling light emerged, extinguishing all life. Beneath the onslaught of 10 sword energies, the summoned beasts and extraordinary flowers were obliterated, swiftly returning to their respective cards as if they had never existed. The challengers wore expressions of profound embarrassment, having barely grasped the situation before facing elimination. They had assumed that by taking the challenge seriously and avoiding underestimation, victory was assured. It now appeared that they had been overly complacent and naive. Even at the Black Iron rank, the gap between them and Zhexian was akin to a chasm. Zhexian, still amiably, inquired of the challengers, "May I ask where you rank among the challengers?" The 10 responded with their respective rankings. One senior from the Qingmu Academy even placed within the top 50. With this knowledge, Zhexian felt reassured. Expressing his gratitude for their responses, Zhexian descended the stage with Bai Qi and entered the training ground. Allow me to reintroduce. The Martial General is initially a purple 10-star card. It is considered relatively strong at the Black Iron rank. Furthermore, this is not my full strength. Therefore, pardon my audacity, but I invite all seniors to join in. A profound silence enveloped the arena, including the 3 individuals within the City Lord's office. The purple 10-star spirit as a core card created a rather fantastical opening. Lu Zhan observed the spirited Zhexian, contrasting him with his own inept son. He resolved to return home and give that ungrateful boy a good thrashing. Such bravery was commendable, yet the prospect of total victory seemed implausible. However, given an additional year to enhance his core card, he would undoubtedly sweep through all challengers. The City Lord's evaluation affirmed Zhexian's potential. Yet Su Zhonglo shook his head, looking at the two and stating, "This is not his core card." This statement landed like a bombshell in the hearts of the two. Previously, they had been sipping tea nonchalantly, but now they stood up abruptly, gazing incredulously at Su Zhonglo. Their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. Is this true? However, seeing Su Zhonglo's solemn demeanor made it clear that he was not jesting. This implied that their youngest had a hidden card up his sleeve. What could be stronger than Bai Qi? One was a guardian of the Zhulu city, and the other commanded the Beta Legion. Both were seasoned and powerful card masters, having faced countless challenges. Yet now, they found themselves unable to remain seated. Their curiosity piqued. They yearned to rush to the training ground to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the training ground grew tense. The challengers were somewhat irked. One against all? Over 300 individuals? Did this not imply that everyone present was worthless? Even the strongest among them would hesitate to challenge all at once. Even with a purple 10-star card, such arrogance was intolerable. This future junior must be imparted a profound lesson. One must not take pride in strength and disregard others. Not to mention the demons in the secret realms. Encountering foreign races on the spiritual battlefield would demand no mercy. To put it bluntly, card masters from other nations are not to be trifled with. Su, the junior, is a prodigy and must become the backbone of the Xia kingdom in the future. Thus, the seniors were looking out for his best interests. They aimed to teach him that steady development is the true path to success. Brilliant lights shimmered, and the thunderous roars of beasts echoed in all directions as the magical flowers flourished in the wind. The challengers suppressed their levels to the Black Iron rank and simultaneously retreated, surrounding Zhexian and Bai Qi with their summoned beings. Under the oppressive aura, they felt like small boats on the verge of capsizing amidst monstrous waves. Such pressure would have caused anyone else to falter. Zhexian took a deep breath, his palm glowing brilliantly. He summoned Zheng, the first emperor. The overwhelming imperial aura spread forth, instantly dissipating the presence of the 300 summoned beings. The challengers stood agape, captivated by the majestic emperor before them, feeling as though their resolve was crumbling. How could he possess such an awe-inspiring card? Has the era shifted? When did high school newcomers become this formidable? His display rendered us seem utterly incapable. Regardless of the feelings of the seniors, Zhexian raised a finger and commanded, "Annihilate." With both Zheng and Bai Qi present, their bond activated, rendering them invincible and tripling their attack power. Thus, the sword technique that unified all nations erupted in blinding brilliance. The realm was unified, and dragons soared through the heavens. 3-headed, 5-clawed golden dragons swirled around in a vortex of silver-white sword energy, soaring through the clouds. With an overwhelming force, they dove into the throng of summoned beings. In an instant, the world fell silent, as if all had been obliterated. Chapter 15. I have been honest, please spare me. Take note. This young man is named Lu Chun, hailing from the Northern Star Academy. Just moments ago, his purple 7-star card, the 3-eyed fire ape, was torn to shreds by a dragon. He gazed incredulously at the purple card in his hand, now trapped in a cooldown after the battle. The card that had once appeared fierce and menacing now displayed a look of sheer terror, curled up within its mountain cave, as if it had encountered something dreadful. Indeed, the higher the card's rank, the more sentient it becomes. They too exhibit emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, fear, and astonishment. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the figure in the training ground. He was weeping. You have brought about my demise. Lu Chen's father is the commander of the Beta Legion. the esteemed military leader Lu Zhan. He leads 7 great legions in the spiritual battlefield. Commanding respect as the war god of the Xia kingdom, Lu Chun has always viewed Lu Zhan as a role model. At a young age, he had become the top student in the 4th year at the Northern Star Academy, possessing multiple powerful card sets, allowing him to stride confidently through the academy. He was the envy of many, often regarded as the exemplary child of others. Lu Chun believed himself to be on par with the prodigies of the Wanshang Academy and envisioned a future where he would become a legendary warrior like his father, dominating the spiritual battlefield, making the Wanshang Academy rue the day they did not accept him. Yet, Lu Zhan regarded him with disdain, dismissing him as inept, unwise, and a frog in a well. Until today, Lu Chun had thought his father was merely employing a strategy to spur him onward. However, it is only now that he realizes it was merely his own delusion. I am truly incompetent. Tears streamed down his cheeks as Lu Chun experienced, for the first time, what it meant to be the lesser child compared to others. He had already contemplated where Lu Zhan would bury him later. Yesterday, Lu Zhan had informed him of his visit to the hunting city to observe the battle, mentioning that the youngest son of the Su family had applied to participate in the first phase of the hunting war. Lu Chun found it amusing, thinking it ridiculous for a high school student to join in the fray. He was familiar with the Su family's 4 prodigies, all of whom were extraordinarily formidable. Yet, none would dare to meddle in the hunting war as novices. It was sheer arrogance, not fearing the potential collapse of their will, nor the tears of despair that would follow. But now he knows, it is he who has been brought to tears. What a significant embarrassment. His father must have witnessed his tear-streaked face. Why does the Su family continuously produce such monstrosities? I would rather endure a beating from Su Lingxiao than be struck down by a high school student. I have been honest. I seek mercy. Lu Chun collapsed in despair, his body drained of strength. In truth, he was not alone in his breakdown. The 300 or so challengers, upon witnessing the golden dragon tear apart their summoned creatures, experienced a collective collapse, lost and despondent. Is this truly a high school student? Surely, they are not a hidden powerhouse in disguise. How could I, a prodigy of the Qingmu Academy, be unable to withstand even a mere finger from them? It must be the limitations of the black iron rank that confine my power. I thought I was a privileged child, yet I was mistaken. I am merely a mere pawn. Only the Wanshang Academy would be worthy of admitting me. The challengers sat hunched, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, embodying a profound sense of hopelessness. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, 3 individuals sat with complex expressions. Observing the chaos in the hall, it seemed a brawl had just ensued. Su Chonlu, sporting panda eyes, grinned foolishly. Xia Siming and Lu Zhan, panting heavily, glared at Su Chonlu. This is excessive. You have once again outshone us. Striking you would be a mercy. The wounds within our hearts are far deeper. Indeed, Su Chonlu's panda eyes were the result of their actions. But those were merely superficial injuries. The real discomfort lay with Lu Zhan and Xia Siming. Lu Zhan had witnessed his own son brought to tears. The face of a military leader was utterly lost. From now on, he would feel diminished in Su Chonlu's presence. Xia Siming's rationale was equally valid. The Su family, from the eldest to the youngest, were all prodigies. Each time he witnessed their glorious moments, he was summoned by Su Chonlu. With age, his heart could hardly endure such intense stimuli. How could my Xia country produce so many brilliant prodigies? How could one not be excited? How could one not be stirred? Xia Siming had withdrawn from the battlefield due to injury. Emotional upheaval could easily trigger the resurgence of old wounds, which could be fatal. Curse it. I see you, lad, coveting my position as the city lord of Hunting City. Tell me, which heroic spirit is the core card of Su Zhexian? The 2, in a frenzy, approached the grinning Su Chonlu. Su Chonlu rubbed his eyes, and the panda eyes vanished in an instant. Our great Xia's first emperor in history. The first emperor of the Qin dynasty, Zheng. Just 2 simple sentences. Yet they detonated within Lu Zhan and Xia Siming's hearts like 10 nuclear bombs. Those frequently bombarded by nuclear blasts know it is a feeling beyond description. Dazed, their senses faded. Their very souls seemed to ascend. You, what did you say? Emperor. I did not mishear. As they regained their senses, they trembled, struggling to articulate their words. Su Chonlu met their tear-filled eyes and nodded emphatically. The Qin, the first emperor. Ah, our great Xia shall rise. We too have an emperor card now. Sob, sob, sob. Xia Siming and Lu Zhan laughed and cried, jumping with joy. Only Su Chonlu understood their frenzy. A millennium ago, when demons invaded, secret realms descended. Nations crafted various cards to fend off the demons. As the card system matured, all countries discovered that cards reflecting historical accuracy grew more potent. Thus, throughout the annals of history, who epitomized the strongest force of a particular era. Undoubtedly, it was the sovereign of the empire, the monarch of the dynasty. Consequently, nations scoured historical records related to emperors, pouring all their resources into attempts to create emperor cards. The first to succeed was the Sunset Nation. They crafted the heroic spirit card, Richard the Lionheart. With continuous enhancements, the Sunset Nation's power surged. The spirit battlefield of the Sunset Nation was blessed by the aura of kings. Every card master on that battlefield received combat enhancements. Protective barriers emerged along the borders of the Sunset Nation, significantly reducing casualties among their card masters and making them increasingly formidable. This influence even extended beyond the spirit realm. Subsequently, the Golden Tower Nation, Curry Nation, Fran Nation, and North Bear Nation all produced their own monarch cards. Even the Little Stick Nation and Plaster Nation claimed their own kings. The Metaverse Nation, employing unique methods, amalgamated the characteristics of various kings to forge a mysterious ruler. Yet, uniquely, the Xia Nation had been without a king for an entire millennium. The reason for this was the Xia Nation's historical depth, vast and elusive. During the demonic invasion, their historical records suffered the most severe pollution and loss. Moreover, the emperors of the Xia Nation were incomparable to those of other nations. They were emperors of a unified nation, revered by all, inherently more powerful and noble than mere kings. How could the light of a firefly contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Yet this also rendered the creation of their own emperor exceedingly arduous for the Xia Nation. Other nations could suppress national fortune with their kings. The Xia Nation's fortunes could only be upheld by an emperor. There were ancestors who attempted to forcibly create emperor cards through fragmented information, only to be met with backlash, suffering grievous injuries and passing away in despair. The same two questions persisted: ignorance of their deeds and the absence of imperial aura. Thus, for millennia, the Xia Nation's card masters endured trials far exceeding those of their counterparts in other nations. In other countries, a master-level card master could stand against a master-level demon. Yet in the Xia Nation, 5 masters were often required, sometimes even more. One can only imagine how many Xia Nation card masters sacrificed their lives on the spirit battlefield each year. Consequently, the Xia Nation became impoverished and weak, facing discrimination and humiliation from other nations. Now, everything is set to change. The first emperor in the history of Great Xia has emerged. From this moment forward, the sons of Xia can stand tall and proud at the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 16. I have won my life. Who would have thought that not only would my son be brought to tears, but I too would weep? Yet, I welcome this, yearning for a cathartic release of tears. Lu Zhan, with tears streaming down his face, laughed and cried simultaneously. Su Chonlu and Xia Siming also had tears in their eyes. The higher-ups of the Xia Nation understood the brutal reality of the spirit battlefield. They had survived amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sacrifices of Xia Nation's card masters were vividly etched in their minds. How could they not feel heartbroken? They too had families, loved ones, and dreams. Yet they dedicated everything to the Xia Nation. When Lu Zhan was a newcomer, he once asked his squad leader upon entering the spirit battlefield, "Is this truly worth it?" The squad leader patted his head, flashing a bright smile. "Silly boy, it's not about value. As long as we can ensure peace and security for our nation, who cares about worth? All I know is that I have won this life." Later, the squad leader was transferred to a special unit of the Taiwan Legion. It was said he became the leader of the unit, undefeated in battle. Subsequently, it was rumored he led the unit on a secret mission and never returned. In later years, the squad leader's twin children also ventured onto the spirit battlefield. They too did not return. From this day forth, my sons of Great Xia shall sweep away the demons. Lu Zhan looked earnestly at Su Chonlu. Su Chonlu nodded. "Rest assured, brother. I have already reported to the elders. As long as my son can cultivate the first emperor in the realm of the Xia Kingdom, I am confident that we shall stand proudly at the pinnacle of the world, even capable of launching a counteroffensive against the demonic realms of the higher latitudes." "Oh, it seems I must extend my years." Xia Siming beamed with radiant joy. "However, we must first address the matter at hand." Lu Zhan pointed towards the shimmering water mirror, where a group of trial participants, their resolve shattered, floundered helplessly, alongside the utterly flustered Su Zhexian, who was desperately trying to assist others. The trio exchanged bemused glances. Ultimately, Xia Siming issued a command to postpone the hunt for a week. This would allow the trial participants to regain their confidence and wait for their card cooldowns to reset. Once a card is defeated, it requires a week of recuperation before it can be summoned again. Naturally, there are alternative methods to expedite this process, but I shall refrain from elaborating at this moment. Su Zhexian was then escorted by Su Chonglu to the library pavilion atop Yujing Mountain. This magnificent tower, soaring high with 9 stories, appeared at first glance to be like any ordinary tower, yet it bore an overwhelming weight of history that left Su Zhexian breathless. Enter. Su Chonglu gestured, shielding Su Zhexian from the oppressive aura. The father and son pushed the door open, revealing an elderly sage seated upon a mat. Upon hearing their footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance emanating from them, unmistakably a figure of great renown and formidable strength. Master, I have arrived, Su Chonglu exclaimed eagerly, settling beside the elder. Greetings, esteemed elder, Su Zhexian promptly bowed in respect. The elder chuckled warmly and waved his hand. I am named Zhuasi. You may call me Brother Zhua. Wait a moment, are we not distantly related? If I am your master, and you call me that, then your son would be addressing me as your grandmaster? Su Zhexian was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected twist. I shall engage with Brother Zhexian as an equal. You need not concern yourself, just go on and play. Zhua, the elder, dismissed Su Chonglu's protest with a swift kick and turned to Su Zhexian, pointing at the nearby artifacts, introducing, this library differs from others in the cities. It does not house mere books, but rather the cultural relics of the Xia kingdom. When the cards materialized, some artifacts, having been dormant for millennia, awakened with sentience. This sentience allows them to emanate the rich historical essence and knowledge they possess. Among these, the most vital is the cardmaster skill. Thus, the skill books that card masters study in various cities are derived from the sentience of these relics. Of course, most skills are universal and fundamental. After learning the foundational skills, card masters can freely expand upon them, ultimately forming skills that align with their unique abilities. Other nations follow a similar path, acquiring card master skills through sentient artifacts, yet they lack the profound heritage of the Xia kingdom, often resulting in mediocre skills. Therefore, other nations have long coveted the Xia kingdom's rich heritage. 9 centuries ago, as other nations' kings suppressed their fortunes, their power surged. These nations, in their quest for superior card master skills, devised schemes to seize the Xia kingdom's heritage. They secretly dispatched card masters into the Great Xia to pilfer treasures. Unbeknownst to Xia, its vigilance waned, and in its weakened state, countless treasures were stolen. Ultimately, at great cost, the card masters of Xia managed to eradicate these thieves. However, due to the constraints imposed by the demonic entities on the battlefield of the spirit realm, Xia was powerless to exact revenge, merely harboring the grievances in their hearts, passing them down through generations, waiting for the day when strength and opportunity would allow for retribution. Thus, the 4 great patrol armies were established, ostensibly to prevent the demons emerging from spatial rifts from causing chaos, but in truth, to guard against other nations with insidious intentions seeking to plunder the Xia kingdom's artifacts. Sometimes, one's own kind can be more terrifying than the demons themselves. I shall remember this. Su Zhexian recalled the Xia kingdom of his previous life, with new and old grievances igniting his fury. I will ensure they repay every bit, with interest. When a sovereign is enraged, the corpses shall number in the hundreds of thousands. Rivers shall run red with blood. Blood feuds must be avenged with blood. Indeed, my Xia kingdom is already on the rise, is it not? Zhuasi had observed Su Zhexian's performance in the martial arena, understanding far more than the average person. The first emperor Ing Zheng and the god of war Bai Qi were not figures to be trifled with. The rulers of other nations? Mere chickens and dogs. After calming himself, Su Zhexian realized that only by growing stronger would he be worthy of vengeance. At this moment, grasping the cardmaster skills was paramount. Returning to the subject of cardmaster skills, those who achieved the highest evaluations in various cities could personally experience the sentient artifacts in the Yujing Mountain Library. But only on the first floor. The higher levels were not inaccessible, but rather, the artifacts would be too overwhelming to withstand. Since the artifacts possessed sentience, they also had their own temperaments. A lack of strength could easily harm the cardmaster's spiritual essence, resulting in adverse effects. With your aptitude, you would not suffer any harm at the top level. However, the uppermost tier is a unique small secret realm, where the type of artifacts one encounters depends entirely on chance. Su Zhexian pondered for a moment before inquiring, but what if I do not encounter any artifacts? Naturally, one cannot force it, but below the 9th floor, you may choose any artifact you desire. Su Zhexian felt a sense of relief. Having a safety net allowed him to feel secure. There was no escaping the fact that he had been unfortunate in his previous life. Thus, he needed to clarify everything. Understood, then I shall ascend. Su Zhexian, filled with anticipation, prepared to rush to the 2nd level. Wait, little brother, you are going the wrong way. Huh. Isn't the top level up these stairs? Not at all. Who said the 9th floor had to be at the highest point? Where is it, then? The teleportation array for the 9th floor is right beneath my seat. Otherwise, why would I be sitting here? Su Zhixian watched as Zui Si rose from the mat, brushed off his bottom, and manifested a card. The card was bronze in hue, depicting a key resembling a sword. The sword pierced the teleportation array beneath the mat, accompanied by a cryptic incantation, thus truly activating the entrance. Su Zhixian stepped into the array and vanished from the first level. Chapter 17. The money is sufficient, but life is lacking. Yujing Mountain, Library Pavilion, 9th floor. Upon entering this place, Su Zhixian felt as though he had been thrust into a chaotic void, suspended in a weightless state. Is the 9th floor truly this mystical? Even if intruders were to enter, they would be unable to locate the artifacts. It was a clever strategy, but how would I access those artifacts? Suddenly, a beam of light approached from a distance. The dark void was gradually illuminated. It was then that Su Zhixian discerned it was a flowing galaxy, akin to white silk, vast, resplendent, and dreamlike. Within it twinkled countless stars, and upon closer inspection, he recognized them as artifacts emanating a mystical light. Paintings, ceramics, engraved bricks, oracle bones, gold, stone, and jade artifacts, among others. This flowing galaxy spiraled around Su Zhixian like a celestial dragon, yet it kept its distance. As he stepped closer, it receded further. The sentient artifacts seemed to shy away from him, caught between admiration and fear, hesitant yet respectful. Could it be that I am still cursed by misfortune? Su Zhixian frowned. This was not a favorable sign. Having been unfortunate before crossing over, it seemed he was still cursed. Is this all for naught then? Suddenly, chaos erupted among the artifacts within the galaxy, akin to children in lines suddenly disrupted. A minuscule light orb strained against the throng of artifacts, and even Su Zhixian could sense the tenacity within its diminutive form. Under his gaze, the orb finally broke free from its constraints and joyously darted toward him. Oh, it appears someone has chosen me, Su Zhixian exclaimed with delight. The light orb hovered before him and gently settled in his palm. It was a palm-sized fragment of bronze inscribed with mysterious ancient patterns. Although it was broken, the essence of time emanated from it vividly. Upon closer examination, he could make out a blurred inscription, Ding? Su Zhixian did not recognize this character, yet he grasped its significance. Shortly thereafter, fragmented text materialized within his spiritual essence, the 9 dings and the ceiling of the divine. Each time a sovereign gathers, they can forge a divine cauldron. When the 9 cauldrons convene, they can harness the essence of the 9 provinces to assist the sovereign in attaining divinity. A sovereign endowed with divinity can transform their empire into a celestial kingdom. Upon grasping the meaning of the text, Su Zhixian gasped in astonishment. This was undeniably too extraordinary. While other nations remained ensnared in the world of high martial arts cards, our ancestors in Xia had aspired to ascend as a nation. Truly admirable. To the point of reverence. This was evidently a fragment of the 9 provinces cauldron, recording merely a portion of the remnants of the cauldron's divine ceiling. If one could find a complete 9 provinces cauldron, the rest would be manageable. The cauldrons possess a connection with one another. Even this small fragment of bronze could aid Su Zhixian in locating the 9 provinces cauldron, albeit with a sensing range not as extensive or precise as that of a complete cauldron. Only by discovering other records could one ascertain how to forge the cauldron of fortune. Ultimately, it marked a promising beginning. Only those endowed with the fortune of a sovereign could attract such a fragment. Su Zhixian gazed at the tattoo on his left palm, which had transformed into a small cauldron, feeling quite satisfied. The 9 cauldrons, a symbol of supreme royal authority that predates the imperial seal. The records inscribed upon it undoubtedly contained extraordinary revelations. Although he had not acquired the cardmaster skill, what he possessed was far more precious and meaningful. With the system at his disposal, Su Zhixian felt no lack in comparison to the cardmaster skill. The opponents he needed to crush would still be vanquished. Thus, Su Zhixian turned to depart. However, the small cauldron tattoo suddenly radiated a brilliant light, piercing the galaxy. A burst of golden flames leaped forth from the galaxy, illuminating Su Zhixian like a blazing sun. Upon closer inspection, it was a circular disc with 2 layers of patterns. The inner layer featured 12 evenly spaced, rotating, serrated rays of light, while the outer layer was composed of 4 identical birds flying counterclockwise. The golden ornament of the sun god from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Did you summon this? Su Zhixian gazed incredulously at the small cauldron in his palm. The cauldron flickered with light, exuding an air of pride, as if to say, "This is my buddy, feel free to comprehend." Su Zhixian closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the radiant divine light. He lost track of time as the golden glow enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, he found his gaze ablaze with brilliant divine fire, even his hair shimmering with a dark golden hue. Cardmaster skill, 10 suns across the sky. 10 suns across the sky, upgradable, utilizing spiritual energy to manifest 10 great suns. The true fire of the sun can incinerate all. Zhexian stared at the skill description, utterly bewildered. It was undeniably powerful, clearly a mass destruction skill. Yet, what was spiritual energy? He had none. This wasn't a world of cultivation. Had he wandered into the wrong scene? Attempting to activate 10 suns across the sky with mental energy yielded no response. Could it be that? Zhexian gritted his teeth, attempting to activate the life-costing feature. In an instant, 10 suns appeared in the void, illuminating the entire 9-tiered secret realm. Stop, stop, stop! Zhexian interrupted the skill, checking his lifespan. Current lifespan, 7 years. Merely manifesting 10 suns consumed 10 years of lifespan. If he unleashed the true fire of the sun, would it not drain him completely? Zhexian couldn't help but wipe the virtual sweat from his brow. The golden ornament of the sun god was indeed formidable. This was a nuclear-level ultimate move. Moreover, the skill was upgradable, which might result in even greater consumption of lifespan. Although the upgraded skill's effects would undoubtedly be exceptional, it appeared he would need to gather more lifespan upon returning, as he was running low. Who could understand? In this life, he had enough money, but not enough life. Zhexian helplessly shrugged. After Zhexian comprehended the skill, the golden ornament of the sun god returned to the galaxy. It only emerged at the cauldron's summoning. It would not appear for an ordinary individual. Furthermore, the skill Zhexian grasped was unique. As for the next person to come, it was uncertain if they could even attract the golden ornament of the sun god. The skill they might comprehend could only be the true fire of the sun. Manifesting 10 suns would be out of the question. After realizing the Cardmaster skill, Zhexian successfully advanced to the bronze rank. Simultaneously, the conditions for Yingzhang's advancement were met. He would soon ascend to the ancestral dragon Yingzhang, needing to return and re-add materials for construction. As for Bai Qi and the elite soldiers of the Qin, additional conditions were still required. Nevertheless, everything was progressing favorably. The upcoming college entrance examination was nearly guaranteed. Upon returning to the first floor of the library, Su Zhongluo and Zhusi had prepared a lavish feast waiting for him. Son, you've worked hard. Come enjoy a good meal. I've been craving this hot pot for ages. Brother, have a piece of beef. The two dined merrily. Aren't you going to ask what skill I comprehended? What is there to ask? Your matters are yours to decide. We have no say over those possessing sovereign cards. All right then, let us eat. Food is the greatest concern in the world. Zhexian relished the meal. However, over 300 people sat in silence, either curled up in corners or covering their heads with blankets. They pondered in confusion. Is the gap between people truly this vast? It was overwhelming, leading to despair. Chapter 18. Being ridiculed? Yun City, 7th Middle School, Auditorium. Inside the auditorium, outstanding students from the Cardmaster Academy delivered passionate speeches. The aim of this address was to inspire the students of ordinary schools to rekindle their fighting spirit. Although they could not become Cardmasters, they could strive to excel in other fields. Yet, it was evidently ineffective. Below the stage, the students of the 7th Middle School remained dejected. They gazed at the spirited youths on stage with eyes filled with longing, envy, jealousy, and even resentment. You already have a splendid life. Why flaunt it? Who wouldn't want to become a Cardmaster? Yet, I am powerless. Let us live our ordinary lives. It truly feels meaningless. Such were the prevailing thoughts among the students of the 7th Middle School. They had once dreamed, yet found themselves unable to awaken, ultimately succumbing to despair. Some had awakened and tasted the power of cards. Losing was more terrifying than never having it, for it involved a process called once. Regardless of the outcome, the pain within remained unseen by others. Sigh. Jiang Wenjiu surveyed her classmates, letting out a soft sigh. She understood their feelings. She too had been a little waste. A transparent figure. Only by chance had she regained what she lost, preventing herself from falling into the same abyss. Speaking of which, there was someone who shared a similar experience. I wonder if he succeeded? Jiang Wenjiu recalled the foolish silhouette in the rain, unable to suppress a smile. Of course, he succeeded. Zhexian had unknowingly taken a seat beside Jiang Wenjiu. Ah, how did you arrive so quickly? Jiang Wenjiu exclaimed in delight as she looked at the handsome Zhexian. Her surprise drew the attention of those around her, prompting her to quickly lower her adorable head. Repeatedly apologizing, in a hushed tone, Jiang Wenjiu asked, I mean, it's only been 2 days, and you've advanced? Yeah, it's already quite slow, Zhexian replied softly. Receiving a positive answer, Jiang Wenjiu beamed, raising her small fist in admiration. Typically, advancement tests require 3 days' time. Following that, learning and comprehending card master skills could take anywhere from 3 to 4 days, or even a week. She had never seen anyone advance as swiftly as Zhexian. Here, this is a reward for you. You've worked hard. Jiang Wenjiu handed over a bag of crab-flavored broad beans to Zhexian. Zhexian rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 bottles of Wangzai milk. They exchanged knowing glances and began to indulge in snacks while chatting. As for the passionate speeches on stage, they were of no concern to them. However, the two of them were engrossed in their quiet conversation. Meanwhile, someone on the podium was nearly driven to fury. Just moments ago, Yang Xia had spotted Zhexian sneaking in through the back door. This person didn't even spare her a glance, heading straight to sit beside that girl and sharing snacks. Their laughter and chatter made Yang Xia exceedingly uncomfortable. How infuriating. What is the matter? Li Xiongfei, the top student of the 3rd year at Kashizong High School, happened to be seated beside Yang Xia. Following her gaze, he spotted Zhexian. So it's him. Has he provoked you? Li Xiongfei's tone was remarkably nonchalant, imbued with an air of superiority. His prowess had earned him the esteemed position of the first in his school, eclipsing even Su Chun. Naturally, he looked down upon an ordinary student like Zhexian, who had been forcibly transferred. Their presence at the 7th high school was merely a formality, who would willingly engage in idle chatter with a group of inept individuals. If one were to seek benefits, it could be said that witnessing the dejected expressions of the 7th high students bolstered one's own confidence. The sense of superiority could indeed enhance self-assurance. No, I have long since severed ties with him, Yang Xia retorted, though her face betrayed her irritation. Li Xiongfei, just wait. I'll help you vent your frustrations. After all, your cousin entrusted me with your care. I cannot allow you to suffer indignities in my presence. Li Xiongfei rose. As it was his turn to speak, the grand finale was upon them. Now please welcome the esteemed student from Kashizong High School, Li Xiongfei. Despite his youth, he possessed the formidable strength of a silver tier 9-star. Even more enviable was the fact that his core card began at a blue 10-star. He had also garnered numerous accolades. The host enthusiastically recounted Li Xiongfei's achievements. In summary, he was the most powerful of the younger generation in Yun City. In contrast, Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu didn't even lift their heads. A blue 10-star? Is that truly impressive? It pales in comparison to the fragrance of the fava beans in my mouth. Li Xiongfei surveyed the audience, noticing their lack of response. A flicker of anger crossed his face, but he quickly concealed it. It is a privilege to be here at 7th High to share my experiences with you all. To be honest, I felt quite apprehensive, having prepared a lengthy speech. However, it seems unnecessary now. Li Xiongfei slowly tore apart the speech he held. This is because I see that not all of the 7th High students are dispirited. He pointed towards Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed upon them. The teachers of 7th High glared at the two munching snacks, their expressions darkening. Yet, the students admired their audacity. How impressive. I can sense the confidence and joy radiating from them. I believe that everyone can ignite their fighting spirit just like them. By learning from them, we can surely rekindle our determination and hope. After Li Xiongfei finished speaking, he applauded. The outstanding students from Kashizong High, seated behind him, smiled and rose to join in the applause. Li Xiongfei's sarcasm was as potent as ever. To dare to ignore our speech deserves a lesson. Truly, Brother Xiongfei knows how to handle such individuals effortlessly. Yang Xia felt a wave of relief, her smile radiant. Among the outstanding students, only Su Chun refrained from speaking. He was uncertain who was stronger between Li Xiongfei and Zhexian, but he was acutely aware that he could not provoke Zhexian. The faculty and students of 7th High were momentarily at a loss. Applauding felt inappropriate, yet remaining silent was equally so. Thus, they chose to remain quiet. As for the two individuals in question, Zhexian continued to eat, merely giving a thumbs up to Li Xiongfei. Jiang Wenjiu, on the other hand, buried her head, using the packaging to shield her face. How could sneaking a snack lead to such social embarrassment? Next time, I must wear a mask while eating. Thus, an uplifting speech concluded in this peculiar atmosphere. After dispersing, the teachers of 7th High did not confront the two, compared to the despondent and withdrawn students. Having these two lively and confident individuals seemed rather advantageous. After all, Kashizong High did not hold ordinary schools in high regard. Why create trouble for their students? That would be rather petty. Moreover, they could at least bring some vitality to 7th High. Even if just a little, it might lead to a different kind of change. Zhexian had no intention of resorting to violence over trivial disputes. He had long since evolved past such childish rivalries. Having experienced the trials of the deer hunting expedition, he possessed greater wisdom. His gaze was fixed on those lurking dangers in the Summer Kingdom. As for Li Xiongfei, he would merely wait for the college entrance examination to offer him a minor lesson, a beating so profound he would scarcely recognize himself. Are we truly going to venture out to train? Zhang Wenjiu asked as they walked along the shady path of the campus. Our levels are somewhat low. We must make haste. Otherwise, by the time the college entrance examination arrives, our levels will become a disadvantage. Zhang Wenjiu nodded. Very well. I will inform Uncle Wang and wait for my return. Su Zhexian still had something to say. He aimed to elevate Emperor Qin to the status of Ancestor Dragon and forge other related cards. The remaining 7 years of lifespan he possessed were woefully insufficient. The efficiency of leveling up in the novice secret realm of Yun City was far too slow. If he wished to gather enough lifespan in the short term, he had no choice but to face the wild demons. Chapter 19. The fiery wasteland beyond Yun City lie 2 major demon territories, the Black Cloud Canyon, inhabited by Iron-tier demons, and the fiery wasteland, primarily occupied by Bronze-tier demons. These wild demons have emerged from spatial rifts. Due to their vast numbers and the extreme complexity of the spatial fractures, they cannot be eradicated. They can only be contained within certain areas by means of barriers. Countless such places exist around the world, remnants of the initial demon invasion. However, they have inadvertently become training grounds for card masters. Of course, within the demon territories, one is responsible for their own life and death. Unless someone is willing to protect you, the efficacy of training would significantly diminish. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Su Zhexian's target was the Bronze-tier fiery wasteland. The demons here appeared to belong to a high-dimensional fire-based race. Their forms were exceedingly abstract, creatures with octopus-like heads featuring human faces and sharp teeth, and wolf-dog bodies entwined with bizarre fiery tendrils. Their assaults were fierce and merciless, endowed with peculiar control skills. Their names were unknown, and thus they were simply referred to as fire demons. Are you ready? Very well. We shall commence from the outskirts of the wasteland. Su Zhexian and Zhang Wenjiu had made ample preparations. Before departing from Deer City, Zhuixi had informed Su Zhexian that although he represented hope and the future for the entire Summer Kingdom, they would not send anyone to protect him or follow his orders. All growth must rely on himself. The future of the Summer Kingdom must be resilient and unwavering, embodying the spirit of an emperor who could suppress the ages, rather than that of a whimpering infant. Hence, the moment Su Zhexian entered the wasteland, he summoned Zheng and Bai Qi. Exercise utmost caution and act prudently. It has only been a few days, and you have acquired another heroic card, Zhang Wenjiu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at the menacing Bai Qi. It was evident that he was a formidable spirit. The Marshal General Bai Qi. With him and Brother Zheng by our side, we should be able to navigate the outskirts of the wasteland without issue. I feel as though I am destined to win effortlessly. I shall summon a Bao to serve drinks for the 2 esteemed guests. Zhang Wenjiu called forth the Panda Dukong. A Bao, upon seeing another formidable ally, was entranced. Without needing Zhang Wenjiu's prompting, he eagerly approached with a wine gourd in hand. Great one, please take care of a Bao. Zheng and Bai Qi also found the flavor of Dukong wine delightful. Before long, they encountered fire demons bursting forth from the ground. They were indeed ugly, yet undeniably powerful. The 2 fire demons emitted horrific shrieks, their tendrils thrashing wildly as they charged at high speed. One of them collided with the stout Bao, causing him to stagger and leaving several claw marks. Bai Qi unleashed a sword technique, and in an instant, the fire demons were reduced to mere fragments. Hint: lifespan increased by 30 days. Upon seeing the notification, Su Zhexian's eyes sparkled with excitement. These 2 fire demons, merely of the bronze rank 2 stars, could actually grant an additional 30 days of lifespan. Although the wilderness was fraught with peril, the rewards were equally substantial. The flames of the desolate land were teeming with these fire demons. It felt like a stroke of luck akin to King Qin's fortunate encounter with electric wires, culminating in a significant boost to his experience points. Let's explore the outer region today, he declared. A Bao will bring up the rear, while Zheng Ge and Bai Qi will lead the charge. Thus commenced a period of rampant slaughter. However, the sheer dispersion of the fire demons began to hinder their efficiency. Unlike in secret realms or games, these demons lacked fixed respawn points. While dispatching them was straightforward, locating them proved to be a more daunting task. Ultimately, Zhang Wenjiu devised a plan. With her ability Step-by-Step Lotus, she possessed remarkable speed and agility, allowing her to lure nearby fire demons towards them, which Zheng Ge and Bai Qi would then eliminate. This strategy undeniably doubled their efficiency. Su Zhexian ascended from a bronze rank 0 star to a bronze rank 2 star, 22. In terms of lifespan, the gains were monumental. initially dwindling to under 7 years. It surged to an impressive 207 years, eliciting a broad grin from Zhexian. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As cards progressed in rank, the required lifespan escalated. He needed to ensure he amassed a sufficient reserve of lifespan to avoid the precarious situation he faced during his first card drawing. It would be a disservice to Zhenggu otherwise. It appeared they had cleared out the fire demons from the outer region. Panting yet in high spirits, Jiang Wenjiu felt a sense of accomplishment, having contributed, albeit modestly. However, with the fire demons dwindling, they became increasingly challenging to find. If the demons could speak the language of summer, they would undoubtedly ridicule the duo for their bullying of the weak. Shall we return home or delve deeper? Zhexian inquired, glancing at his phone, noting it was still before lunchtime. Besides, they had snacked quite a bit earlier and were not particularly hungry. Shall we venture towards the central area of the desolate land? Let us test the waters. If it proves too formidable, we can retreat and explore elsewhere tomorrow. After deliberation, the two made their way towards the heart of the fiery wasteland. It wasn't long before they heard a cacophony of battle cries. From a nearby cliff, they observed a group of students from the Cardmaster High School engaged in combat with hundreds of fire demons, their ranks ranging from bronze rank 4 to 6 stars. Typically, the students would be capable of handling such foes, but a bronze rank 8-star fire demon amongst them, a rarity in the fiery wasteland, endowed with a measure of intelligence, was directing the assault, causing the students to falter. Zhexian furrowed his brow. Do you recognize those individuals? He nodded. They are my former classmates from the 3rd year, Class 10. The teacher shielded by the students is Luo Gang. Jiang Wenjiu observed thoughtfully. He must have been ambushed by the elite fire demon and sustained injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Let us depart quickly. As if we've seen nothing, she urged, tugging at Zhexian's sleeve as they took a few steps back. Zhexian looked at her in astonishment, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, a true teammate, just as I expected. What if we send them a rescue signal? He suggested. What are you thinking? There is no signal in the fiery wasteland. Let us hurry. In a flurry, they dashed away without a moment's hesitation. After all, this was undeniably a territory rife with demons. The emergence of an elite fire demon in the central area, commanding hundreds of ordinary fire demons, was no trivial matter. To act as saviors here would be akin to courting death. The stone stele at the edge of the wasteland clearly stated that those entering this realm were responsible for their own lives. You all once shunned me like a plague. Now, it is only reasonable for me to distance myself from death's call, he thought as they exited the central area, exchanging relieved smiles. However, before they could revel in their escape, a thunderous sound erupted behind them. Zhexian turned, his heart racing as he realized the commotion was not solely theirs to flee from. The students from Class 10 were also aware and fleeing. Among them were those from affluent families, who had been prepared with life-saving cards. The noise they heard was a card being activated to temporarily restrain the elite fire demon, allowing the students to make their escape. Luo Gang was being carried away by a strong student, enduring the bumps against tree trunks without pausing. What are you doing here? The students exclaimed, surprised at the sight of Zhexian, though their urgency left little room for conversation. They rushed past him like a swarm of locusts, only to collide violently with an invisible barrier. Bang! That hurt. What is happening? Why can't we get out? This barrier is blocking us too? Panic ensued among the students as they found themselves trapped. The barrier that was meant to halt the fire demons had instead become their prison, awaiting their inevitable demise at the hands of the demons. Jiang Wenjiu, though slightly flustered, maintained her composure. Stay calm. We must first deal with the fire demons behind us before we investigate further. If we cannot evade them, we shall annihilate them all. A lifespan offered so readily should not be squandered. Faced with the formidable elite fire demon, Zhexian revealed his prowess. Zheng Ji's current accumulation of imperial energy points stood at 5818. Though the power of eternal prosperity might be slightly diminished compared to before, he still had Bai Qi at his side. Bai Qi's ultimate move, War Tomb Heroic Spirits, could summon the spirits of the deceased to aid in battle, each spirit bestowing an additional 100 attack power with a devastating ripping effect. Currently, Bai Qi could summon 10 spirits, translating to a formidable 1,000 attack power boost. Coupled with his bond with Zhenggu, their offensive capabilities were further enhanced. Zhenggu, activate Eternal Prosperity for a full field attack. Bai Qi, unleash War Tomb Heroic Spirits and focus your assault on the elite fire demon. Upon receiving Zhexian's command, Zhenggu and Bai Qi launched their assault without hesitation. A radiant divine light enveloped them as imperial might surged forth. A staircase of shimmering white jade, gilded in gold, appeared before Zhenggu. The Emperor of Qin ascended the steps with poise, settling onto the golden dragon throne forged from imperial fortune, behind which the majestic landscapes of the Qin dynasty materialized in all their splendor. Eternal prosperity. Countless golden dragons soared from the throne, their roars resonating with an awe-inspiring might. Their claws sharp as blades, capable of shattering all that lay in their path. Wherever the golden dragons passed, fire demons were obliterated. Simultaneously, Bai Qi's sword summoned 10 valiant spirits of the Qin dynasty, the chilling aura causing the temperature around them to plummet drastically. The spirits merged with Bai Qi, creating a moment where it felt as though they all wielded the same sword. Sword art of all nations. With a flash of silver lightning, the sword sliced through the air, targeting the elite fire demon. 2 formidable attacks converged upon the elite fire demon simultaneously. A spectacle of gold and silver illuminating the battlefield, as if the sun and moon shone in unison. Boom. The elite fire demon was instantaneously obliterated, reduced to mere ashes without a moment's reprieve. As the chaos settled into an eerie silence, it took a long while before anyone regained their senses. What was that? I saw a 5-clawed golden dragon and a silver heavenly sword. Such overwhelming power. The rescuers have arrived. It must be so. Some students, having misjudged the situation, rejoiced in their salvation. Yet, the majority of Class 30 remained silent, for they had clearly witnessed the attack summoned by Su Zhexian's card. You are mistaken. It was Su Zhexian who saved us. The golden dragon and the celestial sword were unleashed by the 2 heroic spirits at his side. Unbelievable. No, it cannot be. He was already rendered powerless. How could he have become so formidable and commanding? All eyes were fixated upon Su Zhexian and his companions, Zheng and Bai Qi. Their gazes were laden with incredulity, confusion, and astonishment. The emotions were undeniably complex. They had once believed these two to be from disparate worlds, never to cross paths again, and had considered Su Zhexian to be nothing more than a mere ant of the mortal realm. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves saved by that very ant. Each student's expression was grim, a blend of shame and jealousy. Luo Gang felt a swirl of emotions, wanting to say something to Su Zhexian. However, before he could speak, he saw Su Zhexian turn and walk away, leaving an air of awkwardness in his wake. The moment Su Zhexian was forcibly transferred, he had severed all ties with Class 30. His recent actions had been motivated by self-preservation and the opportunity to extend his lifespan. Saving this group was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Do not mistake my intentions. Su Zhexian is a stranger to you. Jiang Wenjiu, observing Su Zhexian's retreating figure, gained clarity. There should be no further danger here. You should await rescue. If you wander aimlessly, do not expect my assistance. With those parting words, Jiang Wenjiu followed closely behind Su Zhexian. Watching the 2 graceful figures gradually fade from view, Luo Gang let out a heavy sigh. In just a few days, such a dramatic transformation had occurred. If only I had retained him. The students of Class 30 were similarly overcome with regret. Just days prior, they had ostracized and looked down upon him, and now they found themselves gazing up at him, certain that this reverence would last a lifetime. What pained them further was the realization that they had a golden opportunity before them. Had they chosen to follow Su Zhexian, they could have soared to great heights in no time. Instead, they extinguished that hope themselves, and now they were filled with remorse. Where shall we go now? Jiang Wenjiu inquired. Let us explore the core area of the wasteland. There, we shall find answers, but we must proceed with caution. Understood, we shall prioritize reconnaissance. Su Zhexian surmised that the aberration within the wasteland's barrier had to be linked to the core area. Addressing the core issue was essential for resolution. Naturally, Su Zhexian had the confidence to make such a determination, bolstered by the recent display of power from Zheng and Bai Qi, which had propelled his level to the unprecedented height of bronze rank 7 stars, 6, now on par with Jiang Wenjiu. Most notably, his lifespan had surged dramatically to 1,218 years. Su Zhexian could hardly fathom how much lifespan had been contributed by the fiery demons earlier, but the feeling of newfound wealth was undeniably exhilarating. With over a millennium of lifespan as his foundation, he felt no anxiety. Should the need arise, he could unleash his ultimate abilities. Surely, even the fiery demon leader could not withstand the inferno of 10 suns, could it? The 2 traversed the middle region with utmost caution. Strangely, they encountered no elite fiery demons, which seemed illogical. Could it be that all the elite fiery demons had congregated in the core area? Chapter 21. The Trap in the Flame Wasteland's core area. A desolate expanse was unexpectedly adorned with a cerulean lake. Upon the lake rested a small island, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Chief Li's intelligence was indeed accurate. The jade spirit fruit truly existed. Who would have imagined that the Jade Spirit Fruit tree would thrive within the Flame Wasteland? With the Jade Spirit Fruit in hand, we could confidently challenge the two great academies. The Jade Spirit Fruit is a precious resource for card masters, primarily serving to enhance the cultivation speed of their mental prowess. Card masters of the same level who can accelerate their mental growth become significantly more powerful. This time, Li Xiongfeng led the exceptional students of Card Master High School to explore the Flame Wasteland, with the intention of acquiring the Jade Spirit Fruit tree. His ambitions were vast. He sought to leverage the tree to win loyalty and cultivate a cadre of devoted followers. Once inside the academy, he aspired to compete with other prodigies. Of course, to ensure their safety, he had requested the protection of teachers from the school. Little did they realize that this was a colossal trap. The moment they discovered the Jade Spirit tree, a tempest of black flames erupted in the core area of the wasteland. The terrifying heat instantaneously evaporated the lake's waters. And over 100 elite fiery demons, ranging from bronze rank 7 stars to 9 stars, emitted spine-chilling howls. Additionally, 10 colossal fiery demon leaders approached with sinister grins. What is happening? Where did so many elite fiery demons come from? Everyone, be cautious. The fiery demon leaders have also appeared, and there are 10 of them. The 3 teachers from Card Master High School quickly manifested their cards to shield the students. They had assumed they were merely in the bronze area, believing the danger would be minimal. Thus, they had only dispatched 4 teachers, all at gold rank 1 star, including Luo Gang. In reality, only 3 gold rank teachers were present. Do not question why 3 gold rank teachers would fear bronze rank monsters. They had seen the platinum tier black flame hammers wielded by the 10 fiery demon leaders. This was clearly an abnormal situation. Even if bronze rank demons could not fully utilize the power of platinum tier weapons, having 10 peak bronze rank fiery demon leaders, each equipped with such weapons, was dire. Moreover, the sheer number of elite fiery demons surrounding them posed an insurmountable threat. The 3 gold rank teachers were insufficient to protect so many students. Quickly, send a distress signal. Whoosh! A fireball shot from one teacher's hand toward the sky. Yet, before it could reach its zenith, it mysteriously extinguished, blocked by the barrier. How could this be possible? Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. We must break through. The teachers reacted swiftly, seizing the moment before the fiery demons could fully encircle them, leading the students in a desperate escape. The only option now was to run, flee for their lives. If they could escape the flame wasteland, they would survive. Unfortunately, they were unaware that an insidious barrier had already enveloped the entire wasteland. The 10 fiery demon leaders swiftly targeted the 3 teachers. Under the onslaught, the teachers and their summoned creatures were reduced to mere pulp. It's over. Are we really going to die here? No. Xiongfeng, think of something. Yang Xia cried, overwhelmed with fear as she had never witnessed such chaos before. The gold-ranked teachers had vanished in an instant. Self-proclaimed geniuses, they found themselves paralyzed by terror. Unable to act, Li Xiongfeng was equally at a loss. They fled like frightened dogs. If the students from Class 7 witnessed this, they would surely laugh. You present yourself as confident in front of your peers, yet here before the demons, you resemble a mere dog. Although it may not be appropriate to say so now. The scene was undeniably gratifying. Su Zhexian and Zhang Wenjiu lay low on a dirt slope, their bodies and faces smeared with the blood of the fiery demons, covered by a layer of weeds and leaves. Only their eyes were exposed, and they remained on high alert. What now? This is evidently a trap. The forums indicated that under normal circumstances, only 1 fiery demon leader would appear in the wasteland. Zhang Wenjiu furrowed her brow. The situation was clearly beyond her expectations. Though she remained composed, she found herself at a loss. Let us observe what the fiery demon leaders intend to do. Look, they are only hunting the 3 teachers, completely disregarding everyone else. Indeed, as Su Zhexian had predicted, the 10 fiery demon leaders used the blood of the 3 teachers to inscribe strange symbols upon the ground. They then summoned other elite fiery demons to encircle the Jade Spirit Tree, performing a grotesque dance. Finally, the 10 black flame hammers struck the ground with force. As bizarre incantations flowed from the fiery demon leaders' lips, dark flames erupted from the fire demons, who were sacrificing themselves. Indeed, all the fire demons used their lives as a conduit, connecting through 10 black fire hammers to the array on the ground. In an instant, the Jade Spirit Tree absorbed immense energy, and a blinding light pierced the void, forcibly opening a massive spatial rift. A colossal altar, towering like a mountain, descended into the heart of the wasteland. They performed these acts to compel the manifestation of the secret realm. Su Zhexian and Zhang Wenjiu were both taken aback. It was their first time witnessing such a scene. This was beyond their level of engagement. Suddenly, Zhang Wenjiu exclaimed, If no one clears the secret realm within 24 hours of its emergence, it will become a stable spatial conduit for the demon realm, leading to an unending influx of demons, a catastrophe. Zhexian recalled the rules of the secret realm. The 4 major patrol legions of the Xia kingdom had the task of clearing secret realms to prevent demons from wreaking havoc on the world. Yet this time, the demons had resorted to cunning tactics, forcibly manifesting a secret realm within their territory and establishing barriers to isolate all energy fluctuations. The 4 patrol legions might not detect the emergence in time, allowing the secret realm to endure the full 24 hours, which would spell disaster, particularly for the nearby Yin city. Where did Li Xiongfeng learn about the existence of the Jade Spirit Fruit? If it were not for him, how could he have so precisely led 3 golden-tier teachers here? Zhexian cast a cold glance at Li Xiongfeng, who lay slumped on the ground. This fellow was far too suspicious. However, the most pressing matter was to venture into the manifested secret realm. Delaying further could introduce unforeseen variables. I shall brave the secret realm, Zhexian declared, shedding his disguise and rising from the ground. Within the wasteland, he was the strongest. While Luo Gang also possessed a golden tier, he did not meet the requirements, as the exterior of the secret realm radiated a bronze hue, indicating that only bronze tier card masters or below could enter. At this thought, Zhexian could not help but mutter a curse. These fire demons were utterly vile. Must they be so despicable? I shall accompany you. We are teammates. How could I allow you to face danger alone? Jiang Wenjiu stood up, her dirt-streaked face resolute. Let's go see what this secret realm is truly like. Together, our dual swords shall conquer any realm. Zhexian smiled and raced towards the peculiar secret realm alongside Jiang Wenjiu. Those who frequently experience abandonment understand the profound happiness brought by a steadfast companion. Zhexian felt this deeply. Though the path ahead was fraught with peril, what was there to fear with someone by his side? Who are they? They are actually rushing towards the secret realm. Are they mad? Do they intend to challenge it? That is tantamount to courting death. The survival manual stated that upon the emergence of a secret realm, one should wait for the 4 patrol legions to rescue them. The fortunate students who had survived the crises gazed in astonishment at Zhexian and his companion. To them, venturing into a secret realm was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Is that Zhexian and the girl beside him? Suchin recognized the familiar figures. Aren't those the 2 useless ones from the 7th high school? Li Xiongfeng was momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter Zhexian here. He vividly remembered how he had mocked Zhexian earlier, who had seemed timid and fearful, unable to retort and only able to like his posts. Now, he appeared in the heart of the wasteland, which was perplexing. He was not useless. He was a card master, quite formidable. If one were to inquire of Yang Xia, she would certainly attest to this. Though Su Chun had his differences with Zhexian, he acknowledged his strength. It was impossible to deny it after being repeatedly crushed by him. Li Xiongfeng turned to Yang Xia, astonished. While reluctant to concede, he recognized that Zhexian had broken the records for the Sword Pavilion and Wolf Fang's secret realms. Yang Xia snorted, her mood sour, having just endured a life-and-death crisis. Now seeing Zhexian with another girl, preparing to challenge the secret realm, left her feeling as though he was flaunting their bond before her. Was he attempting to incite her jealousy? To provoke her into lowering her pride and seeking reconciliation? A fantasy. Yang Xia clenched her fists, her expression conflicted. She could not discern whether she felt resentment or jealousy, perhaps both. Why don't we also go take a look? There's no immediate danger, after all. Right. What if there's a fortuitous opportunity? We can't let that brat snatch it away. Let us go, let us go. Li Xiongfeng and his group rushed towards the secret realm. At this moment, Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu had reached the entrance of the secret realm, where a towering monument stood. Upon seeing the skull atop the monument, Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu nearly ground their teeth to dust. It was unmistakably the skull of a human. The Fire Demon clan was despicable. No human could tolerate such provocation. A beam of light ascended from the monument, revealing a series of peculiar characters. The meaning was clear. This was a solo secret realm. Until cleared, only one person could enter, and there was only one chance to attempt it. In other words, if the challenger failed and perished within, the humans could only await the arrival of the demon horde. Such a stringent rule for a secret realm indicated that the Fire Demon clan had paid a hefty price to create it. Otherwise, the entire blue star would be filled with such realms, and humanity would face extinction. The opportunity is but a single chance. I shall go. Zhexian said solemnly to Jiang Wenjiu. All right, Jiang Wenjiu nodded, understanding Zhexian's strength better than most. It was most suitable for him to take on this challenge. There was no need for her to be overly sentimental. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenjiu removed a necklace from around her neck and placed it in Zhexian's hand. It was an antiquated-looking longevity lock, silver and small. Take this. It may save your life at a critical moment. This is too precious. Zhexian felt the warmth of the longevity lock and was somewhat moved. It is of no use to me. If you fail, I shall perish alongside you. It would be wiser for you to wear it, increasing your chances of success. Jiang Wenjiu feigned nonchalance, her radiant smile providing reassurance. Very well, I shall enter now. Upon my return, I will treat you to a grand feast. It was a promise sealed with a handshake, unyielding as mountains. Before Li Xiongfeng and his group arrived, Zhexian stepped into the secret realm. Damn, that guy entered the secret realm. Quick, look at the rules. There's only one chance. If he fails, won't the demons descend upon us? This is disastrous. The elite students exclaimed in alarm. Yang Xiao, unsure of her thoughts, confronted Jiang Wenjiu. Why didn't you stop him? This is no game. You could have waited for the patrols to rescue you. Why take such risks? Your actions could endanger many lives. Do you understand? Jiang Wenjiu merely regarded the clamoring group with cold indifference, choosing not to engage in futile arguments with the ignorant. As for Yang Xiao, she was even less deserving of her attention. The attitude towards Jiang Wenjiu left Yang Xiao and her companions powerless, and they could only sit in frustrated silence, awaiting rescue. In Yun City, a massive vermilion bird-shaped airship had landed above. It was one of the 4 major patrol legions of the Xia Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird. The patrols reacted more swiftly than Zhexian had anticipated. Although they did not discover the emergence of the secret realm immediately, they noticed the anomalies in Yun City within the hour. Upon receiving orders, the nearest Zhuge inspector promptly arrived to investigate and soon discovered the anomalies surrounding the Flame Wastelands barrier. All teleportation channels had been fully opened. The city Lord Wang must immediately organize the evacuation of residents to neighboring cities. Lord Zhuge will arrive in 5 minutes. An inspector commanded City Lord Wang Hai of Yun City that in emergencies, the inspector could temporarily assume control of the city's affairs. The city lord and officials are to obey the inspector's orders without question. Those who dare to disobey, regardless of their strength, shall face execution. Though this may sound tyrannical, extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. Many urgent situations have been navigated successfully through such cooperation. Understood. Wang Hai dared not delay. As an official of the Xia Kingdom, overseeing a city, he wished for no misfortune to befall the citizens of Yun City. Otherwise, how could he face the comrades who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield of the spirit realm? A blazing red light flickered, and a woman clad in crimson attire, brandishing a scarlet flute, appeared abruptly in the sky. She was Li Qingyan, one of the 4 inspectors of the Xia Kingdom. What is the situation? She inquired. Reporting to Lord Zhuge, the barrier cannot be breached and possesses formidable defenses. Our attempts to break through have resulted in our attacks rebounding. Li Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Contemplating for a moment, she quickly grasped the peculiar circumstances surrounding the emergence of this secret realm. Relay this information to the elders of Yujing Mountain. Mobilize the Zhuge Inspectorate to establish defensive measures in Yun City and the surrounding areas. Additionally, inform the Marine Corps to prepare the Beidu Yaowang Legion for immediate support. Her succinct instructions perfectly illustrated Li Qingyan's calmness and decisiveness. Subsequently, a pair of flaming wings manifested behind her as she gently waved them. In the next instant, she found herself hovering above the flame wasteland. With a piercing cry of a phoenix, a searing sword beam shot forth from her flute, striking the barrier with great force. Although the attack was repelled, Li Qingyan deftly evaded it, noticing that the barrier's radiance had diminished slightly. Li Qingyan's gaze sharpened, and she unleashed another wave of blazing sword energy. If one sword would not suffice, then let it be 100. Chapter 23. To fight until death. As Zhexian entered the secret realm, he was greeted by a dim atmosphere. Gradually, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by distant, fragmented roars. Soon, the roars became clearer, those of the fire demons and the furious cries of humanity. The wind dispersed the fog, revealing a brutal battlefield, a relentless clash between humans and fire demons, specifically the humans of the Xia Kingdom. As Zhexian recognized the familiar 5-star dragon flag of the Xia Kingdom. On the battlefield, Xia Kingdom's card masters directed their summoned creatures into fierce combat. When their summons perished and entered cooldown, the Xia card masters took up arms themselves. Fearless in the face of the powerful fire demons, they fought valiantly, trading lives to slay a single demon. The fire demons here were exponentially stronger and more intelligent than those in the wasteland. They were bloodthirsty and frenzied, tearing apart the Xia card masters to feast. For the fire demons, this was a hunt to satisfy their hunger. Both sides fought for their respective wills. Another gust of wind blew across the battlefield, scattering the combatants. only for them to regroup in the next moment, continuing their battle without respite. Souls. In that instant, Zhexian suddenly awakened to the reality before him. The battlefield was composed of countless souls. They continued to fight even after death. Witnessing the tragic demise of the Xia card masters brought a sting to Zhexian's nose. Suddenly, a light flickered in the darkened sky. Current secret realm. Ancient battlefield of the fire demon's primary mission. Choose any faction, participate in the war, and survive for over 10 hours. Tip 1. Choosing the fire demon faction grants all attribute bonuses and fire demon equipment. Tip 2. Choosing the fire demon faction provides a single opportunity for resurrection. Tip 3. First-time completion allows for the rescue of any fallen soul. Tip 4. Rescuing a fire demon soul yields a higher evaluation bonus. Damn it, fire demons. Upon reading the realm's rules and tips, Zhexian felt an explosion of anger within him. Each prompt seemed to tempt challengers to choose the fire demon faction, offering no fairness for the Xia humans. No, it was blatant discrimination and oppression. To suggest that a dignified Xia citizen should choose the fire demon faction was an affront. Even if he were to die here, he would never become a traitor. Moreover, from the information in Tip 3, it appeared that the souls of the fallen Xia card masters were forcibly imprisoned. They could not find peace even after death. Recalling the imposing structures erected outside the secret realm and observing the Xia card masters fighting to the bitter end, Zhexian trembled with rage, his chest swelling with uncontainable fury. Wait, one day, blood will repay blood. I will skin your entire clan, tear your flesh, and scatter your ashes. Suppressing his anger, Zhexian chose the Xia faction. As light swirled around him, he found himself in the Xia military camp, becoming a new recruit of the Beidu Tianquan Legion. The sounds of alarms filled his ears as the bustling figures around him left him momentarily dazed. Ergu, why are you dazed? Hurry up and gather. It's our turn to battle. A card master, sporting a buzz cut and phoenix eyes, who appeared to be of similar age to Zhexian, pulled him along. Zhexian was taken aback by the hastiness of this recruit identity. Wait, am I really called Ergu? What is your name then? I'm Awaken. Are you still half asleep or delusional? Zhexian felt a flood of annoyance, but decided to let it go. Fine, I'll be Ergu then. After all, it was a solo secret realm, no one would know. The two navigated through the military camp to an open area where 100 individuals had gathered. Being the last to arrive. Late, do you intend to run 10 laps around the city? A one-armed middle-aged man approached them. Zhexian discreetly assessed the man. Dressed in black combat attire, with slightly curled hair and a resolute face. From his temporary memories, he recognized the man as the squad leader of the 100-strong group. A seasoned warrior, he remained a formidable card master despite losing an arm. The two dared not retort and quickly fell into line. Fearing the squad leader might change his mind and truly make them run 10 laps around the city, a life-threatening endeavor. It should be noted that this military camp was situated in the Xia Kingdom's Lingjia, in Taishan City, covering an area roughly equivalent to 10 Taishans in the real world. Upon confirming that everyone was present, the squad leader manifested a card. The card emitted light, forming a barrier that isolated them from the surroundings. Then a voice resonated. Order. The Beidu Tianquan Legion will infiltrate the Fire Demon City and destroy the energy crystal. After a brief silence, excitement erupted among the troops. Finally, this stroke of luck has come to us. We must complete the mission and not let those brave fools in the sky mock us. With the mission in hand, the others were filled with enthusiasm, eager to set out. Did they not realize they might die, yet remain so joyful? Zhexian looked at the eager faces around him, a pang of pain striking his heart. All right, everyone quiet down. We still have procedures to follow. Go back to your quarters and write letters home. We will regroup and depart in 1 hour. Upon receiving the order, the crowd dispersed like birds. Only the squad leader, Zhexian, and Awaken remained. Why aren't you two writing letters? The squad leader glanced at them, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. These two fresh recruits had only just joined the squad and were already facing such a daunting mission. But military orders are unyielding. It is their duty. We are orphans, having grown up together. The closest person I have is Ergu. Since we're both here, there's nothing much to write about, Awaken replied with a grin, draping his arm around Zhexian's shoulders. Zhexian was taken aback. Indeed, that was his background. But why was I named Ergo instead of something more grandiose like AO Sure or AOU? Nevertheless, cooperation was essential. What about you, company commander? Why haven't you written? Zhexian retorted. The company commander gazed at the moon in the spirit realm, obscured by smoke. His tone imbued with a calm longing. I've written it. I carry it with me every day, and 15 years ago, I left a letter for my wife and 2 children. Zhexian fell silent, filled with respect. Don't you miss them? Why not go back and see them? I do, but this place needs me more. They will understand. Zhexian nodded and inquired, is it worth it? The company commander did not respond, but simply patted Zhexian's shoulder with his remaining right hand. This mission is likely to be fatal. If you are not prepared, I will speak to the Legion commander. Before the company commander could finish, Aotian interjected. No way. Wouldn't that make us cowards? Moreover, we cannot miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those of the Wu Wei company should fear nothing, not even death. Zhexian gave Aotian a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Aotian appeared somewhat eccentric. Yet he was earnest when it mattered. I think just like Aotian, the Xian nation raised us, and we must protect her at all costs. Zhexian also immersed himself in his role. All right, I didn't misjudge you too. Follow me, and I will lead you to vanquish our foes. Great. Aotian exclaimed excitedly, then curiously asked, Company Commander, can we see what you've written? The company commander chuckled heartily and generously produced a letter from his chest pocket. Aotian took the letter, unfolded it, and saw only 4 words. Fight to the death. Wow, that is quite imposing, and the handwriting is beautiful. I've changed my mind. I want to write that too. With admiration on his face, Aotian pulled out paper and pen from his pocket and awkwardly began to copy it on the ground. Wait, who are you writing that for? For you. What? Then I'll write it too. Let us exchange. Zhexian also took out paper and pen and began writing beside Aotian. Aotian glanced over and was astonished. Ergo, something is off. Your handwriting has improved. Mind your own business. Chapter 24. Departure to the Fire Demon City. An hour later, all members of the Wu Wei company had gathered. At this moment, the jovial atmosphere had vanished. Each Wu Wei card master wore a serious and stern expression, including Zhexian and Aotian. This was a mission with a high likelihood of fatality. Yet, it also held the potential to save countless lives. The Fire Demon clan relied on energy crystals to replenish their strength and enhance their abilities. The fire crystals were akin to their very essence. As long as the crystals remained, the Fire Demon clan would function as an unyielding war machine. Therefore, they must be destroyed to alleviate the crisis facing Taishan City. Let us go. These simple 3 words bore the weight of life and death. The journey henceforth would be one way. As the spirit realm moon completely vanished, the Wu Wei company stealthily exited the city under the cover of darkness. They steered clear of the ongoing battlefield, moving swiftly. Zhexian felt a surge of tension, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Destroying the energy crystals was not only crucial for the safety of Taishan City, but also for his own success in navigating the trial and preventing the Fire Demon clan from descending upon Cloud City. Even as a reborn individual, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Sensing Zhexian's unease, the company commander turned and offered him a reassuring glance. Soon, the Wu Wei company crossed the battlefield. From this point onward, they were entering the territory of the Fire Demon clan. Form groups of 5, slay the nearby wandering fire demons. Aim to skin them intact, move. The company commander issued his command, and the others responded silently, moving with purpose. Zhexian and Aotian were assigned to the company commander's group. The 20 small groups swiftly located their respective targets. Kill. The battle formations commenced, blades flashing. The company commander summoned a dazzling, ever-changing butterfly from his cards. Zhexian recognized it immediately. It was cultivated in the direction of the mythical Hainan butterfly. Known for its myriad forms, the Hainan butterfly was also called the 100 Illusions butterfly. He had initially thought the company commander favored a bold warrior approach. But with the 100 Illusions butterfly's assistance, he moved like a dancer on the edge of a blade, each slash finding the fire demon's vulnerabilities. The other 4 members of the group merely had to strike at these openings to inflict additional damage. Among them, Zhexian felt the most awkward. Aotian had already unsheathed his blade, launching into a furious assault with a set of 9 thunder slash techniques. In contrast, Zhexian's melee abilities were weak. Despite the sharpness of his Tang Dao, he could not strike at the fire demon's vital points. I need to practice my martial skills. It wasn't entirely Zhexian's fault. He had only recently traversed into this world. The card crafting had drained much of his energy, and he had been preoccupied with extending his lifespan. Furthermore, the card master skills he had comprehended were not melee-related, rendering him vulnerable in close combat. Bai Qi, Zhexian thought. If he couldn't hold his own, he'd find someone formidable. Bai Qi's combat prowess was exceptional. With a clang, Bai Qi's sword radiated its usual sharpness, delivering immense damage. Zhexian's deficiency was thus compensated. Your cards are impressive, dog. Kill. We can't fall behind the other groups. The veteran teammates praised. Zhexian merely scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After more than 10 minutes, this small-scale battle concluded. Fortunately, they had managed to collect around 70 relatively intact fire demon skins. Regrettably, 5 members of the Wu Wei team had been devoured by the fire demons and sacrificed. There was no time for sorrow. They pressed on. Everyone was acutely aware from the outset that not everyone could infiltrate the enigmatic fire demon city. Put these on. The company commander forcibly pressed 2 fire demon skins onto Zhexian and Awaken. We will encounter more fire demons, don't worry. Zhexian and Awaken nodded obediently and continued onward. As the group ventured deeper, they encountered increasingly numerous and powerful fire demons. The team members disguised as fire demons would initiate ambushes, but the enemies were too strong, with levels generally reaching the golden tier. This underscored just how insidious the fire demon clan was in designing this secret realm, raising their levels to suppress the Xian nation's human ranks while restricting entry to those below bronze tier. Consequently, casualties among the Wu Wei team grew increasingly frequent. Damn it! Zhexian gritted his teeth, wiping away the tears on his face. He watched helplessly as his comrades fell to shield him from the fire demon's attacks. Lives, vibrant and full of promise, were torn apart before his eyes, leaving no trace behind. He yearned for vengeance, but the company commander held him back firmly. Their mission was to destroy the energy crystals. Until that task was completed, no one could cease their efforts. After disengaging from battle, the Wu Wei members suppressed their grief, summoning their steeds or employing movement skills as they raced toward the seemingly near yet distant fire demon city. Smack! Zhexian slapped himself hard. He realized yet another weakness: inadequate mobility. He should have crafted some mount cards or something before returning. He despised his current self for dragging down the team. I'll find a way. The company commander once again manifested 2 large green butterflies. The Qin butterfly, a wind-type card, excelled in speed and wind-based attacks. The company commander instructed Zhexian and Awaken to lie on the back of the Qin butterfly. He then employed movement techniques to protect the two as they sped forward together. If I survive this time, I will surely rectify my weaknesses, Zhexian silently vowed in his heart. At last, they were mere moments away from the fire demon city. They paused for a moment on a small hill. Yet their numbers had dwindled significantly, now fewer than 50. Some had fallen into traps. Others had been attacked by vicious beasts. A few had bravely faced death to protect their comrades. The flame demon city loomed ahead. We had succeeded halfway. All that remained was to infiltrate the city and destroy the energy crystals. Quite a simple task. If time permitted, we might even eliminate a few flame demon commanders. The squad leader feigned ease as he spoke, and while everyone replenished their energy with food, they shared a collective smile. The mission progress bar was past the halfway mark. Success was imminent. We must uphold the name of Wu Wei for those who had sacrificed themselves, right? Indeed, victory was assured. The squad leader smiled at the group's newfound spirit and then spoke earnestly. We need to create a diversion to draw the attention of Flame Demon City. The remaining small team would then execute the task of destroying the crystals. Though the plan was rudimentary, it was the most effective. Squad leader, don't we have the Wu Wei cannons? One team member suggested. Having been hidden for so long, it was time to put them to use. The team members turned their gazes towards the squad leader. The Wu Wei cannon was a specialized weapon belonging to the Wu Wei unit of the Tianquan army. Its operational requirements were exceedingly strict. Firstly, it required 5 individuals to operate simultaneously. Secondly, these 5 must be in perfect sync, their minds attuned to one another. Finally, all 5 must channel their mental energy into the cannon to activate it. The power of a single shot rivaled that of a master's full-force strike. If that wouldn't attract the attention of the flame demons, what would? Let me do it. My mental strength is unparalleled, truly. Zhexian eagerly raised his hand. Finally, he had found a place to contribute. Chapter 25. Come on, let us die together. What are you thinking, Ergo? You're not ready yet. You two have just joined our unit. You can't even recite the activation incantation for the Wu Wei cannon. Besides, the requirement for the 5 to share the same intent means you alone cannot fulfill this role. This task belongs to us. Your primary duty lies elsewhere. The veteran team members half-joked, half-derided Zhexian's eagerness. 10 Wu Wei cannons were situated atop the mountain. Zhexian, undeterred, attempted to activate one, but indeed, he could not. Reluctantly, he had to concede. Yet, he yearned to contribute. Being a mere burden was not his style. No, I have never felt so stifled. I cannot endure it, Zhexian declared, stepping forward to the squad leader with a serious expression. Noticing his earnest demeanor, the squad leader paused his busy work. Summoned the Qin elite. Instantly, 1,000 Qin elites filled the small hilltop. Wow, Ergo, you're impressive. I had no idea you were on the explosive troop route. That's incredible. Aotian observed his friend with curiosity. The squad leader and the veteran members also looked on with admiration. This was a Legion-type card. On the battlefield, 1,000 troops might seem modest, but for them at this moment, it held crucial importance, potentially increasing their mission success rate by 30%. My Qin elites have formations that can absorb damage. I'll send them to assault the city and distract the flame demon defenders. You guys just bombard the city with everything you've got. Ideally, bring down the walls. Upon hearing Su Zhexian's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Since they had no intention of returning alive, they would certainly give it their all. The more chaos they could sow in Flame Demon City, the better. To eliminate more flame demons as a form of revenge would be an immense gain. When they ascended, they could boast before their fellow comrades in the valiant unit. We killed more than you. Do you yield? Yes. Ergo, no. Our old heir is formidable, they affirmed. Rallying around Su Zhexian, the squad leader smiled and agreed. All right. Su Zhexian puffed out his chest with pride, but suddenly felt something amiss. Isn't that title a bit off? With the plan set, everyone took their positions. Ultimately, 30 individuals remained to operate the 10 Wu Wei cannons. Although the 6 groups would be quite busy, they were unconcerned. Even if it cost them their lives, they were willing. The remaining 19 formed the final execution team. Qin Wind, no clothes. Wind, wind, wind. The Qin elites roared as they charged towards Flame Demon City under the protection of the Shin Bird. This 1,000-man formation exuded an unparalleled might, as if one could face 10,000. The flame demon defenders were immediately stirred by this overwhelming presence. On the walls, enormous flame demons awakened, snarling and baring their cruel fangs at the intruding forces below. How dare these lowly humans attack the noble flame demon city? Before the flame demon commanders could issue orders, thousands of flame demons leaped from the walls, eager for a feast. They were ready to devour their prey, lest they be too late. Under Su Zhexian's command, the Qin elites swiftly altered formation and retreated, executing a simple kite tactic. The Qin elites were not merely mindless attackers. On the mountaintop, the Wu Wei cannons fired in perfect harmony. 6 beams of silver light, imbued with the aura of a master, crashed into the flame demon defenders. Boom. 6 small mushroom clouds erupted, instantly followed by 4 more beams of silver light. They swept over the previously untouched flame demons. Beautiful, dashing, absolutely exhilarating, Aotian exclaimed, jumping and cheering as he embraced Su Zhexian. Even the typically composed squad leader waved his arms in excitement. In this round of bombardment, over 10,000 flame demons were annihilated. This was enough to be the stuff of legends among the Wu Wei team, even after death. From the direction of Flame Demon City came furious roars. More flame demons leaped from the walls at the order of their commander. The Wu Wei team atop the mountain paid no heed to the approaching flame demons, focusing instead on a wall where the defenders were sparse, unleashing a relentless barrage. Upon witnessing a section of the wall crumble, they collectively sighed in relief. They pivoted and unleashed several more shots at other positions, aiming to disperse the attention of the flame demons. Well done, brothers. Our task is complete. Now, let us slay more and bring more flame demons to accompany us to the afterlife. We shall kill until we've claimed our due. We'll earn our next lives. Yes. In our next lives, we'll still be citizens of Daxia. Agreed. Let us not meet again until we've finished. Open fire. The brilliance of the Wu Wei cannons formed a dazzling galaxy against the inky night sky, symbolizing Daxia's relentless fighting spirit. It's our turn. We cannot fall short. The squad leader glanced at the mountaintop, hastily wiping the traces of tears from his face. He summoned all his cards, unsheathed his blade, and charged towards the crumbling city walls. The others followed closely behind. As the overwhelming majority of flame demons were drawn away by the Wu Wei cannons and the Qin elites, the defensive strength of Flame Demon City reached its nadir. Su Zhexian and his companions surged through the gaps in the walls, laboriously making their way towards the heart of Flame Demon City. They encountered sporadic resistance from scattered flame demons, but managed to overcome them, albeit at the cost of 5 lives. Finally, they stood before an ugly, blackened grand hall, shrouded in silence. From within emerged tens of thousands of flame demons, like a swarm of locusts. Luck is not on our side. We have encountered the newly spawned flame demons. The squad leader's heart brimmed with bitterness, disappointment, despair, and self-mockery. Su Zhexian and the others felt similarly. Having strived so hard to reach this point, why? I refuse to accept this. Heaven, why are you blind? Aotian screamed in despair, his heart bleeding. The 14 faced tens of thousands of newly born flame demons, filled with hopelessness. They were unafraid of death, but feared failing their mission even more. This was more agonizing than death itself. Suddenly, dozens of razor-sharp tendrils struck from an eerie direction, piercing Aotion's chest. Cough. Puffed. Blood spewed from Aotion's mouth. He desperately wielded his Tang blade to sever the tendril, but found himself devoid of strength for a counterattack. Despair consumed him as he collapsed into Su Zhexian's embrace. Aotion. Ergo, slay more fire demons for me. Reclaim what is rightfully mine. The light in Aotion's eyes suddenly extinguished. Yet the blade in his hand remained steadfast. He was unwilling to accept this fate. No, you cannot perish before me. Su Zhexian's eyes turned crimson as he surveyed his surroundings. The newly spawned fire demons had launched their assault, tormenting the members of the Wu Wei team like young beasts honing their predatory instincts. Encircling, without striking the fatal blow, they merely tore at limbs, leaving their victims to writhe in agony. The wings of the long-standing butterflies were rent asunder, devoured piece by piece. Tentacles ensnared his legs, lifting him high, but he continued to swing his long blade with relentless fury. Outside the city, the peak of a small mountain was enveloped by a swarm of fire demons. Su Zhexian's eyes brimmed with fury, and in that moment, a string within him snapped. Gently, he laid Aotion's lifeless body down and staggered to his feet. Aha! Come, let us die together. Chapter 26. The world laughed at my madness. Su Zhexian spiraled into utter madness. A sight so frenzied that the surrounding fire demons recoiled a step back. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the impending apocalypse. Su Zhexian's body erupted with an overwhelming, terrifying energy. Centered around him, a colossal wave of power detonated, flinging the fire demons far away. His visage contorted in rage, hair thrashing wildly, eyes of vivid scarlet. He gasped for breath, yet a cold, maniacal smile crept upon his lips. Together we die, together we die, together we die. He chanted these words incessantly. Suddenly, he threw his head back and roared, shaking the heavens. Slowly, he unfurled his arms, unleashing a cascade of golden light that radiated from him. The temperature around him surged dramatically. In an instant, 10 golden suns appeared abruptly in the inky sky, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire secret realm. Warning: all lifespan is being forcibly consumed. This was the system's notification, but Su Zhexian, lost in madness, paid it no heed. In this moment, the will to live had entirely abandoned him, leaving only a singular obsession with annihilation. He forcibly consumed all his lifespan to convert it into spiritual power, pouring every last ounce into the effort. A total of 1,200 years of lifespan transformed into an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy. Under such vast reserves of power, the 10 suns in the sky unleashed their solar flames without restraint, exhibiting an awe-inspiring might akin to the mythical three-legged golden crow. The 10 suns blazed across the heavens, scorching the earth. The terrifying might of apocalypse instantly engulfed the entire fire demon city. The fire demons, the city walls, the mountains, the very ground, all evaporated under the radiance of the 10 glorious suns, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. This was an exquisite, yet horrifying purification. But it was still insufficient. The flames of doom had only just ignited. Su Zhexian's fury continued to blaze. Die. The 10 suns ascended to the apex of the secret realm, their solar flames now 100-fold more intense, sweeping across every direction. The human warriors and fire demons engaged in battle failed to react before being vaporized. Even the grand Mount Tai city vanished into thin air. Indeed, there was no distinction between friend and foe. A merciless assault ensued. Su Zhexian's remaining consciousness was solely fixated on destruction and death. In this moment, anyone before him was destined to be incinerated, even the celestial beings themselves. The entire secret realm transformed into a furnace, the fabric of reality dissolving into nothingness. As the space teetered on the brink of collapse, Su Zhexian fell heavily to the ground, devoid of life. His spiritual energy exhausted, his lifespan extinguished. He had perished. The secret realm was plunged into eternal silence, bereft of its last breath of vitality. Beyond the secret realm, in the fire-scorched wasteland, the eerie barrier that had encompassed the area finally dissipated under the might of Li Qingyan's sword energy. Heavens! It is Lord Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great inspectors. Relief washed over the students of Class 30, who stood at the edge of the wasteland, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Teacher Luo, what has happened to you? Hurry, help, he has fainted. In the heart of the wasteland, Li Xiongfei, Yang Xia, and others exhaled deeply, relieved. They had not anticipated this rescue would take so long. Only breaking the barrier thanks to the intervention of the great inspector. Had it been an ordinary inspector, they surely would have perished. We must leave this place. In just a few hours, the fire demons will descend. Several capable students took off running. Meanwhile, Li Xiongfei, Yang Xia, and others remained remarkably composed, viewing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could catch the eye of the great inspector, their ascension would be swift. They quickly tidied themselves, awaiting Lord Zhuge. Only Jiang Wenjiu seemed indifferent to everything, sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, chin resting upon them. Gazing longingly at the teleportation array of the secret realm, she yearned to see Su Zhexian's figure emerge, smiling and telling her, "Little secret realm, quick pass." Minutes later, Li Qingyin's figure appeared before the secret realm. Li Xiongfei and the others hurriedly bowed. "We have met Lord Zhuge. Thank you for saving our lives." A simple statement bridged the gap between Li Xiongfei and Li Qinyin, filling him with pride. Li Qinyin did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze upon the Jingguan beyond the secret realm. Humph. Li Qingyin's fury surged as he shattered the Jingguan with a mere flicker of spiritual energy. Sensing Li Qingyin's wrath, Li Xiongfei, Yang Xia, and the others trembled. Explained the sequence of events clearly. His icy tone instilled fear in them. Yet, they steeled themselves and recounted the events in the fire-scorched wasteland. They narrated the fire demon leader's plot and traps with relative accuracy. However, their embellishments began when discussing the arrival of the secret realm. The realm only permitted entry to those of bronze rank or below, and only once. That Su Zhexian, lusting for the first completion reward, rashly entered the secret realm and has yet to emerge. Li Xiongfei spoke half-truths. Yang Xia, driven by some impulse, added, "He has always been reckless, a madman." He could have waited for Lord Zhuchu's rescue, but insisted on showing off. If his actions bring about the fire demon invasion and slaughter Yuanqing, he will be a historical sinner. Su Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he anxiously pulled Yang Xia, urging her to speak less. Yet, the more he urged, the more fervent she became. "Why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything wrong. If he wants to die, he shouldn't drag the whole city down with him." Before Yang Xia could finish, she suddenly found Jiang Wenjiu standing before her, her speed akin to lightning. Li Xiongfei and the others were caught off guard. Slap. A sharp, stinging slap landed on Yang Xia's face, leaving her dazed. But that was not the end. Jiang Wenjiu extended her delicate hand, gripping Yang Xia's pale neck. Lifting her petite frame high, "He risked everything for everyone, and you dare to slander him?" Yang Xia's face turned crimson as she struggled to breathe, her feet flailing as she clawed at Jiang Wenjiu's hand. "Let go of me." Jiang Wenjiu paid her no heed, tightening her grip. "Do you know what time it is? This secret realm has been descending for nearly 20 hours. Is there enough time left for the inspector to conquer the realm?" "No." Jiang Wenjiu's voice trembled with emotion. Yet her resolve grew stronger. She glared at the struggling Yang Xia. "Do you think he wanted to go? Do you think he did not wish to live? He ventured into this for everyone, including you, the one he cherished most. When the secret realm first descended, what were you doing? Hiding like a rat? Coveting rewards? Utterly ridiculous. Who among you dared to step forward?" Slap. Jiang Wenji slapped Yang Xia fiercely once more. "If he hadn't emerged from the secret realm, I would have let you perish first. Not just you, but all of you." Jiang Wenji's eyes were already blurred with tears. Yet the fury within them rendered Li Xiongfeng and the others unable to meet her gaze. "Kneel, until he returns safely." With the force of a mother hen, Jiang Wenji pressed Yang Xia down before the altar of the secret realm. A bow was summoned forth, ruthlessly stomping Yang Xia's head into the ground. "Wu, save me. Stop. How dare you?" Chapter 27. Only our great Xia is supreme. Li Xiongfeng and the others were intimidated by Jiang Wenji's imposing presence, and only now did they react, wanting to rescue him. However, a terrifying force pressed them down, rendering them immobile. Struggling to lift their heads, they discovered Li Qingyin's cold stare upon them. "You too must kneel. Why can the great Xia card masters withstand the relentless assault of countless demons on the spiritual battlefield? Because we have comrades worthy of entrusting our backs. Yet you, cowardly and hesitant, even slander your fellow countrymen. Shameful, inept, and cowardly scoundrels." Li Qinyin approached Jiang Wenji, gently offering her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "I apologize for my tardiness. We failed in our oversight and could not detect the fluctuations in the secret realm in time. We should have summoned other inspectors for assistance. But there were disturbances in the spiritual realm," Li Qinyin explained softly. To this, Jiang Wenji merely nodded, her thoughts consumed by the secret realm. Time was running short. She silently prayed for his safe return. As if in response to her prayers, the structures of the secret realm suddenly shook violently, emanating searing heat. A terrifying shockwave swiftly spread, threatening to obliterate the fiery wasteland. Fortunately, Li Qinyin intervened, forcibly isolating this power. "What is happening inside?" Jiang Wenji turned to Li Qingyan inquiringly. I do not know, but he will be unharmed, Li Qingyan replied, having never encountered such a situation before. Yet she understood who Su Zhexian was. The great Xia White Tiger Inspector Su Chonglu was the youngest son of Yao Qi's Yulioli. Su Chonglu was destined to take command of the central authority of Yujing Mountain. Without mentioning Yulioli's status in Yao Qi and the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce, who would dare provoke that madwoman, given her strength and temperament? The commander of the Great Xia's Northern Dipper 7 armies, the Southern Dipper 6 commanders of fate, who among the 4 great inspectors had not been beaten by her. Although it seemed somewhat unkind to criticize her close friend, every child of these 2 was exceptionally talented. Su Zhexian was particularly remarkable, possessing imperial cards and bearing the fortune of an emperor. It was absolutely inconceivable for him to fall within this trivial secret realm. If that were to happen, it would be an affront to the heavens. Just as Li Qingyan surmised, Su Zhexian had indeed survived. In the secret realm, the ancient battlefield of the fire demon, Su Zhexian suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. A fit of violent coughing seized him, and he gasped for breath. Cough, cough, what happened to me? He looked around in bewilderment, his mind somewhat disoriented. After a while, he regained his composure and began to recollect the events that had transpired. The pain in his heart lingered, sharpening Su Zhexian's clarity. He glanced down and saw the longevity lock transformed into white fragments. It saved me, surviving a catastrophe. Su Zhexian felt a mix of joy and sorrow. At that moment, words appeared in the sky that he despised, yet upon reading them, he felt a surprise. Congratulations on clearing the ancient battlefield of the fire demon. Evaluation score SSS. Rewards are as follows. Reward 1. Ownership of this secret realm. Reward 2. 2 heavenly soul pearls. Reward 3. The option to rescue all souls from any faction. The rewards were simple yet profound. What mattered most to Su Zhexian was the chance to rescue the souls. He had already detached from the identity generated by the secret realm and recognized clearly that every individual he had encountered during the mission was, in fact, a soul. This brutal battle had transpired countless years ago, far removed from Su Zhexian's era. These fallen souls had been imprisoned by the detestable fire demon clan for an unknown length of time. Now, with the opportunity to liberate them, it was a monumental blessing. However, this also meant that these events had indeed occurred. Su Zhexian felt another pang in his heart, tears streaming down his face. He had only experienced the despair of failing a secret realm mission once, and he had not perished. Yet his commander, Awaken, and all their comrades had faced such despair in reality. Su Zhexian recalled Awaken's unwillingness and despair at the moment of sacrifice. He remembered the tragedy of the commander and their comrades being ruthlessly humiliated by the fire demon. I will never forget you all in this lifetime. I, Su Zhexian, Su Ergu, swear here. In my lifetime, I will wash away the fire demon clan in blood, leaving no trace behind. Through this ordeal, Su Zhexian's desire for strength intensified. He yearned to become powerful enough that all would fear and respect him, strong enough that no one would dare to insult the Great Xia. He aspired to be so formidable that when the Great Xia attacked any being, the adversaries would be grateful. He aimed to be so powerful that in all realms, only the Great Xia would reign supreme. After establishing this vow in his heart, Su Zhexian promptly chose to rescue the heroic souls of the Great Xia. In an instant, the sky shimmered, and countless heroic souls of the Great Xia manifested. Commander, Awaken, everyone, Su Zhexian called out, spotting familiar figures as he tilted his head. The heroic souls all focused their gaze upon Su Zhexian, their expressions filled with gratitude, comfort, and joy. Ergu, Awaken's heroic soul was the first to rush down, eager to embrace Su Zhexian, yet passed right through him. Oh, I almost forgot, I've been dead for quite a while. Awaken still appeared youthful, scratching his head in embarrassment. We will forever be good brothers. Su Zhexian enveloped Awaken's heroic soul in his arms. Thank you for helping us escape this prison. The commander and countless heroic souls surrounded Su Zhexian. Although he could not physically touch them, his heart felt immensely warm. This is what I should do. I just annihilated all the fire demons, albeit only their souls. But I swear, I will avenge you. Su Zhexian felt a bit bashful, yet resolutely determined. Observing his shy demeanor, the heroic souls of the Great Xia all laughed. You once asked me if all this was worth it. Look, you risked everything to save us, vowing to avenge us. Therefore it is worth it. The commander and the myriad heroic souls exchanged knowing smiles, speaking in unison. In this lifetime, we have won immensely. Su Zhexian's tears flowed freely. Ha ha ha, why is this kid crying again? It's fine to cry in front of us, but don't do it when you return. It would tarnish our reputation. Exactly. Great Xia warriors shed blood, but not tears. Su Zhexian hastily wiped away his tears. You are remarkable. You are noble. The heroic souls had no tears, but their eyes betrayed them. The myriad heroic souls were taken aback and then simultaneously turned away, not expecting this boy to see through them. This kid is somewhat impressive. No wonder he can bring about such destruction. The heroic souls silently admired him in their hearts. Ergu, we must take our leave. The future awaits us as the strongest. Awaken solemnly bid farewell to Su Zhexian. Wait, my surname is Su Zhexian. Su Zhexian earnestly introduced himself. After a moment's thought, he added, you can also call me Su Ergu. Then in the future, I shall also bear the surname Su. Su Awaken. Awaken mischievously winked. Su Zhexian laughed joyfully, and then turned to the commander. Commander, may I know your name? Guanshan. Su Zhexian was taken aback, involuntarily recalling Li Bai's Guanshanyu. The bright moon rises from Tianshan, amidst the vast sea of clouds. The long wind stretches for tens of thousands of miles, blowing past the Jade Gate Pass. Chapter 28. Is this what you call cheating? If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell, young one. While we are away, the protection of the great Xia will be entrusted to you. How wonderful it is, each generation surpassing the last. The heroic souls waved farewell to Su Zhexian, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Su Zhexian revealed a smile that was more tragic than tears, though they spoke of meeting again by fate. This was truly a parting of souls. Though the time of their acquaintance was brief, Su Zhexian felt an overwhelming reluctance. Suddenly, a peculiar and profound sound reverberated through the air. It seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. The ethereal forms of the heroic spirits, which had been gradually dissipating, were abruptly immobilized. What was happening? They could not see the soul reaper or anything of the sort. The heroic spirits were taken aback, glancing at their own soul forms. Astonishingly, the parts that had begun to fade were restored and solidified. The source of this phenomenon was the small cauldron held in Su Zhexian's hand. Was there such power within? Su Zhexian's consciousness delved into the spiritual source. There, a tiny bronze fragment floated languidly in the sea of origin. A vague inscription elucidated the cause of this transformation. The 9 tripod cauldrons possessed the ability to suppress fortune. As a minuscule part of the 9 tripod, the bronze fragment could wield a fragment of that power. If it could suppress fortune, then controlling souls would be a trivial matter. The bronze fragment could temporarily retain the heroic spirits within this secret realm. Once Su Zhexian was able to forge a complete 9 provinces cauldron, the heroic spirits could be nurtured and trained within it. When the 9 cauldrons converged, the emperor would attain divinity. At that time, the empire could transform into a celestial kingdom. As subjects of the great Xia, they would naturally be conferred divine status by the emperor. Thus, the heroic spirits could directly transform into deities and even reconstruct their physical forms. The ancestors truly wielded extraordinary power. Su Zhexian joyously slapped his thigh. Our magnificent Huaxia cannot be compared to any other trivial nation. Upon exiting the spiritual source, Su Zhexian beamed at the heroic spirits and said, well, it appears you cannot leave. The heroic spirits exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Ergo had lost his mind again? Alas, it was our fault for causing this child distress. Their sorrowful thoughts only deepened Su Zhexian's frown. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. Let me clarify. What just transpired is related to me. I inadvertently activated a cheat while comprehending the cardmaster skill. You know what a cheat is, right? It's like those in video games. Before Su Zhexian could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by Aotian. Please, it's 60-24 already. Who hasn't played a game? Su Zhexian brushed aside Aotian and summarized the information about the small cauldron for the heroic spirits. Then, Su Zhexian witnessed a sight that left him utterly astonished. Thousands of heroic spirits simultaneously wore blank expressions, their jaws dropping in disbelief. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their senses. Is this what you call a cheat? This is beyond extraordinary. It turns out our great Xia ancestors followed a different path than others. While others wield card abilities, we practice card cultivation. What a tremendous blessing. Resurrection is the best fortune one could wish for. No longer need we worry about being reborn in another land. The heroic spirits were ecstatic, dancing around Su Zhexian in joy. This bizarre scene would surely send shivers down the spines of any onlookers. Everyone agreed, and Su Zhexian continued. I have another matter to discuss with you. He laid out his plans to transfer the control of this secret realm to the heroic spirits. He intended for this realm to be entrusted to Yujing Mountain, transforming it into a necessary passage for all. Su Zhexian aimed for everyone to experience the brutal and terrifying nature of the spirit realm battlefield. This might be but a trivial skirmish among countless wars over millennia. Yet it would sufficiently inform everyone of who bore the burden for our progress. They would learn that the primary mission of becoming a card master is to protect our homeland, not engage in petty schemes and intrigues. Very well. This is a duty we shall not evade, Guanshan solemnly agreed. Ao Tian's eyes lit up. So, we can train new recruits? We can repeatedly torment those fire demon souls. After the heroic spirits of the Xia nation were liberated, gaining autonomy and control of the secret realm, they could respond to the previous narrative of the realm. The hatred harbored from being imprisoned by the fire demons for a full 80 years could finally be vented. Though merely a secret realm, the opportunity to exact revenge on the fire demon souls was exhilarating. There could be nothing better than this. Thank you, Dogsy. We cannot repay this kindness enough. Thank you. The heroic spirits were overwhelmed with excitement. The hope of resurrection and the chance for vengeance was simply delightful. What about us? Have you not contributed enough? Su Zhexian scoffed, then added, I will remember all your names and inform your families of your messages. So you can reunite in the secret realm. This is all I can currently offer. The heroic spirits cried, their wails genuine despite the absence of tears. Who could fail to miss their families? When they fell in battle, the fleeting moments of consciousness had been filled with thoughts of loved ones. Now, the opportunity for reunion was at hand. How could they not weep? I envy you. I want to cry too. The playful Ao Tian squatted on the ground, drawing circles. What are you envious of? I'll come back to play with you and torment those fire demon souls, Su Zhexian replied. Ao Tian instantly perked up, stretching his neck to rest his head on Su Zhexian's shoulder. A promise is a promise. I never deceive. But I am a ghost, Su Zhexian replied. Sometimes, ghosts can be more reliable than humans. Su Zhexian thought of Li Xiongfei and the others, a frown crossing his brow. He had a nagging feeling that those individuals were somehow involved in this incident. Ao Tian, noticing Su Zhexian's expression, instantly understood. Who dares to provoke my brother? Let them in. I will deal with them. Upon hearing this, Su Zhexian had an epiphany. There is wisdom in your words. I will let those individuals in. And you can take special care of them. Ao Tian pounded his chest, displaying a smug expression. They will be thoroughly punished. I must hurry out. There are others awaiting me, Su Zhexian said. Until next time, everyone. Thinking of Jiang Wenjiu warmed Su Zhexian's heart. If not for Jiang Wenjiu's longevity talisman, he might have perished here. I owe her a life, and I shall repay her tenfold. As he was about to exit the secret realm, Su Zhexian renamed it, Taishan City, Guanshanyu. Boom. In the fiery wasteland, the dim sky suddenly churned with clouds, shadows, and light intertwining. A mysterious rainbow pierced the heavens, linking the earth and sky. This remarkable celestial phenomenon did not merely manifest in Yun City. It reverberated across the globe. No matter where one found themselves, the tremors of this cosmic event could be felt. At this moment, the world was united in one realization. A new large-scale secret realm had descended and was now opened. Chapter 29. Extreme Evaluation. The arrival of a large-scale secret realm was a common occurrence a century ago. Across the globe, it was not unusual for 5 or 6 such realms to appear within a few years. This also signified that high-dimensional demons had been infiltrating Blue Star. However, as humanity gradually grew stronger and gained advantages, the main battlefield between humans and demons shifted to the dimensional realm, corresponding to the spiritual territories of each nation. From that moment on, the demons altered their strategy, deploying small secret realms. These diminutive realms, with minimal spatial fluctuations, were easily concealed. Once established, they could transmit 1 or 2 demons, who would then hide among humans to carry out assassinations, reconnaissance, and manipulation. Thus, when the White Tiger Inspector's airship lingered near Su Zhexian's home, residents instinctively feared a demonic disturbance. Now, a century later, the emergence of a large-scale secret realm raised alarm bells. Did this indicate that the demons were preparing for a full-scale offensive? The individuals or teams responsible for opening this realm would undoubtedly attract global attention. A resplendent light descended, and Su Zhexian's figure gradually appeared within the teleportation array. It was him. Jiang Wenjiu was already in tears. Indeed, he did not disappoint. Li Qingyan gently patted Jiang Wenjiu's back, whispering words of admiration. Li Xiongfeng, Yang Xia, Su Chun, and others gazed at the increasingly distinct figure, their hearts shaken. He did not perish. He has successfully traversed the secret realm. He had only recently become a card master, yet he had already conquered a large-scale secret realm. It seemed impossible. There must be unknown secrets at play. They looked at Su Zhexian in astonishment, continually denying the reality before them. These individuals, the pride of Cloud City, felt their arrogance and confidence crumble in an instant. Before the fire demon, they were as timid as mice. This could be attributed to a disparity in strength, which was understandable. Yet, when the secret realm descended, none dared to step forward. Instead, it was the very waste they had scorned who ventured into the secret realm. They had harbored malicious thoughts, believing that if they could not achieve it, neither could anyone else. They had slandered Su Zhexian before Li Qingyan. But now, the truth lay bare before them. He was simply superior, leaving no room for luck. They could only feel a mix of regret and self-loathing, resenting their own inadequacies and Su Zhexian's strength. As Su Zhexian emerged from the teleportation array, the information regarding the completion of the secret realm appeared above. First completion, Su Zhexian, completion rating, SSS. This simple line of text brought immense shock. The ultimate rating. Even the usually composed Li Qingyan was genuinely astonished. Achieving such a rating in a large-scale dungeon was exceedingly rare. Only a handful across the entire Blue Star had managed to secure the ultimate rating in a large secret realm. The children of the Su family were indeed extraordinary. However, it seemed reasonable for one who commanded imperial cards to achieve such heights. How could this be? You were never like this. You have been deceiving me, haven't you? Yang Xia knelt close to the teleportation array, watching Su Zhexian step out, her heart pricked with anguish. In her eyes, Su Zhexian had previously been an arrogant clown, unworthy of consideration, despite his handsome visage. To her, he was merely a superficial waste, easily dismissed. Yet now, kneeling and gazing up at him, she recognized him as a being radiant and formidable, akin to a resplendent golden sun that blinded her gaze. She felt a deep sense of inadequacy, devoid of any thoughts of defilement. But she yearned to understand why Su Zhexian had chosen to disguise himself and deceive her. Su Zhexian ignored Yang Xia's inquiries, as if she were a dead dog on the roadside, inconsequential. He strode past her without a glance. Small secret realm. Su Zhexian flashed the most carefree smile at Jiang Wenjiu. Speedrun. Jiang Wenjiu broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling. Clap. I've captured it. I'll sell it to Lioli at a high price and make a fortune. Beside them, Li Qingyan wore a knowing smile. Who could understand? One of the 4 great inspectors of the Great Xia, secretly behaving in such a manner. I brought you a small gift. Su Zhexian produced a shimmering orb and placed it into Jiang Wenjiu's hand without hesitation. What is this? Jiang Wenjiu blinked, momentarily bewildered. However, Li Qingyan instantly recognized it. Heavenly soul orbs. 2 of them. Is this the reward for first completion? Seeing Su Zhexian nod, Li Qingyan could not help but curse the prodigal youth in his heart. The heavenly soul orbs were presented so casually. Did he not realize they needed to be stored in jade boxes? More importantly, giving them away so generously was quite extravagant. Quickly, let me help you store them. Li Qingyan took out a jade box to assist Jiang Wenjiu. He then explained, the essence of a card master lies in mental strength, the foundation of all power. Soul orbs contain immense mental energy and can elevate a card master's mental capacity. Ordinary soul orbs enhance the limit by 5, while heavenly soul orbs increase it by 50. If you consume 2 heavenly soul orbs simultaneously, can you guess how much it will improve? Su Zhexian pondered for a moment. Could it be 200? Clever. Li Qingyan remarked. It involves the rules of the heavenly path, which you will understand in due time. Li Qingyan could not help but marvel at Su Zhexian's extraordinary fortune. Ordinary soul orbs were already rare, yet 2 heavenly soul orbs emerged from a first completion. This indirectly indicated the daunting difficulty of this dungeon. Too precious, I cannot accept. Jiang Wenjiu shook her head repeatedly, attempting to return the jade box to Su Zhexian. This holds no value for me, not compared to the longevity lock you gifted me. Just take it, we can discuss it later at home. Su Zhexian's tone brooked no argument. Compared to the longevity lock that had saved his life, the soul orbs were insignificant. Regardless of the soul orb's grade, they were akin to a useless trinket to him. His mental strength had no limits. The rewards for first completion were astonishingly generous. This did not even account for the benefits of becoming the master of the secret realm. If only he had rushed through the challenge before Su Zhexian, he would not be plagued by regret. Li Xiongfeng and several distinguished students harbored a quiet jealousy. If their mental strength limits could increase by 200, they could confidently declare themselves invincible among their peers, basking in glory. The one most tormented was Yang Xia. Watching Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu depart, she unconsciously placed herself in Jiang Wenjiu's position. Had she chosen to follow Su Zhexian, everything Jiang Wenjiu obtained would have been hers. I must reclaim him. After more than a decade of companionship, she refused to believe he could completely forget her. At that moment, Yang Xia resolved to cast aside her pride and dignity. Anything was worth it if she could win Su Zhexian back. The upheaval in the flame wasteland reached a temporary conclusion. As they departed, Su Zhexian stowed away the secret realm altar. Li Qingyan ordered the entire flame wasteland to be sealed off, warning Li Xiongfeng and others against leaking any related information. The Great Xia authorities would thoroughly investigate the origins of the Fire Demon clan's conspiracy. As Li Xiongfeng exited the flame wasteland, his pace quickened significantly. Whether from a desire to distance himself from this humiliating place or for other reasons, remained unclear. Chapter 30. The Three Questions of Liuli. 2 days later. The name of Xian spread across the globe. Despite Li Qingyan's strict orders to keep all related information confidential, the celestial phenomena accompanying the first completion could not be concealed. When the secret realm was reactivated in the future, it would still display the name of the first completer. Currently, under the intentional guidance of the Great Xia authorities, the world only knew that a youth named Xian had conquered a large bronze-tier secret realm. Beyond that, no further information was available. Yet, even this was sufficient to inspire speculation. Andrew, employing every means at his disposal, sought to acquire information about Xian, his background, card deck details, and cardmaster skills. In the Kingdom of Sunset, at the Lionheart Castle, an elderly gentleman clad in medieval noble attire, sporting a goat beard, grasped an ancient coin. This coin, a half-tail from the Qin dynasty of the Great Xia, emitted a faint glow, desperately attempting to escape the elderly noble's powerful grasp. The foundation of the Summer Kingdom inspired both awe and envy. Despite being suppressed for so many years, it had risen with formidable strength, warranting caution. The noble elder greedily toyed with the coin, revealing a hint of playful amusement. Rest assured, my lord, they cannot turn the tide. The potential of the 12 knights of the Sunset Round Table surpasses that of the talents of the Summer Kingdom. A middle-aged knight, kneeling nearby, wore a scornful expression. To single-handedly conquer a large secret realm and receive the gifts of heaven, Xian can claim dominion among his peers. How amusing. In the meta-country, within the king's mansion, 2 golden-haired youths lounged casually atop the building. The fierce winds atop the rooftop did not disturb their poise in the slightest. King Wang, you overestimate him. Before the gods, all are but ants. The rebellious golden-haired youth rose, laughing wildly against the wind. Behind him, 2 pairs of pure white wings unfurled, radiating brilliance. Compared to the previous confidence and arrogance of the 2 nations, the nation of Plaster appeared somewhat flustered. After all, being situated beside the colossal dragon, the nation of Plaster was the first to bear the brunt. 900 years ago, when they participated in the theft of artifacts from the Xia Kingdom, they were the ones who suffered the most. At that time, over 80% of their card masters perished. Furthermore, with the emergence of the secret realm, their own card masters were powerless to assist, resulting in 2/3 of their territory being seized by demons. Had they not acknowledged the Metan nation as their protector at a critical moment, the nation of Plaster would have surely faced annihilation. However, this came at a cost. From then on, the demon-infested regions of their land became a training ground for Metan card masters, reducing their own card masters to mere subservience. This filled the nation of Plaster with resentment and bitterness, unwilling to forever remain as the lapdogs of Metan, and harboring a grudge against the Xia Kingdom for obstructing their sordid ambitions. Yet, they were also profoundly fearful of the Xia Kingdom's might. It was common knowledge that with the rise of the Xia Kingdom, the nation of Plaster would inevitably perish. Thus, the advent of the immortal exacerbated their panic. This subtly implied one undeniable truth. The emergence of talent in the Xia Kingdom signified an increasingly prosperous fate for them. Under such flourishing national fortune, the birth of a king card master was not out of the question. At that time, the Xia Kingdom would rise unassailably, leaving no escape for the nation of Plaster. What hope would they have? How utterly despairing. The nation of Plaster could no longer afford to remain passive. They must eradicate all threats in their infancy. In the dilapidated Golden Palace, the current king of Plaster was filled with anxiety. Go, join forces with the Little Stick Nation to execute the previous plan. Before the Xia Kingdom rises, we must acquire as many of their resources as possible. Other factions and nations reacted diversely. Some proactively seeking to curry favor with the Xia Kingdom, others quietly on guard, and still others harboring ulterior motives. Even the demons and their followers lurking within Blue Star had begun to stir, ever vigilant in their quest to eliminate the human prodigies. Zhexian had unknowingly begun to alter the world's landscape. Of course, at that moment, the most distressed was the principal of Yun City Cardmaster School, Luo Hao. As one of the strongest card masters in Yun City, he was qualified to partake in the affairs of protecting Yun City. Naturally, he was aware that Zhexian, who had breached the secret realm, hailed from his school. The transfer form for Zhexian that lay on his desk bore his signature. Slap. How could I consider myself a connoisseur of talent when I overlooked the greatest dark horse? I am truly blind. Luo Hao slapped himself fiercely. Feeling that it was insufficient to vent his frustration, he continued to deliver several more slaps. No, principal, occasional mistakes are inevitable. The teachers rushed forward to stop him. However, their intervention only aggravated Luo Hao further. Luo gang, why do you strut about with such arrogance? A dignified gold tier being saved by a mere bronze tier. Aren't you ashamed to be alive? He slammed the desk, his anger intensifying. Later, it was heard that Luo Hao had gathered all the teachers in the conference room to slap themselves. For an entire day, all the teachers exited with swollen faces, using their clothes to shield their faces. From that moment on, the teachers at Cardmaster School changed their attitude towards students, never again treating them with cold indifference, only offering encouragement and guidance. Naturally, Zhexian was oblivious to these events and had no time to concern himself with them. Upon returning home, he discovered several significant figures. Dad, you're back. Mom, you're back too. Big brother, second sister, third brother, and fourth brother, you're all here. The family portrait left Zhexian drenched in sweat. Humph, Yulioli nodded towards Su Tianxian and the others. Hey, what are you doing? Don't slap my face. My backside is off limits too. Fourth brother, you lack martial ethics. Second sister, you're a poet, and you're putting chili powder on your hands. Dad, save me. What does that have to do with me? Su Zhonglou was intently scrolling through his phone, completely unfazed. 10 minutes later, a national treasure was kneeling in the living room. If Jiang Wenjiu were to see this, he might even summon a Baio for a comparison. I heard you died. Yulioli's tone remained as gentle as ever. But do not be deceived. The next moment could very well be thunderous. What are you talking about? How could I die and still kneel before you? Zhexian rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic expression on his face. Are you arguing? Li Qingyan had already sent a short video to Yulioli. The intention was to let her best friend also fangirl over her little son SCP. However, Yulioli keenly noticed the details in the video. The remnants of a broken longevity lock were all that remained. How discerning Yulioli was. She recognized it immediately as a precious life-preserving artifact. This implied that Zhexian had indeed perished once in the secret realm. This was a grave matter. What mother could tolerate such a situation? Now tell me, will you dare to act recklessly again? Yulioli spoke in a low, serious tone. Zhexian was taken aback. He had no regrets about any of his decisions. He then resolutely declared, to restore the glory of Xia, it is our duty. Fight. The four brothers of the Su family rolled up their sleeves and surrounded him. Hey, this is too much. I didn't do anything wrong. Ouch, that hurts. 5 minutes later, National Treasure 20 was online. I will ask you once more, was it wrong? Will you dare to do it again? Don't you fear your family as sorrow? Must you play the hero? Yulioli pressed on with an even sterner tone. Family. Zhexian thought of Guanshan, Outyen, and the heroic souls who had perished in battle. Who wouldn't he wish to live peacefully and happily with their family? Yet, some things must be done, and must be done by someone. Zhexian was no different from anyone else. He too could sacrifice everything, to fight to the bitter end. Zhexian's resolve strengthened. Stubborn as ever, fight. Bang, bang, bang. The beating continued. National Treasure 30 was online. I ask you one last time, think carefully before you answer. Are you truly willing to abandon your father and mother, forsake your family and everything, to march toward death? Zhexian's eyes turned red as he shouted from his throat. I dare. Yulioli smiled, a milky white holy light coalescing in her palm. She cast the holy light upon Zhexian, healing all his injuries, including those sustained in the secret realm. You've passed. Truly, you are my good son. Zhexian. Chapter 31. Dragon and Phoenix Peace Pendant. Zhexian's mind was somewhat in disarray. Did my mother instruct my brother and sister to beat me as a test? So I endured the beating for nothing? Oh dear mother, the difficulty of my life is overwhelming. Zhexian shed tears. Hey, didn't T see this coming, did you? Su Wanfo and Su Xiansheng, one on each side, wrapped their arms around Zhexian's neck, grinning mischievously. Mom is worried that after you've faced life and death crises, you might develop psychological trauma. She fears that if you encounter such situations again, you may hesitate to fight or avoid combat. So, she's helping you vent your negative emotions while also reaffirming your resolve. Zhexian's face darkened further. I truly appreciate you both for being so harsh on your own brother. What a 1,000-year kill, and chili powder. Who was it? I nearly evolved into the ultimate form of a national treasure. If only I had recorded a video during the cataclysmic event in the secret realm. You would have witnessed the state of my madness. Humph, I'll revise the entry requirements for the Guanshan Moon secret realm. Let you all enter and experience it too. The secret realm is filled with my comrades. This loss cannot go unreciprocated. Here, Yu Lioli produced a brocade box and handed it to Su Zhexian. What is this? Su Zhexian blinked. A pair of dragon and phoenix piece pendants. We don't have a longevity lock in our family. So this phoenix patterned piece pendant is a compensation for that little girl. As for this dragon patterned piece pendant, keep it for yourself. The piece pendant, also known as the ancient pendant or arhodai, is an ancient jade ornament from the Xia kingdom. It symbolizes the warding off of evil and disaster, ensuring safe passage. This pair of piece pendants, like the longevity lock, is an ancient artifact, while serving a similar life-preserving purpose. It has an additional unique effect. Once it preserves the life of the wearer, it will also imbue the wearer with the power of the dragon and phoenix, potentially enhancing all attributes by approximately 30. Such treasures are hard to come by, priceless yet devoid of market value. Only prominent figures like Su Zhonglou and Yu Lioli can afford such collections. Yu Lioli personally adorned Su Zhexian with a dragon-patterned piece pendant, gently embracing him as she spoke. The Su family does not harbor cowards. My child, you cannot be weak. You have performed admirably this time, and we take pride in you. Su Zhexian felt a twinge of emotion. But what about you? Do you possess a piece pendant? Only the inexperienced need such trinkets. The Empress Lingxiao does not. Su Lingxiao boasted with hands on her hips. I have plenty of these. I keep them for amusement, Su Xinqing scoffed. I am invincible, declared Su Tianxin. The three disparate responses left Su Xingfua momentarily speechless. So, should I say you have one or not? I understand now. None of you have one. So I shall not keep it either. Su Zhexian removed the dragon-patterned piece pendant to return it to Yu Lioli. As the saying goes, survivors of great calamities must be rewarded, and our mother only wishes the best for you, Su Lingxiao said with a grin. What reward? Su Zhexian retorted. You have strength that needs no such trinkets. But you owe someone. You must repay that debt. Su Zhonglou, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. He raised his phone, arching an eyebrow at Su Zhexian, revealing a video of Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu that he had been replaying. The White Tiger Inspector had also taken on the whims of the Vermilion Bird Inspector, relishing in the gossip of his son's romantic entanglements. I am not. I do not. Do not spread falsehoods, Su Zhexian vehemently denied. Come now, look at how the young lady weeps for you. It aches my heart. She even bestowed upon you a life-saving treasure. Do you understand its significance? Su Lingxiao playfully flicked Su Zhexian on the forehead. She is truly not my partner. Women only distract me from becoming stronger, Su Zhexian asserted defiantly. Mother, Su Zhexian claims we hinder his strength. Ah, but you two do not count, came the retort. Mother, Su Zhexian says we are not women. Indeed, one cannot reason with women, Su Zhexian concluded. Ultimately, he could not refuse the dragon-patterned piece pendant. Nevertheless, he silently vowed to grow stronger swiftly, procuring life-saving artifacts for his family. The Su family rarely gathered for a reunion meal. During dinner, Su Zhexian proposed transferring the secret realm to Yujing Mountain, hoping it could promote the realm nationwide, ensuring that Taishan City would become a must-visit destination. You must understand, the profits from a secret realm are immense wealth. Are you truly willing to relinquish it? Su Zhonglou inquired gravely. I am, provided you agree to my terms. I believe those who have experienced the secret realm will be even more resolute in safeguarding the Great Xia. This is invaluable and worth it. Upon hearing Su Zhexian's response, Su Zhonglou nodded in agreement. As a central figure in the Xia kingdom, he certainly possessed such authority. Very well. But I must return to Yujing Mountain to have the 6 divisions evaluate the realm's contents. Within 3 days, I will provide you with a formal response. Su Zhexian felt elated. The matter was nearly settled. He handed the card representing the transformed secret realm to Su Zhonglou. There is one more thing. Could you assist me in locating the families of these individuals? As for what needs to be done, you will understand after evaluating the realm. Su Zhexian sent Su Zhonglou an encrypted document via WeChat. Upon opening it, Su Zhonglou was left astounded. The casualty list of the Tianquan army from the year 6024, specifically detailing losses from elite squads like the Wuwei Company and the Brave Company, surfaced. This was from the defense battle 80 years prior. Where did you acquire such a detailed list? It's even more comprehensive than Yujing Mountain's records. Su Zhonglou exclaimed, incredulous. The final casualty count for the Wuwei Company has always been a mystery. Su Zhexian did not respond, merely pointing to the secret realm card. I am full. I shall return to Yujing Mountain now. Su Zhonglou vanished before even putting down his chopsticks. Brother, you earned a reprieve from washing a pair of chopsticks, someone remarked. Why must I wash them? What are you all doing? Su Zhexian protested. Do you think we have nothing to do? Had it not been for your predicament, we would not have rushed back from afar. We are leaving. See you next time, and if anything arises, just tag me in the group. One by one, They departed swiftly, leaving only Yu Liuli and Su Zhexian behind. Yu Liuli affectionately ruffled Su Zhexian's hair. On the day of your college entrance examination, I will return to cheer you on. Remember to give the peace pendant to her. I will remember, he assured. After their exchange, Yu Liuli departed as well. They had much to manage daily. Su Zhongluo was occupied traversing the vast Xia kingdom, while Yu Liuli presided over the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Not merely to amass wealth, but to secure more card resources for the Great Xia. How does one earn such resources? Naturally, by obtaining them from other nations. Su Zhexian dutifully washed the dishes. Was this not a form of happiness? If only his family could gather for meals each day, he would gladly wash dishes every time. Living alone can be profoundly isolating. Upon returning to his room, he unexpectedly discovered 4 gifts, a simple expression of love from his siblings. Su Zhexian silently expressed his gratitude. By the way, he had forgotten to check his lifespan. After a forced reset, he had survived, but he was unaware of how much remained. Surely, it could not be negative? A deep blue virtual interface appeared, markedly different from before, adorned with auspicious cloud patterns. Current lifespan, 18 years. New version triggered, boundless longevity. What is this? Chapter 32, Boundless Longevity. Su Zhexian was astonished. Previously, gaining a millennium of lifespan felt like striking gold. Little did he expect to suddenly possess a lifespan of 10,000 years. What a twist of fate. Truly, surviving calamities leads to boundless longevity. Ecstatic, Su Zhexian leaped on his bed in joy. The wealth was immeasurable, far beyond what he could ever exhaust. In this newfound fortune, he mused about the prospect of simply lying idle for 1,000 years, provided he encountered no misfortune. Yet, this was merely a fantasy. In today's Blue Star, peace was a rarity. Monsters and malevolent beasts roamed outside the cities. Occasional dimensional invasions and spatial upheavals plagued the land. Death realms lurked in forbidden zones, making it impossible for an ordinary person to live a peaceful life. Only the Great Xia could be deemed the safest nation in all of Blue Star, without exception. In other countries, civilian deaths went unnoticed, no one cared. Malicious rumors often permeated Great Xia, claiming that the awakening success rate of the Kashi was 100%. Do they think the people of Great Xia are fools? Those who had not awakened were buried. Thus, of course, the rate was 100%. I digress. Su Zhexian dismissed the impractical thoughts and calmed his exhilaration. He then carefully examined the deep blue interface. What did the new version entail? Su Zhexian's consciousness delicately tapped on boundless longevity. The descriptive text automatically reappeared, summarized as follows. Effect 1. Simulated prediction, calculating the required lifespan in advance. Effect 2. Lifespan gained from slaying monsters, 100. This is becoming increasingly user-friendly. Su Zhexian's eyes sparkled. After the version update, it no longer functioned mindlessly as before. Previously, during transformation, even Su Zhexian was uncertain of the lifespan consumption. He could only hoard as much as possible for emergencies, fearing insufficient lifespan would compromise the results. Now, predictions could be simulated. For instance, if one wished for the first emperor to ascend to the ancestral dragon, the panel would provide an exact lifespan figure. This applied not only to the transformation of lifespan into mental energy, but also to the conversion of spiritual energy. Excellent. Now, he would have clarity in future endeavors. Regarding another effect, in Su Zhexian's view, it was purely a benefit of the version update. In the future, acquiring lifespan would be faster and easier. However, when he curiously clicked on the newly appeared lifespan record page, he could no longer smile. Using 10 days of horizon, consuming 1,218 years of lifespan. Slaying demons and monsters, gaining 21,018 years of lifespan. Using the 9 tripod soul suppression technique, consuming 11,000 years of lifespan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000? Ah ding, you truly are a menace. Su Zhexian gazed at the small tripod emblem in the palm of his hand, speechless for a long time. It was not that he feared death or lamented the loss of lifespan. Rather, he had not anticipated that a single 9 tripod soul suppression technique would consume over 10,000 years. How much would it cost to truly reforge the 9 tripods? The sense of urgency surged again. He had initially thought he would be wealthy with a few thousand, yet here he was, still struggling. The tasks at hand did not diminish, they only multiplied. Well, at least he still had a little over 10,000 years of lifespan left. He needed to quickly address his shortcomings. Remembering how he had lagged behind in the secret realm made Su Zhexian uneasy. Now, with the conditions for advancing to the ancestral dragon fulfilled, it was time for an upgrade. Simulating the reconstruction of Emperor Qin Shi Huang into the ancestral dragon Ingzheng. You add golden crystals, star sand, and thunderstrike wood to the card. You consume 5,000 years of lifespan to transform into spiritual power and redraw the card face. The heavens change color. Dragons soar through the 9 skies. Congratulations on obtaining the ancestral dragon, Zhexian. This segment of simulation left Zhexian in silence once more. It turned out that reconstructing and advancing to the ancestral dragon required additional materials. It was not merely a matter of a few hundred years of lifespan to transform spiritual power. The illustrious emperor of our China was indeed not to be trifled with. Tears welled up. Oh, brother Zheng. Zhexian could hardly imagine what conditions would be necessary for the subsequent human emperor Zheng. He had the 5,000 years of lifespan. But those 3 materials were nowhere to be found. Scouring the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce app yielded not a single relevant piece of information. Sighing, Zhexian decided to seek help from outside. He picked up his phone and opened the family chat group. Wang Xianbei. Everyone, I urgently need golden crystals, star sand, and thunderstrike wood. Call me Emperor Ling Xiao. No. Ask again, and I'll give you a crooked face JPG. Wang Xianbei. Master of Thundersound Temple. Second sister is right. Xian Bugai Fei, Sheng Kui. You can't draw thunderstrike wood either? Just spend money. Wang Xianbei Moon. Mother, I report fourth brother for spending money on games. Xian Bugai Fei, Sheng Kui, has been removed from the group chat. Moon, Xiao Wu. That young lady's longevity lock fragment is star sand. Wang Xianbei, stun JPG. Wang Xianbei. I always thought it was silver, I was blind. Moon, as for thunderstrike wood, I will deliver it to you within half an hour. Moon, golden crystals are relatively rare. I will find a way, please wait 2 days. God descends. I have it, 1 hour delivery. Call me Emperor Ling Xiao. Wow. Big brother, where did you get it? God descends. 2 minutes ago. Killed the golden stone young master. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for half a minute. The golden stone young master from the Little Stick Kingdom was the designated heir of that nation. The king of the Little Stick Kingdom had invested all his power to create a golden stone armor for him, aiming to ensure his smooth growth. Yet, in the wilderness of the spirit realm, he had the misfortune of provoking Su Tianxin. Wang Xianbei. Holy cow, are you alright, brother? God descends. No problem. I used a transformation technique to disguise myself. Master of Thunder Sound Temple. 6 Call me Emperor Ling Xiao. 6 Moon. Well done. Meeting adjourned. Thus, the materials Zhexian needed were effortlessly resolved. It was just unfortunate for the golden stone young master and the innocent scapegoat, the Ointment Kingdom. An hour later, Zhexian sat cross-legged at his table. With the prior card-making experience, this time he felt quite at ease. Activating lifespan conversion into spiritual power, adding materials, and dipping his brush in ink. Above the sky, thunderclouds gathered, followed by a surge of purple aura. A brand new card glimmering with divine light appeared before Zhexian. The new ancestral dragon card depicted Zhexian with slight variations. Zhexian still wore the celestial crown and donned dark robes, but now 12 dragon souls entwined around him. He sat upon a black jade dragon throne, exuding an unparalleled dragon aura that illuminated the Qin Palace as if it were the celestial realm. Beneath the imperial seat, officials bowed, and outside the palace, the common people extolled the emperor's magnificent name. Ancestral Dragon Zhexian Quality, Orange Level, 10 stars category, Emperor Skills, Unity of Heaven and Earth, Eternal Prosperity, Traits, Imperial Might. Dragon Soul Advancement Directions, Human Emperor Zhexian, Celestial Emperor Zhexian, Bonds. Unmatched from Zhexian's attribute panel, it seemed there were no significant changes. Only the quality had improved, and a Dragon Soul trait had been added. However, those familiar with gaming understood that when star quality increases, all attributes invariably follow suit. Skill damage would also see a substantial enhancement. For instance, Zhexian's current Unity of Heaven and Earth unleashed 12 golden dragons. Coupled with the effects of the 2 Qin swords, that amounted to 14 golden dragons. His normal attack equated to others' area of effect ultimate moves. No, according to Western notions. It could rival a minor forbidden spell. As for the Dragon Soul trait, Dragon Soul Effect 1. The Dragon Soul is indestructible, and the Ancestral Dragon does not perish. Hiss, does that mean Brother Zheng can be summoned back immediately even if defeated? While others' cards require a cooldown of a week or several hours, Zhexian can resurrect without any cooldown, which is truly terrifying. He longed to touch the wires and experience what it meant to win gloriously, no need to touch. Zhexian's attacks now inherently carried thunder attributes. Dragon Soul Effect 2. Thunder breaks the 9 heavens. All evils retreat. Imagine when 12 golden dragons descend with thunder. Who could withstand that? Chapter 33. Addressing shortcomings, Ying advancement was complete, but the accompanying upgrades must keep pace. With over 5,000 years of lifespan remaining, Zhexian planned to elevate Bai Qi's quality as well. Originally, the conditions for advancing Bai Qi were rather unique, requiring the accumulation of killing intent. As the name suggests, it had to be gathered through continual slaying. Previously, it had been far from sufficient, as minor skirmishes could not produce significant killing intent. However, in the Taishan City's Guanshan Moon secret realm, Zhexian had participated in a genuine battlefield. His devastating 10 days of horizon had directly harvested a considerable amount of killing intent. Through simulation prediction, he discovered that the materials for Bai Qi's advancement were directly available in the marketplace. He placed an order, and a delivery rider arrived in minutes. This time, consuming 500 years of lifespan, he completed Bai Qi's advancement. Beneath a blood-red sky, flags obscured the horizon, and the Zhao army wailed. Bai Qi, holding a blood-stained bronze sword, quietly gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground. His stern visage bore a hint of inscrutable compassion. Is he a god or a demon? It does not matter. I am Bai Qi, the undefeated Bai Qi in history. Killing God Bai Qi quality, gold level, 10 stars category, general skills, sword technique of all nations, souls of the war tomb. Bloodstained sky traits, god or demon advancement directions, breaking army star Bai Qi, 6 paths ghost god Bai Qi, bonds. Unmatched, commanding with Bai Qi present. Even the hottest days require no air conditioning. Zhexian felt the suffocating killing intent permeating the room and could not help but shudder. The current Bai Qi possessed an edge of demonic nature. His blood-red cloak seemed capable of shrouding the heavens and the earth at any moment. The newly added skill was of the domain type. Bloodstained Sky. When activated, Bai Qi and his subordinate soldiers' attacks inflict bleeding effects and have a chance to slay. Indeed, he is the ever-victorious general. This skill would make card masters specializing in overwhelming numbers weep with envy. One wonders whether its effects could encompass all in the spirit realm battlefield in the future. Zhexian couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent fighting alongside Wu Wei. He thought to himself, perhaps it was time to seize an opportunity to test his mettle. Next on his agenda was to address his shortcomings. He lacked mobility. While this issue might not be critical in regular duels or ordinary realms, it could prove fatal on the battlefield. It wouldn't do to rely on other summoned beasts. Such a dependence would be humiliating. Lacking advanced movement skills as a card master, Zhexian resolved to create a mount-type card as a substitute. He had contemplated this since departing from the secret realm. Since he was following the path of imperial card creation, his mounts must align with that theme. Historically, emperors had 6 steeds, thus adopting the name Zhexian. 2 additional steeds would not be excessive, would it? Zhexian settled on the 8 steeds of the Mu Tianzi Chuan, Qi Ji, Dao Li, Bai Yi, Yulin, Shanzi, Chu Huang, Hua Lu, and Lu Er. Additionally, the Shi E.G. recorded the king's 8 dragon steeds, Zhu Di, Fan Yu, Ben Xiao, Chao Ying, Yu Hui, Chao Guang, Sheng Wu, and Xie. With these 8 steeds, his mobility would surely be maximized. Ideally, each could be ridden independently, showcasing unique characteristics. He could even allow his companions to ride them. How reasonable. Without further ado, Zhexian began the simulation, calculating the need for 4,000 years of life essence. As for materials, the usual practice applied. As long as the Jojo Merchant Guild could procure them, he would place an order. In this lifetime, he lacked life essence, but not wealth. Zhexian laid out 8 blank card faces on the table, rolled up his sleeves, and, guided by his understanding of ancient texts, meticulously illustrated his 8 steeds. As the sun set and the moon ascended, he worked diligently for 10 hours until the illustrations shimmered with a faint golden light. Each steed was depicted in a manner befitting its divine nature, some soaring through the 8 realms, others neighing resonantly against the heavens, or galloping with thunderous hooves. The first card read, 8 steeds, Qi Ji quality, gold level, 10 stars category, mount skill, Zhu Di trait, 8 steeds of the Emperor evolution path, shocking dragon steed, 9 heaven celestial horse. The remaining 7 cards also boasted the same golden 10-star quality. Details would be elaborated upon when summoned. It was late, and gazing at the moonlit night sky, Zhexian sighed softly. He felt hungry. Faced with the choice of dining out or ordering takeout, he opted to prepare a meal himself. Even living alone, one should embrace the warmth of home-cooked meals. However, he was reluctant to wash dishes after a long day. A simple fried rice would suffice. Cooking it in one pot would save time and effort. As he cooked, Zhexian pondered another dilemma. He lacked melee card master skills. His 10 days across the sky was, in essence, akin to an ultimate forbidden spell. He couldn't afford to unleash his trump card at the onset of every battle. While not impossible, it could jeopardize his life. The current version had eliminated the 1-year life lock guarantee, likely due to his previous reckless expenditure of life essence or updates in the system. Henceforth, he would need to exercise caution when deploying skills. A moment of impulsiveness could spell disaster. Sighing, he contemplated which martial technique to pursue. He had perused some basic martial arts from the Zhexian Merchant Guild. By practicing martial techniques and merging them with his cardmaster skills, he could develop a combat style tailored to himself. This approach was the most direct method of combat apart from relying on cards. The saying goes, one wields a staff for life, one keeps a sword close. Unfortunately, Zhexian possessed no natural talent for any of these weapons. His previous training yielded mediocre results. Might there be something both imposing and lethal? Zhexian gazed vacantly at the frying pan in his hand. Which historical figures of China were known for their martial prowess? Following this line of thought, two illustrious names came to mind. Xiang Yu with his halberd and Lu Bu wielding his famed sky-painting halberd. That was it. Zhexian set down the frying pan and picked up his phone. He found a rarely sold basic halberd technique in the Zhexian Merchant Guild. The halberd required immense strength, skill, and reflexes, making it unsuitable for the average person, hence its low sales. He placed an order. After finishing his meal, the basic halberd technique arrived. He thought to give it a try and switch if it didn't suit him. Zhexian perused the technique, fascinated by its various attacks, thrusts, hooks, pecks, slashes, and smashes. The more he read, the more enchanted he became. He regretted not purchasing a halberd to practice with. Excited, he yearned to begin his training. Card masters could not craft their own weapons. They required real-world forging. Only cards could manifest weapons through mental energy. It was also time to arrange the Imperial Seal for Zhenggu and complete scene cards like the Great Wall. To ascend to Emperor Ingzhong, these preparations were indispensable. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly bedtime. Satisfied, Zhexian lay down, cradled by starlight, and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, the magnificent war halberd continuously transformed. The radiant sunbird circled above the halberd, divine flames cascading down as if frolicking with the weapon, consuming 500 years of life essence to expand cardmaster skills. Congratulations on comprehending the martial technique, All Directions Annihilation. Chapter 34. All Directions Annihilation. Waking up to find himself transformed from an ancient monarch to an 18-year-old youth is an experience Zhexian could scarcely describe. He thought, family. I am in a panic, utterly terrified. Before sleeping, he had 518 years of life essence. Upon awakening, only 18 years remained. If he had woken up a moment later, would he have slipped into eternal slumber? Zhexian hastily checked his dragon-patterned peace token, relieved to see it intact. After losing 2 life-preserving items in a few days, it would be a considerable waste even for a wealthy family. He had never imagined he would grasp martial techniques in a dream. Checking his status panel, he saw Zhexian level 10 stars bronze tier 9999 core card Ancestor Dragon Ingzheng subject cards God of Death Bai Qi. Qin's elite soldiers equipped cards Ding Qin sword domain card Qin Wind without clothes card master skills 10 days across the sky. All Directions Annihilation martial technique. When had he reached 10 stars in the bronze tier? Zhexian was taken aback, realizing he was on the verge of leveling up once more. It dawned on him that the experience gained from the cataclysmic battle must have contributed. Had it not been for the leveling restrictions, the experience from vanquishing the fire demon might have propelled him straight to 10 stars in the silver tier. However, the focus now lay on the new martial technique. Having nearly lost his life to acquire it, he was eager to explore its nature. All Directions Annihilation, a celestial tier martial technique evolved from the various states of the solar divine star. Martial techniques are generally categorized from high to low as heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and human. 500 years of life essence without any embellishments. This was the pinnacle of martial techniques. All Directions Annihilation is divided into 5 forms. Great Night enveloping heaven, Golden Crow breaking dawn, Sun at zenith, Sunset molten gold, All Directions Annihilation. Additionally, it offers 3 distinct modes of use. The first is to employ pure physical strength for the All Directions Annihilation techniques. The second utilizes mental energy as the source of power, allowing each strike to carry unique effects. The final method harnesses spiritual energy to amplify the techniques tenfold. How magnificent! It was the martial skill he had always dreamed of. Zhexian leapt from his bed, mimicking the halberd with his hand, filled with joy. Yet, reminded of his dwindling 18 years of life essence, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a short lifespan was hardly sufficient. He had initially hoped to save more to craft the imperial seal for Zhengguo. Now, he found himself back at square one and needed to grind through secret realms again, especially since the demon zones had recently appeared in the vicinity of Yin City, which were temporarily sealed off. Li Qingyan, accompanied by the Zhuge inspectors, conducted a thorough sweep of another demonic area known as the Black Cloud Canyon. With that endeavor concluded, their only recourse was to venture into the secret realms for leveling. However, they first needed to complete the advancement quest at the Cardmaster Guild. Otherwise, merely gaining longevity without progressing would seem rather disadvantageous. Having devised a plan, Su Zhexian placed an order for a customized Feng Tianhua halberd at the Jiuzhou Commercial Center. Opting for self-pickup, the customer service representative informed him that the crafting would take approximately 3 hours, which was quite efficient. Nonetheless, such hastily made weapons typically lacked quality. True masterful weapons required sourcing materials and employing a skilled blacksmith, a task necessitating careful deliberation. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early enough to invite Jiang Wenjiu out. He had promised to treat her to a meal, and he could not afford to break that promise. Additionally, his mother had insisted on giving her a peace buckle, which was another task. It was not merely out of longing for her that he arranged this meeting. Certainly not. Su Zhexian concocted 2 perfectly reasonable excuses for himself. Fortunately, due to matters concerning the secret realm, both of them were exempt from school. The 7th high school had granted an extended holiday. He sent a message via WeChat, to which Jiang Wenjiu promptly replied. They agreed to meet at a hot pot restaurant near the Jiuzhou Commercial Center. Though having hot pot for breakfast seemed unusual, the deliciousness was what truly mattered. Half an hour later, they arrived at Shanghai Lao. Being a weekday morning, the restaurant was not crowded at all. They settled into a cozy corner. How have you been recovering? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Jiang Wenjiu inquired with concern as soon as they met. I'm perfectly fine, and I've actually grown stronger. I'm now at the 10th star of the bronze tier, Su Zhexian replied, while enthusiastically ordering dishes. In his previous life, as a chosen one, he had been timid even about enjoying a hot pot. In this life, with better family circumstances, he indulged freely. Impressive, you've surpassed me. I'm only at the 9th star of the bronze tier, Jiang Wenjiu exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Each star's advancement required tenfold the experience of the preceding one. Su Zhexian's progress was indeed remarkable. However, a moment of reflection made him realize that he must have endured significant hardships within the secret realm. Otherwise, with the strength of his 2 cards, he wouldn't have needed to rely on a longevity lock for protection. Make sure to complete your advancement quest quickly and reach the silver tier. The college entrance examination has been moved up to next week. Did you know? Su Zhexian was taken aback. He was unaware of this development. After checking his phone, he discovered a few notifications that had been muted. Yet, he was not overly concerned. His current strength was sufficient to tackle the examination. Then I'll help you level up, and you should advance to silver as soon as possible. Let us aim for good rankings, Jiang Wenjiu said, placing some freshly cooked lamb slices into Su Zhexian's bowl with a smile. No, this time I want to level up on my own, she insisted. These past few days, Jiang Wenjiu had been reflecting on herself. She felt too weak in combat and overly reliant on others. If she could surpass Su Zhexian, she would be the one to tackle challenges, sparing him from suffering. Therefore, Jiang Wenjiu resolved to intensify her training to become self-reliant. Perhaps in similar situations in the future, she would be able to lend a helping hand. Moreover, now that Su Zhexian was on the verge of a breakthrough, she could not afford to waste his time. The sooner he advanced, the better it would be for the upcoming examination. I understand, Su Zhexian replied, touched by Jiang Wenjiu's explanation. He produced a brocade box containing the phoenix pattern peace buckle and handed it to her. This is for you. For me? Jiang Wenjiu exclaimed, her face flushing with surprise. She cautiously opened the brocade box to reveal a pure white jade disc, roughly the size of a button. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the phoenix pattern swirling within the jade. It felt smooth to the touch, imbued with a mysterious power that instilled a sense of peace. What is this? It's a phoenix patterned peace buckle, which my mother asked me to give to you as compensation for the damage to your longevity lock. Its effects are similar, Su Zhexian said, engrossed in his meal, avoiding Jiang Wenjiu's gaze. Excluding the numerous gifts from his previous self to Yang Xia, this was the first time Su Zhexian had given a girl a gift. Some might wonder if he hadn't given gifts in his past life. After all, a chosen one had no time for romance. Working hard and overtime was essential for his boss to afford a larger villa. Jiang Wenjiu was taken aback upon hearing the peace buckle had effects comparable to her longevity lock, which had been passed down through generations in the Jiang family. Countless family members envied her possession of such a treasure. This peace buckle, even more effective than the longevity lock, was undoubtedly precious. You've already given me the heavenly soul pearl. That's more than enough. Jiang Wenjiu pushed the brocade box back. Su Zhexian swallowed a mouthful of shrimp paste and replied, my mother said that if you refuse it, she will scold me. She also said that the Su family believes in repaying favors. Su Zhexian's repetitive references to his mother made him sound like a mama's boy. Yet Jiang Wenjiu found it endearing, reminiscent of a naive child. She inadvertently noticed the dragon-patterned peace buckle faintly shimmering beneath Su Zhexian's loose t-shirt. Compelled by an impulse, Jiang Wenjiu took the brocade box back. Then please thank your mother for me. If possible, I would like to express my gratitude in person. Su Zhexian waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities, just enjoy the meal. I'll order some more. After you're full, you can level up while I tackle the advancement task. Next week's examination will be a breeze for us. Alright, a swift passage through the college entrance examination it shall be. Chapter 35, Silver Advancement Task. After their meal, the two parted ways, each focusing on their own endeavors. Su Zhexian first visited the Jiuzhou Commercial Center to collect his customized Feng Tianhua halberd. Measuring approximately 4 meters in length, its blade was sharp and fierce, with crescent-shaped edges gleaming brightly. The blade and edges were crafted from rainbow iron produced in the Rainbow Light's secret realm, while the body was made from resilient silver iron wood, also sourced from the secret realm. The entire halberd was etched with dragon patterns from tip to tail, feeling as if he were wielding a silver divine dragon. The craftsmanship was undeniably exquisite. While it would suffice as a transitional weapon, he would eventually need to craft a more specialized one. The halberd was also inscribed with formation patterns, which, once bound to Su Zhexian's fingerprint, rendered the originally heavy weapon as light as a feather in his hands. Exiting the Jiuzhou Commercial Center, he found the Cardmaster Guild just a short distance away. The function of the Cardmaster Guild was akin to that of adventurer guilds depicted in certain anime. The primary distinction lay in the advancement tasks. 1,000 years ago, with the emergence of cards, 12 obelisks also appeared. These 12 obelisks were scattered worldwide, with the Great Xia possessing 2. One of their functions was to assist cardmasters in breaking through their current tiers. This differed from the previous testing for advancing from the Black Iron tier to the Bronze tier, which was merely a method established by nations to aid their own cardmasters. The abilities demonstrated in these tests were used to select the corresponding level cardmaster skills to comprehend. In contrast, advancement tasks were entirely independent of national control. The 12 obelisks could be perceived as symbols of heaven and earth. Through advancement tasks, the world bestows titles upon cardmasters. Only by obtaining a title can one officially advance into the broader realm of cardmasters. Thus, the silver tier represents a true watershed moment for cardmasters. Excuse me, where can I find the silver tier advancement task? Hello, just walk straight and take the second hall on your right. Following the guidance of the front desk attendant, Su Zhexian entered the second hall. Here, a projection of an obelisk stood prominently. The actual obelisk resided within the headquarters of the Cardmaster Guild in Tianshu City. However, the projections in other cities could also facilitate the initiation of advancement tasks. Numerous individuals were present, all there to undertake their own advancement tasks. Su Zhexian was the youngest among them. Young lad, are you aiming to break through to the silver tier? An older gentleman approached him, inquiring. Yes. Su Zhexian replied while examining the task details nearby. Well, I must say, you are quite impressive for your age. Today's youth truly excel. We had to study at the academy just to break through to the silver tier. Several older cardmasters praised Su Zhexian with thumbs up. They had only just reached their 30s and were now preparing to undertake the advancement task for the platinum tier. The disparity in progress was palpable. Sir, is there a significant difference in the difficulty of the tasks? Su Zhexian inquired, gesturing towards the detailed regulations. Advanced tasks are typically categorized into 5 distinct levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. For the silver tier, the advanced task revolves around the historical Yellow Turban Rebellion. As long as one follows the 3 generals, Lu, Guan, and Zhang, to vanquish enemies, success is almost guaranteed. The disparity in difficulty is minimal. It merely hinges on the varying strength of the Yellow Turban bandits. The obelisks of the Xia Kingdom also relate their advanced tasks to the kingdom's history. Those who have previously navigated the silver tier generally recognize the 3 generals. Therefore, encountering their heroic cards in the Xia Kingdom should not come as a surprise. However, as mentioned earlier, not all historical figures are represented. The heroic cards of Lu, Guan, and Zhang predominantly feature the backdrop of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and thus do not offer a complete portrayal. Naturally, their combat prowess will differ from that of a full version. Nevertheless, these 3 remain formidable entities within the current heroic card system. Considering your youth, Embarking on advanced tasks indicates your considerable strength. If you possess confidence, selecting the Earth-level difficulty would align with the current standard for prodigies. Conversely, if you wish for a less strenuous experience, the mysterious level would suit you best. Zhexian noted the other's reluctance to mention the heaven-level tasks, prompting a question. What about the heaven level? Do not even entertain the thought. Unless you are an unparalleled genius seldom seen in a century. The number of individuals capable of completing a heaven-level task is exceedingly rare. An elder displayed a nostalgic expression. In my youth, I naively chose the heaven-level difficulty. Despite my cards and my own efforts, I could not even defeat a single yellow turban bandit. They remained unscathed while I was left vulnerable. The elder reminisced about his youthful bravado. Failure in a task necessitates a month-long wait before one can attempt it again. Within that month, others may surpass you. My young friend, proceed with caution, another bearded elder advised. Understood, Zhexian nodded in gratitude. He then raised his hand to select the heaven-level difficulty and was immediately transported. This audacious decision left the onlookers in astonishment. The youth of today truly does not heed advice. The more one advises, the more they act counterintuitively, courting their own misfortune. Yet, from Zhexian's perspective, having gained an advantage, he felt compelled to choose the highest difficulty. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by figures like Zheng Gu and Bai Qi. Moreover, he was well versed in the history of the late Eastern Han and the Three Kingdoms. The yellow turban bandits were hardly a challenge. As he arrived, a blinding light engulfed him, and he was immediately met with the cacophony of battle cries. Kill! Does any bandit dare to engage me in combat? The thunderous roar resonated powerfully. Upon opening his eyes, Zhexian beheld a colossal crescent-shaped light slicing through the air, severing the yellow turban bandits in droves. Wow, what a spectacle! Is Guan Eri truly this impressive? He marveled at Guan Yu's prowess on the battlefield. Witnessing a massacre wrought by his green dragon crescent blade, which seemed to manifest a tangible blade aura, Zhexian realized that the martial prowess in this world was indeed exaggerated. In the distance, the ferocious Zhang Fei mirrored this strength. His spear shone ominously, causing an army to falter. Above, Liu Bei soared like an eagle, unleashing waves of sword light with his twin blades, sweeping all before him. With these three alone, the battlefield transformed into a colossal meat grinder, rendering the countless yellow turban bandits mere lambs to the slaughter. No wonder it was said that accompanying Liu and Zhang made completing tasks effortless. Zhexian watched with rapt attention, but soon felt an odd sensation. Why were the three of them advancing in a direction opposite to his? He glanced to his left and right. On one side, a soldier with a tattered straw hat wielding a broken hoe. On the other, another soldier, similarly adorned, brandishing a wooden stick. Looking at himself, he wore the same garb, albeit with a better weapon, a half-broken broadsword. There was one distinction: a large iron pot strapped to his back, making him stand out among the soldiers. Oh no, I've joined the wrong side, Zhexian realized, bemused. Moments ago, he had sought signatures from the legendary trio, and now he found himself among three living demons. Initially captivated by the grandeur of Liu and Zhang, he had failed to notice his predicament. It turned out he was stationed atop a small earthen fort, tasked with defense against the advancing army of Liu and Zhang. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely that this dilapidated fort could withstand a single strike from Guan Yu. Zhexian turned to the leader of the yellow turbans beside him. Brother, perhaps we should retreat. Our opponents are too formidable. Better to preserve our lives than risk annihilation. The yellow turban leader, seemingly catching onto Zhexian's hopeful gaze, brandished his wooden spear and leaped into action. What are you doing? That's not what I meant, Zhexian protested. The leader stomped his foot, exuding an air of fury as he shouted, Guan Yu, you wretch. You have slain my followers. Allow me to confront you. Before he could finish, a blade of moonlight descended upon him. Alas, the leader has fallen. The trio was indeed terrifying, capable of dispatching an immortal leader with ease. What should we do, deputy leader? The yellow turban soldiers on the fort turned their anxious gazes towards Zhexian. What the heck? I'm still a deputy leader, Zhexian thought, realizing he had been unfairly burdened. He looked into the fearful yet expectant eyes of his comrades, adopting a sorrowful expression as he raised his half-broken broadsword. What can we do? There's only one option left: run. Half an hour later, under Zhexian's astute leadership, the majority of the yellow turban forces within the earthen fort had survived. Oh no, wait. They should now be referred to as the Yellow Turban Army. For Zhexian had unwittingly become their new leader, draped in the yellow turban, bearing the blame, and wielding a half-broken broadsword. Zhexian felt a sense of helplessness. What could he do? The times had indeed forged a hero. He had been thrust into this position against his will. Leader. Urgent news from the great sage. After retreating to a small mountain village, Zhexian received a plea for assistance from the great sage. This was essentially a disguised prompt for an advanced task, as it had pinpointed his location with uncanny accuracy. The great sage was besieged by the forces of Lu and Zhang and requested that the leader rally his subordinates to rescue him. Zhexian felt a surge of frustration. Just moments ago, he had been fleeing from Lu and Zhang like a dog. How had they suddenly turned their attention to Zhang Jiao? Was this even reasonable? Did they possess the ability to teleport or fly? Suddenly, he recalled Liu Bei had indeed been flying earlier, which reassured him. This meant the heaven-level task was compelling him to confront Lu and Zhang directly. However, his forces consisted of merely 500 aged and infirm soldiers. What good would that do? Zhexian pondered deeply, realizing the answer seemed elusive. After much contemplation, he concluded that he needed to ascertain his own combat strength first. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. The previous encounter had been too pressing to assess his capabilities. He needed to determine his strength amidst this mythological rendition of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. If the power levels were comparable, he would proceed to rescue Zhang Jiao. If the gap were too vast, he would wish him well. After all, until he completed the task, the NPCs were unlikely to perish. Zhexian grasped his half-broken broadsword and stepped out of the thatched hut. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the lack of even a single decent tree. All had been consumed. It was undeniable that the common folk of the late Eastern Han suffered greatly. Otherwise, they would not have risen in rebellion alongside Zhang Jiao. After searching for a suitable tree stump, Zhexian summoned all his strength to strike down with his half-broken sword. With a resounding thud, the sword flew high into the air, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Indeed, the broadsword had ricocheted off the stump, sending him reeling from the impact. What on earth? Is the stump this tough? How did they manage to fell trees? Zhexian gazed at the Yellow Turban army gathered around a large black pot, boiling branches and bark. Unable to suppress a thought, the ancients were truly remarkable. The leader's prowess was indeed extraordinary. This tactic caught me completely off guard. How brilliant. Behind him, a soldier scampered over, a half-cut blade protruding from his head. Miraculously unharmed, he wore a fawning expression, causing Zhexian's eyelids to twitch. What a formidable individual. No wonder that elder claimed we could not breach the defenses of the Yellow Turbans. In this light, Lu, Guan, and Zhang appear even more formidable. Under ordinary circumstances, it seems impossible. I must summon Zhenggu and Bai Qi to test their might. Ahem, I just grasped the secret techniques passed down by the great sage. Behold, the heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise, the year of the Jiazi, prosperity for the world. Zhexian's palms glimmered with two radiant lights. One transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, while the other morphed into a divine sword piercing the heavens. As the light faded, Zheng and Bai Qi materialized. Look, a miracle, a true miracle. The leader has summoned 2 celestial generals, utterly astonishing. Indeed, he has received the true teachings of the great sage. The Yellow Turbans ceased their gnawing on bark and bowed deeply. In their eyes, Zhexian had become a god, second only to Zhang Jiao. Zhenggu Bai Qi, test your combat prowess here. The 2 nodded slightly. The unification of the 6 realms. 14 5-clawed golden dragons soared forth, exuding overwhelming might. Nearby hills were flattened into the ground. The sword technique of 10,000 nations. The sword energy cleaved through the azure sky, creating a chasm that seemed unfathomable. The terrifying prowess of these 2 struck fear into the Yellow Turbans. Lu, Guan, and Zhang did not possess such fearsome strength. The Yellow Turbans bowed fervently, overwhelmed with joy. Finally having grasped a powerful ally, there was hope for survival. Their aspirations were modest, merely seeking enough sustenance for a peaceful life. Having a strong protector was undoubtedly the best outcome. Feeling emboldened, Zhexian realized that beneath this mythological version, Zheng and Bai Qi's combat abilities had been magnified. Contemplating further, he retrieved the Fangtian Huaji from his storage ring. He wished to test the efficacy of the Shifang Jume technique using his mental energy. Gripping the Fangtian Huaji tightly, its tip shimmered with a chilling light as he swung it towards the heavens. Great night covers the sky. In an instant, a tempest roared. Clouds swirling ominously. The sky plunged into an abyss of darkness, reminiscent of the sun's absence at dawn. Great night covers the sky, forms a realm of utter darkness, temporarily rendering the enemy's senses null. This was the special effect of the first move of Shifang Jume. By sealing the 5 senses, the enemy became a mere target for Zhexian's assault. Naturally, powerful foes could swiftly recover or guard against this state. However, It was not merely a status effect. As the special effect emerged, a formidable attack followed instantaneously. The shadow of the halberd struck like lightning, its blade gleaming like the moon. The ground of the small village fractured under this assault. Zhexian had intentionally diverted the attack's direction. Otherwise, the village would have been obliterated. Once the yellow turbans regained their senses and beheld the fissures beneath their feet, they could not help but break into a cold sweat. The leader is indeed a divine being. We vow to follow him unto death. Zhexian was quite satisfied with this outcome. The only downside was the toll on his lifespan. The combined attacks of himself, Bai Qi, and Zheng had consumed a significant amount of mental energy, approximately equivalent to 3 days of life. He needed to act swiftly. There were no demons to slay here to replenish his vitality. After some contemplation, Zhexian ordered the yellow turbans to set off to rescue Zhang Jiao. The half-cut blade was bestowed upon a soldier named Niu, promoting him to vice leader. To expedite their journey, Zhexian summoned 3 of the 8 divine steeds. He rode the red steed, Zheng mounted the black steed, and Bai Qi rode the white steed. Together, they led 500 yellow turbans towards Guangzhou City. In about half a day's time, they reached the outskirts of Guangzhou City. Finding a concealed spot to hide, outside the city, 2 armies clashed fiercely, neither side yielding ground. Zhang Jiao, single-handedly atop the city walls, summoned countless bolts of thunder, deterring the besieging forces from approaching. Only Lu, Guan, and Zhang pressed forward, relying on their formidable strength to force the yellow turbans into retreat. After observing the situation, Zhexian decided not to wait any longer. The task was straightforward: defeat Lu, Guan, and Zhang to rescue Zhang Jiao. He intended to resolve this swiftly, as he had little time to waste. The college entrance examination was next week. He needed to quicken his pace. You all wait here while I slay those 3 rogues. Zhexian, ever kind-hearted, did not send the 500 yellow turbans to their doom. The yellow turbans were deeply moved. Our leader is mighty. Let us go. Zheng and Bai Qi were equally enthused. Bai Qi was born for war and relished such scenes. Zheng, as the first emperor to achieve unification, had personally participated in numerous battles. Yet, this would be his first experience in close-quarters combat, heightening his anticipation. I act under the command of the great sage to support Guangzhou City. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, prepare to meet your end. The 3 riders charged into the battlefield, sweeping through the Han soldiers with overwhelming ferocity. Is there truly such a fortunate general in our Taiping Dao? The 2 exuded imperial dragon energy, while the third was a born harbinger of death. Zhang Jiao on the city wall beamed with excitement, gesticulating fervently. Lu Guan and Zhang regarded the imposing trio with furrowed brows, somewhat disdainful. Chapter 37. The 3 heroes battle Zhexian. What insolence! Who dares to be so audacious before me? The yellow turban bandits are not worthy to be compared with us. Bah! Elder brother, do not underestimate them. These 3 rogues possess extraordinary strength. Liu Bei fixed his gaze on Zhexian, who rode the red steed wielding the Fangtian Huaji. He sensed that this individual's valor rivaled that of the legendary Lu Bu. Should Zhexian be aware of this assessment, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Though he would also assert that he would surpass Lu Bu. Great night covers the sky. Unification of the 6 realms. Sword technique of 10,000 nations. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Zhexian launched his assault without hesitation. The battlefield was no place for idle chatter. It was a brutal arena of life and death. Great night covers the sky instantly obscured Lu, Guan, and Zhang's senses. Coupled with the unification of the 6 realms and the sword technique of 10,000 nations, immense pressure was thrust upon Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Fortunately, their strength remained formidable. Even with their senses sealed, they managed to fend off the attacks through muscle memory. Though they no longer underestimated Zhexian, Liu Bei dared not hover in midair any longer and joined forces with Guan and Zhang, forming the triad formation. Excellent. Heaven has not forsaken me. With these 3, our Taiping Dao shall surely flourish. Allow me to lend you my strength. Zhang Jiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As he recited incantations, 3 rays of yellow light flickered from his hands, transforming into thunderbolts that struck Zhexian and his companions, enveloping them in a purple thunder shield. Oh, the great sage possesses such divine skills. Zhexian distinctly felt his power surge by more than 50%. Thus, he conceived a bold idea. You all cover me. I shall test their strength. Indeed, Zhexian sought to gauge the true might of Shifang Jume. With Lu, Guan, and Zhang as his litmus test, this opportunity was rare. Moreover, he wished to experience what it felt like to contend with the 3 heroes against Lu Bu. Red steed, charge. Zhexian urged his steed forward. brandishing the Fangtian Huaji against the trio. At this time, Lu, Guan, and Zhang had yet to encounter Lu Bu. Seeing Su Zhexian's intent to face them alone, they were filled with rage. Humph, arrogant youth, unaware of your own mortality. A certain individual vowed to dismember this villain. Brothers, unite. Let us vanquish this fiend. The trio spurred their steeds into a charge, although their mounts were far from the legendary 8 steeds. Attack! The night darkened ominously. In this hour of deepest darkness, Su Zhexian once again sealed the 5 senses of the 3. However, they were prepared, each invoking secret techniques to dispel the effects of the looming night. Yet, Su Zhexian only required a fleeting moment. As the golden crow heralded dawn, a silver-white halberd swept forth, its shadow transforming into a 3-legged golden crow that radiated golden brilliance. This dazzling light pierced the night like a legendary sword, heralding the rise of the sun. Golden Crow Dawn transforms into the sun, inflicting 500 fire damage upon the enemy, accompanied by a burning effect. The embodiment of the Golden Crow in the form of the sun collided fiercely with the trio's formation, forcing them back several meters and leaving flames in its wake. Stunned, they hastily quelled the fire upon their bodies, their fury escalating. To be forced to retreat 3 against 1 was a humiliation they had never endured on the battlefield. Subdue them with virtue. Liu Bei twirled his dual swords, sending forth an enigmatic radiance towards Su Zhexian. The light enveloped Su, as if to lead him astray. This was the effect of virtuous persuasion, an assault on the opponent's spirit, compelling surrender. For others, it could ensnare them under its influence. Yet Su Zhexian's spirit was an indomitable source. In this realm, aside from the golden mental energy manifested after his sacrifice, dwelled the mysterious solar divine bird and fragments of the 9 provinces tripod. A mental assault? Apologies. But it would only be devoured. Believing Su Zhexian to be ensnared, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei coordinated a follow-up strike. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Heaven collapses and earth shatters. The heavens trembled and the ground fractured. The sky's light rained down like sword strikes, and the earth erupted with spikes. The moon-white blade surged forth like a divine dragon, roaring towards Su Zhexian. Come forth, like the sun at its zenith. Though uttering the skill's name felt somewhat awkward, on the battlefield, it was all about the momentum. Su Zhexian met the moon-white dragon with a fierce downward slash of his halberd. An even more intense sun emerged in the void, tenfold hotter than before. The furious solar flames incinerated the moon-white dragon, while the spikes of the heavens and earth vanished before the sun's brilliance. At the zenith of the sun, gathering the sun's radiance with the halberd, nothing remains unscathed, nothing remains unburned. Like the noon sun, it represented the most intense and scorching moment of the day. The zenith of the sun symbolized this period's form, where the great sun blazes high, consuming all in its path. Nothing could withstand such heat, not even air conditioning. This is astonishingly powerful. It defies reason. Zhang Fei began to question his very existence. Aside from Guan Yu, no one had thus far withstood his attacks. Guan Yu's expression grew grave. They were truly facing a formidable adversary. Such prowess at such a young age was indeed baffling. If this individual were not dealt with, it would jeopardize his elder brother's grand ambitions. Guan Yu looked to Liu Bei, but Liu merely shook his head with a smile. I observe this young man possesses a heart of innocence, and we share a fateful bond. If he could join our ranks, what concerns would we have about our grand endeavors? Let this young man witness our true strength. We shall win him over. Zhang Fei laughed heartily. The trio's forms expanded dramatically, not to an exaggerated extent, but towering 3 to 4 stories high. Enveloped in divine light, Su Zhexian's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, it resembles a miniature version of the heavenly law. The heavenly grade advancement task was indeed formidable. No, it was excessive. Su Zhexian felt as if he were facing off against 3 formidable foes simultaneously. The colossal Lu, Guan, and Zhang advanced, forming a grand formation of heaven and earth. Su Zhexian, undaunted, decided to test his remaining techniques, knowing that the enemy had grown stronger, thus improving the effectiveness of his trials. Setting sun melting gold. In Su Zhexian's hands, the halberd transformed into a radiant golden sun, though it bore a sense of decline, much like the setting sun, beautiful yet waning. Setting sun melting gold, the attacked suffers weakness, amplifying damage while in this state. The sunset's brilliance illuminated the enlarged figures of Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Yet undeterred, they raised their hands to brush aside the halberd. Their counterattack was even more fearsome than before, with the green dragon crescent blade and the heavens collapsing even more terrifyingly. Su Zhexian remained unfazed. With a thrust of his halberd, he pierced through the golden sunset. Annihilation of all directions. A solar flare of 5-10 intensity erupted. The energy released was akin to the simultaneous explosion of billions of hydrogen bombs. What spectacle and power would accompany the explosion of the entire sun? Annihilation. Centered around Zhexian, the battlefield within a 100-mile radius was rendered devoid of all existence. This was still under Zhexian's conscious control, confined to the battlefield. Lu Guan and Zhang barely had time to glimpse the approaching resplendent golden light before losing all sensation. The annihilation of all directions, quite literally. This scene left Zhang Jiao and the yellow turbans on the city wall in a state of astonishment. Who truly was the great sage of the Taiping Tao? The General of Heaven? Chapter 38. The imperial seal of the nation as the dust settled and tranquility returned to the world, Zhexian, Yingzhang, and Bai Qi rode slowly towards Guangzhou City. The resplendent sun behind them cast a divine glow upon their figures. The city gates of Guangzhou opened, and Zhang Jiao was the first to rush out, appearing cautious as though he were but a subordinate welcoming the great sage. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Indeed, Zhang Jiao was not only cautious but also eagerly sought to ingratiate himself. He led the yellow turbans of Guangzhou to kneel before Zhexian and his companions. Su was taken aback. Brother, your persona seems misplaced. You are a great sage commanding hundreds of thousands of yellow turbans. Do you not wish to retain your pride and dignity? Yet upon observing the expressions of Yingzhang and Bai Qi, who appeared entirely unfazed, Zhexian realized. Despite Zhang Jiao's status as a powerful sage during the late Eastern Han, in the presence of the dragon of the ancestor and the god of slaughter, he truly amounted to little. As one who stood alongside the ancestor dragon and the god of slaughter, Su felt he might also have the right to play the part. After all, he had just single-handedly battled Lu, Guan, and Zhang. His strength was evident. Though a twinge of pride surged within him, he maintained his decorum. Zhexian dismounted swiftly, helping Zhang Jiao to his feet. It is I who should be humbled, great sage. Such a gesture is unwarranted. If Liu Bei were to witness Zhexian's expression, he would undoubtedly remark, this robe performs even better than I do. The benefactor possesses the regal aura of a dragon, a body of immense worth. To risk his life to save me is indeed a great fortune for Zhang Jiao. The benefactor's might is unparalleled and should rightfully make him the leader of our Taiping Tao. In just 3 sentences, Zhang Jiao effectively handed the Taiping Tao over to Zhexian. Wait, this is far too hasty. Zhexian could no longer contain himself. The plot was utterly illogical. What protagonist halo? It was utterly absurd. Yet Zhang Jiao had different thoughts. He was no fool. Despite their trio commanding hundreds of thousands of yellow turbans, he understood they were merely a rabble, bound to be devoured over time. The crux of the matter was his belief in his ability to read fortunes. The imperial aura surrounding the two before him was as tangible as could be, far denser than that above Luoyang City. Only those embodying imperial auras could vie for supremacy over the realm. Zhang Jiao lacked this, which meant he needed to choose a wise lord to serve. Seeing Zhexian still hesitating, Zhang Jiao unveiled his ultimate gambit. He produced a large seal from his voluminous sleeves and presented it. The seal measured 4 inches square, adorned with 5 dragons atop its knob. Yingzhang, seated upon his steed, narrowed his eyes, and the imperial aura surged. Zhexian felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being paralyzed, due to the front of the imperial seal being inscribed with the characters mandate of heaven, everlasting prosperity. You. Is this imperial jade seal in your possession genuine? Zhexian's voice trembled slightly. As descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors, who among the sons and daughters of Huaxiao would not be stirred upon seeing this imperial seal? It is undoubtedly authentic. Zhang Jiao's expression was filled with pride. My followers of the Taiping Tao are widespread throughout the Great Han. Naturally, there are some within the imperial palace. The jade seal currently residing in the palace of Luoyang is merely a product I refined using the arts of the Taiping Tao. Zhang Jiao reverently held the imperial jade seal with both hands. The might of the benefactor is unparalleled, and with the imperial seal and countless followers of the Taiping Tao, great undertakings are within reach. The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise, and in this year of the rat, prosperity will reign throughout the land. We vow to follow the master of the yellow heaven, the Taiping Emperor, unto death. The term yellow heaven refers to a respectful address for the heavens and deities. Zhexian's earlier display of power was nothing short of divine. Countless yellow turbaned soldiers roared in fervor behind Zhang Jiao. In their eyes, Zhexian was the embodiment of the yellow heaven, the emperor himself. Very well, I shall accept this imperial jade seal. I shall be your yellow heaven and establish a prosperous era for you all. Zhexian dismissed any lingering thoughts. viewing his conversation with Zhang Jiao as merely a quest dialogue with an NPC. Whatever Zhang Jiao said, he would comply. And then he could conclude the quest and exit the secret realm. Just as Su Zhexian anticipated, the moment he accepted the Jade Seal, the heavens and earth trembled. Su Zhexian, along with Ying Zheng and Bai Qi, transformed into divine light and ascended to the heavens. Rays of brilliance cascaded down, healing the injuries of the yellow-turbaned soldiers and fortifying their bodies. Thousands of yellow-turbaned soldiers knelt and bowed, chanting the names of the Master of the Yellow Heaven and the Taiping Emperor. Unbeknownst to Su Zhexian, he had already returned to the room of the Qin Guild. Oh, back so soon. It seems you have indeed failed. One should heed the advice of the elders. No worries, young man. Everyone has their youthful recklessness. Hearing the comforting words, Su Zhexian was taken aback. I've been in there for 3 days. Why haven't you all entered the quest yet? Seeing the confusion on Su Zhexian's face, the others burst into laughter. You probably don't realize that time flows differently in the quest world compared to here, do you? To you, it was 3 days. But to us, it was merely half an hour. Su Zhexian nodded slightly and approached the obelisk to submit the quest once more. Boom. The projection of the obelisk emitted an extraordinarily dazzling light. Meanwhile, the main obelisk in Tianshu City shone even brighter, shooting rays into the sky. You completed the heavenly level advancement quest. It can't be true. It only took half an hour. Don't doubt it. The obelisk has already shown it. Look at this astonishing evaluation. Not only did he pass, but he achieved an SSS rating, the highest possible. The older gentlemen were left in a stupor, staring fixedly at Su Zhexian. One bearded elder leaned closer to Su Zhexian. Young man, your future is limitless. My daughter is stunningly beautiful. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a companion. Shut your mouth. Your daughter just entered kindergarten. Young man, consider my wife's younger sister. She is a real sweetheart. What nonsense. Su Zhexian was startled and, having received his rewards, quickly made his escape. Upon exiting the shop, he noticed passers-by staring at him. Su Zhexian smirked. Extra. The bearded elder has completed the heavenly level advancement quest. This news was bound to be sensational. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers surrounded the Qin Guild, eager to see what sort of remarkable individual had achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian slipped away from the throng and casually bought an ice cream cone. Delightful. Time to check my rewards. Su Zhexian savored his ice cream as he walked home. After a while, he suddenly sensed something. Am I being followed? Su Zhexian frowned and turned to look, but saw nothing unusual. He chuckled lightly, disregarding it, and continued on his way. If you have the ability, keep following. Let us see how you meet your end. Su Zhexian did not look back again. Behind him, 2 shadows persistently trailed him, occasionally revealing faces as pale as corpses. It was not until Su Zhexian entered his residential complex that the 2 eerie figures followed him in. They were then surrounded by hundreds of Qin members from the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Did they really think Su Chonglu and Yuliuli would leave Su Zhexian to fend for himself? Following the matter of Su Zhexian in the secret realm, the entire complex was evacuated. All the original residents moved away to safer, better places, replaced entirely by specialized Qin members from the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce for security. After several days of waiting, they finally captured the 2 strange individuals. Let us go. The Jiuzhou Grand Prison welcomes you. A Qin member stepped forward and reached out, pulling the 2 strange figures from the shadows. Their frantic struggles were in vain. The complex returned to a state of tranquility. Chapter 39. A conspiracy? What could the heavenly level reward be? Su Zhexian paid no heed to the commotion below, as he was more eager to discover his quest rewards. If he could bring the Imperial Jade Seal out, it would be a tremendous boon. Carefully, he extracted a card that shimmered with a violet glow. The light transformed into an object, the Imperial Jade Seal. Subsequently, the entire card fused with Su Zhexian. Heavenly title, Master of the Yellow Heaven, Silver, Taiping Emperor, Silver. This was the reward for the heavenly level advancement quest. Advancement quests are classified into 5 difficulties: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, and Human. Completing an Earth-level task would yield an earthly title. Depending on the difficulty, titles can be of varying ranks, such as Earthly Silver, Mysterious Silver, etc. The effect of these titles is to enhance the base attributes of Qin members. Ranging from high to low, they strengthen by 100, 80, 60, 40, and 20. This gap in strength among Qin members is what distinguishes the silver rank as a watershed moment for combat prowess. However, heavenly level advancement quests are somewhat different. The titles awarded for heavenly level quests vary for each individual and are based on the performance of the quester during the task, besides providing a 100-point boost to base attributes. These titles also carry special effects. Just look at Su Zhexian's two titles. Master of the Yellow Heaven, silver favored by the Emperor of Heaven, immune to all evils, and banishing demons. Taiping Emperor, silver in your presence, all beings are equal, and the world is at peace. Although their effects may not be immediately apparent, some benefits are profoundly impactful. These two titles alone can provide Su Zhexian with immense assistance. Unless faced with another heavenly-level quest achiever, he may remain unmatched. Why may, you ask? Because Su Zhexian attained an extreme evaluation, earning two titles. Under extreme evaluations, only one title is granted. How could anyone compete? This endeavor was truly worthwhile. Su Zhexian was quite satisfied with his two new titles, but his greatest joy came from the symbol of imperial authority, the Imperial Jade Seal. This was an enormous savings in the lifespan required for card creation. Zhenggu, take a look, can it be used? Su Zhexian summoned Ing Zheng and handed him the Imperial Jade Seal. Yes, but the Imperial aura has waned, leaving only a trace. Ing Zheng frowned in distaste. How glorious the Imperial Jade Seal had once been in his possession. Yet, given the circumstances, there was no other option. In the late Eastern Han period, the fortunes of the Han dynasty had essentially plummeted to their nadir. Imperial Jade Seal increases luck accumulation speed by 50 and raises the luck threshold. This synergized perfectly with Ing Zheng. His passive ability, Imperial Might, allowed him to accumulate a trace of luck with each enemy slain, which could stack and temporarily enhance all attributes. The accumulated luck directly influenced the power of his ultimate skill, Eternal Prosperity. With the Imperial Jade Seal equipped, Ing Zheng's luck threshold surged to 90,000, tenfold. The power unleashed by a fully charged luck ultimate was unimaginable. Furthermore, the Imperial Jade Seal not only augmented Ing Zheng's luck accumulation, but also illuminated the small tripod in Su Zhexian's palm. Indeed, the Imperial Jade Seal had an effect on the 9 tripods as well. The fragments of the 9 tripods resembled a wandering scavenger, gradually absorbing fortune. Now, it was as though wings had been bestowed upon the fragments. Once they absorbed sufficient fortune, they could attempt to seek out the whereabouts of the 9 tripods. One could even extend gratitude towards Zhang Jiao, who had been quite helpful. The advancement was completed, and it was time to save one's own life. Su Zhexian checked his remaining lifespan. Only 5 years remained. In just a day, the emperor was on the verge of meeting his demise. The area filled with wild demons was inaccessible. Su Zhexian opted for the only silver-tier secret realm within Cloud City, the Lava Dungeon. The dungeon comprised 100 levels, with the demons growing stronger as one descended. This suited Su Zhexian's requirements perfectly, as there were ample demons to confront. After a brief rest, Su Zhexian stepped out, preparing for a swift passage through the secret realm. At that moment, in a villa located in the northwest of Cloud City, Li Xiongfeng anxiously inquired of Li Huqing, who was seated on the sofa. "Father, what is the situation?" Li Huqing set down the phone, sighed deeply, and replied, "It failed. That girl had someone protecting her and has left Cloud City, leaving us no opportunity to act." Li Xiongfeng cast aside the wine glass in frustration. "How is that possible? She is merely an ordinary student," he exclaimed. "Does that mean my heavenly soul pearl is lost? How can I possibly surpass Su Zhexian now?" Li Xiongfeng had been fixated on the heavenly soul pearl in Jiang Wenjiu's possession. With 2 heavenly soul pearls, he would leap to become the unparalleled prodigy of the great Xia, easily overpowering Su Zhexian. Thus, upon returning home, he had conspired with Li Huqing to seize the heavenly soul pearl. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Wenjiu's family would prove to be an impenetrable fortress, one that the Li family of Cloud City could not breach. "Is there truly no way to reach them?" Li Xiongfeng asked, unwilling to accept defeat. A resounding slap answered him, sending Li Xiongfeng sprawling from the sofa. "Silence! Speak another word, and I shall ruin you." Li Huqing stood, cautiously peering out the window to observe the surroundings. Li Xiongfeng clutched his face, casting a resentful glance at his father. "What does a mere heavenly soul pearl matter? The college entrance examination is imminent. We must complete our task then, understand?" Li Huqing whispered, revealing a cruel smile. "If successful, we shall gain control of a city." However, the Zhuke inspector had only just departed. The previous events were merely a pretext to divert their attention. Li Huqing appeared pleased with his cunning scheme. The Li family had long since betrayed humanity, aligning themselves with the Fire Demon clan. The recent arrival of the Fire Demon secret realm was a trap devised by him in collusion with the Fire Demon clan. If the great Xia inspector failed to promptly detect and resolve the secret realm, it would naturally become the most stable spatial passage for the Fire Demon clan. Unexpectedly, Su Zhexian had emerged, disrupting the plan. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This was merely a feint. After resolving the secret realm, the Great Xia Inspector would surely believe that no further demon incidents would occur for some time. Consequently, attention towards Cloud City would wane. During this period, they would initiate the true plan to sacrifice all the examinees in the city. According to previous year's college entrance examinations, the test was conducted within a trial secret realm. Within this realm, participants would slay virtual demons to earn points while also battling against other card masters. Ultimately, scores for the college entrance examination would be determined by point rankings. By setting up a formation within the secret realm to sacrifice the examinees, the Fire Demon King would descend upon Cloud City. Li Huqing would become the Fire Demon King's envoy, possessing the power to summon the Fire Demon King to battle. Thus, Cloud City would become his Tiger King's domain. Have you taken care of your tasks? Li Xiongfeng nodded. Suchen, Yang Xia, and other top students from the Card Master School trust me immensely. They believe that the sacrificial formation can enhance their cards. Rest assured, it is a guaranteed success. Li Huqing smiled in satisfaction. Though his son was greedy in nature, he was ruthless and reliable, exhibiting the demeanor of a formidable figure. How could the mere Su Zhexian compare to his son? It was laughable. In the lava dungeon, a youth akin to the sun god effortlessly cleaved the boss. The lava giant, in two with his spear, the golden crow of dawn. Current lifespan, 1898 years. He had returned to life once more. Su Zhexian wore a satisfied smile. Chapter 40. The unparalleled Chancellor Li Si. After conquering the lava dungeon, Su Zhexian felt prosperous and deemed it fitting to reward himself. Although he was confident about the college entrance examination, there was no harm in becoming even stronger. Thus, he expended 500 years to bestow a capable minister upon Yingzheng. The renowned chancellor of the Qin dynasty, Li Si. Li Si approached, bowing to the envoy, dressed in a dark ceremonial robe, adorned with a high mountain crown and holding a white jade tablet. His eyes shimmered with brilliance, instantly conveying the aura of the esteemed chancellor of the Qin dynasty to Su Zhexian. He opened the attribute panel to inspect. Unparalleled Chancellor Li Si quality, gold level, 10 stars category, Chancellor skills, procrastination, prohibition of abundance. Unparalleled Chancellor traits, ancient knowledge advancement path, Law Master Li Si, Siege Li Si, bond. Unification of the 9 provinces. After reviewing Li Si's skills and bond effects, Su Zhexian was elated. This was a spirit that could assist, control, and output impressive damage. With the bond shared with Yingzheng, the unification of the 9 provinces, Li Si's presence would enhance Yingzheng with 9 golden dragons. In other words, Yingzheng's regular attack would summon 23 golden dragons to dance in unison. How remarkable were the ancestors of our Huaxia! Su Zhexian felt an immense sense of pride. In the future, he would surely lead his ancestors to vanquish those high-dimensional beings. As Su Zhexian reveled in his pride, Su Zhonglo sent a video call. "Father, is there good news?" Su Zhexian answered the call, filled with anticipation. However, Su Zhonglo remained silent, his eyes wide with astonishment. In just a few days, his son had acquired another spirit card. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Zhonglo cautiously inquired, "An emperor?" "Not at all. You're overthinking it," Su Zhexian chuckled, waving his hand to alleviate his father's worries. If another emperor were to appear, he wouldn't know how to respond, especially since he hadn't brought any heart-saving pills with him. The chancellor of the Qin, Li Si, who stood above 10,000 men, was indeed the unparalleled chancellor of antiquity. Su Zhexian introduced him, and Li Si bowed respectfully to the projection in the hall. Suddenly, the image of Su Zhonglo appeared to shrink. Damn! Su Zhonglo clumsily stood up. Although his knowledge of history did not match that of his master, he understood the significance of the title Unparalleled Chancellor. The Chancellor of the Qin dynasty, just that title alone indicated he would not be weak. Su Zhexian had yet to take the college entrance examination and had already acquired 3 powerful spirit cards. What a promising future awaited. The more Su Zhonglo contemplated, the more he wanted to laugh. What a remarkable son. How could a father not feel proud? He picked up a teacup from the table, sipping to calm his emotions. "Father, I've just advanced to silver." Su Zhonglo choked on his drink, coughing repeatedly as he frantically wiped the camera clean. "You little rascal. Can't you say it all at once? You didn't ask me. Besides, it's not that impressive." "Not impressive?" Su Zhonglo rolled his eyes. "Do you even realize how long it took you to progress from black iron to silver? A high school senior with a bronze 10-star card before the college entrance examination is already considered a genius. Typically, one would wait until entering the academy to draw a second card, and then complete the advancement task to officially advance to silver. You, Su Zhexian, have taken this step at least 6 months ahead of others. How is that not impressive? Is there anything else you haven't mentioned? Just say it all at once." Su Zhonglo, now uninterested in his water, retorted. I completed the heavenly level advancement task and received a maximum rating. Su Zhonglou fell into a state of shock, appearing as though struck by lightning. Hey, dear, no need to search anymore. It was your son who achieved the celestial pinnacle evaluation. Who else could it be but the mischievous youngest? Su Zhonglou cast a helpless glance at Su Zhexian. The phenomenon triggered by the obelisk in Tianshu City led everyone to believe that someone had completed the celestial advancement task there. However, the obelisk was beyond control, making it impossible to check specific names. All major forces were frantically searching for the individual. Naturally, the Daxia authorities aimed to protect the task performer. As for other factions, they resorted to persuasion, coercion, and even assassination. The commotion was ultimately stirred up by Su Zhexian, who was far away in Yun City. I'll ask one last time. Is there anything else that sounds particularly impressive? Su Zhonglou remarked. Your father's heart isn't in the best condition lately. Su Zhexian contemplated seriously before shaking his head. Ying Zheng had advanced to orange quality, while Bai Qi and Li Si both achieved golden quality. He also possessed 8 golden quality steeds with extraordinary skills, as well as the comprehension of the celestial martial art, 10 directions annihilation. He feared that if he continued to mention these, his father might truly be unable to handle it. It would be better to wait until the whole family was present to share, so they could bear the burden together. All right, now it's my turn to speak, Su Zhonglou declared, puffing up his chest, ready to unleash a surprise. Today's father-son interaction was all about mutual harm. Su Zhexian straightened his posture, bracing himself. If the matter regarding the Guanshan Moon's secret realm succeeded, it would receive widespread promotion. Uncle Lu personally entered the secret realm for evaluation and emerged in tears, claiming to have encountered the former team leader, which left him sorrowful for an entire day. Su Zhonglou reminisced about how Lu Zhan cried like a rookie, feeling a surge of emotions. That's wonderful. Thank you, Dad. Hold on to your gratitude. I haven't finished yet. Su Zhonglou continued. Later, Uncle Lu arranged for the Guanshan Moon's secret realm to be included in the trials of the deer hunt. After a week of rest, the trials reignited. The challengers finally managed to shake off Su Zhexian's influence, only to discover that the trials now included the Guanshan Moon's secret realm. Consequently, over 300 challengers entered and emerged in tears after learning that this secret realm was the first one cleared by Su Zhexian. Those 300 challengers felt utterly despondent. You've already left Deer City, yet you still managed to stir up trouble. Not only did you shatter our resolve, but you also dealt us a severe blow. The 300 challengers, filled with righteous indignation, regarded Su Zhexian as a formidable adversary. Thus, they vowed to provide him with thorough guidance upon encountering him, without suppressing their combat power. Be prepared for that. At this point, Su Zhexian's eyes widened in astonishment. More than 300 platinum-level card masters guiding me? What sort of insanity is this? Why would they focus on a mere silver level like me? His pitiful and helpless demeanor made others think he had suffered greatly. There is good news. You have been accepted into the Wanshang Academy ahead of schedule. What? No need for the college entrance examination, directly admitted? Su Zhexian was taken aback. He understood the high standards of Wanshang Academy. Each year, only the top students from various cities qualify for selection. For instance, this year, there were 1.08 million senior card masters in the entire Summer Kingdom. Each of the 108 cities produced one top student, totaling 108 candidates eligible for selection. Ultimately, only 3 to 5 might be admitted, or perhaps none at all. This is the status of Wanshang Academy, an institution beyond the pinnacle of academia. However, Su Zhexian, possessing imperial card mastery and having single-handedly cleared major secret realms, faced no barriers in this regard. Wanshang Academy eagerly anticipated Su Zhexian's enrollment. Indeed, you are the first student in Wanshang Academy's history to be admitted early. Su Zhexian nodded, feeling pleased with this recognition. However, recalling his agreement with Jiang Wenjiu, he replied to Su Zhonglou, but I still wish to participate in the college entrance examination. Su Zhonglou nodded, smiling as he said, there is also some bad news. The military training instructors at Wanshang Academy each hold the title of Tiangang Di Sha, which means they are among the top 108 in this year's trials of the deer hunt. In the year 6104, on June 10th, the Daxia College entrance examination commenced as scheduled. Unlike the ordinary students' examinations, the Card Master's examination consisted of only one day and one question. This day would determine where they would study in the future and whether they could acquire better resources. However, it was not a decisive battle that would determine their entire future. Ultimately, it is the Card Masters themselves who can dictate their own destinies. Numerous powerful Card Masters did not emerge from elite academies, but achieved greatness through their own diligence and hard work. Despite this, the senior Card Masters placed great importance on the college entrance examination. At this moment, The largest Yunhai Square in Yun City was bustling with activity. Luo Hao, the principal of Cardmaster No. 1 High School, awaited the examinees in the waiting area. Other Cardmaster schools also had their teams in the waiting area. This year was particularly unique, as the principal of Public High School No. 7 was also present with his senior students. The events surrounding Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu had already spread through No. 7 High School. Those two misfits, having become ordinary yet refusing to give up, were even stronger than most talented card masters. The students of No. 7 High School, comprised of ordinary individuals or those with similar backgrounds as Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu, empathized with their story. This empathy dispelled the students' sense of despair and became their new motivation. Thus, they wanted to cheer on their school's only two card masters. Observing the spirited energy of the No. 7 students and the beaming face of their principal, Luo Hao felt a pang of discomfort. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Don't give that guy any satisfaction. All of you perform well and strive for excellent results, understood? Luo Hao sternly instructed the students. Rest assured, we are not weak. One student replied confidently. Chief Li even gifted us a family heirloom field card. While we may not say it outright, the top 100 in Yun City's college entrance examination will surely be from our school. The students of Cardmaster No. 1 High School wore proud expressions. Li Xiongfei had been active in recent days, rallying numerous elite students. Once these elite card masters entered the examination's secret realm and activated the formation, the sacrificial array would immediately commence. Then, they would see what was in store. Li Xiongfei coldly glared at Su Zhexian from a distance. Su Zhexian sensed something amiss and cast a glance at Li Xiongfei. If Li Xiongfei sought trouble with him, he had also considered it. However, he had been too preoccupied with serious matters lately to spare the time. Following the pattern of previous examination secret realms, it resembled a battle royale game. Once inside, he would first locate Li Xiongfei and give him a good thrashing. In this scenario, Su Zhexian confidently declared himself invincible. Zhexian. A voice interrupted Su Zhexian's thoughts. It was none other than Wang Ming, the long-absent homeroom teacher from No. 7. Hello, Teacher Wang. Where's Jiang Wenjiu? Su Zhexian had just scanned the area and noticed Jiang Wenjiu's absence. He also hadn't seen Jiang Huaxiong among the other school groups. Thinking the siblings might have been late, Wang Ming's expression appeared somewhat awkward and anxious. 4 hours ago, the young master and young lady were urgently summoned back to Tianshu City. The young lady couldn't say goodbye to you and asked me to convey the message. Upon hearing this, Su Zhexian was taken aback. He checked his phone but found no messages from the Jiang siblings. This meant they could not contact the outside world. Had something happened? Wang Ming nodded. The head of the Jiang family ordered them back to Tianshu City for the college entrance examination. I see, I understand. Su Zhexian replied, recognizing the family's considerations. Perhaps they wished to give their children a push toward achieving better results. This was not uncommon in certain cardmaster families. It's like this. Wang Ming sighed, quietly explaining to Su Zhexian. Su Zhexian listened, his face displaying a look of disbelief. Jiang Wenjiu hailed from the Jiang family of Tianshu City, a powerful cardmaster family that had thrived for centuries, renowned throughout the Summer Kingdom for producing numerous formidable figures. To defend the nation, many have made the ultimate sacrifice. Jiang Wenjiu, cherished from a young age by her grandfather, unfortunately lacked the awakening of her spiritual source, preventing her from becoming a card master. Her grandfather's favoritism became a catalyst for familial conflict. In an effort to avoid strife and allow Jiang Wenjiu to lead a normal life, her grandfather arranged for her and her brother to reside in Yun City. It seemed to be fate that Jiang Wenjiu awakened there. Within a few short months, she made remarkable progress and even became teammates with Su Zhexian. After using the Celestial Soul Pearl, she exhibited extraordinary talent, quickly surpassing her peers within the family. However, at that moment, her grandfather fell into a coma due to an old injury. To awaken him, a life-saving elixir was required, which contained a crucial ingredient, the life essence crystal from the high-dimensional beings known as the Amethyst Tree Clan. Only the Li family in Tianshu City possessed such a precious item. Naturally, a valuable exchange was necessary. Jiang Wenjiu became that very item. Over a decade ago, the Li family's heir, Li Huan, had an engagement with Jiang Wenjiu, but upon her inability to awaken, the Li family annulled the engagement. Now that she had displayed exceptional talent, the Li family sought to renew their bond, hoping to gain a formidable ally for the future. Yet, no one considered Jiang Wenjiu's feelings. Her forced return to the family was merely to facilitate her interaction with Li Huan, fostering their connection through their shared experience in the examination realm. In the year 6104, such melodramatic scenarios still existed. Su Zhexian nearly burst into laughter, finding the cliché so absurd that even struggling authors would shy away from it. Aren't you angry? Aren't you worried? Wang Ming's expression stiffened. It seemed improbable. Despite not knowing Su Zhexian for long, he was certain she was the type to rage against injustice for a beloved. After some reflection, Wang Ming pondered that perhaps this situation placed undue stress on Su Zhexian, who had only recently awakened herself and came from a modest background. No matter how furious Su Zhexian became, it would ultimately be futile. Family disputes were not matters in which an ordinary card master could intervene. I got too excited. My apologies. Wang Ming managed a strained smile towards Su Zhexian. Your smile is even more unsettling than crying, Su Zhexian remarked, snapping a photo with her phone. Jiang Wenjiu was not the kind to be morally coerced, she was assured. After the exam concludes, I will take care of it. Su Zhexian comforted Wang Ming with a pat on the shoulder. Take care of it? Wang Ming was baffled by her choice of words. Such phrasing was typically reserved for those in positions of power. What do you mean by take care of it? You are merely at the silver rank. What gives you such confidence? Wait, since when did she become silver rank? This was simply outrageous. Wang Ming's jaw dropped in disbelief, his scarred face reflecting incredulity. Have you been practicing your expressions lately? With a couple of clicks, Su Zhexian captured another amusing expression to send to Jiang Wenjiu later. For Su Zhexian, emotions like anger and worry were unnecessary. Everything stemmed from the confidence Jiang Wenjiu had instilled in him during their time in the secret realm. She was not a mere lamb to the slaughter. Those who underestimated her would surely face dire consequences. The examination was about to commence. He had promised her he would fight valiantly. He needed to fulfill that promise. At Yunhai Square, the bell for the entrance examination tolled. Chapter 42. You are not worthy of comparison in the Summer Kingdom, Tianshu City, at the Starry Plaza. Xiaojiu, it has been a long time. You have grown even more beautiful. Although there was a certain estrangement between them, it mattered little. We have plenty of time to get to know each other, right? Li Huan, tall and handsome, wore a confident smile as he stood beside Jiang Huaxiong and Jiang Wenjiu, feeling a natural sense of superiority. He disregarded the contempt and anger in Jiang Huaxiong's eyes and the frosty demeanor of Jiang Wenjiu. Now, the Jiang family sought the Li family's favor, placing the initiative firmly in his hands. Of course, a girl of such stunning beauty deserved patient attention, especially given her potential as a card master. You may not know this, but I have been admitted early to the Qingmu Academy. Only 5 individuals from Tianshu City have received such an honor. He proudly enumerated his accomplishments, having completed the silver rank advancement task and achieved a profound evaluation. In his eyes, women naturally gravitated toward strength. With his excellence and power, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Wenjiu would admire and adore him. That Su Zhexian from Yun City is merely a country bumpkin. In fact, I came to participate in the examination for you, to help you achieve the best results and strive for admission into Qingmu Academy. I will prove that I am far superior to that so-called Su Zhexian. Li Huan softly declared to Jiang Wenjiu. According to past examination patterns, she would undoubtedly need his assistance, and together they would conquer their foes. Demonstrating her strength in battle would surely win her over. Securing Jiang Wenjiu's affection was merely a matter of time. Unfortunately, to Jiang Wenjiu and her brother, his arrogance seemed farcical. My sister doesn't need your help at all. Jiang Huaxiong growled, glaring at Li Huan like a snarling tiger. Yet, Li Huan chose to ignore this, infuriating Jiang Huaxiong even further. This scoundrel dares to act so brazenly. Were it not for the old man at home, they wouldn't endure this nonsense. Jiang Huaxiong mentally dismembered Li Huan in his thoughts. Jiang Wenjiu shot him a cold glance and stated, First, please refer to me as Jiang Wenjiu. Second, you are not worthy of comparison with him. After delivering her words, she turned her gaze away from him. You have been away from Tianshu City for too long. Your perspective is narrow. One day, I will personally meet Su Zhexian and show you the disparity between us. Li Huan remained unfazed by Jiang Wenjiu's words. Women, throwing a little tantrum is perfectly normal. Once she recognizes her own strength, she will make wise choices. Besides, the Jiang family is still seeking the Li family. Jiang Wenjiu cannot escape my grasp. Boom. The bell for the examination rang out at Starry Plaza, marking the commencement of the entrance examination across the 108 cities of the Summer Kingdom. 8 examiners each manifested a unique artifact. The combination of these 8 artifacts formed an extraordinary array. As the bell tolled, the array emitted a resplendent glow, generating a vast secret realm within. The examination's theme was announced: the Card Master Direction Examination, Secret Realm, Mount Tai, City of the Moon. As the examiner's voice faded, the secret realm unfolded before all. A chilling sense of oppression enveloped the crowd. No one expected this year's examination theme to be so drastically altered. Above the secret realm, alongside its name, was a line of golden text. First to clear, Zhexian, evaluation score, SSS. What? Li Huan's face changed dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief as sweat poured down his back. It must be a coincidence with the same name. Jiang Huaxiong beside him was laughing so hard he was in tears. Ha ha, give it up. That is my senior. My sister witnessed him enter the secret realm. Just wait for him to emerge first. Jiang Wenjiu nodded with a smile. She had not anticipated that the secret realm would become the examination theme. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Huan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, at Yinhai Square, tens of thousands turned their gaze towards Zhexian as if he were a deity. How could this be? That secret realm is actually being used as an examination theme. Does that mean he submitted it to the nation? Could he bear to do so? Heavens! The secret realm that caused the evacuation of the entire city was cleared by him. Compared to other cities, the people of Yun City felt the impact most acutely. The evacuation represented extreme danger, and the fact that such a perilous secret realm was opened by a mere examinee was astonishing. It turned out he was indeed that celestial being. Father discreetly unleashed a formidable move. Zhexian could only smile wryly. He had not anticipated that the nation would promote the Guanshan Moon secret realm to the public in such an extraordinary manner. Indeed, it would achieve the most effective publicity. The theme of the Guanshan Moon secret realm also aligns well with the college entrance examination, which is quite sensible. Could it be that Uncle Lu wishes for everyone to weep? A terrifying thought suddenly struck Zhexian. The challengers from the Battle of the Stags would seek him out for trouble upon entering the secret realm. If the entire populace were to be emotionally battered, would they not still come looking for him? Surely not. Uncle Lu is not that kind of person. Zhexian hastily dismissed this dreadful notion from his mind. Among the crowd, Li Xiongfei's emotions were even more tumultuous. His molars were on the verge of shattering. Damn it! Li Xiongfei felt a surge of anger, panic, and fear. The Li family had poured everything into this sacrificial endeavor. They were just a step away from success. Yet, Zhexian had changed the game entirely. What was he to do? What was the Li family to do? He was unaware of the new secret realm secrets, but he understood it was a solo venture. This meant the prepared sacrificial formation could not be assembled. All the Li family's years of preparation would come to naught. Most critically, if the task could not be completed on time, the Fire Demon clan would not spare them. There was no time to inform Li Huqing now. As the secret realm opened, everyone entered in an orderly fashion. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiongfei could only take a gamble and choose to enter the secret realm first. Perhaps the formation would still work in a solo realm. Current secret realm, Taishan City Guanshan Moon secret realm task. Choose any faction, participate in the war, and survive for more than 6 hours. Hint, the task requirements had been relaxed compared to the previous initial completion, yet the rest remained unchanged. Zhexian closed the task panel and was greeted by a large face. What the heck? Why are you so close? Zhexian swatted Aotian away. It truly was you, ergo, you have returned. Aotian, exuberant, bounced around Zhexian like a lively monkey. I told you, I wouldn't deceive you. How have things been these past few days? Upon hearing Zhexian's question, Aotian puffed out his chest proudly. Quite well. We've managed to bring several groups to tears. Our former squad leader's little brother has also entered. I hear he is now a big shot in the Beta Legion. That fellow wept uncontrollably and refused to leave. He was only sent away after being scolded by the squad leader. Haha. Aotian chattered on, boasting about their achievements as they walked. So, have you all met your families? This was Zhexian's most pressing concern. Yes, of course. The squad leader's wife is still around, and she brought their little grandson. Just a couple of days ago, everyone was crying like mad. That day, the whole of Taishan City had me as the only one who didn't cry. Aren't I amazing? Zhexian chuckled and playfully punched Aotian. Everything was understood without words. Gather round. Chapter 43. My brother possesses the spirit of an emperor. It was still that familiar open space. The card masters of the Wuwei Legion sat on the ground. This time, everyone did not need to write letters home. Their mindset was remarkably relaxed. Upon seeing Zhexian approach, they waved at him warmly. In front of Zhexian, they did not need to act. They could return to their true selves. Oh, look who's back, ergo? Thanks, buddy. We've been incredibly happy these past few days. All thanks to you. It feels like we've seen the light of day again. Refreshing. Zhexian cheerfully greeted everyone. With so many people entering the secret realm at once, can you keep up? Guanshan approached, smiling, and said, The Moon Lord has transmitted secret techniques to us. We can now divide our souls at will. Our divided souls can simultaneously evolve within the secret realm. This technique also helps us strengthen our souls, which is quite beneficial. It is said that atop Yujing Mountain lies the 7 Treasure City, within which resides the 7 Treasure Palace. The 7 palace masters have their own responsibilities and missions, and they are the decision-makers of the Great Xia, representing the highest combat power in plain sight. The Moon Lord is one of these 7 palace masters. Understood. Today is the college entrance examination. This time, I shall lead you to sweep through the fire demons. We will make up for the setbacks we previously caused. Zhexian pounded his chest, exuding confidence. His comrades were taken aback. Ergo had gained immense confidence in just a few days. Seeing this, Guanshan issued a direct order to set off. They prepared to follow the previous strategy and bypass the main battlefield to reach the fire demon city, but Zhexian halted them. This time, we shall adopt a different strategy. I will confront them head-on. Zhexian summoned Ying, Bai Qi, and Li Si, along with 8 swift steeds, all materializing before him. He still rode the Qi Ji, distributing the others among Ying, Aotian, and Guanshan. All right, ergo, these steeds are rather impressive. Zhexian smiled, then produced a card, equipping himself with a suit of armor. This was a gift previously sent by Su Lingxiao upon returning home. There were 2 cards in total, both of the apparel type. One was a flying fish garb, the other was a Mingguang armor. Coupled with the Fong Tian painting halberd, Zhexian's aura surged. You all refrain from engaging. Let me take the lead. Charge. Zhexian galloped ahead, followed closely by Ying, Bai Qi, and Li Si, boldly charging toward the main battlefield. Li Si, released the immobilization. As you command, my lord. Li Si waved the jade tablet in his hand, and a dark glow descended upon the fire demon clan on the battlefield. Immobilization causes a 50 slow effect on enemies in the area, lasting for 5 seconds. The actions of the fire demon clan within the area became sluggish. Continue. Material Banquet. Material Banquet restores health to enemies in the area, inflicting 80 damage to them after 6 seconds. Material Banquet, in its peak, leads to decline. This move from Li Si is pure poison, paired with the first immobilization skill. It wreaks havoc. It is particularly effective against the fire demon clan, known for their numbers. Naturally, some formidable fire demons would survive. But let us not forget, Ying, the ancestral dragon, and Bai Qi, the god of death, are right beside. A single attack from Ying amounts to 23 5-clawed golden dragons. Bai Qi's sword aura now possesses a penetrating effect, allowing him to pierce through several foes with one strike. Thus, Li Si initiated the assault. Supported by Ying and Bai Qi, in an instant, a large swath of the fire demons on the main battlefield was obliterated. Meanwhile, Zhexian, leading the charge, specifically targeted the surviving elite fire demon generals. The effect of 10 Directions Annihilation had been validated. Though not as exaggerated as its mythical version, its lethality remained formidable. Heavenly-grade martial skills are not to be trifled with. The halberd swept across the battlefield, an unrivaled force in a chaotic world. Alas, Ergo has transformed. He is now a Tibetan mastiff. Aotian watched in astonishment. His good brother had become so powerful. Just a few days had passed, and the change was astounding. Looking at himself, he felt he had made no progress and was utterly embarrassed. Not only Aotian felt this way, Guanshan and the others were equally astonished. Just days ago, they were weeping and lagging behind as rookies. Now, seeing Zhexian's carnage, it was as if he had become a different person. Indeed, between life and death, one can undergo the greatest transformation. What a good thing. Our great Xia has a successor. Once Ergo matures, he will undoubtedly become our great Xia's war god. With strategic prowess and unstoppable might, he will be invincible across the land. You are mistaken. Aotian, however, proudly waved his hand in rebuttal. What is a war god? My brother possesses the spirit of an emperor. Ha ha ha, indeed. The crowd concurred. Thus, Zhexian led the charge, cutting a path from the main battlefield into the heart of the fire demon clan. The small hills they once hid behind were leveled to the ground. The elite fire demon warriors that once filled the city were drowned beneath an overwhelming tide of golden dragons. The walls that had to be breached with their lives fell as easily as paper. Those newborn fire demons who had mocked and tortured them were trampled beneath their feet, ruthlessly crushed. The once unassailable fire demon Great Hall lay under the hooves of Zhexian's Qi Ji. The energy crystals of the fire demons turned to dust in his grasp. All regrets and sorrows dissipate today. What a relief. Zhexian roared to the heavens. This sensation is far more exhilarating than the previous madness of annihilation. In his frenzy, he was utterly unconscious, consumed by thoughts of destruction. Yet in his clarity, he could perceive the palpable essence of every strike and blade. However, this was not yet what Zhexian desired. Your lives, your unwillingness to yield, I shall reclaim them. The oaths I have sworn must be fulfilled. Su Zhexian turned his gaze toward his comrades in the Wu Legion. His eyes transcended his companions, locking onto the soldiers of the Great Xia on the main battlefield. After laughter comes blood, comes tears. If it is to make the sons of Great Xia bleed and weep, then let it be compensated with your lives. Su Zhexian reaffirmed his resolve. Once I transform into a deity, I shall accompany you in penetrating the myriad realms. We are the same. Su Zhexian nodded with delight. By the way, there is still time. Would you like to explore a bit? Su Zhexian felt a bit bewildered by Awaken's inquiry. Are there still fire demons to slay? Do not forget, you are the master of the secret realm and can control it at will. This means you possess the ability to traverse the secret realm freely. Upon hearing Awaken's explanation, Su Zhexian recalled the extent of his powers. Though the secret realm had been surrendered, he remained the primary explorer. Here, he held the greatest authority and could play as he wished. Oh, does that mean I could find Jiang Wenjiu? You mean that beautiful young lady? We are nearing the fire demon city. Awaken earnestly produced a tablet and selected an image. In it, Jiang Wenjiu's countenance was resolute, her moon-like eyes reflecting a tinge of sorrow. It resembled the feelings Su Zhexian experienced upon witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades during his own initial passage. If I approach her like this, will I be an intrusion? Perhaps it is better to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing Su Zhexian's words, Awaken and the others shared a look of disdain. Hey, we have a novice among us. Clearly, he knows nothing about pursuing a girl. Poor ratings. We are all brothers. Let us guide you. Embarrassed by the collective reproach, Su Zhexian felt his temper flare. Teach me. Chapter 44. A turn of events. Look, the young lady is about to enter the fire demon city. Soon, she will face the despair of being surrounded by the newly spawned fire demons. Surely, you do not wish for her to be tormented by those filthy creatures, do you? Several elder brothers wrapped their arms around Su Zhexian's shoulders and inquired. Of course not. Su Zhexian exclaimed in anger. He understood the nature of such suffering. It was an excruciating anguish that could drive one to madness. The pain he had endured was not something he wished for his friends to experience again. Therefore, you must protect her, right? At the crucial moment, the deity descends and saves her. Then, unleash havoc, ensuring she does not suffer as we did, leaving her with psychological scars. The elder brothers gently guided Su Zhexian. Indeed, you speak the truth. Su Zhexian grasped the Fang Tianhua halberd once more, his gaze fixed on the tablet. As the newly spawned fire demons burst forth from the fire demon hall, he activated the teleportation. Very well, very well. The youth is teachable. Brothers, act out the tragedy more intensely. Increase the dramatic flair. No problem, haha. In the future, if Ergo hosts a celebratory feast, we must be invited. For the members of the Wu Legion, this was quite an amusing endeavor. Having been imprisoned for so many years and endured such hardship, it was time to indulge in some sweetness. Moreover, it was for their own people. They had to give it their all. In Jiang Wenjiu's Guanshanyu secret realm. Do not die? Jiang Wenjiu's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips bitten raw. Each member of the Wu team fought valiantly to protect her. They were shredded, devoured, and ruthlessly slaughtered. The team leader had one arm torn off, yet he continued to fight with the knife clenched in his mouth. But the newly spawned fire demons were as numerous as the stars, quickly overwhelming him. Awaken, drenched in blood, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. Niu, kill more fire demons for me and reclaim my share. I am so sorry, it is my incompetence. Jiang Wenjiu was reduced to a weeping mess, engulfed in profound self-blame and resentment, much like Su Zhexian had once been. She summoned the panda dukkha and seized the enormous gourd strapped to its back. Raising her hand, she unsealed the mysterious seal on the wine gourd. Abba, the seal is lifted. Let us unleash a fierce assault. Abba glanced at Jiang Wenjiu, then tilted his head back to drink. With each gulp, his aura grew increasingly terrifying. The already robust figure swelled, as if clad in 3 layers of titan armor, expanding wildly. Roar! A larger-than-life, electrified Qinglong Yinhua blade appeared in Abba's grasp. As the blade descended, thunder cracked and the earth trembled. Thousands of newly spawned fire demons were obliterated, instantly creating a vacuum around Jiang Wenjiu. Yet, this was all she could manage, for Jiang Wenjiu could no longer hold on. This strike drained all her mental energy, leaving her drowsy. If she could take 1,000 fire demons with her, it would seem worth it. In her hazy state, she thought of Su Zhexian. This was merely a trial, not a matter of life and death. Yet Su Zhexian had been the primary explorer, facing true mortality. At that time, he must have endured even greater torment than she did now. Their despair and unwillingness were known to none. He had even died once. Tears had long blurred Jiang Wenjiu's vision. For the Wu Legion's suffering, for Su Zhexian's heartache. Suddenly, A beam of light pierced Jiang Wenjiu's eyes, forcing her to shut them. Abruptly, she felt herself being lifted, and upon opening her eyes, she could hardly believe what she saw. Is this a dream? Yet it felt so real. After a few days, do you not recognize me? Su Zhixian smiled. Ah, how did you end up here? Once I clear away these nuisances, we can talk. Su Zhixian embraced Jiang Wenjiu with his left arm, while his right wielded the Fang Tianhua halberd like a dragon, sweeping through all directions with elegance and dominance. A corpse on the ground surreptitiously gave a thumbs up. This scene was so surreal that Jiang Wenjiu felt as if she were in a dream. Only when all the fire demons vanished, and Su Zhixian carried her into the fire demon hall, did Jiang Wenjiu awaken from this reverie. Come, shatter the energy crystal. This one. All right. Jiang Wenjiu had forgotten to think, simply following Su Zhixian's instructions. Crack. The energy crystal shattered beneath Jiang Wenjiu's punch. It was the pain from this punch that fully revived her. Recalling the moment when Su Zhixian had held her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That. Her social anxiety surged, causing Jiang Wenjiu to stammer. How mortifying. I sound like a lovesick fool. Oh no, will he think I am foolish? I am the primary explorer of this secret realm. I happen to possess a bit of privilege. Su Zhixian voluntarily shared the details of the secret realm with Jiang Wenjiu. Naturally, he omitted mentioning how his brothers had taught him about the deity's descent. That was a secret between men. Haha. Thank you. You worked hard during that time. Jiang Wenjiu recalled the suffering she had endured. Had it not been for Su Zhixian descending from the heavens to slay the fire demons, she would certainly have harbored a deep-seated resentment. This pent-up frustration could be significant or minor, affecting a card master's state of mind. It was hard to imagine how Su Zhixian had coped back then, especially when exiting the secret realm. He had forced a smile. Alas, it pained her. It is fine now. Let me introduce you to everyone. Su Zhixian led her out of the hall. Out Yin, Guanshan, and others were already waiting outside. Everyone is alive. Jiang Wenjiu covered her mouth in astonishment, tears streaming down her cheeks. With her intelligence, she had already deduced that the Wu-Wei Legion consisted of the fallen card masters of the Xia Kingdom. She had simply not expected to see their souls again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Outyin, sharing a surname with my brother. Outyin winked at Su Zhixian. I am Guanshan. Gao Yi, Hu Qinghai, Wanli. Hello everyone. I am Jiang Wenjiu. Jiang Wenjiu greeted them earnestly, diligently committing each name to memory, as once recorded by Su Zhixian, who meticulously compiled a list and even sketched portraits. You are a friend of Ergo, and thus, our friend as well. We warmly welcome you to visit often. Please do not hesitate. Jiang Wenjiu was momentarily taken aback, turning to Su Zhixian. Ergo? A cough escaped him, and it seemed now that Su Zhixian was the one grappling with social anxiety. He wished fervently to silence the incessant chatter of Ao Tian. I am Ernyo. Jiang Wenjiu chuckled, extending his hand as if to reacquaint themselves. As long as you and I understand, that's sufficient. Su Zhixian grasped the fair hand, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, Ao Tian exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. He swiftly navigated his tablet, uncovering several images. What are these individuals doing? Why do they exude the aura of the fire demons? Are they responsible? Su Zhixian furrowed his brow upon recognizing familiar figures on the screen. Su Chun, Yang Xia, and other elite students from Class 1. The playback revealed them entering a secret realm, each activating a dark red card. The card transformed into a small magical array, into which they inserted their core cards. Instantly, both the core cards and their very beings were enveloped in a sinister crimson glow. Within that light, Su Chun, Yang Xia, and the others became grotesque and anguished, their cries echoing. The unusual aura emanating from the dark red light was unmistakably linked to the fire demon clan. The presence of fire demons in the secret realm initially went unnoticed by Ao Tian, but the disarray of Su Chun and the others, who seemed on the verge of transforming into fire demons, piqued his suspicion. Let us intervene. We cannot allow the fire demons to realize any of their nefarious schemes. Su Zhixian took the lead, activating the teleportation with Jiang Wenjiu. Moments later, they stood before Su Chun. The closer they drew, the more palpable the bizarre and potent aura of the fire demons became. Halt! Su Zhixian wielded his halberd, shattering the malevolent crimson glow. Su Chun was propelled from the array, crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed, he lifted his head, faint traces of crimson streaks marking his face. He gasped for breath, the sweet air revitalizing him as though he were reborn. Cough, cough. You. Before Su Chun could finish, a fierce roar erupted nearby. His core card, the Wind Spirit Tiger, had transformed into a monstrous hybrid of demon and tiger, lunging at him. Boom. The halberd struck like thunder, cleaving the beast in two. gazing at the grotesque remains. Su Zhexian frowned. What audacity these individuals possess. To forcibly transform their core cards into fire demons for the sake of the college entrance examination? Madness. This is tantamount to treason. Chapter 45. Traitors in the presence of Su Zhexian, who appeared as a deity descended from the heavens. Su Chun felt a mix of relief and an unnameable fear and envy. The piercing gaze Su Zhexian cast upon him felt as though it could slice him to pieces. Struggling to rise, Su Chun bowed deeply, stammering, "Thank you." He recalled the last time Su Zhexian had required him to express gratitude. Just a few days had passed. Yet he found himself thanking him once more, this time for saving his life, with genuine appreciation. The superiority he once felt over Su Zhexian had long since dissipated. What transpired here? Where did that magical array originate? Su Zhexian interrogated, pointing at the marks on the ground. Su Chun inhaled deeply and recounted the events in detail. A month prior, Li Xiongfei had gifted them a domain-type card, claiming it was a set of magical cards crafted at great expense by his family. By activating them simultaneously, they could create an energy link, enhancing the magical array's power tenfold. Subsequently, inserting their core cards would elevate the quality of their cards. The top 50 elite students of Class 1 were all involved. They had previously experimented with it in the Demon Zone, finding that the quality of their core cards did indeed rise. Had the secret realm not emerged, they might have even obtained the Jade Spirit Fruit. Yet, even the elevation of one quality had brought them immense joy and gratitude toward Li Xiongfei. A few days ago, Li Xiongfei had shared a mantra with them, asserting that activating the domain magical card within the context of the entrance examination secret realm would not only strengthen core cards, but also enhance their combat prowess. The high school seniors were captivated by this unexpected boon. Coupled with their prior experiments, they had unwavering faith in Li Xiongfei's words and refrained from further testing, eagerly anticipating their moment of triumph during the examination. However, at the designated time, as they activated the magical array, they were met with a backlash. A sinister whisper echoed in their minds, and they felt their mental energy being devoured by a terrifying force. It was an overwhelming dread, akin to being gradually dragged into the mire of death. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves before Su Zhexian. Thus, the source was Li Xiongfei. He could not escape culpability for the previous incident. Jiang Wenjiu quickly grasped the implications, her anger surging. If not for Li Xiongfei, Su Zhexian would not have had to endure such excruciating torment. Only through first-hand experience could one comprehend the despair and bitterness that such suffering inflicted. They had all arrived. Shadows flickered as several figures materialized. Guanshan, Ao Tian, and other members of the Wu Wei team, accompanied by Yang Xia and dozens of students. Yang Xia, in a disheveled state, rushed towards Su Zhexian as if possessed. "Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a burden. If you save me, I will give you anything, truly. You must have a way to help me recover, right?" Yang Xia clutched Su Zhexian's hand as if it were a lifeline. "Commander, what is happening to them?" Su Zhexian demanded, shaking off her grasp as he turned to Guanshan. The students who had teleported alongside them bore expressions of despair and hopelessness, much like Yang Xia, their eyes filled with longing and pleading directed at Su Zhexian. They had suffered the backlash of the magical array. Their core cards had been destroyed, and their mental sources were rendered useless. Guanshan shook his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. "A card master without a mental source is as good as dead." "What? This is impossible." Su Qin panicked upon hearing Guanshan's words, hastily checking his own mental source, only to discover the same fate. Stumbling, he sank to the ground, gazing up at Su Zhexian. "I am finished." Su Chun felt as though he were a mere shell of his former self. Once, he had been a paragon of talent, one of the brightest stars of Cloud City. The formerly insignificant Su Zhexian, with his deficiencies in mental power, had seemed inconsequential to him. Now, the roles had reversed, and he was acutely aware of the stark contrast. The fear of loss was far more harrowing than the fear of never having possessed something, for it included the painful process of remembrance. This sentiment aptly described Su Chun, Yang Xia, and others. The abrupt plunge from the pinnacle to the abyss was a profound source of despair. Thus, when Yang Xia first laid eyes on Su Zhexian, she instinctively implored him for salvation. Su Zhexian's remarkable resurgence from a state of despair suggested he possessed a means to aid them. Yet, it was evident they had miscalculated. "I am powerless to assist you." Su Zhexian's words echoed, reminiscent of what they had declared during their speech at No. 7 Middle School. That life has no endpoint, and one must strive for independence and strength. The students of Class 1 felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. "No. You are deceiving us. You must have a way." Yang Xia persisted, approaching madness. "Forget about them. Just save me. I have cherished you for over a decade. Surely, you desire me? Jiang Wenjiu interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Zhexian, delivering a sharp slap to Yang Xia. Professional wake-up call, effective immediately. Do not degrade him with your baseless thoughts. Where were you when he suffered? Now you have the audacity to plead for his help? You all owe your lives to him for surviving the backlash, and yet still seek to take advantage. Jiang Wenjiu surveyed the crowd, and not a single person dared meet her gaze, overwhelmed by shame. Su Zhexian was also searching, but Li Xiongfei's figure remained elusive. Ao Tian, where is that Li Xiongfei? Huh, is there such a person? Let me check. Ao Tian hesitated, quickly scanning his tablet. Nothing. This situation is somewhat beyond Ao Tian's expectations. Out of millions of college entrance examination candidates, he can accurately locate each one, yet he has failed to notice the existence of Li Xiongfei, which is rather peculiar. Everyone, let's initiate a soul search. That is the mastermind behind the chaos. We cannot let him escape. A few moments later, Guan Shan, with a face full of fury, pointed at the screen. Here. As everyone gazed, they were met with the sight of a towering elite fire demon, currently leading thousands of fire demons in a relentless slaughter of the Xia Kingdom's card masters. This sight ignited a blaze of rage within them, leaving them gritting their teeth in hatred. This brute, Jiang Wenji, clenched his fists, wishing to tear apart the fire demon displayed on the screen. How dare he kill our Xia Kingdom's card masters, reveling in such delight. Among the million candidates from Xia Kingdom, the first task upon entering the secret realm was to choose a faction. Even students like Su Chun and Yang Xia chose the Xia Kingdom faction. Only Li Xiongfei opted for the Fire Demon faction. This act is akin to treason. It is not merely a curiosity or an attempt to experience the challenges of a different faction in the face of the nation. Choosing demons over humanity is tantamount to betrayal. In a previous secret realm mission, he succumbed to temptation. In the future, who would dare to trust their back to such a person? The blood and lives sacrificed by our ancestors were not for the likes of him. Let us deal with him. Su Zhexian wasted no time and activated the teleportation. This traitor, who has abandoned his ancestors, deserves a thorough beating first. The entire Wu Wei team was teleported to the main battlefield, filled with wrath as they began to retaliate against the fire demons. Su Zhexian unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating fire demons within a 100-meter radius. Upon seeing Su Zhexian, Li Xiongfei was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated Su Zhexian could transcend individual secret realms to appear here. Immediately afterward, he lunged at Su Zhexian with a sinister grin. Roar, I'll tear you apart, you scum. He attributed the humiliation of being forced to kneel before Zhu Ke outside the secret realm to Su Zhexian, harboring a daily desire to devour him alive. Now, finally, he had the opportunity, and he had grown so powerful. As the beast charged, Su Zhexian deftly lifted his halberd, sending Li Xiongfei soaring into the sky. Following that, he unleashed the dawn of the Golden Crow, striking down with a relentless barrage. I've longed to beat you to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Though in your current wretched form, she likely wouldn't either. But I want to rest until your face blooms with injuries. Li Xiongfei could never have imagined he would be so easily overpowered. Despite forcibly transforming himself into a fire demon and rampaging on the battlefield, he was now being chopped down by Su Zhexian as if he were a mere pig. And it did not end there. After tiring from the assault, Su Zhexian casually tossed Li Xiongfei like a ball to Ao Tian. Now it's your turn. All right. The Wu Wei team surged forward, the scene turning exceedingly brutal. They were not concerned about killing Li Xiongfei. Two teammates skilled in healing were present to tend to him. Li Xiongfei emitted a harrowing scream, struggling to escape, but to no avail. When one becomes a traitor, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 46, Mother. Something serious has happened. This round of beating felt interminable to Li Xiongfei, akin to a century, though in reality, it was merely a little over 10 minutes. The spirits merely vented their frustrations, for Li Xiongfei still held value. Tell me, where did you acquire those domain cards? Su Zhexian prodded Li Xiongfei's grotesque octopus head with his halberd. Li Xiongfei lay on the ground, casting a resentful gaze at Su Zhexian, his fire demon visage appearing even more terrifying. Su Zhexian remained unfazed. Not cooperating? I'll beat you until you do. If you refuse to speak, I'll just visit your home to uncover the truth. By the way, my father is the White Tiger Inspector. I possess a slight privilege. Upon hearing Su Zhexian's words and witnessing his mocking expression, shock and panic filled Li Xiongfei's grotesque face. He struggled to say something, but ultimately gave in, realizing he had inadvertently provoked the son of the White Tiger Inspector. Once Su Zhexian revealed his affairs, the White Tiger Inspector would undoubtedly arrive, and the Li family would have no escape. Li Xiongfei was not the only one feeling alarmed. Yang Xia was even more shaken. How could this be? For over a decade, there had been a colossal treasure beside her, and she had remained oblivious. An opportunity to ascend to greatness was slipping through her fingers, leaving her regretting her decision to let it go so easily. Let us send him to the Taishan city prison for a proper reception. The fate of a traitor is far worse than that of a true fire demon, Aotian sneered. The Guanshan Moon secret realm was more than just a battlefield. It was a defense war for Taishan City. What exists in Taishan City would naturally manifest here. 4 fire demons. Traversing the prison would be akin to experiencing the 18 levels of hell, doubly so for traitors. We must thank the Fire Demon clan for expending tremendous resources to create this secret realm, which has now become the finest training ground for the Great Xia. To prevent any leaks, let them wait here. I will return for them. Zhexian referred to the students of Cardmaster Class 1. They were all incapacitated and would inevitably either go insane or alert the enemy if they were to leave. Oh, and I need 2 people to look after them, Jiang Huaxiong and this person. Zhexian winked at Aotian, making a fist gesture. Aotian understood immediately. They both bore the surname Jiang, so they would certainly be well taken care of. As for the unnamed one, he would receive even more special attention. I'll head out first. We'll meet again in Tianshu City. As for the matter concerning old Master Jiang, Teacher Wang has mentioned it. I will assist you. So rest assured. Zhexian had previously claimed his father was the White Tiger Inspector to instill some confidence in Jiang Wenji. All right. This time I won't let you down. I'll be waiting. Jiang Wenji smiled radiantly. Meanwhile, Yang Xia, standing dumbfounded nearby, felt as if her heart were being sliced. Earlier, she had stated that they were from 2 different worlds. Now, that notion had become a stark reality, albeit with their roles reversed. Zhexian exited the secret realm at breakneck speed, disregarding the astonished expressions of the onlooking teachers and parents as he hastily summoned help. Mother, something serious has happened. Yulioli had previously stated she would accompany him during the college entrance examination. However, her status was unsuitable for the square. She remained in the nearest building, which provided a direct view of the examination proceedings. Upon Zhexian's emergence from the secret realm, she immediately noticed her son's anxious expression. Speak. There's someone inciting the students of Cardmaster Class 1. Zhexian recounted the general situation within the secret realm. I suspect his aim is not merely to transform a few high school seniors into fire demons. It may involve altering the exam questions, disrupting his plans. Therefore, we must investigate his home to determine if fire demons are lurking there. Upon hearing Zhexian's analysis, Yulioli expressed her approval. Understood. This matter does not require your father's involvement. You, Aunt Qinyan, and the card masters from the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce are all in Yun City. That will suffice. Yulioli was decisive in her actions. She immediately sent a message to Li Qinyan and instructed the card masters of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce to proceed to the Li family residence. Soon, the estate of the Li family was silently sealed by a barrier, with Yulioli leading the charge. Zhexian would act as bait to lure the enemy into the estate, serving as a form of training. Indeed, a true maternal instinct was evident. Zhexian, fully equipped, blasted open the gates of the Li family estate. Upon entering, he was met with a dozen massive vicious dogs charging toward him. In the distance, Li Qinghu was directing his subordinates to inscribe a large formation. He had long since detected the anomalies surrounding the college entrance examination secret realm. The previously agreed time with Li Xiongfei had passed without any fluctuations from the sacrificial array, leading Li Qinghu to realize that something was amiss. In a state of urgency, he ordered the construction of a different array, one capable of forcibly transporting individuals to the fire demon dimension. As for Li Xiongfei, he was of no concern. After all, a son could be reborn, but preserving one's life was paramount. The formation was still incomplete when Zhexian barged in. Fortunately, it seemed that he was alone. Kill him. Dozens of vicious dogs had already been dispatched by Zhexian. Li Qinghu's 2 henchmen shed their suits, revealing several tentacles that writhed menacingly from their backs. Rushing madly towards Zhexian. This made sense. Observing the 2 Silver Tier 6-star mutated henchmen, Zhexian grasped the situation entirely. He did not underestimate them. Instead, he summoned Yingzheng, Bai Qi, and Li Si. Hesitating momentarily, he unified his forces, unleashing his sword techniques across the realms. By the time the 2 mutated henchmen finally reached him, they were already battered and bruised, filled with a fierce resentment towards Zhexian, their tentacles flailing desperately to ensnare him. However, Zhexian chose not to engage. He mounted his horse and retreated with his 3 companions. After all, they were Silver Tier 6 stars, and mutated ones at that, with each star upgrade in the Silver Tier requiring 10-fold experience. The disparity in strength between each tier was immense. The enemy was clearly intent on a desperate fight, and Zhexian was no fool. The 8 steeds moved with astonishing speed, taking the 4 of them racing through the estate. With Li Si's hesitation, even the mutated foes could not keep pace, leaving them to be mercilessly picked apart, ultimately succumbing. Such a dirty death. It was truly a humiliating end. My son is simply exercising caution and employing a wise strategy. Yu Liuli and Li Qingyan observed the battle from a vantage point. If not for their lower levels, anyone who faced him would undoubtedly be crushed. 1 emperor, 2 civil and military ministers, such an overwhelming start. Li Qingyan couldn't help but scoff. In just a few days, this boy had grown even stronger. Of course, one must consider who his parent is. My little one's advancement task is still at the heavenly level's extreme evaluation. Yu Liuli was immensely pleased, while Li Qingyan felt a pang of frustration, wondering why she was flaunting her child in front of a single person. How utterly vexing. Within the estate, Li Qinghu dispatched 5 more henchmen to encircle and intercept. Yet the mobility of the 8 steeds rendered them utterly ineffective. Instead, it provided Zhexian the opportunity to circle around and approach the formation. Zhenggu, destroy that grand array. Simple enough. 23 5-clawed golden dragons charged into the half-drawn formation. The divine dragons danced chaotically, annihilating Li Qinghu's only hope. You shall pay for this. Li Qinghu's grand array was shattered, his fury igniting as he yearned to crush Zhexian. What's wrong? Not willing to fight? Come at me. He warned against repeating the mistakes of Li Xiongfei, who was easily defeated. Chapter 47. How could you unleash your ultimate move? It was quite a painful blow. Li Qinghu had held sway in Yun City for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have established such a vast enterprise. Yet now he was humiliated by a mere junior. Zhexian's words made it clear that Li Xiongfei had been thoroughly beaten. To strike my son and come after my family. What sort of justice is this? Li Qinghu's face darkened to the point where ink could drip from it. You sever my lifeline, and the Li family shall accompany you to the grave. Today, not just you, but your family and friends. Everyone in this city will pay the price. Li Qinghu unleashed his master-level aura. With a wave of his hand, 6 cards floated before him, all cultivated to orange quality. Zhexian focused intently. The cards depicted a fire demon. 1 card for the Fire Demon Legion, 2 for the twin-headed Fire Demon Warriors, 1 for the Fire Demon High Priest, 1 scene card for the Fire Demon Altar, and 1 domain card for the Realm of Fiery Demons. This was a set of forbidden cards. Historically, certain card masters had betrayed humanity, worshipping demons and crafting demon-themed cards, known as forbidden cards or traitor cards. Being classified as forbidden, these cards naturally possessed considerable power. I will make you regret storming into my estate alone. You will wish you had never been born into this world. 6 eerie tentacles manifested from Li Qinghu's back, supplying energy to the 6 forbidden cards. In an instant, the Li family estate transformed into a realm of fiery demons, black flames raging. A massive fire demon altar rose amidst the inferno, shrouded in mystery. The 2 twin-headed fire demon warriors roared as they emerged from the flames. All right, you win this round. I'm leaving. Zhexian swiftly mounted and retreated. After all, the opponent was a master, and his cards had attained master-level combat strength. He, a mere silver tier, had no desire to engage further. Li Qinghu grinned menacingly, commanding the twin-headed fire demon warriors to pursue Zhexian. Now that you've entered hell, you shall not leave. Mother, help. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. An extraordinary blue qilin burst forth from the swirling flames, appearing above the estate. Streams of azure flames coalesced into unparalleled divine swords, striking towards the twin-headed fire demon warriors. The qilin. Li Qinghu was taken aback. How could a card of such caliber appear in the humble Yun City? But there was more. A crimson divine bird followed closely behind the qilin. The vermilion bird inspector. The 2 divine birds shone brightly in the sky, showcasing their splendor. Li Qinghu's 2 warriors were reduced to mere toys, suffering a thorough beating. Yu Liuli and Li Qingyan made their grand entrance. One donned a gown of moonlit elegance, while the other wore a striking crimson outfit. Zhexian quickened his pace, playfully hiding behind the 2, casually giving Li Qinghu the middle finger. What is it to bully a child? If you have the guts, come and fight us. Li Qingyan pointed her flute at Li Qinghu with disdain. Finally regaining his composure, Li Qinghu exclaimed, impossible. You left. Yu Liuli waved her hand, a gentle breeze sweeping through and extinguishing the encroaching black flames. She had never left. She had always been here. Did he truly think that the inspectors of the Great Xia were the useless figures of his imagination? Li Qinghu did not recognize Yu Liuli, but he was aware of the qilin, a card of red quality or above. with the Qilin Master and the Vermilion Bird Inspector combined. It was evident that his life was about to reach its conclusion. Who would have imagined that such an extravagant background belonged to that boy? No, I refuse to accept this. The wrath of a villain is always so predictable. Li Qinghu withdrew a half-formed card from his pocket. The card depicted only half of the Fire Demon King's form. Originally, this card was to be completed upon the Fire Demon King's arrival. Now, with his plans in ruins, Li Qinghu was determined to make a desperate gamble, even if it meant dragging someone down with him. He hurriedly ascended the Fire Demon altar, lifting the card above his head in a gesture of prayer. Great Fire Demon King, descend upon me. Yes, he intended to forcibly transform himself into the Fire Demon King. Even if the Fire Demon King were to bestow only half of his power, it would be enough for him to escape. Darkness enveloped the sky. In that moment of utmost despair, Zhexian suddenly struck, catching Li Qinghu off guard as his senses vanished. Zhexian activated the skill of the Red Steed, Desperate Ground. Desperate Ground, condensing distances, making a vast expanse seem near. Before Li Qinghu could react, Zhexian snatched the card from him. I won't let you unleash your ultimate move. Wait until you summon the Fire Demon King before striking. That would make us seem rather foolish. Zhexian, hiding behind Yuli and Li Qingyan, gleefully toyed with the Fire Demon King card. This is utter collapse. Total devastation. Li Qinghu's eyes bulged with rage, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhexian. If looks could kill, Zhexian would have been reduced to ashes. It was infuriating. His hopes were dashed once again, not due to his inability to fight, but rather from an unexpected ambush. How could Li Qinghu not feel hatred and fury? You wait, the master will avenge me. Zhexian paid no heed to Li Qinghu's impotent rage. Did he truly think he was a wolf in sheep's clothing? He had no chance of returning. Oh my. That move was quite impressive. I didn't even see it coming. Li Qingyan turned, curiously assessing Zhexian. Well, it's just a standard skill, nothing out of the ordinary. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think your aunt is a fool? It's just a regular heavenly tier martial technique, truly. Li Qingyan suddenly felt the urge to slap herself. How shameless of me. Why indulge my curiosity and invite trouble? Hey, this one's for you. Zhexian handed the Fire Demon King card to Li Qingyan. Such a forbidden card was unsafe in his possession. Should the Fire Demon King suddenly emerge from the card, he would be at a loss. You performed admirably, displaying both courage and wisdom, praised Yuli. The remaining tasks were straightforward. The card masters of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce cleared out the Li family estate. Conducting a meticulous search, all of the Li family's mutated servants were executed. As for Li Qinghu, he was personally escorted to the Jiuzhou prison by Li Qingyan. Having just proclaimed vengeance on his behalf, it was imperative that he reveal who was responsible. Otherwise, he would experience the true meaning of being unable to live or die. There was no room for humanitarianism when dealing with traitors who had forsaken their nation and ancestors. Otherwise, would not the sacrifices of those card masters who gave their lives for the country and humanity over the millennia be in vain? The battle at the Li family estate concluded silently. The people of Yun City remained oblivious to the conspiracy that had threatened them, as everyone focused on the upcoming college entrance examination. Originally, Zhexian was the first to emerge from the secret realm, and others had hoped to inquire about his experience. But he left in haste, leaving them no choice but to wait. Parents and teachers continued to wait until the sun began to set. Finally, some examinees emerged from the secret realm, tears streaming down their faces, heart-wrenching sobs escaping them. More and more students followed suit, all bearing the same sorrowful expression, their cries causing deep anguish among their parents. Oh no, could it be that they performed poorly? Some worried. It's all right if they didn't T-pass. They can retake it. There are many paths to success. We will keep striving. Parents comforted their children, though doubt lingered. Were this year's exam questions truly so cruel? Even the parents of struggling students found it baffling. Why are you crying? Whether it's difficult or not, it should be the same for you. Chapter 48. A Nation's Resolve. I am but a failure. I must grow stronger. I cannot bear to see you perish before me, cried one student. The echoes of grief and rage reverberated through Yunhai Square. The vast majority of students were utterly broken, clutching their chests, overwhelmed by intense emotions, ignoring parental reassurances. A small number of students did not weep but clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their palms. Others bit their lips until they bled, desperately holding back tears. Fire Demon Clan, I vow we shall not coexist. When I reach the Spirit Realm battlefield, I will annihilate your entire race. Finally, one student began to recount the harrowing events of the secret realm, sobbing intermittently, evoking sympathy from all. Teachers and parents, though somewhat informed, could not comprehend the depth of their children's sorrow. At some point, A team of psychological therapists had arrived to provide support and counseling to those students experiencing intense emotional turmoil. This had been a concern for the upper echelons of the Xian nation, fearing that the students might suffer excessive heartbreak. Is it truly that exaggerated? They even dispatched medical personnel. Other cities are doing the same. The curiosity of the parents could no longer be contained. Not only the parents, but teachers and many others felt the same way. Can we enter the secret realm to understand better? It would help us counsel our children. Parents approached the 8 examiners, who seemed to have anticipated this, nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with sympathy. The secret realm had been modified to remove level restrictions, allowing parents and teachers of considerable strength to enter. This unique college entrance examination extended in duration. Not only in Yin City, but all 108 cities nationwide experienced the same phenomenon. In the square, students were lost in thoughts of the secret realm, neglecting food and drink. Within the realm, adults faced the harrowing and desperate moments of the Guanshan moon. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Zhexian lay peacefully asleep on his soft pillow, while the adults gradually emerged from the secret realm. Some were in a daze, tears streaming down their faces. Others were like zombies, unable to voice their grief. Some remained silent, weeping silently, while others beat their chests and cried bitterly. Parents returned to their children, embracing them and weeping together, finally understanding the depth of their children's sorrow. The despair and frustration they felt was not something ordinary individuals could bear. The adults felt it even more acutely. Having experienced the spirit realm battlefield, they were all too aware of its brutality, even if their service had been brief. The defense of Taishan City was beyond their level of participation. Some could only recall fragments from the news of that time. Now they fully grasped the horror of those events. The chilling despair of the battlefield was truly suffocating. Major media outlets across the nation reported on the situation. Keywords such as college entrance examination, Taishan City, Guanshan Moon, and broken defenses topped the headlines. Guanshan Moon of Taishan City, honoring the heroic souls of the great Xia. It is the sacrifices of countless heroes that grant us the peace we enjoy today. How desperate must the Wu-Wei Legion have been? Weep. We vow to avenge the heroes of the great Xia. We shall not rest until the Fire Demon clan is eradicated. They are mere low-dimensional beings? No, they are the greatest guardians. Countless news articles about the Guanshan Moon secret realm flooded the internet. Among them, one post gained the highest traction. How did the first challenger, Zhexian, mount a counteroffensive in the face of despair? Aside from Jiang Wenjiu, no examinee or adult had managed to clear the Guanshan Moon secret realm. The newly emerged fire demons were utterly insurmountable. Completing the tasks to pass was an almost insurmountable challenge. Zhexian had entered the secret realm in person, not only surviving, but also achieving an extreme evaluation. It was hard to fathom how he accomplished that. The pain he endured was beyond what ordinary people could compare. This night was sleepless. The entire internet buzzed with discussions about this soul-stirring battle. The number of card masters voluntarily applying to enter the spirit realm battlefield reached an all-time high. Card masters were eager to venture into the battlefield to confront the demons. A unifying sentiment among the people of Xia was that no one revealed even a word about the secret realm's contents. The citizens understood the significance of this secret realm for Xia. They might endure heart-wrenching pain, but it would ultimately strengthen their resolve and faith. Wherever one looks, there is the great Xia. Every shining star is a beacon of belief. We shall guard the great Xia for a lifetime. In the future, the younger generations will inherit this faith. As long as faith persists, the spirit of the great Xia will endure, impervious to destruction. In Tianshu City, the Jiang family. Sister, I feel so stifled. Why don't you just hit me? This was the first time Jiang Huaxiong had proactively asked to be hit. Jiang Wenjiu looked gently at her foolish younger brother, shaking her head with a smile, tossing him a gourd of wine. Drink this. It will be more pleasant than a beating. Jiang Huaxiong gulped it down, the fiery liquor burning his throat, making him jump in surprise. After a long exhale, it seemed to release the pent-up frustration within him. Ah, that feels good. Sister, don't you feel upset? You seem unaffected after leaving the secret realm. I do. But I was healed in the realm. It's a secret. Jiang Wenjiu gazed at the night sky, finding the stars particularly radiant tonight. In the Li family of Tianshu City. Bang, bang, bang. Li Huan was in the courtyard, striking a wooden training dummy with fervor. The dummy bore Zhexian's name. You're nothing special. I'm stronger than you. You merely stumbled through the realm by chance. If I faced the secret realm, I could do it too. Jiang Wenjiu will be mine. Don't even dream about it, you country bumpkin. The last sentence, Li Huan shouted at the top of his lungs. The wooden dummy, crafted from fine timber, fell with a resounding thud. It seemed that only by doing so could Su Zhexian shatter the shadows of doubt that lingered in his heart and release the torment he had endured in the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, he was likely the earliest riser in the Summer Kingdom that day. After a grueling day filled with college entrance examinations and negotiations with Li Qinghu, he had expended considerable energy. With Moon Liuli personally preparing a hearty meal for him, Su Zhexian was well fed and fell into a deep slumber, so soundly that he forgot to pick up Su Chun, Yang Xia, and others. However, retrieving them the next day would suffice, serving as an unforgettable lesson for them. They ought to learn to be honest and virtuous individuals. Cuckoo, cuckoo, time to rise. The sun's rays are warming your backside. The cheerful alarm on his phone chimed. Su Zhexian, still groggy, sat up and yawned. Glancing out the window, he was surprised by the tranquility enveloping Yunqing. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already 9 o'clock. Don't people have classes or work today? Where can I buy some jianbingguozi? The food delivery app was filled with notices of closures. Little did he know that due to the events in the secret realm, many people had spent the night in unrest. A significant number of cities across the nation had declared a day off. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Peering through the peephole, he saw members of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Young master, this place is no longer safe. We must relocate. Not safe? Is there a powerful demon invasion? Su Zhexian was taken aback. Could something significant have occurred last night? However, upon reflection, he found it improbable. If something had truly happened, how could he have slept so soundly? This isn't about demons. Your fame has skyrocketed. You've become a sensation overnight, the top trending figure in the Summer Kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, around 100,000 media personnel had rushed to Yunqing from other cities today, all drawn by his newfound notoriety. All this attention is for me. Su Zhexian was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything noteworthy to warrant such fame. To interview you, our security measures are insufficient. Why didn't you inform us sooner? Let us go, let us go. He hastily grabbed his backpack, donning his pajamas and slippers as he dashed out. He feared that if he delayed further, he might be treated like a monkey in a zoo, perhaps even fed by onlookers. How humiliating. If he were to feature in major media outlets, he would be the laughingstock of his peers for an entire year. Determinedly, Su Zhexian ran, hopping into the vehicle arranged by the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce and speeding out of the city. Goodness, is it really this chaotic? Once on the road, he finally had the chance to peruse the news. On every media platform in the Summer Kingdom, the top 50 trending topics were all related to the Guanshan Moon secret realm, with half of those concerning him. One should aspire to be like Su Zhexian, breathtakingly handsome and invincible in battle. Su Zhexian has become the most desired man for the girls of the Summer Kingdom, bar none, revealing how Su Zhexian conquered the Guanshan Moon secret realm. At the pinnacle of immortality, there is no one but Su Zhexian. Posts like these, all featuring his name, garnered immense attention. It was safe to say that Su Zhexian had become the most popular individual in the Summer Kingdom. He found himself both amused and bewildered by the attention. Skimming past the articles about himself, he stumbled upon several amusing ones. I want to remember the real names of Captain Lian and all members of Wu Wei. I'll cherish them forever. Come in and share the names given to you by Ao Tian. I'm called Air Halazi. Names like Dog Egg, Iron Pillar, Three Simpletons, Blackie, Osmanthus, and Winter Plum made him chuckle, realizing he wasn't the most ridiculous of the bunch. In the midst of laughter, Su Zhexian suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot to release Su Chun and the others. It was unintentional. He could only address it once he reached Tianshu City. He sighed lightly, attributing his oversight to the overwhelming attention that had compelled him to flee. Everyone has moments when they feel out of control. He vowed to remember this lesson for next time. While the heightened attention would benefit the promotion of the Guanshan Moon secret realm, it also complicated his movements. Now that his appearance was public, he had become a celebrity, making it difficult to go out without being recognized. For the time being, he had to keep a low profile. Board in the vehicle, Su Zhexian retrieved 2 card pouches from his pajama pocket. One pouch contained a single card, a gift from Su Tianxin, which materialized as a mask made from an unknown material. Illusionary mask, special equipment that can alter the user's appearance and aura. Su Zhexian's eyes lit up. Had his brother foreseen his predicament? This item would indeed come in handy. It seemed that his brother had also donned similar equipment during his last encounter with the son of the Stone Clan. Wearing the illusionary mask, it fit perfectly. He attempted to transform into Ao Tian's likeness, achieving a remarkable resemblance. What a marvelous item. The other pouch, when opened, revealed 12 shimmering cards, evidently of purple quality. The 12 Zodiac card set, a collector's edition in purple. Once a card master awakens their mental prowess, they can create their own cards or utilize some universal ones. The 12 zodiac card set falls into the latter category. As long as one possesses mental energy, they can manifest and use it. Initially, it serves as a supplementary tool for the core cards, proving to be quite practical. Eventually, as card masters develop their own systematic decks, they can phase out the 12 zodiac set. This Purple Collector S edition was significantly stronger in attributes and skills compared to the standard version. If used in conjunction with the illusionary mask, it would make it impossible for anyone other than his family to recognize him. A spark of inspiration struck Zhexian as he thought this through, feeling touched that his family had anticipated such a scenario. He sent 10 large red envelopes, totaling 64,800, to Su Xianxing. Xian does not change. Sheng can. Hey, who is the scoundrel stealing my brother's account? Wang Xianbei, brother. I've taken care of your next card pool. Xian does not change. Sheng can. Magnificent. I admit you are the most handsome in the Summer Kingdom. Wang Xianbei, too flattering, but not enough to compare with my brother. Their light-hearted banter was abruptly interrupted by a phone call from Moon Liuli, startling Su Zhexian. He feared she had discovered his transaction with his brother. However, she inquired about the life essence crystals. Su Zhexian had asked Moon Liuli to assist in locating them yesterday. The unfortunate news was that the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce and the Summer Kingdom had not discovered any other life essence crystals. Such materials, essential for life preservation, were exceedingly rare, typically found only on the royalty of the purple crystal tree demon. At present, there were two potential solutions. The first involved placing a dragon or phoenix pattern peace charm on old Master Jiang, stabbing him to death, and waiting for him to resurrect, allowing his old injuries to heal naturally. Su Zhexian grimaced at this peculiar suggestion. Moreover, he was reluctant to employ such a precious life-saving item. Even his parents would hesitate to use it. He didn't want to destroy it carelessly. If he were willing to use such a method, old Master Zhang's longevity lock would have been utilized long ago, rather than waiting until now. Thus, Moon Liuli proposed a second solution, the fruit of life and death, a type of fruit that grows in the fragmented world. The so-called fragmented world consists of small worlds adrift in the cosmic dimensions, remnants of worlds destroyed in some dimension. These fragments often carry certain energies from their original worlds. The fruit of life and death is unique to the mist fragmented world, embodying the energies of life and death from the original mist world. Administering this fruit to old Master Jiang would allow him to die and then be reborn, healing his injuries, albeit with some pain during the dying process. It was a method of placing oneself in a position of death to achieve rebirth, a rather ingenious solution. Not only can it preserve the safety of the peace token, but it can also save lives. Quite impressive. Su Zhexian expressed his agreement. Have you made your decision? The fragmented world is no simple matter. It is not just the human race that can enter. Beings from various dimensions can also venture inside. The Mist Realm restricts entry to beings of silver rank, 10 stars and below. However, among beings of the same rank, there can be significant disparities in combat power. For instance, a dragon and a mouse, both classified as silver rank, possess vastly different strengths. Have you decided? Consider it akin to a graduation trial after the college entrance examination. It's manageable. Su Zhexian is quite astute. The fact that Yu Liuli dares to propose this method indicates that he is capable of handling it. Moreover, if it truly becomes overwhelming, one can always flee. The speed of the 8 steeds is comparable to some of the golden rank. Very well, I shall arrange for them to escort you to the entrance. Detailed information can be found on the stele at the entrance. Make sure to read it thoroughly before proceeding. Understood. Yu Liuli is equally decisive. She holds absolute confidence in her offspring. Just considering Su Zhexian, not to mention Su Tianxin and the others, who among them is not a paragon of talent. 10 hours later, Su Zhexian appears within the Sky City of the Great Xia. Chapter 50. The Mist Realm. The Sky City is not merely a city suspended in the air. Its name is derived from the 72 heavenly constellations, the celestial stars. In the land of the Great Xia, there are actually 115 major cities, named after the Big Dipper and the 108 stars of the heavenly and earthly spirits. The reason there are only 108 cities left now is tied to a calamity from a millennium ago. It represents a deep-seated pain in the hearts of the people of the Great Xia and a perpetual grudge. The Sky City, where Su Zhexian currently resides, is one of the 7 cities that vanished. It was once overrun by numerous demons and subsequently ravaged by temporal storms, leading to a city filled with perilous spatial rifts. Some of these rifts conceal demons, while others serve as gateways to the fragmented world. Restoring the Sky City to its former glory is only possible by eliminating the countless spatial rifts, yet success has remained elusive over the years. It has temporarily become an adventurous ground and training ground for card masters of the Great Xia. Standing before a spatial rift, Su Zhexian scrutinizes the inscription on a black stele. The Mist Realm restricts beings of silver rank, 10 stars and below. Only one card may be used, and once selected, it cannot be changed. This fragmented world undergoes different rule changes every 6 hours. Proceed with caution. In case of life-threatening danger, the return procedure can be activated, requiring 5 seconds. The information is sparse, with the remainder consisting of various reminders, such as the lack of food supplies and the inability to meditate to replenish mental energy within the Mist Realm. For Su Zhexian, the immediate consideration is which card to select. With over 1,000 years of lifespan ahead, he need not worry about mental energy depletion. In terms of offensive capability, both Yingzheng and Bai Qi are formidable. One excels in area attacks while the other specializes in swift single-target elimination. However, considering the complexities of the challenges ahead, Li Si's versatility appears more advantageous. His ability to immobilize enemies serves as an excellent control skill. Provided Su Zhexian possesses sufficient mental energy, he can easily establish zones of deceleration around him. This makes Li Si's abilities highly useful, whether for offense or retreat. Li Si's ultimate skill is also impressive. The Eternal Chancellor, self-detonation inflicts tenfold damage based on his level, while simultaneously granting a shield to allies. For the duration of the shield, 120 seconds. All attributes of allies are enhanced tenfold. This is a comprehensive area damage and buff skill. The only drawback is that it places Li Si's card into a week-long cooldown. Su Zhexian has often imagined how invincible Li Si would be if he possessed Yingzheng's Dragon Soul trait. Nearly endless cooldown, incessant self-detonation, and relentless attribute stacking would be terrifying. Ultimately, Su Zhexian chooses to use the Li Si card. With his own formidable combat prowess, complemented by Li Si's abilities, he is well equipped to face any ensuing crises. Alright, I am ready to enter. Please wait for me here. By the way, do you have anything to eat? Su Zhexian suddenly remembers that he hasn't eaten anything since waking up. His snacks from the storage ring were consumed long ago, and he has not had the opportunity to restock. A card master from the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce hesitates for a moment before rummaging through a small backpack from the trunk of his vehicle. It is filled with salt-baked chicken legs, instant grilled sausages, and small packages of noodles. As he often needs to execute tasks outside, this card master keeps some snacks on hand. It is evident that he is also a foodie. Thank you, brotherling. This is delightful. I'll reimburse you tenfold. When I return, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Su Zhexian adds the card master named Ling Yang on WeChat and transfers 8888 with ample pocket money. There is no harm in it. Ling Yang chuckles heartily, returning the amount, but advising Su Zhexian to be extremely cautious. His earlier hesitation wasn't due to reluctance, but rather concern that Su Zhexian might not enjoy such junk food. Let me send a small red packet. Brotherling, please accept it. Otherwise, you will have to treat everyone to a meal when I return. All right. Ling Yang nods helplessly, watching Su Zhexian step into the Mist Realm. When he opens the red packet, he discovers it has transformed into a sum of 88,888. Wow. Ling Yang covers his face. Su Zhexian is truly crafty. After pondering for a moment, he waves to a colleague, instructing them to transport goods from a nearby city, claiming it is a treat from Su Zhexian to boost morale among the card masters. In the Mist Realm, the hazy fog swirls through the heavens and the earth, enveloping the realm in a veil of gray. Su Zhexian, clad in pajamas and slippers, gnawing on a chicken leg, appears in the Mist Realm. He surveys his surroundings and tightens his sleepwear. The perpetual mist here results in relatively low temperatures. Aside from the chill, there are currently no other rules in effect. Oh, it's a bit cold. I forgot to bring a jacket. The visibility here is roughly 10 meters. Li Si, first, lay down zones of deceleration nearby as we explore. Su Zhexian summons Li Si to cast his immobilization skill. Indeed, he employed this skill for exploration. The area of effect for immobilization is approximately 100 meters in diameter, centered around Li Si. As soon as any creature steps into the deceleration zone, Li Si will immediately sense it. It must be said that Su Zhexian's strategy is quite clever. After devouring the snacks he brought, he cautiously begins to explore in one direction. I'm freezing. I wish I could use the 10 suns to warm myself up. The regulation of only using one card is truly inconvenient. Su Zhexian digs into his pocket and retrieves a card gifted by Su Lingxiao, the flying fish garb. At that moment, seeing the card is akin to the little match girl gazing at her matches. To his astonishment, upon inadvertently activating it, the flying fish garb materializes. Huh, what is this? Can I actually use it? Su Zhexian is shocked. Didn't they say only one card could be used? Suppressing his astonishment, Zhexian dons the flying fish garb. The garment is predominantly red with golden patterns woven into it. This set includes boots, a black cap, and more, providing warmth to his nearly frozen feet and head. Feeling significantly warmer, it seems to have an automatic heating effect. Now that he is warm, Zhexian begins to test the limits. He attempts to summon his ancestral dragon card and the god of slaughter card, but finds himself unable to do so. This doesn't work? Then why does the flying fish garb? Could it be due to its status as equipment? Zhexian takes out the card for the bright light armor and activates it instantaneously. Indeed, after some contemplation, he decides to wear the bright light armor as well. With both defense and warmth covered, he feels as though he is armed to the teeth. Following that, he manifests the Feng Tianhua halberd. Well, a mount should also count as equipment, right? With a spirit of experimentation, Zhexian summons the red steed and also dons the illusionary mask, transforming his appearance into that of an ordinary individual. Oh, it worked. So, it turns out that in this world, equipment cards can indeed be utilized. With renewed confidence, Zhexian sensed the presence of something approaching. Look out, Li Si warned, pointing to Zhexian's left. I see it, Zhexian replied, narrowing his eyes as he focused ahead. Soon, two indistinct figures drew near. The Feng Tianhua, a type of polearm, was silently swung down with great force. Boom. One shadow reacted swiftly, evading but still sustaining a wound from the weapon's edge, while the other was sent flying, letting out a feral roar. Upon closer inspection, Zhexian discovered it was a massive black bear, which quickly transformed into shimmering lights, revealing itself to be merely a card. The other figure was a person, with golden hair and blue eyes, who looked utterly astonished as he gazed at Zhexian, babbling in a foreign tongue. Zhexian comprehended his words. What the hell? How can you wear equipment? A large question mark appeared above Zhexian's head. Well, what's wrong with wearing equipment? Zhexian retorted indignantly. Your lack of armor is your problem. You deserve to be beaten. He mentally scoffed, but his actions were swift as he wielded his weapon to strike. The millennia-long history of the Great Xia taught him that anyone who was not of their kind was an enemy, and thus, they must be eliminated. Moreover, in a place like the Misty Realm, brute force was the only logic that prevailed. The golden-haired man scrambled to dodge, rolling on the ground like a dog. It was evident that he was of a higher level than Zhexian and possessed a nimble fighting style, but he was currently unable to utilize it effectively. There was no escape from the all-encompassing technique. Even the ordinary version was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The Feng Tianhua struck 3 times, causing the golden-haired man to cough up blood. He shot Zhexian a venomous glare and pressed a hand to his chest, enveloped in a golden light. Zhexian's attacks seemed to strike against an impenetrable barrier. I'll remember you, little stick countryman. He spat bitterly before vanishing, evidently having activated a retreat mechanism. Zhexian shrugged, lucky you. Just moments ago, he had merely sought to test the efficacy of the ordinary version of the all-encompassing obliteration within this fog-laden domain. Thus, the golden-haired man had found the opportunity to activate his item and escape with his life. Yet, for him, this was a stroke of bad luck. Curse that little stick country. I won't let you off easily. In the Sunfall Kingdom, a dilapidated cathedral served as a refuge as the golden-haired man emerged from a spatial rift, disheveled. He was Gilmore Loud, one of the newly appointed 12 Knights of the Round Table, renowned as a potential heir to the throne of the Sunfall Kingdom and known as the Bear Knight. However, during an expedition in the Misty Realm, he had been bested by a mere insignificant adversary. Gilmore seethed with rage, particularly because he had lost a crucial survival item. If other knights learned of this, he would be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, without his protective item, he had become vulnerable, and in the struggle for succession, others would stop at nothing. Summon the envoy from the little stick country, he commanded darkly. I require sufficient compensation, otherwise, they shall pay dearly. His expression was grim, foreshadowing the wrath the little stick country's envoy would soon face. Unbeknownst to Zhexian, he had inadvertently aided the little stick country. Presently, he pondered the implications of what the golden-haired man had indicated, that equipment cards could not be used. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he was momentarily at a loss, as the black inscription provided no clarification. If it were indeed the case that only he could utilize equipment cards, it would grant him a significant advantage. Yet, this necessitated further encounters with foes to validate his theory. Without hesitation, he switched to a new visage, golden-haired and blue-eyed, and summoned the 8 steeds of Qi Huang. The skill Superlight would prove advantageous in this setting. Let us find our way, he stated. The inscription mentioned that the legendary fruit of life grew at the edge of a cliff, and they must first discern the direction of the mountain. The two of them, accompanied by their steeds, advanced cautiously, as visibility in the misty realm was exceedingly poor, making them susceptible to becoming targets for other creatures. Zhexian remained particularly wary of higher-dimensional beings, as the earlier golden-haired man had exuded an aura of weakness, fleeing without much resistance. Far too cowardly. What harm would it be to perish? Truly, he lacked the spirit of a warrior. As they continued their exploration, they encountered no further creatures, which struck Zhexian as odd. Either some dreadful presence deterred creatures from this area, though he sensed no extraordinary power, or the beings currently inhabiting the misty realm were merely lowly foes, lying in wait to ambush. If that were the case, it made the previous golden-haired man appear remarkably foolish. Li Si, take Qin Shi Huang and scout the area, creating a stir. If they are hiding, we shall fish for them. As you command. Qin Shi Huang activated the skill Super Light, and in an instant, 5 figures of Li Si and Qin Shi Huang appeared before Zhexian, 4 of which were mere illusions. The record stated that Super Light could create 10 shadows at great speed. Super Light, a technique that produces phantoms at incredible speed, currently capable of manifesting 4 shadows. The 4 phantoms sprinted in different directions, their hooves pounding against the ground, creating a considerable commotion amidst the mist. Zhexian could distinctly hear the sounds of roars and catch glimpses of light. The shadows quickly vanished, and ahead lay 7 beings, 2 of which were human. Due to Zhexian's deliberate provocation, they had noticed each other and were now embroiled in battle. Li Si relayed information gathered through the shadow's vision. True enough, they would need to alter their strategy. Zhexian advanced toward the nearest beings and soon discerned the sounds of combat. Neither party was human. One was a lion-headed creature with 4 muscular arms, while the other resembled a gigantic mantis with 3 scorpion tails. The lion-demon race and the scorpion-tailed mantis. This marked Zhexian's first encounter with these mid-dimensional beings. The lion-demon tribe was notoriously belligerent, known for their frenzied warfare, often engaging multiple foes in brutal combat. They lived solely for the thrill of battle, regardless of the odds. Conversely, the scorpion-tailed mantis was less numerous and thrived on spreading the plague that could forcibly convert other creatures into their minions. The more minions they possessed, the stronger they became. However, in the Misty Realm, their powers were somewhat constrained, preventing them from summoning minions. Otherwise, a solitary lion demon would struggle against a scorpion-tailed mantis. They can be considered monstrous beings, Zhexian mused aloud. Li Si offered him an affirming glance. In any secret realm, they would undoubtedly be classified as boss-level adversaries. Li Si nodded in agreement. Then let us deal with them. Under Zhexian's guidance, the 2 of them stealthily concealed themselves from a distance. Li Si first deployed a scheme to slow their movements, encircling the area with zones of deceleration to prevent escape. He then targeted the scorpion-tailed mantis and employed the technique Material Barrier. Suddenly, the scorpion-tailed mantis felt an unusual warmth enveloping its body, brimming with newfound strength. Mistaking it for a breakthrough, it surged forward with renewed vigor against the lion demon. With a roar, the lion demon struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating until it unwittingly stepped into the deceleration zone, feeling its movement slow. Just as the scorpion-tailed mantis's massive claw was about to sever its neck, the mantis trembled and spewed forth a black-green liquid, its strength rapidly diminishing. The lion demon seized the opportunity, its 4 arms striking with ferocity, delivering a flurry of clawed blows that left the scorpion-tailed mantis grievously injured. That should suffice. Let us shift our focus. Understood, Li Si replied. Once again invoking the Material Barrier, the lion demon experienced the inevitable decline of prosperity, suffering a counterattack from the scorpion-tailed mantis. Suddenly, both creatures halted their battle. Realizing that something was amiss, there must be another being at play. They scanned their surroundings with frantic roars but, due to poor visibility, found no clues. Exchanging a glance, they recognized each other's reluctance to continue the fight. Continuing would only benefit a third party. Survival took precedence. Thus, they fled in opposite directions, albeit at a painfully slow pace, reduced by 50. It was a pity they would not fight anymore. Now it was our turn to reap the rewards. Chapter 52. The difficulty of doing good. Zhexian patted the red steed beneath him. In a desperate move, he summoned power from the abyss, bridging distances with remarkable speed. The sharp Fangtian Huaji pierced the scorpion-tailed mantis. Before it could react, it was skewered through, and with a swift sweep, its body was cleaved in 2. Zhexian eagerly checked his lifespan. Current lifespan, 1886 years. Previously at 1898 years, he had expended 500 years to create Li Si, leaving him with 1,398 years. After engaging in the Great Night and some battles within the secret realm, his lifespan had diminished to 1,386 years. Now, it had returned to a level of 1,800, indicating that the scorpion-tailed mantis had contributed a full 500 years of lifespan. Delightful. High rewards with minimal difficulty made Zhexian quite jubilant. He pursued in another direction, finding that the lion demon had also failed to escape, contributing an additional 328 years to his lifespan. Current lifespan, 2,214 years. In just over 10 minutes, he had accrued nearly 900 years of lifespan. Truly a blessing. He pressed on, with 5 more adversaries remaining, excluding the 2 human races. 3 mid to high-dimensional beings could easily yield over 1,000 years of lifespan. Zhexian was on the brink of regaining his former glory, following the path he had explored earlier. He soon located 2 creatures. They possessed combat power ranging from 4 to 6 stars in the silver tier. One was a black-winged zombie, remarkably swift, resembling a dark meteor. This was a member of the Black Feather Corpse demon tribe, known for its previous incursions into Blue Star. Its speed and poisonous attacks made it exceptionally troublesome. While the poison was not contagious, any ordinary person who touched it would perish instantly. On the battlefield of the spirit realm, it was also a formidable race. The other opponent was a dragonhorn Spider-Man, capable of freely switching between spider and humanoid forms. Its control over webbing was exceptional, and its strength and recovery abilities were formidable, allowing it to hold its own against the Black Feather Corpse demon. These 2 were indeed troublesome, simultaneously subjected to the grand binding of matter. The aim was to exhaust them to their worst state in a short time. The grand binding of matter inflicted 80 damage to their health. Stacking it multiple times would be quite effective. This time, Zhexian kept a safe distance, while Lizzie moved closer. There was no other reason than caution. Both of these creatures belonged to exceptionally gifted races and were of a higher level than Zhexian. If he truly wished to engage, he could unleash his full power. But that would result in excessive depletion on his part. Thus, the current method proved to be both efficient and injury-free. Unfortunately, just as Lizzie executed the grand binding of matter several times, they were discovered. Utilizing his super light skill, Lizzie swiftly extricated himself from the battlefield. Once the foes could not keep up, he continued the grand binding of matter. The strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced and disrupting when they retreated created a delicate tug-of-war. After several rounds, the 2 creatures, now furious, chose to cooperate in pursuing Lizzie. The Black Feather Corpse demon, being faster and unhindered in the air, quickly caught up to him. As a scholar, Lizzie was not adept in close combat. Fortunately, Zhexian arrived just in time. Utilizing the setting sun's molten gold and the peak sun's power to incinerate the Black Feather Corpse demon midair. The dragonhorn Spider-Man, witnessing this scene, turned and fled, voicing sharp curses. Zhexian could not comprehend the words, but he could guess they were not pleasant. Continuing the pursuit, he executed a series of attacks, obliterating the opponent. Current lifespan, 3,220 years. With the addition of 1,000 years of lifespan, Zhexian grinned broadly. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if the misty realm resembled a blend of Elden Ring and the Souls-like games, providing a gratifying sense of achievement akin to defeating a boss. After dispatching the 2 demons, Zhexian suddenly noticed a tree near the battle site, bearing a single fruit. Could it be the elusive life and death fruit? So easily obtained? Cautiously, he used the Fangtian Huaji to knock down the fruit and, confirming there was no danger, instructed Lizzie to retrieve it. Upon taking the fruit, an information prompt appeared. This item, named Spirit Speech, granted the ability to understand all languages. Zhexian chuckled. This world is indeed fascinating, producing such fruits, while seemingly insignificant. If he were to enter another dimension someday, being able to comprehend the language of demons would prove immensely beneficial. After consuming the Spirit Speech fruit, Zhexian finally understood what the Dragonhorn Spider-Man had been cursing about earlier. He omitted the curse words, but noted that it essentially mirrored the sentiments of the blonde man. Questioning how Zhexian could be equipped, recalling his encounters thus far, Zhexian realized that the creatures he had met were either unarmed or relied solely on their racial advantages. There was no one else like him, donned in armor and wielding weapons. Was he truly so unique? Unable to comprehend this puzzling thought, Zhexian decided to move on, as 2 more individuals and 1 creature awaited ahead. After approximately half an hour of travel, Zhexian's path opened up. He beheld a scene of dilapidated ruins. The mist seemingly kept at bay beyond this site. Amidst the ruins, 2 figures were assaulting another. One was a man with wild hair and beard, a quintessential Viking, riding a massive silver wolf with fierce demeanor. The other was a woman with deep golden hair delicate features, and most notably, a pair of pure white wings on her back, surrounded by a flame. The final figure was a crystal tree demon, covered in thick bark-like skin, with a large head adorned by a purple crystal. Zhexian quietly scoffed, comparing it to a demonic version of Groot. Observing the crown-like branches atop the crystal tree demon, Zhexian realized he had struck gold, encountering a member of the royal family. It was evident that the man and woman were also targeting the crystal tree demon, as only the royal lineage would possess a life essence crystal. While he had yet to find the life and death fruit, he had stumbled upon a life essence crystal. Zhexian, like a specter in the mist, watched intently. The crystal tree demon was no easy foe, boasting a power level of 9 stars in the silver tier, making it a pinnacle force within the misty realm. Its formidable defenses, immense strength, and unique control over vines created a challenging battlefield. Moreover, as long as it was rooted in the earth, its wounds would heal at an astonishing rate. In this 1-on-2 scenario, the advantage lay with the crystal tree demon. The two human combatants found no success in their joint assault. Meanwhile, Zhexian pondered, with such strength, what purpose did the crystal tree demon have in this misty realm? The life and death fruit should hold no value for it. This was the mystery Zhexian struggled to unravel. Before he could arrive at an answer, he witnessed the angelic girl being violently hurled by the vines, landing squarely in Zhexian's vicinity. Had the crystal tree demon sensed him? Regardless, an angelic target had presented itself. He would strike first. Aiming for the shadow descending from the sky, Zhexian thrust his Fantian Huaji, igniting the blazing golden flames that transformed into a radiant arc, slicing through the mist with unmatched might. The angelic girl sensed the impending doom, desperately flapping her wings to evade the deadly light. However, one wing failed to escape the strike, leaving her grievously wounded. With a thunderous impact, the angelic girl crashed to the ground, visibly in pain. It seemed she had not perished. Thus, he would strike again. Before Zhexian could make a move, the angelic maiden transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. It was evident that she initiated her return the moment she descended. Humph, yet another one slipping away. Zhexian scoffed. You're an angel now. Isn't it reasonable for me to send you to God? It's truly arduous to do good deeds. Chapter 53. What a nonsense. The battle raged on. In the ruins, both a man and a tree had become considerably more cautious, aware that other creatures lurked within the mist. Yet, they were reluctant to cease their efforts, glancing occasionally in one direction. Initially, Zhexian assumed that the brawny man and the angelic maiden aimed to confront the amethyst tree demon. However, it appeared that something of greater significance was at play. Zhexian furrowed his brow, unable to discern what lay ahead. Unless he ventured into the ruins himself, he would not uncover what compelled this duo to persist. He decided to slow down the surrounding area and then proceed to investigate what they were contending over. Zhexian prioritized caution. The deceleration posed no hindrance to him. Coupled with the swift steed, Qi, his speed far surpassed that of others. He could easily navigate around the combat zone of the man and the tree. Within the nearby mist, 5 unidentified creatures lurked. Li Ci's illusion detected biological signatures once more. Were any capable of flight? None. Then they were of no concern. They could not catch up. Zhexian boldly ventured into the ruins. The brawny man and the tree demon turned to regard him simultaneously. The sight of Zhexian's gleaming armor left them both momentarily stunned. Weapons? Armor? Mounts? How could this be? The brawny man glanced down at himself. His clothes had been shredded by the tree demon, barehanded and without a stitch. Was this some sort of cosmic rule? No, what gave him the right? The amethyst tree demon harbored similar sentiments. Though its defenses were formidable, it had suffered considerable damage from the gigantic wolf's claws, which was no small pain. Now, confronted by such an anomalous being, how could it not feel rage? This was utterly unfair. From within the mist, several curses echoed. The lurking fiends could no longer contain their frustration, and their anger was palpable. Zhexian heard them and felt an even greater sense of pride. I care not for fairness. I'm not playing with you anymore. He had discerned what lay behind the tree demon. It was a towering staircase, constructed along the mountainside. Though it appeared dilapidated, it posed no obstacle for Qi. The two steeds ascended effortlessly, akin to rainbows racing towards the summit. What? He is unaffected by the staircase's gravity. Roar. We cannot allow him to enter the mist palace. The 5 high-dimensional creatures concealed within the mist could no longer remain hidden. The brawny man and the tree demon abandoned their battle and pursued the staircase in unison, forming a line with Zhexian at the forefront, followed by 7 behind. Li Ci had a bit of fun for them. Such an excellent opportunity to toy with them would not be overlooked by Zhexian. Li Ci, from a vantage point above, raised his hand to unleash a spell of immobilization coupled with a surge of object prohibition. The expressions of the seven shifted drastically. Under the dual influence of the staircase's gravity and the deceleration, their movements became laborious. Moreover, the object prohibition inflicted continual damage. Previously unaware of this, the group now loathed the toxic milk. You heal us, then stab us afterward. That is not how this works. Before long, several could no longer endure. Continuing in this manner would lead to their demise. The fiends fixed their gazes upon Zhexian's face before initiating their return. Next time, in a world beyond the mist realm, I will ensure Zhexian understands the terror of high-dimensional beings. Zhexian remained unperturbed. After all, he currently bore the visage of a golden-haired man. He cared not for their threats, only lamenting the missed opportunity to harvest more life force. In the end, only the brawny man and the tree demon persisted. The tree demon, resilient and with formidable recovery capabilities, held on. The brawny man, clad in armor forged from the silver wolf, absorbed a substantial amount of damage. It seemed that wearing them down would not be an easy feat. Then let us proceed. We are swift enough to discover what lies ahead. Li Si comprehended and, after casting a few more immobilizing spells, followed Zhexian towards the mountainous pinnacle. This forced the duo below into a state of urgency. The brawny man transformed into a colossal wolf, ignoring the effects of deceleration at a great cost. The amethyst tree demon shimmered with purple light, its numerous tendrils enhanced, and then struck the steps with great force. The entire staircase trembled, the already dilapidated steps splintering. This creature had rendered the staircase's gravity null by destroying it, an act only achievable by one of such strength. However, by this time, Zhexian and Li Si had already reached the mountainous peak. The summit was shrouded in swirling mist, the rolling clouds refracting brilliant colors under the sunlight. Within this radiance stood an ancient palace. They had come for the palace. What treasures awaited within? Before Zhexian could analyze further, Li Si interjected, "Lord, look at the cliff's edge." Following Li Si's gaze, he beheld a uniquely shaped black and white ancient tree standing tall on the cliff's precipice. Its branches swayed in the wind, and from its twigs dangled a fruit that perpetually shifted between black and white. The fruit of life and death. Zhexian disregarded the palace. The primary objective of this expedition was the fruit of life and death. Tasks could be addressed afterward. Approaching the cliff's edge, he conducted a thorough investigation, no monsters guarding it. Then this will be simple. I shall pluck it directly. The fruit of life and death was the size of a dragon's eye, exuding an extraordinary fragrance. In the meantime, the man in the tree reached the mountain's summit. And upon noticing Zhexian's sole focus on the fruit of life and death, they collectively sighed in relief. They rushed into the palace, only to be met with a peculiar roar that resembled both a wolf's howl and a tiger's roar. The brawny man and the tree demon were sent flying from the palace. Following this, a creature with 2 wings, 2 heads, and 4 arms burst forth from the palace. One head resembled a tiger, while the other bore a wolf's likeness. What on earth was this? It appeared excessively abstract, Zhexian commented. While the amethyst tree demon and the brawny man were subjected to blows. The creature was a silver tier, 10-star entity with exceptional combat prowess. With a flap of its wings, the mist thickened. The tiger had exhaled frost, while the wolf had unleashed blades of wind. Even though the brawny man and the amethyst tree demon were both silver 9 stars, they found it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. Zhexian distanced himself, merely wishing to deliver a finishing blow, hoping to exploit the chaos to eliminate the amethyst tree demon and acquire a life force crystal. Yet, fate was not on his side. Suddenly, thunder roared, and silver serpents danced through the skies. The earth quaked and split as if heralding the apocalypse. Observing from above, Zhexian witnessed countless flames erupting from the mist below. Was the world's rule shifting? He recalled the inscription on the steel. Having entered for several hours without encountering anything, he was astounded by the perverse nature of this mist realm. It turned out that every 6 hours heralded an apocalypse. The thunder struck the mountain's summit. The creature abandoned the brawny man and the tree demon, retreating into the palace. Next time, I shall return. Sensing the peril, the brawny man activated his return. This venture into the mist realm had been the closest he had come to success. Had it not been for Zhexian's interference, he might have infiltrated the palace. The amethyst tree demon shot Zhexian a venomous glare filled with murderous intent. How can Zhexian endure this? The two of them, still fixated on the unfolding spectacle, were caught off guard as Zhexian brandished his halberd and charged forth. With a single sweep of his weapon, he obliterated all in his path, forcefully interrupting their return. The tremendous force propelled the man and the tree into the palace's entrance. The creature within the palace seemed to synchronize perfectly, unleashing frost and wind blades. In an instant, the sky's thunder descended, striking both individuals with devastating force. This sequence resulted in grievous injuries. Zhexian pointed his halberd menacingly towards the two. The message was unmistakable. He was not one to be trifled with. Only I may pose a threat to others. No one threatens me. As the return sequence initiated, Zhexian's figure vanished from sight. The brawny man and the amethyst tree demon spat blood in anger. Two individuals concealed themselves as the thunderous return was initiated once more. Yet it required a lengthy 30 seconds. The return was susceptible to interruption, governed by a cooldown period. Whether they could survive the impending apocalypse within those 30 seconds was left to their own capabilities. The Celestial Master, in a whimsical turn, took his leave. Chapter 54. Once again trending in the celestial city of Xia, Zhexian's silhouette materialized before the rift in space. Lingyang and the card masters swiftly encircled him. Are you injured? Was it successful? Zhexian chuckled, patting his chest. Not bad. Objectives achieved. The card masters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Setting aside Zhexian's identity as the child of the moon luminous, his innate talent was already sufficient to provoke their concerns. Such a prodigy, once matured, would undoubtedly become a guardian deity for the great Xia, ensuring peace for the nation for decades, even centuries. Apologies for the oversight. I forgot to prepare this for you. Lingyang sheepishly scratched his head, presenting Zhexian with a set of athletic wear, along with shoes and socks. Thank you, but I'm not cold anymore. Just a bit hungry. The consumption was rather substantial, Zhexian remarked, patting his abdomen with a smile. Despite having indulged in numerous snacks earlier, he found himself surprisingly famished. Of course you're hungry. You've been inside for a full 48 hours. What? Zhexian was taken aback. He recalled the Misty Realm's rules shifted every 6 hours. How could it possibly be 48 hours? Observing Zhexian's expression, Lingyang surmised his thoughts. The flow of time varies. Each fragmented world possesses its own rules and temporal pace. Understanding dawned on Zhexian. No wonder he felt starved. 2 days and 2 nights without sustenance was quite an endurance. And he was fortunate not to have perished in the Misty Realm. Delicious food has arrived. Several card masters brought forth a grand circular table. Upon it lay a steaming hot pot, bubbling heartily, surrounded by an assortment of fresh ingredients, perfectly balanced between meats and vegetables. This is a bit excessive. But it smells divine. Zhexian gulped, his eyes sparkling. The hot pot ingredients had been procured from a neighboring city. Zhexian paid little mind to decorum and settled down outside the rift to enjoy the feast. Should anyone witness this, they would surely commend his audacity. Who knew if a demon might suddenly emerge from the rift? Everyone, let us dig in. By the way, did anything happen while I was away? Zhexian inquired as he cooked slices of meat. Lingyang nodded, providing a summary. The first matter was the release of the college entrance examination results. Zhexian ranked first in Yun City and claimed the top position across the entire Great Xia. This led to an escalation in his popularity. Various media outlets frantically sought him out, but alas, Zhexian had vanished without a trace, leaving them in a state of desperation. What happened then? Zhexian's classmates faced the brunt of the media frenzy. They had some knowledge of Zhexian's past, and even the slightest tidbit was sufficient for the media to craft a 30,000-word exposé. Consequently, the incident involving Zhexian being rejected by Yang Xia trended online. Childhood sweethearts can't withstand the storm of fate. Even a celestial being feels pain. When you confessed and were turned down, I became the king of the Great Xia. Why are you crying? Zhexian, a lifetime of romance, now severed. In recent days, Yang Xia and Su Chun had endured relentless mockery. Numerous individuals rapidly created content based on these events, transforming them into viral short videos. Fortunately, Su Chun and Yang Xia were still sequestered in the Guanshan Moon secret realm, temporarily escaping the storm of public scrutiny. However, the card masters of the first high school were not so fortunate. Principal Luo Hao and homeroom teacher Luo Gang were in a state of despondency. A multitude of media outlets surrounded them, eager to inquire whether they felt regret. After being urged to withdraw from the school, Zhexian made a triumphant comeback. Luo Hao loses the top scholar of the Great Xia, slapping himself in remorse. Zhexian shows grace in the face of betrayal, having once saved his homeroom teacher, evoking admiration. As Zhexian perused the trending topics, he found himself at a loss for words. The awkwardness was palpable. He could now comprehend the burdens of fame. Sipping on a cold drink, he sighed. In response, Lingyang expressed dissent. I believe the greatest suffering lies with the school and Yang Xia. If it were me, Missing out on such a valuable opportunity would indeed bring regret. Su Zhexian could only manage a forced smile. What about Jiang Wenjio's results? What was her ranking? You mean the second best of this year? She ranked first in Tianshu City. Su Zhexian nodded, reassured. With his assistance, that ranking was justified. Rankings were secondary. Her beauty was paramount. She had already been hailed as the most beautiful woman of the younger generation by netizens. Undeniably, she was a rare beauty, possessing an enchanting elegance. Her demeanor was graceful and dignified, her appearance strikingly exquisite, akin to a fairy from ancient paintings. The card masters expressed their admiration. Boys, of course, would comment on beautiful girls, but Jiang Wenjio attracted not only male admirers, but also a vast legion of female fans. What? She became this popular in just 2 days? Indeed, but her follower count pales in comparison to yours. As the card masters recounted the developments, Su Zhexian covered his face. So, you've been gossiping while I was gone. Ahem, is there anything else of substance? Something serious? Yes, Mr. Su. He asks that you return his call once you emerge. Lingyang slapped himself, nearly forgetting the important matter amidst the gossip. The only one referred to as Mr. Su by the card masters of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce could only be Su Zhongluo. It's nothing urgent, or my father would have stormed in here already. Su Zhexian took a bite of a beef ball and casually dialed Su Zhongluo's video call. Father, I'm back. Eating hot pot? The background is outside the rift in space. Su Zhongluo observed the scene before him, bemused. How was it that every time he spoke with his younger son, the latter managed to conjure something new? That's not the point. What do you need from me? Oh, it's regarding the selection competition for the Wanshur Academy. You've been invited. As previously mentioned, each year, students for the Wanshur Academy are chosen from the top scholars of each city. The event is set to commence approximately 1 week after the college entrance examination. However, Su Zhongluo's words puzzled Su Zhexian. Didn't I receive early admission? Why participate in the selection then? Laughter erupted from Lingyang and the card masters, incredulous. Early admission to the Wanshur Academy? Did you eat undercooked mushrooms? Or are we experiencing auditory hallucinations? When has the Wanshur Academy ever granted early admission? You're not joining the selection, you're selecting new students. Su Zhongluo dropped another bombshell on the card masters. This was utterly absurd. They had never heard of such a procedure. The card masters hesitated to eat, stepping back in unison, fearing the revelation of further shocking news would ruin their meal. What? I can select new students? But I'm not a teacher at the Wanshur Academy. I lack the qualifications. Su Zhexian remained calm, though perplexed. He had never heard of such a method for selecting new students, not even from the Beijing Academy or the Qingmu Academy. This time is particularly special. It concerns the Xiaobang Nation and the Gaoyao Nation. Su Zhexian, what? Chapter 55. The Contest of National Fortunes. How does the Wanshur Academy selection of new students concern those two nations? Such trifling little countries dare to interfere in the affairs of our great Xia. Are they attempting to infiltrate the academy? If so, I'll make them regret it. The mere mention of the Xiaobang Nation and the Gaoyao Nation ignited Su Zhexian's ire, and he slammed the table, ready to confront them. The card masters shared his indignation. These two insignificant nations had it coming. Calm down, let me explain. It turned out that the Xiaobang Nation and the Gaoyao Nation had united to challenge the Great Xia. The method of combat was secondary. What mattered was the stakes of the contest. In the Sky City, you should be aware of the reasons behind its transformation into a dead city, and the circumstances surrounding the other 6 cities as well. Su Zhexian nodded in acknowledgement. During the invasion, in addition to the theft of spiritual artifacts, those nations conspired to wage a series of small-scale destructive wars. Among the 7 cities of the Xia Kingdom, 3 were seized by demons during this tumultuous period. Although the Xia Kingdom's mages later eradicated the demons, they were powerless against the spatial rifts. As for the other 4 cities, although all residents had evacuated, they were ambushed and sealed by the unscrupulous mages of 2 minor nations. It had been previously mentioned that the mages of the Xia Kingdom were preoccupied with demons on the spirit realm battlefield, which delayed their support and provided these 2 nations with an opportunity. Upon realizing that 4 cities had been sealed, the mages of the Xia Kingdom were enraged. 100 mages stormed into the territory of the Band-Aid Kingdom and forcibly reclaimed the spiritual artifacts needed to unseal 2 cities. Had it not been for the intervention of the Metin Kingdom and the Sunset Kingdom, they would have certainly regained all of them. Currently, 2 cities remain sealed, with their unsealing artifacts held by the Band-Aid Kingdom and the Little Stick Kingdom. The sealed cities are inaccessible, rendering their resources untouchable. It appears detrimental to everyone, yet, in truth, it is a contest of national fortune. The Xia Kingdom's loss of 2 cities is akin to a dragon shedding 2 of its scales, creating a vulnerability. Without complete national fortune, how can one thrive and soar? Meanwhile, the diminutive Band-Aid Kingdom and Little Stick Kingdom are enlarging themselves by usurping this fortune. For centuries, the Xia Kingdom has sought to mend its national fortune through various means. However, without a sovereign to impose order, it has been unable to truly strengthen itself. This time, the stakes involve the artifacts for unsealing the two cities. Furthermore, if we triumph, they will owe us 2 cities in return. Su Chonglu's voice was soft, yet it weighed heavily on Su Zhexian's heart. How does this competition relate to the selection of new students at the Myriad Phenomena Academy? Su Zhexian inquired excitedly. Firstly, the contestants will be selected from the graduating seniors of each nation, 5 from each. The 5 representatives from the Band-Aid Kingdom will engage in one-on-one battles against our 5, while the Little Stick Kingdom demands a 5-on-5 team battle. Before Su Chonglu could finish his explanation, Su Zhexian and the mages erupted in curses. Damn, these 2 shameless nations are as brazen as ever. Our 5 representatives from the Xia Kingdom are not only forced to fight individual battles, but also team battles. This is a Wield battle, utterly unfair. After 5 minutes of venting, they finally calmed down. What will be the consequences if we lose? Su Zhexian asked. Su Chonglu fell silent, reluctant to burden Su Zhexian with too much pressure. Just say it. There is nothing to worry about. Su Chonglu took a deep breath. Very well. The cost of losing is allowing the opposing side to send 10 individuals into the Jade Capital's library's top floor to take away a spiritual artifact. Initially, the high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom were amused by the brazen demands of the 2 unscrupulous nations. This is an attempt to undermine the very foundation of the Xia Kingdom's fortune. This is beyond shameless. It insults the very definition of the word. Nevertheless, the opportunity to reclaim the 2 cities cannot be missed. The sooner we recover, the sooner we can restore the Xia Kingdom's fortune. Once the fortune is complete, the Xia Kingdom's divine dragon can soar once more. At that time, it will not be too late to settle accounts with these 2 shameless nations. Moreover, if we win, we can turn the tables and seal their 2 cities, effectively seizing their national fortune. Although the fortunes of these 2 nations are but trifles, any gain is beneficial. In this ebb and flow, these nations will only grow weaker. I understand, we will not lose. We shall fight to the death. Su Zhexian declared confidently. You are indeed my son, Su Chonglu, excellent. This selection at the Myriad Phenomena Academy is centered around you. Thus, you are the key to this selection. And you must choose the most suitable teammates. We will invest all of the Xia Kingdom's resources to provide you with the best cultivation materials. Su Chonglu was equally exhilarated. If Su Zhexian succeeds in this endeavor, their family will truly bring honor to their ancestors. He will be able to proudly declare to his forebears that their descendants have not brought shame upon them. When does the selection begin? It will commence next Monday. Just 3 days from now, in Tianshu City. Then I shall set off for Tianshu City immediately. I have matters to attend to. Regarding the matter with the Jiang family, right? Father will handle the situation. Thank you, Father. With that, the video concluded, and Su Zhexian skipped his meal, setting out at once. The mages accompanying him accelerated their horses to a furious pace. They had heard the details of the competition and understood that the selection in Tianshu City was pivotal for the Xia Kingdom's fortune. They raced to the nearest city, where they would transfer to a special airship of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, flying directly to Tianshu City. In Tianshu City, the Jiang family, the patriarch of the Li family, Li Wei, visited with his son. I am here today to formally propose marriage. I hope to settle the union between Huaner and Zhou'er and choose a date for the wedding. I believe Brother Jiang would also desire the same, wouldn't you? Li Wei chuckled as he sipped his tea, confident that the Jiang family needed the life essence crystal to awaken the elderly patriarch. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of revival became. I also hope to facilitate this good deed soon, but Jiang Yong, the patriarch of the Jiang family, smiled wryly. He too wished to save the old patriarch, but it depended on Jiang Wenzhou. The current Jiang Wenzhou is vastly different from before. Ranking second in the Xia Kingdom and first in Tianshu City during the college entrance examination, she is undoubtedly a prodigy and a future powerhouse. Even though he is her uncle, he cannot force her into a marriage contract. Had it not been for the old patriarch's predicament, he would not have considered making such a transaction. He still remembers Li Wei's face when he came to break off the engagement. But the Jiang family cannot afford to lose the old patriarch. He is caught in a dilemma. What? Does my brother think the Li family lacks sincerity? I acknowledge my past mistakes, so please do not hold them against me. Then, I shall add a piece of golden crystal as a betrothal gift. Li Wei was indeed anxious. As Jiang Wenzhou's fame grew, so did his urgency to secure this future powerhouse for the Li family. While Li Huan's talent is commendable and belongs to the ranks of genius, he pales in comparison to a prodigy like Jiang Wenzhou. For the Li family to continue thriving, it must be supported by powerful individuals. Otherwise, it will suffer the same fate as the Jiang family, lacking successors and relying on the old patriarch for reputation. Father, Uncle Li is quite sincere. If we do not agree, it will seem we are being impolite. Jiang Yang's daughter, Jiang Shixian, chimed in. She was eager to see Jiang Wenzhou married off. Since childhood, Jiang Wenzhou has been the apple of the family's eye. Although her own treatment is not inferior to Jiang Wenzhou's, she cannot stand how much more affection Jiang Wenzhou receives from their great-grandfather. And she just happens to need that piece of golden crystal, which makes her envious. Sister Shixian is right. I will not let you down. Li Huan earnestly pleaded. Jiang Yong was caught in a bind. If the old patriarch found out, he would surely be furious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not this? I shall betroth Xianer to Li Huan. Everyone will be delighted. Ha ha ha. Chapter 56. I have arrived. The laughter of Jiang Yong echoed in the hall of the Jiang family. However, as the laughter continued, it gradually diminished until it fell into an awkward silence. Jiang Shixian rolled her eyes, feeling utterly speechless. You truly are a father. Were there no outsiders present? She would have asked Jiang Yong what he was thinking. Is this a matter to be casually betrothed? I, Jiang Shixian, will marry only the strongest man in the Xia kingdom. Li Huan. Unworthy. Li Huan, however, discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Shixian. If not for the comparison with Jiang Wenzhou, Jiang Shixian would certainly be considered a beauty in her own right. Yet, how can a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? Naturally, if he could have both, he would certainly welcome it. At this moment, the person whose expression was the darkest was Li Wei. He had never expected Jiang Yong to be such a clever man. What a delightful arrangement. You are a fool. Though he cursed inwardly, Li Wei still had to speak. It would not do to remain in silence. Brother, you truly have a knack for humor. The niece of the 10 strings possesses extraordinary talent, being a prodigy of the Qingmu Academy, far beyond what Huaner could aspire to. Li Wei, still showing respect to Jiang Yong, subtly declined his proposal. Just as his words lingered in the air, 2 figures entered the hall. He is even less worthy of my sister, Jiang Huaxiong scowled. Had it not been for Jiang Wenzhou, who gently urged him to restrain himself, he might have unleashed a torrent of scorn. He vividly recalled the disdainful attitude Jiang Wenzhou had displayed during their engagement annulment years ago. To Jiang Huaxiong, disrespecting his sister was akin to a personal affront. Now, with a threat invoking their great-grandfather's name, they sought to force a re-engagement. The Li family harbored no honorable individuals. Allying with such a family was akin to leaping into a pit of fire. Upon seeing Jiang Wenzhou, Li Huan's eye sparkled. Today, Jiang Wenzhou appeared even more ethereal, her smile casting a warm glow that felt like a gentle spring breeze. She embodied an unmatched grace, captivating all with a mere glance. Could it be that she had come to her senses and was willing to engage with me? It made sense. Jiang Laote had always favored her, and now, faced with peril, she had to make a choice. Li Huan's heart soared as he approached with what he considered a dashing demeanor. Xiaojiu, I genuinely hold feelings for you. My past missteps are regrettable, and I vow to make it up to you 100-fold in the future. No one can take your place in my heart. Marry me. Li Huan's sincerity irked Jiang Shixian, who had been secretly sizing up his mother only to see him behaving like a sycophant upon Jiang Wenzhou's arrival. Who could possibly fancy you? Pathetic. Jiang Wenzhou dismissed the Li family with barely a glance, viewing them as transparent figures merely passing through. She had received prior notice from Su Zhexian that he was soon to arrive, bearing the life-saving fruit for Jiang Laote. Hence, her spirits had lifted as she stepped out to greet him. The Li father and son were as inconsequential to her as air. In fact, hearing Li Huan's declaration was rather repulsive. Ugh, how disgusting. This cold indifference struck Li Huan like a thunderbolt. Li Wei's expression darkened further. Had it not been for their presence in the Jiang household, he might have exploded with rage. After all, the Li family was renowned in Tianshu City. Moreover, Jiang Laote awaited salvation, yet they received such disdain. At that moment, a bodyguard rushed into the hall, panic etched on his face. Report to the family. A ship from the Jiuzhou Merchants Association has forcefully landed at the estate. Jiang Yong and others were taken aback. This was Tianshu City, one of the 7 cities of Beidou in the Xia Kingdom, where formidable card masters were plentiful. The Jiang family had stood strong in Tianshu City for many years. But this generation lacked a dominant successor, and their strongest members had been absent in the spirit realm for years, leaving the family reliant on Zhang Lao. However, no one deserved to be humiliated this way. Even the Li family must adhere to decorum. Intruding without notice was an affront, signaling the onset of conflict. Gather everyone. Intercept them. Jiang Yong, though somewhat weak, was resolute in defending his family. Yet, his command was cut off by Jiang Wenjiu. No need, our people have arrived. Her words drew the attention of many, but Jiang Wenjiu paid no mind to their thoughts as she swiftly exited the hall. Only Jiang Huaxiong cast a derisive smile at the Li father and son, raising his middle finger. Two clowns, utterly laughable. On the estate's lawn, the Jiang family's bodyguards stood ready, each manifesting their respective cards, poised to strike. Upon seeing Jiang Wenjiu and her companion approach the airship, they were taken aback. Second miss. It's dangerous. It's all right, he's my friend. No need to panic. The airship's door opened slowly, and Ling Yang and other card masters from the Zhexian Merchants Association emerged. Noticing no immediate threat, they allowed Zhexian to step out. This was the first time they had engaged in such an audacious act of breaching an estate. Worried about provoking an attack, Zhexian, still in his pajamas and slippers, appeared leisurely, as if just awakening. I'm here. Thank you for your efforts. Jiang Wenjiu's smile blossomed as she magically produced ice cream for Zhexian, followed by ice soda and chilled watermelon, one of the summer snacks she adored. Zhexian looked at her, his expression reflecting that she truly understood him. In this scorching heat, nothing beat the relief of a cold treat. Jiang Yong, Li Wei, and others who had come to assess the situation stood stunned, especially Li Huan, whose heart felt like it was being sliced. The contrast in Jiang Wenjiu's demeanor was too stark. Toward him, she was a glacier, while towards Zhexian, she radiated the warmth of a spring sun. A gentle breeze caressing her. Could it truly be him? Jiang Shixian and others recognized Zhexian immediately. There was no escaping his notoriety. He was the most talked-about figure in the Xia Kingdom, a true celebrity whose image flooded the internet. His striking looks made him unforgettable, with countless girls hugging pillows resembling him each night. Previously, Jiang Wenjiu had mentioned Zhexian at home, yet Jiang Shixian and his peers had dismissed it, even rebuking Jiang Wenjiu for bestowing the Jiang family's treasure upon an outsider. Only after the college entrance examination, when the Guanshan Moon's secret realm captivated the nation, did Zhexian become a national idol, especially after his remarkable performance, which allowed Jiang Shixian and his peers to grasp a semblance of his prowess. Still, they never anticipated Zhexian would dare to intrude upon the Jiang family estate. What madness possessed the commander of the Zhexian Merchants Association to undertake such a risk? Surely, he must be aware that the Jiang family could lodge a complaint against the Zhexian Merchants Association, leading to severe repercussions for him, potentially requiring an apology. At that moment, Zhexian approached the crowd, unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. Greetings, I am Zhexian. I have come to treat Jiang Laote. His declaration stunned the assembly. Li Huan was the first to burst into laughter. While others remained silent, Li Huan's derision effectively conveyed their sentiments. Aside from Jiang Wenjiu and Jiang Huaxiong, no one believed in Zhexian's capabilities. Although he boasted a formidable reputation, hailed as a peerless talent by the people of the Xia Kingdom, in the eyes of the Jiang and Li families, he was merely a commoner. Countless graduates from Beijing Academy and Qingmu Academy entered prestigious families each year, serving as mere tools for the elite. Therefore, Zhexian's fame provided him with little tangible advantage, especially among established families, where it paled in comparison. Jiang Laote is not someone just anyone can treat. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Jiang Shixian spoke with grave intensity. Nearby, several young members of the Jiang family glared at Zhexian. Jiang Wenjiu's friends were their adversaries. Did you hear that? This is not your affair. Leave quickly. We are letting you off easy for intruding. Li Huan waved dismissively at Zhexian, as if swatting away a fly. The backing of his family bolstered his confidence against Zhexian. What was a mere country bumpkin, even if talented? True century-old families valued heritage above all. Li Huan had previously fretted over how to undermine Zhexian, hoping to make him feel inferior enough to relinquish Jiang Wenjiu. Never did he expect Zhexian would walk into his own humiliation. This is my advantage, he thought triumphantly, reveling in his lineage. Yet, Zhexian paid him no heed, turning instead to Jiang Wenjiu. Which way to the old master's room? I'll take you there. Good. Indeed. Zhexian not only disregarded Li Huan and Jiang Shixian, but also outright ignored the entire Jiang family and Li Wei. His earlier self-introduction and greetings were mere courtesies. As for the subsequent matters, they were of no concern to the likes of them. The two continued on their way, engrossed in conversation, with Jiang Wenjiu occasionally expressing astonishment, as if he had heard something extraordinary. But why was he so arrogant? This is our Jiang family. I had thought this was his home. What a scoundrel. Jiang Wenjiu, a traitor from within, deserved severe punishment. The youth of the Jiang family seethed with anger. Li Huan and Jiang Shixian's faces alternated between crimson and pale, filled with rage. As prominent scions of the Tianshu city aristocracy, bolstered by their own talents and capabilities, they were accustomed to being idolized wherever they went. This was the first time they had been so brazenly overlooked. Stop! You are being exceedingly presumptuous. This is the Jiang family. Li Wei bellowed, halting Su Zhexian in his tracks. Su Zhexian turned, casting a glance at him. And you are? Li Wei of the Li family in Tianshu city, not a Jiang. If the emperor is unhurried, why should the eunuchs be anxious? The head of the Jiang family has not objected. What business is it of yours? Su Zhexian's scathing retorts left Li Wei incensed. He turned to Jiang Yong beside him, urging him to speak. Yet Jiang Yong remained silent, lest he be reduced to a mere eunuch as Su Zhexian had insulted. Ahem, Su. Jiang Yong began to speak, only to have an object hurtle towards him, which he instinctively caught. You're getting a call. Huh. Observing Su Zhexian's teasing expression, Jiang Yong felt an unsettling familiarity. Hesitantly, he lifted the phone to his ear. Xiao Yongzi, long time no see. How bold. It seems that since becoming the head of the Jiang family, you've forgotten even me. The tone on the other end, that of Su Chonglu, turned icy. This shift in tone plunged Jiang Yong into a terrifying recollection, his heart racing, his body stiffening as if standing before a general. Jiang Yong stammered, trembling. There was no escape. The voice on the line was both his nightmare and his savior. A figure his Jiang family could never afford to offend. Be quiet. Why do you still look so indecisive? You are far inferior to your brother Jiang Ming. Not even half of your father's imposing demeanor. Under Su Chonglu's reprimand, Jiang Yong dared not retort, merely offering an awkward chuckle. Jiang Shixian frowned at her father, utterly embarrassed by his obsequious demeanor. Who was this person that could render her father so meek? Let us not waste time. My son will treat your family's elder. Do you agree or disagree? Jiang Yong glanced at Su Zhexian, astonishment etched on his face. So he was the son of Su Team. No wonder he seemed familiar, sharing such similar features. He had thought him a grassroots individual, beneath their grand family. In truth, no family in Tianshu city could hold a candle to the Su family's stature and influence, which were beyond ordinary imagination. Answer me. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Jiang Yong responded hastily. Excellent. Then it is settled. By the way, the White Tiger Patrol will arrive in 3 days. You are in dire need of training. Su Chonglu's final remark caused Jiang Yong's face to fall in dismay. How unfortunate he was to be dragged into training by the notorious Su demon. All he wished for was a simple life as an ordinary family head. This mess was instigated by the Li family and his own daughter's foolishness. Jiang Yong's mood soured, and he began to view Li Wei and Jiang Shixian with disdain. Yet, he still respectfully returned the phone to Su Zhexian. In the Jiang family, you may go wherever you please. Very well, see you. Su Zhexian reclaimed his phone and followed Jiang Wenjiu onward. This scene left Li Wei and his son, along with the others of the Jiang family, utterly dumbfounded. What was Jiang Yong's attitude? Who was truly the head of the family? Father, how could you allow him to treat our great-grandfather? Indeed, Jiang uncle, this diminishes the Jiang family's dignity. Li Huan and Jiang Shixian exclaimed, their frustration palpable. Li Wei's face contorted with anger as he awaited an explanation from Jiang Yong. Enough. Jiang Shixian is to be confined. No one may release her without my command. Jiang Yong's expression turned grave. His mood was exceedingly foul. Father, how can you confine me? I am your daughter. Jiang Shixian's incredulity was of no avail as she was forcibly taken away by bodyguards. Li Wei, let our family's matters conclude here. Your family's withdrawal from the engagement has already subjected the Jiang family to ridicule from others. Should we allow Jior to marry into the Li family, the Jiang family would lose its standing in Tianshu city. Jiang Yong's tone had shifted, addressing Li Wei with a newfound firmness. Li Wei was taken aback, his anger simmering. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from Jiang Yong. Are you not afraid that young man will bring ruin to your family's elder? The Jiang family's affairs need not concern you. Feel free to leave. Very well. Do not come seeking my help in the future. Li Wei stormed off, fuming. He was oblivious to who had provided Jiang Yong with such audacity over the phone. Yet he understood that unless he could retrieve the life essence crystal, no one could save Jiang Lao. Once Jiang Lao passed, he would exact revenge upon the Jiang family. And that's Su Zhexian. He would remember this. What now? What will happen to the marriage between me and Jior? Li Huan was bewildered. How had the tables turned so swiftly? What the hell are you dreaming about? Get lost. Jiang Huaxiong felt a surge of satisfaction. It must be Su Zhexian who had wielded such influence, effortlessly subduing his uncle. Truly remarkable. The identity of the caller remained a mystery, but their commanding presence was undeniable. Jiang Yong silently rejoiced that Su Chonglu had not come in person, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. You were quite impressive just now, commanding the entire scene. Jiang Wenjiu praised, giving him a thumbs up. Su Zhexian feigned an air of triumph. Is my performance as the arrogant young master sufficient to qualify me as a villain? Quite indeed. Chapter 58. Jiangshan. At the Jiang family's bamboo pavilion stood an ancient, fragrant building. Here lay the cornerstone of the Jiang family, its founder, Jiangshan, quietly resting. Now nearly 150 years old, Jiangshan had once been a formidable figure, a Saint Realm card master commanding respect. Unfortunately, injuries sustained in battles against demons in his youth had left him with lingering wounds, leading to a decline in strength, rendering him a frail, old man. With his prowess, he ought not to be languishing in Tianshu City awaiting death. To speak of others, Su Chonglu's mentor, Zhuxi, was even older than Jiangshan, yet maintained peak strength to this day. In fact, he had advanced further a decade ago, achieving a half-step into the divine realm. My parents are often away, assisting grandfather in guarding the spirit realm. It is great-grandfather who raised my brother and me. He is the one who dotes on me the most. Observing Jiangshan on his sickbed, Jiang Wenjiu felt a wave of melancholy. She certainly did not wish for her great-grandfather to pass away. Yet, neither did she want to marry Li Huan and be subjugated by the Li family. She understood that Jiang Yong had no choice but to resort to such measures. The Jiang family required a strong protector, and Jiang Yong was unable to provide that. Jiang Wenjiu's grandfather, Jiang Anghua, and her father, Jiang Ming, could have filled that role, given their formidable strength. However, matters concerning the spirit realm took precedence, as safeguarding the Xia kingdom was paramount. Thus, Jiang Yong found himself in a dilemma, as did Jiang Wenjiu. If I do not obtain the fruit of life and death, what will you do? Su Zhexian inquired. Jiang Wenjiu paused in contemplation, then replied with a smile, I would agree to the marriage proposal, revive great-grandfather, and then offer my life in exchange, as compensation for the life essence crystal. Su Zhexian couldn't help but be astonished, then nodded in agreement. Jiang Wenjiu's choice was undoubtedly the most prudent, at least for her. It would save Jiangshan while not betraying her own will, a courageous and resolute decision. Foolish. There are other methods, Su Zhexian remarked, lightly tapping Jiang Wenjiu on the head. What methods? Jiang Wenjiu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Simply adorn the old man with the safety pendant, and then send him off with a single stroke, awaiting his resurrection, Su Zhexian stated with casual ease. Thankfully, Jiangshan was in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to this conversation. No, I cannot bear to do that, Jiang Wenjiu lamented, clutching the safety pendant emblazoned with a phoenix at his chest. Never speak of surrender lightly. Surviving presents the opportunity to reverse everything. Su Zhexian encouraged, patting Jiang Wenjiu's head. Understood, Jiang Wenjiu responded. Then let us first rescue the old man. Su Zhexian produced a fruit of life and death, shimmering with black and white hues, and handed it to Jiang Wenjiu. It was Jiang Wenjiu's first encounter with such a miraculous fruit. How do I administer this to my great-grandfather? She asked, puzzled. Su Zhexian was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it just to be consumed directly? He pondered, suddenly recalling that special fruits often have unique consumption requirements. Wait a moment. Let me inquire, Su Zhexian said, scratching his head awkwardly. Mom, are there any special requirements for consuming the fruit of life and death? As expected of my little Wu. You have indeed procured it, Yu Li praised Su Zhexian over the phone, then proceeded to explain the method of consumption. The fruit of life and death, in its black and white form, symbolizes death and life. To save a life, one must first consume the black flesh, followed by the white flesh, achieving the effect of rebirth from the brink of death. Do not reverse the order, or it will truly lead to death, Yu Li cautioned. Su Zhexian felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had not hastily given the fruit to the old man. Otherwise, a feast would have been held at the Jiang family today. Following Yu Li's instructions, Jiang Wenjiu administered the fruit of life and death to Jiangshan. Immediately, visible signs of rapid aging and death surrounded him, followed by a radiant white light enveloping his body, as if healing him. The brilliance persisted for over 10 minutes, creating quite a commotion. Jiang Yong and others soon arrived at the bamboo house. As the light faded, Jiangshan slowly opened his eyes, his once murky gaze gradually clearing. Great-grandfather, you have awakened, Jiang Wenjiu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Jiangshan, though still somewhat weak, managed to raise his hand and pat Jiang Wenjiu's small hand. In that moment, all of Jiang Wenjiu's anxieties and self-reproach evaporated. Splendid, truly splendid. Jiang Yong rejoiced. Despite his shortcomings, he could not bear to witness the decline of the Jiang family. Now that Jiang Shan had not only awakened but also recovered, it was a momentous occasion for the family. Jiang Yong dismissed the gathered Jiang family members surrounding the bamboo house. Inside and outside the bamboo house remained only Jiang Wenjiu and Su Zhexian, along with Jiang Yong. Grandfather, this is Brother Chongluo's child. He brought the fruit of life and death that saved you. Thank you. Jiang Yong introduced Su Zhexian to Jiang Shan and bowed in gratitude. Su Zhexian humbly declined the gesture, stepping aside. Thank you, child. Which number child are you of Chonglu and Liuli? Jiang Shan asked. Su Zhexian smiled. I am the youngest in my family, named Su Zhexian. I sit at the same table as Jiang Wenjiu and am also her teammate. She saved my life. So it is only right that I save you. There is no need for thanks. Jiang Shan cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Wenjiu. She leaned closer to Jiang Shan and whispered about the arrival of the secret realm and the gift of the dragon-patterned safety pendant from Su Zhexian. Ah, I see. You are a good child. Venturing into the secret realm to protect Xia, such a trifle as the longevity lock, is nothing. Rather, the old man owes you a life, Jiang Shan remarked, warming to Su Zhexian, who he found increasingly likable. Did you acquire your fruit of life and death from the Misty Realm? Indeed, I was fortunate, Su Zhexian replied. Jiang Shan countered. It is not merely luck. One must possess strength as well. That fruit matures only once every 50 years, and to obtain it, numerous challenges must be overcome. Not to mention the formidable monsters at the mountain's peak. Su Zhexian was taken aback, realizing the fruit indeed matured only once every 50 years, making his acquisition a stroke of fortune. He was even more surprised that Jiang Shan was aware of the monsters at the mountain's peak. Do you know what kind of monster resides at the peak? Su Zhexian asked. It did not hinder me from retrieving the fruit of life and death. Rather, it prevented others from entering that palace, he added. Upon hearing the mention of the palace, Jiang Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. After 300 years, the Misty Palace has reappeared. Really? Su Zhexian's curiosity was piqued. Jiang Shan evidently knew the palace's origins, and Su Zhexian had intended to ask Liuli for information. Now realizing Jiang Shan's reaction indicated its significance. You didn't enter, did you? Jiang Shan queried. No, but a Viking and a purple crystal tree monster stormed the palace. They were both expelled by that monster, leading to a disruption in the world's rules, resulting in a cataclysmic reset. Jiang Shan nodded in relief. Good, good. You do not yet possess the silver 10 stars. Refrain from venturing into the Misty Palace for now. Wait until your strength is sufficient, and then bring this. Jiang Shan, regaining some vigor, waved his hand to manifest a card. The card transformed into a wooden box, which contained a dark golden card. Chapter 59. The mysterious box. The back of the dark golden card bore swirling cloud patterns, while the front displayed golden chains. Beneath the chains, a peculiar box was faintly visible. What is this? Su Zhexian asked, perplexed as he glanced at Jiang Shan. Jiang Yong and Jiang Wenjiu shared the same curiosity. It appeared less like a typical card and more like a form of sealing. Jiang Shan's eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about someone. He sighed heavily. Alas, I wonder if my master is still alive. Are you worried or merely nostalgic? It feels rather strange, the others remarked, at a loss for words. Jiang Shan observed their expressions and chuckled heartily, recounting, the Misty World was originally one of the grand realms within the old cosmic dimension. With the destruction of the old universe, the Misty World perished as well, its fragments forming the current Misty Realm. The Misty Palace serves as the core of the Misty Realm. The last time it appeared, my master ventured in and brought out a black box. However, without a key, it remains sealed, and no method can unlock it. The box emits a strange energy that attracts demons to vie for it. Out of desperation, it was sealed within this card until today. My master speculated that the key still resides within the palace. Therefore, I give this to you. Once you locate the key, you will be able to extract the contents of the box. Until you have the key, do not attempt to break the seal. Remember, Su Zhexian understood. This was a blind box, one that attracted hatred. Great-grandfather, do you not know what lies within the box? Jiang Huaxiong inquired curiously. My master speculated it could likely be the essence of the Misty Realm. Jiang Yong was moved. The essence of a small world could be used to establish a new small world. Indeed, consider it a meeting gift. I hope you do not refuse. Jiang Shan firmly placed the card in Su Zhexian's hands. This is too precious. Are you not concerned about your master's wrath? My master? I haven't seen him in over a century. I do not even know if he has turned to ash, Jiang Shan replied nonchalantly, leaving everyone speechless. What kind of divine master-student relationship was this? Regardless, only you can open this box. Even my master would be of no use. Huh. Su Zhexian was puzzled by Jiang Shan's unwavering confidence that he could obtain the key. Because that monster does not attack you, Jiang Shan explained. Typically, the mountain peaks monsters guard the fruit of life and death. Only when the palace appears do they choose to protect the more significant palace. However, allowing the monster to watch as others retrieve its precious fruit without pursuing them is bound to provoke its wrath, given that it matures only once every 50 years. This indicates that Su Zhexian is quite extraordinary in the eyes of the monsters. It can be surmised that Su Zhexian has a high probability of success in entering the Mist Palace, certainly not having to endure the arduous battles like Jiang Shan's master. Understanding this, Su Zhexian nodded, though not entirely convinced. Caution is essential. What if that monster lures the enemy deeper? Thus, it is prudent to enhance one's strength and eliminate all threats. Su Zhexian, pragmatic and unpretentious, accepted the card without hesitation. Only then could they truly celebrate. Dingling. Jiang Wenjio's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID from the admissions office of the Wuxiang Academy, she frowned slightly. Hang up, it's a scam. After several repeated calls, she reiterated, every year during the college entrance examination, these fraudsters deceive students. Beside her, Su Zhexian twitched his lips, sensing this might be genuine. In an office within the Wuxiang Academy, a scruffy young man slammed his phone down in frustration. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to cover for the admissions office. Are today's students so vigilant? I am not a scammer, tasked with notifying the top scholars from various cities to participate in the selection. He found himself bombarded by over 100 rejections. This drove him to the brink of madness. He sighed, realizing he had to exert his mental energy to send notifications via card. Reluctantly, he conjured a graceful crane. Oh, crane fairy, I must trouble you to make another trip. Why must I still toil away after already working at the Wuxiang Academy? The crane fairy raised her proud head, ignoring his complaints, seized an envelope from the table, and vanished. 10 seconds later, she appeared in Zhang's bamboo house. Crane? What is going on? Jiang Wenjio exclaimed, astonished at its ability to traverse space. The crane fairy obediently handed over the letter to Jiang Wenjio and leaned against her expectantly. Everyone was still bewildered by how a crane had suddenly torn through space to arrive. Here, thank you. Su Zhexian was the first to react. Tossing a pack of spicy strips from his pocket, the crane fairy caught it with a wink before disappearing again. Jiang Wenjio opened the letter, which contained the following. Dear Jiang Wenjio, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to participate in the Wuxiang Academy selection. Please enter the designated special passage in your city on June 16th and board the celestial boat to the Wuxiang Academy trial grounds. The letter also detailed other important information, such as the coordinates for the special passage and restrictions on accompanying personnel. Furthermore, it indicated that the trial grounds are located in Tianshu City, and only by boarding the Wuxiang celestial boat can one arrive there. Heavens! The Wuxiang Academy has notified me to participate in the selection. If I am chosen during the selection, I will be admitted to the Wuxiang Academy. Jiang Wenjio exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned to Su Zhexian, nearly bouncing with excitement. Su Zhexian smiled and nodded. I received an invitation too. It was indeed a double blessing. Jiang Yong was overjoyed, and with Jiang Shan awakening, there was hope for Jiang Wenjio to enter the Wuxiang Academy. These two matters were monumental for the Jiang family. Even among the families in Tianshu City, few descendants could gain entry into the Wuxiang Academy. Our little Jior is truly remarkable. Great-grandfather has 2 jars of 100-year-old daughter's red stored away. We shall celebrate tonight. Absolutely. Jiang Wenjio clapped her hands in excitement. Su Zhexian realized where her fondness for alcohol came from. However, he felt compelled to remind them. This selection is rather special and of great significance. We have 2 days left. We must focus on enhancing our strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan and the others exchanged questioning glances. Su Zhexian pondered for a moment before sharing details about the competition. Jiang Shan's expression darkened, and the others were equally indignant. They hadn't anticipated that this selection would be tied to the fate of the nation. Thus, they could not afford to be careless. This was an opportunity to contribute to the Xia Kingdom, and they must seize it with all their might. Then we shall postpone the celebration until after we deal with the little devils and the little ghosts. Jiang Shan declared, tomorrow morning, I will open the secret realm of my Jiang family for you too. Whatever you can gain from it is yours. Every family possesses its own heritage, whether it be a particular card of inheritance or a specific weapon. For the Jiang family, it was a small secret realm obtained by Jiang Shan during his conquests in higher dimensions, known as Bamboo Mountain. Jiang Wenjio's card was also related to Bamboo Mountain. I can almost create a second card now. I'll gather materials from Bamboo Mountain and aim to complete it within 2 days. Jiang Huaxiong timidly raised his hand to ask, "So, are we still having dinner tonight?" Of course. That night, the hosts and guests enjoyed themselves thoroughly. The younger generation of the Jiang family looked at Su Zhexian with newfound respect, recognizing that he had truly revived Jiang Shan. Their gazes toward him were filled with both reverence and awe. The following day, at the Jiang residence, behind the bamboo house, Jiang Shan personally opened the secret realm of Bamboo Mountain for Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu. "Go ahead. This secret realm has no time limits and no completion conditions. Everything depends on you. I have high hopes for you," Jiang Shan encouraged, gently patting Su Zhexian's shoulder. After a night of rest, Jiang Shan's condition had improved significantly, and his aura had grown stronger. Su Zhexian found himself puzzled by Jiang Shan's description. What kind of secret realm has no completion conditions? Is it merely a place for leisurely exploration? How peculiar. However, upon seeing Jiang Wenjiu wink at him, he decided not to dwell on it. With a native of the Jiang family accompanying them, there was no need for excessive concern. The two entered the Bamboo Mountain secret realm. "Wow, this mountain must be thousands of feet high," Su Zhexian exclaimed in admiration upon his first glimpse of Bamboo Mountain. The verdant scenery and swaying bamboo, shrouded in mist, resembled a beautiful painting, evoking a sense of tranquility and peace, far removed from the imagined chaos of monsters. "Isn't it beautiful? I adore this place. It feels like a paradise, making it hard to believe this is a secret realm. Your comparison holds merit. It truly is a paradise." As they spoke, the bamboo forest swayed like waves, and glimpses of enormous figures could be seen traversing through the bamboo sea. "Monsters?" Su Zhexian inquired, his expression wary. "They are friends," Jiang Wenjiu replied. Whoosh! 5 robust figures landed gracefully before the two. Su Zhexian focused and realized they were 5 black and white panda bears. Their chubby forms and distinctive dark eye patches instantly endearing. "It's Brother Gio," the leading panda called out in a deep voice, filled with joy. "Haha, I'm back. Long time no see." Jiang Wenjiu joyfully leaped into the panda's embrace, indicating her familiarity with them. Su Zhexian felt a pang of envy. After all, they were national treasures. Those plump creatures made him long to follow Jiang Wenjiu's lead and pet them. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Su Zhexian," Jiang Wenjiu said, bringing the pandas closer. She then pointed to the leading panda. "This is Zhexian, my friend since childhood. She is a girl. The tallest one is Wufu, followed by Haitang, Liuhua, and Chi-Chi." Su Zhexian greeted each one in turn. While the 5 pandas bore a striking resemblance to one another, Su Zhexian noticed subtle differences among them. Zhexian's brow fur had curled into a cloud-like shape. Wufu was tall and robust, resembling a strong general. Haitang sported a discreet camellia flower on her chest, elegant and mysterious. Liuhua had faint red glimmers on his limbs, while Chi-Chi appeared the most adorably clumsy. "Hello." Su Zhexian felt slightly shy, having never been this close to pandas in his past life. The 4 pandas beamed wide smiles, welcoming him. Chi-Chi, still assessing Su Zhexian, took a moment before breaking into a goofy grin. "Where's Tukong? Is he not here?" "He got drunk and is sleeping," Jiang Wenjiu replied. "He is secretly indulging. Let us go find him." Leaping onto Zhexian's back, Jiang Wenjiu urged, and Zhexian swiftly carried her up Bamboo Mountain. "Oh." Su Zhexian finds himself in a rather awkward predicament, abruptly departing without warning. "Allow me to assist you," Wufu declared, gallantly patting his chest. "Thank you," Su Zhexian exclaimed in excitement, realizing he had the extraordinary opportunity to ride a panda, an honor akin to that bestowed upon Qiyu. In a previous life, many would have envied him to tears for such an experience. No need for pleasantries, let us be on our way. Before Su Zhexian could fully comprehend the situation, Wufu had already tucked him under his arm and dashed away. "Oh no," Su Zhexian thought to protest, feeling that this method of transport was rather unorthodox. However, the howling wind silenced his words and tousled his hair. A minute later, Su Zhexian managed to regain his composure. They arrived at a vast community, home to hundreds of pandas of all sizes. Here, they could be considered mere youths. Su Zhexian witnessed a giant panda, towering 100 meters, lumbering past, alongside playful cubs frolicking like small balls of fluff. At some point, a cub had ascended onto Su Zhexian's head, its proud demeanor reminiscent of conquering a great mountain. "How delightful. Isn't this place amazing?" Jiang Wenjiu inquired cheerfully, her right hand cradling a slumbering panda that resembled her card, a bao. Su Zhexian now understood the origin of her card and why she preferred the company of pandas over people. The pandas exuded a purity untainted by the complexities of the human world. It is indeed fascinating, unlike any secret realm I have encountered before. But I wonder, can this realm enhance our abilities? Su Zhexian pondered, discerning that these pandas belonged to a specific dimension. They could be termed as magical creatures. Yet their benevolence led him to perceive them as friends. Of course it can, though the method differs, the village chief assured him, arriving shortly. A panda donned with a straw hat, carrying a fishing pole and a basket, approached, its stature comparable to Su Zhexian's, albeit with a distinctly bear-like visage. Has the village chief been absent again? Jiang Wenjiu asked with a grin. Do not speak nonsense. The bear people do not abandon their posts. Little Joer has not visited in quite some time, and seems to have grown stronger, the village chief remarked, beaming upon seeing Jiang Wenjiu. This is my good friend, Su Zhexian. Great-grandfather has sent us to hone our skills in preparation for the upcoming selection, Jiang Wenjiu explained, chattering about the selection process. This is indeed significant news. The village chief acknowledged, seemingly aware of the long-standing grievances between the Great Xia and the nations of Gaoyao and Xiaobang. He scrutinized Su Zhexian and smiled. Young man, welcome to our bamboo village. Here, we have 3 forms of trials. First, a test of drinking capacity. Second, a test of strength. Third, a test of courage. Cards may not be utilized. You must rely solely on your own abilities. Su Zhexian found this concept utterly intriguing. It was his first encounter with such a mystical realm. So full of promise. You may choose anyone. If you win, I shall grant you a grand prize. Should you lose, you will serve as a caretaker for a month. Su Zhexian had scarcely processed this when Jiang Wenjiu interjected, I choose the drinking contest. Who among you dares to compete? The panda, previously sprawled on the ground, sprang up suddenly, only to be swatted back into slumber by Zhexian. Then it shall be Zhexian against me. Let us begin. Do your best, for the prize is quite splendid. Jiang Wenjiu winked at Su Zhexian, who nodded in understanding. Her selection surely promised something remarkable. However, faced with 3 choices, he pondered which to select. Ultimately, he resolved, I shall partake in all of them. The village chief was taken aback. Even the little cub atop Su Zhexian's head tumbled down, wide-eyed in astonishment at such audacity. The bamboo village erupted in excitement at Su Zhexian's bold decision, eager to witness the bravery of one who dared to undertake all 3 trials. Is it truly permissible? Su Zhexian inquired cautiously. The village chief, recovering from his surprise, chuckled heartily. Indeed it is. You possess a courage unmatched by any I have encountered in recent years. The younger generation of the Jiang family lacks your boldness. With a clap of his hands, he signaled for the pandas to prepare. Which trial would you like to begin with? After some contemplation, Su Zhexian replied, let us commence with strength, followed by courage, and finally indulge in a drinking bout. A commendable choice, very astute, the village chief agreed. For the strength trial, you shall compete against Wufu, as your levels are closely matched. Wufu stepped forward, grinning amiably at Su Zhexian. He was a silver tier 3-star, renowned for his strength among his peers. Su Zhexian, after slaying several demons in the Misty Realm, had elevated his rank to silver tier 2-star. How shall we measure our strength? Arm wrestling, perhaps? Su Zhexian suggested. Given our size difference, let us engage in wrestling, the village chief proposed. Agreed, that seems reasonable. The surrounding pandas quickly cleared a space. Su Zhexian and Wufu faced off, and with a mighty stomp, Wufu raised his paw and charged at Su Zhexian. Su Zhexian, undeterred, let out a fierce shout and met Wufu head-on. The clash of their paws generated a tremendous shockwave, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. A bear and a human, equally matched in strength. My goodness, this human is impressively powerful, exclaimed one of the pandas. Wufu's strength is renowned among the younger generation. And yet this young man stands his ground. The pandas watched with wide eyes, enthralled by the contest, as their culture held strength in the highest esteem. Su Zhexian smiled. You are quite formidable. And you as well, Wufu replied, increasing his force, yet Su Zhexian remained steadfast. Through rigorous training, his physical prowess had undergone remarkable transformation. Let us determine the victor with a single decisive blow, Su Zhexian proposed. Agreed. They stepped back to gather their strength before charging once more, akin to 2 rampaging bulls. Unrelenting in their pursuit of power, the impact reverberated like thunder, creating a deep crater in the ground, obscured by a cloud of dust. Who has triumphed? The pandas wondered, fearful of the power unleashed. Could the human have been crushed by Wufu? Surely not. He appears quite capable. I hope he is unharmed, they murmured, leaning closer to the crater to catch a glimpse. Inside, both Su Zhexian and Wufu lay panting, clearly exhausted. Is this a draw? One panda mused. The human lad is impressive, to have contended so fiercely. Yet, the village chief shook his head. Wufu has lost. Su Zhexian is the victor. As the pandas expressed their confusion, the village chief pointed at Su Zhexian's position. He did not retreat an inch. while Wufu was forced back 5 steps. Therein lies the difference. The pandas soon comprehended, erupting into cheers and congratulating Su Zhexian, for strength was the highest virtue among them. Admitting that I nearly lost is no small feat, Su Zhexian laughed, acknowledging Wufu's strength. I may have a higher rank than you, but if I did not retreat, it is still my loss, Wufu replied, sharing a smile with Su Zhexian. Excellent. Now, shall we proceed to the second trial? Do you require a moment to rest? The village chief inquired. Su Zhexian shook his head. I feel capable. I doubt the second trial will require much strength. Then follow me to the Bamboo Mountain secret cave. The village chief affirmed, nodding in approval. The pandas trailed behind, eager to witness Su Zhexian's ability to navigate the cave, a place they regarded with trepidation. As they journeyed, the village chief elaborated, the Bamboo Mountain secret cave is a demon lair within the Bamboo Mountain realm. Many years ago, our ancestors vanquished demons and imprisoned their souls within this cave. The spirits of these demons can inflict terrifying mental assaults on intruders. For the bear people, it serves as an excellent means to train their mental fortitude and conquer fear. Upon this understanding, it seems quite acceptable. Su Zhexian, however, refrains from claiming to possess even a slight advantage against mental assaults. If he can emerge from the secret cave within an hour, then consider it a victory. We shall await your return on the other side. The village chief gestured towards the entrance of the Bamboo Mountain's secret realm. Very well, perhaps it won't take long. Rushing through is not feasible. He must rely on his mental fortitude to prevail. Understood. Su Zhexian waved goodbye to everyone and stepped into the cave. Inside, the cave was brightly lit, yet permeated with an eerie chill. The moment Su Zhexian took his first step, malevolent spirits launched an assault on his mental core. These invisible entities cackled maliciously within his spiritual essence, attempting to instill terror. What absurdity! The solar divine birds soared forth from his mental core. Their blazing divine light and overwhelming presence instantaneously enveloped the essence, silencing the fiendish laughter and reducing it to ash. Yet, another wave of malevolent spirits surged in, vanishing in less than a second. This scene repeated itself within Su Zhexian's mental core, while on the outside, he traversed the path with remarkable ease, quickening his pace effortlessly. Before long, he reached the exit, hardly breaking a sweat. I'm out. Su Zhexian smiled at the bewildered pandas. After a moment, one of the pandas regained its composure and glanced at the timer. 59 seconds and 0.8 milliseconds. How is that possible? No way. How could it be so fast? The last time I entered, it took me 3 hours to emerge. He had barely taken a minute. Truly remarkable. Do the malevolent spirits in the cave hibernate as well? That shouldn't be the case. The pandas exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief, accentuated by their comical dark circles. The village chief scrutinized Su Zhexian with admiration. Impressive. You've shattered our tribe's record. Perhaps it was merely good fortune. Su Zhexian scratched his head, reluctant to disclose to the pandas that he had ignored the mental attacks entirely. In reality, it was merely a matter of the cave's passage length. If he had run, it would have taken him less than 10 seconds. Modesty aside, there remains the final challenge, alcohol tolerance. Where's Chi-Chi? Let her take the stage. The village chief scanned the area, but did not find Chi-Chi. Only then did he notice her arriving belatedly. The bears covered their faces, knowing she was endearingly slow. Village chief, I'm here. Chi-Chi squeezed to the front of the bear crowd, grinning foolishly. Are we not starting yet? Go for it, big brother. The fiends are not to be feared. Su Zhexian was momentarily taken aback before pointing at the timer. I've already passed. Look at that. Chi-Chi blinked at the timer. Oh, just 59 seconds and 0.8 milliseconds. Not bad. This one seems quite composed and unfazed. Su Zhexian silently praised her. Then let us commence the next round. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by an astonished bear's roar. How is that possible? That has broken my record. Chapter 62. The Bamboo Wine and the Heroes Indeed. The record holder of the Bamboo Mountain's secret realm is Chi-Chi. This seemingly soft and adorable creature should not be underestimated. As for how she became the record holder, it relates to her unique talents, simplicity and sluggishness. To explain from a gaming perspective, sluggishness delays all pain perception and reduces damage taken by 70. Simplicity enhances physical and mental defenses by 70. Having both talents within a single bear person is quite extraordinary. This is how Chi-Chi's name came to be. The Bamboo Mountain's secret realm did not severely affect Chi-Chi. Being the record holder was her pride until today, when it was shattered by the even more formidable Su Zhexian. Chi-Chi widened her panda eyes, trying to discern the secret of his remarkable abilities. Su Zhexian felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. The village chief struck her on the head with a fishing rod. Quit staring. Remember, There are mountains beyond mountains, and bears beyond bears. Now, it's your turn to compete. All right, village chief. I will definitely break the big brother's record. Qi excitedly dashed towards the cave. The bears covered their faces, realizing she was indeed on a different wavelength. The village chief, with a sigh, tossed the rod, entangling Qi securely in the fishing line. It would be simpler to just bring her back to the village. Inside the village, a long bamboo table was laden with fragrant, exquisite wine. This was the Bamboo Mountain Bear Clan's own brew, known as bamboo wine. Thus, the challenge of alcohol tolerance is also referred to as bamboo wine and heroes. Oh, so it's drinking. Just in time, I'm a bit hungry. Qi sat before Zhexian, fixated on the bowls of bamboo wine. A few little cubs stealthily climbed onto the long table, eager to sample the taste. However, they were swiftly lifted by the larger bears and had their mouths stuffed with freshly steamed buns. Minors are prohibited from drinking. The pitiful expressions of the little cubs made Zhexian unable to suppress his laughter. The rules were simple. There were 100 bowls of bamboo wine on the table. Whoever succumbed first would lose. They could eat buns to cushion their stomachs and avoid injury. It must be said, the village chief was quite considerate. The physique of humans differs from that of bear people, so the buns were specially prepared for Zhexian. Thank you, village chief. Shall we begin? Zhexian truly felt a bit hungry. He picked up a large meat bun and took a bite. The thin skin and generous filling were delightful. He then lifted a large bowl and drank it in one go. The fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth. Indeed. Village chief, did you dilute the wine with water? Zhexian felt that this wine, no, the water, contained no alcohol whatsoever. It possessed the sweetness of summer spring water, yet lacked any trace of wine aroma. Liuhua, come here and show the big brother how it's done. The village chief beckoned to Liu Guang among the bear crowd. With great strides, Liu Guang approached, seizing a large bowl and downing it in one go. Such bravado was awe-inspiring, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. However, Liu Guang's bear face immediately turned crimson, and he let out a belch before collapsing straight down. Is he all right? Zhexian was taken aback. How did he fall after just one bowl? Is the wine that potent? Looking across at Qi, she was already on her 17th bowl with nary a change in expression. While drinking, she gestured to Zhexian. Are you here to fish? The Qi with wine and the Qi without wine exhibited two distinct states of reaction. Zhexian decided not to dwell on it. If he didn't drink, he would lose. Besides, the bamboo wine was sweet and delicious, so he treated it like a beverage. Zhexian transformed into a true wine deity. In just 5 minutes, he had already surpassed Qi's progress. The bears were in awe, and the little cubs gazed at him with starry eyes. Even better than a small drink, without a hint of hesitation. Qi, the strongest in the village, was actually lagging behind, truly worthy of someone who could break records. As Qi reached her 89th bowl, Zhexian had already completed the 100 bowls. How can you not be drunk at all? Qi asked with a tongue-tied voice, her large eyes filled with admiration. Without waiting for Zhexian to respond, she collapsed, falling asleep beside Liuhua. The bears cheered again for Zhexian. You are the first to complete all 3 trials. You may choose 3 treasures from our village's treasury. The village chief was elated, happier than when he caught a fish. Bamboo wine is no ordinary wine. It is crafted using the treasures left by the ancestors of the bamboo bear people, combined with the spring water of the bamboo mountain. Creatures with ill intent towards the bear people who consume bamboo wine will trigger a special response, prompting the pandas to band together in defense. Conversely, those who harbor goodwill will gain their friendship. In essence, this is one of the methods left by the ancestors of the bear people to discern good from evil. Furthermore, the ability to drink 100 bowls without intoxication signifies exceptional talent. The bear people can form alliances with such individuals, providing resources and future protection from strong allies. Though they appear adorable, these national treasures are, in fact, quite astute. At that moment, Jiang Wenjiu bounced over, filled with energy. Her cheeks flushed, resembling the evening glow of summer. Have you bested Qi? Such prowess. Jiang Wenjiu is well aware of Qi's capabilities, as she is the strongest in the village. As for Liuhua, he is the weakest and can be disregarded. Not only did he triumph over Qi, but he also outmatched Wu Fu in strength and shattered the record for courage in the secret cave. In all my years, I have never encountered such a valiant youth. The village chief stroked his beard, his face brimming with admiration. Jiang Wenjiu was equally astonished. To accomplish 3 trials in such a brief time is remarkable. It was merely luck, he humbly replied. A victory is a victory. Come, let me escort you to the treasure house. Choose whatever you like, do not hold back. The village chief led the 2 deeper into the village, while the onlooking bear folk continued their revelry. The little ones clutched Baozi, eager to grow up and partake in bamboo wine. This is the daily life of Zhu village, where joy abounds every day. Inside the bamboo house, the village chief invoked a spell, revealing a grand door made of purple bamboo that slowly opened. Go on, I shall await your return here. He cheerfully nudged the two inside while he remained outside to guard. Upon entering the treasure house, Zhexian finally regained his senses. Surely the village chief is quite trusting. Unafraid that we might empty the treasure house. Jiang Wenjiu shook his head and smiled. Having passed the 3 trials, you have already earned everyone's friendship. The village chief trusts his own unconditionally. Jiang Wenjiu revealed the secret of bamboo wine to Zhexian. So that's how it is, Zhexian realized. Compelled to admire the wisdom of the bear folk's ancestors. The bear folk are few in number. Without a means of self-preservation, how could they live so freely? Choose quickly. Make yourself at home, Jiang Wenjiu chuckled. She had visited this treasure house countless times since childhood, though back then she had not awakened and merely came to play. Zhexian nodded and began to explore the vast treasure house. Various equipment, materials, and herbs lay within, all quite precious. Even all things as soldiers is here. Zhexian noticed 2 crystalline cards on a shelf, the very ones he had previously drawn for the great Qin warriors. However, the version before him of all things as soldiers possessed a higher quality, indicated by its blue hue, suggesting that Zhexian could reconstruct the great Qin warriors and enhance both their quality and quantity. I'll take it. Zhexian thought of the upcoming battle with the Little Stick Kingdom. If they wish to engage in team combat, then my overwhelming force will also be quite reasonable, right? Just then, a sudden pain pierced his palm. Chapter 63, Wanli Onbian Meng Tian. Zhexian glanced at the small cauldron in his left palm. At that moment, it radiated a blinding light, clearly excited. Could it be? Zhexian's consciousness entered the mental source, where he saw a line of text floating above. To the right, on the 3rd shelf, the second to last item, ding ding ding. What a surprise, to discover a fragment of the Jiuzhou cauldron here. Zhexian was greatly shaken and immediately made his way to the indicated location. He found a bronze coin on the shelf, its age indiscernible, with the inscriptions already faded. Before he could even pick it up for a closer look, the coin transformed into a beam of light and entered his palm. In that instant, the small cauldron seemed to grow powerful. Within the mental source, the fragment of the 9 cauldrons appeared once more, this time with even more complete content. The most immediate enhancement was that the small cauldron's perception of the cauldron fragments increased by 2. While this may seem a modest increase, it effectively doubled Zhexian's chances of locating the fragments. Consequently, the speed of gathering the 9 cauldrons would also accelerate. Furthermore, it amplified Zhexian's ability to utilize spirit-based skills, indirectly boosting the attack power of the 10 suns in the sky. Wonderful. Now I feel more confident. The prospect of defeating the Little Stick Kingdom and the Little Ghosts is within reach. Zhexian beamed with joy, never expecting that the greatest gain from this journey would be the cauldron fragment. He even entertained a bold idea to annihilate the enemy. Since they dared to send their strongest to challenge him, wiping them out would shatter the future of the Little Ghosts. After all, Zhexian had no intention of being a paragon of virtue. He was only mindful of the blood debts accumulated by the great Xia over centuries. Debts that must be repaid in kind. You seem pleased. Have you found something you like? Jiang Wenjiu approached, having selected a material to craft a second card based on auspiciousness. I found it. I must thank the village chief, she said. The two exited the treasure house and informed the village chief of their acquisitions. He simply stated, if you need anything next time, feel free to ask. If the other members of the Jiang family heard this, they would be infuriated. Whenever they came, they were either beaten or forced to drink to obtain even a small amount of materials. They could never enjoy the freedom that Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu experienced in the treasure house. Waving goodbye to the treasures, the two stepped out of the secret realm. So soon? Has only half a day passed? Jiang Shan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Wenjiu pointed at Zhexian. Because he has cleared all 3 trials and shattered the record for the secret cave. Truly, he is the child of Chong Lu and Liuli. Impressive. In just half a day, he has achieved such significant growth. Jiang Shan gave Zhexian a thumbs up. With his perspective as a sacred domain expert, he could discern the changes in Zhexian. However, Zhexian was oblivious. Growth? It didn't seem like it, but I am very happy. Jiang Shan chuckled and patted Zhexian on the shoulder. In the strength trial, your physique has been enhanced. Do you feel it? Upon hearing this, Zhexian realized that he felt stronger, sensing a hidden energy within his muscles. As he threw a punch into the air, he could faintly hear the sound of slicing through the void. How extraordinary! In the courage trial, Resisting the souls of demons and monsters does not come without its rewards. Su Zhexian immediately checked his level, finding that he had risen from a 2-star silver rank to a 4-star rank. As for the drinking trial, bamboo wine quietly enhances the quality of your mental C. This effect will only be felt when you use cards or employ card master skills. Su Zhexian understood. The substance in bamboo wine that resembles alcohol is, in fact, a wondrous spirit. Most individuals absorb it slowly, leading to a state akin to drunkenness. However, Su Zhexian was different. His mental source was so extraordinary that he absorbed this spirit instantaneously. This created the illusion that he could consume bamboo wine without inebriation. If he were to drink ordinary alcohol now, he would surely collapse. Everything within the Bamboo Mountain secret realm has a subtle influence. Jiang Shan chuckled. It was through the Bamboo Mountain secret realm that he had embarked on the path of a strong individual. Thank you. Su Zhexian expressed his gratitude earnestly. Such a secret realm is far superior to the ordinary ones outside. Jiang Shan's ability to grant him access is a great favor. Why speak of such things? This is for the great Xia. It is up to you to reclaim 2 cities for us old folks. Jiang Shan's eyes glistened with emotion. This is the aspiration of countless citizens of the Xia nation. I shall not fail. With a day and a half remaining until the Wanxiang selection, Su Zhexian took up residence at the Jiang family home. He intended to make further preparations for the upcoming battle, aiming to be fully armed. In his room, Su Zhexian meticulously assessed his current strength. Su Zhexian level, 4-star silver, 161, core card, Ancestor Dragon Ingzheng Vassal cards, God of Death Bai Qi, Eternal Chancellor Li Si. Great Qin Warriors equipment cards, Ding Qin Sword, Ding Qin Sword Domain card, Qin Wind without clothes card master skills, 10 Suns in the Sky. All enemies annihilated, martial technique, current lifespan, 3,220 years. Not bad, but I need more trump cards. Other competitions may be lost, but the contest of national fate cannot be. Su Zhexian planned to reconstruct the Great Qin Warriors. He had simulated that the blue quality all things as soldiers could accommodate 3,000 Great Qin Warriors. If he were to purchase the corresponding materials from the Zhexian marketplace and expend 600 years of lifespan, the reconstruction could be completed. With the formation spirit of Qin Wind without clothes, the more warriors there are, the more invincible they become, regardless of whether in collective battles or one-on-one duels. I find no reason to concede defeat. Su Zhexian, wielding a spiritual brush, meticulously reimagines the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty. An hour later, the newly conceived Qin elite soldiers are complete. Now numbering 3,000, some ride warhorses while others command chariots, all exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Qin elite soldiers of the 9 provinces quality, blue level, 10 stars category, soldiers skills, unyielding combat, blood battle to the end traits, nameless soldier advancement paths, 5 elements warrior, celestial guardian, bond, brave old Qin 1 card remains, labeled all things as weapons, reserved for depicting the troops of other dynasties. Observing the remaining lifespan of 2,620 years, Su Zhexian ponders deeply. With an increase in soldiers, it is imperative to also broaden the ranks of generals. This one will do. Su Zhexian arranges the card and begins to draw. A tall figure, a general with a resolute and profound visage, stands proudly atop the Great Wall. In his hands, he wields a Qin sword and shield. With a longbow slung across his back, his obsidian-like eyes are sharp as an eagle's, scanning the horizons as if a guardian deity, protecting the northern frontiers of Qin. On the back of the card, Su Zhexian inscribes, The Biography of Meng Tian, Chapter 28, Meng Tian, originally from Qi. With a flash of golden light, Qin gains a general who excels in both civil and martial affairs. Defender of the borders, Meng Tian quality, gold level, 10 stars category, general skills, unbreakable, beacon of war, creating a prison on earth traits, protector advancement paths, Great Wall defender Meng Tian. Guardian of the 9 provinces Meng Tian, bond, loyal heart, awe-inspiring success. Su Zhexian is filled with joy. Chapter 64. I shall contest at Jade Capital Mountain. An emperor, 3 ministers, encompassing various archetypes, with Meng Tian as protection, alongside Ingzheng, Bai Qi, Li Si, and the elite soldiers of Qin. The foundational framework of the Qin card deck is established. The 3rd general of the Qin faction instills in Su Zhexian an unprecedented sense of security. From the perspective of skills, Meng Tian leans toward a protective role, aptly termed the Empire's Divine Shield. The specifics of his application will be elaborated upon once he takes the field. Current lifespan, 20 years not counting the selection process. There remains a month until the competition. Su Zhexian aims to increase his lifespan to 10,000 years, to be well prepared. The goal of storing 10,000 years of lifespan is to guard against the other two nations, as it concerns the fate of the nation. They are undoubtedly investing all they have to cultivate their prodigies. They might even provide various special effect items, should unforeseen circumstances arise. Zhexian would not hesitate to unleash his full potential. With the support of the small tripod, his ability to exert the 10 days in the sky effect will be even stronger. Surely, no one can withstand it. Time flies, and soon the day of selection arrives. Due to regulations at the Myriad Realms Academy, each top scholar may only bring one family member. Thus, Jiang Shan and Jiang Huaxiong accompany the two. Jiang Huaxiong is grateful for Zhexian's generous offer, nearly calling him adoptive father. Meanwhile, Su Chonglu and Yu Liuli make their way to the Myriad Realms Academy, as if returning home, already waiting for them at the trial grounds. Zhexian and his companions rise early to head to Xiang Street in Tianchu City, locating a flower shop named Flourishing Blossoms. After the shopkeeper reviews Jiang Wenjio's notification letter, they are granted access to a private passageway. As for Zhexian, he simply needs to show his face to pass through. Upon traversing the passage, the four find themselves atop a spacious mountain peak. Remarkably, they have transitioned from the flower shop to the heavens. Jiang Huaxiong curiously surveys the surroundings, where clouds swirl around the mountain peak, and below lies an abyss. A careless misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. There it is. Zhexian points to the colossal object piercing through the clouds. From a distance, the Myriad Realms celestial ship resembles the legendary Kunpeng, obscuring the sun. In reality, it is a sky-born mothership, showcasing the profound heritage of the Myriad Realms Academy, or perhaps the essence of the Great Xia itself. The Myriad Realms celestial ship descends gently above the four, and a beam of light envelopes them, revealing a disheveled man. Greetings, I am Luo Chuan, the most dashing teacher at the Myriad Realms Academy. The four sense a misunderstanding regarding his notion of dashing. Luo Chuan pays no heed to their scrutinizing gazes. He produces a mirror from his pocket and inspects them. All human, verification complete. Let us proceed. This is a precaution against demonic impersonation. With a snap of his fingers, the ship's teleportation light descends once more, this time whisking Zhexian and his companions along. There is still some time before the trial grounds. Feel free to explore. Luo Chuan yawns, stating that he needs to catch up on sleep. How careless. Jiang Huaxiong's perception of the Myriad Realms Academy's sanctity is shattered. Quite normal. Remember that strength reigns supreme, Jiang Shan comments. This young man has already attained the 9th star of the master rank. He is formidable. Within the vast celestial ship, many others have gathered, including top scholars from other cities along with their parents. Some engage in conversation, while others savor the refreshments prepared in advance. Yet, without exception, they cast furtive glances at Zhexian and Jiang Wenjio. What can one do? After all, they are the most talked-about figures in Xia. Jiang Wenjio is revered as the fairy of the Great Xia, while Zhexian's exploits are known by anyone on the streets. Although these tales may be embellished and distorted, they do not detract from Zhexian's fame. How can they possibly be together? They appear to know each other quite well. My heart sinks. Could the fairy Jiang be his lover? That would be monumental news. To witness such a spectacle is extraordinary. A crowd seems to have completely forgotten about the selection, fixating instead on Zhexian and Jiang Wenjio, rendering the two quite embarrassed, with Jiang Wenjio blushing throughout. Fortunately, no cliched provocations arise. Finding a seat, Zhexian and his companions engage in a game of Cardmaster Glory. Unexpectedly, the elderly Jiang Shan displays remarkable skill, dominating the game with ease, prompting Zhexian to marvel at the prowess of the Sacred Domain's elites. With a booming sound, the celestial ship trembles slightly. A voice echoes over the intercom. Luo Chuan announces, "We have arrived at the Myriad Realms trial grounds. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion." Zhexian harbors serious doubts that Luo Chuan is the only staff member aboard the ship. However, this mundane speculation is quickly dispelled by the breathtaking scene before him. Not only Zhexian, but all are astounded by the sight. Red bricks and golden tiles, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. A cluster of palatial structures basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. The overwhelming presence of this place speaks of past glory and honor, embodying the rich history and depth of the Great Xia. Zhexian trembles all over, taking a deep breath to steady himself. At this moment, he yearns to seize Luo Chuan by the collar and demand, "You call the Forbidden City a trial ground? Who dares to use an imperial city as a testing ground? How outrageous! Have our forebears of the Great Xia been too extravagant? Others, too, come to their senses. How does our Xia possess such a magnificent ancient city?" They realize why only the celestial ship could reach this place, as it cannot be found in the mundane world. A swell of pride rises in each heart. This is our heritage. At that moment, Luo Chuan follows an elderly man. The elder is the headmaster of the Myriad Realms Academy. Xiao Wujing. Welcome to the Myriad Realms Academy trial grounds, the Forbidden City. With a wave of his hand, light and shadow intertwine, transforming into a martial arts arena. The arena can accommodate thousands, evoking the feeling of stepping into an ancient battlefield. This year, the Myriad Realms Academy will select 4 students. The crowd is thrilled. This year, 4 students will be directly admitted. In past years, the selection had been more flexible, evaluating performance before making a final decision. It could result in 1, 10, or even no candidates being chosen. Xiao Wujian observed the expressions of those present and continued, in addition to becoming students of the Wanxiang Academy. They will also represent the Xia Kingdom in the upcoming 3 Kingdoms competition in a month. This contest is crucial, as it pertains to the fate of our nation. He elaborated on the challenge between the Gaoyao Kingdom and the Xiaobang Kingdom, detailing the consequences of victory and defeat. At once, the top scholars from various cities fell into silence, unprepared to bear such a heavy responsibility. In the next moment, their eyes reddened as they shouted in unison. To the death. Very well, I shall dispense with the pleasantries and announce the rules. The selection will consist of 3 stages. The first stage is a challenge against Su Zhexian. With that, all eyes instantly turned to Su Zhexian. I am drenched in sweat. Su Zhexian stood rooted, bewildered. Wasn't I supposed to be a judge? Surely this isn't set up against me. I shall report this to Yujing Mountain. I will file a complaint. Chapter 65. The challenge begins with a confession. What does it mean to be a judge? In Su Zhexian's mind, it conjured the image of a dignitary seated on high, offering guidance. Yet, the judge was now required to step into the arena and face 107 challengers. Is this reasonable? Am I not merely a judge? Where's the justice in this? Su Zhexian appeared calm, yet internally he was brimming with sarcasm. In truth, the entire assembly had also come to realize the absurdity of the situation. Did I mishear? Over 100 of us against just him? A wheel battle? Can he truly withstand that? Such disdain for our capabilities. Although he is indeed the top scholar of the great Xia's examination, he cannot possibly be invincible. The scholars whispered among themselves, their parents equally astonished at this peculiar selection method, where those chosen were pitted against one another, defying all logic. It belittled over 100 individuals and was grossly unfair to Su Zhexian. Xiao Wujian raised his hand, signaling for silence. I believe many of you are puzzled. Allow me to explain. First, Su Zhexian was accepted into the Wanxiang Academy prior to the examination. Therefore, in this selection, his role is that of a judge, not a contestant. At once, the previously diverted gazes returned to Su Zhexian. The more than 100 scholars and their parents regarded him with renewed interest. What kind of strength must one possess to gain the Wanxiang Academy's acknowledgement? He is indeed the first to conquer a large secret realm. He must possess some remarkable talent. Yet, we cannot be that weak, can we? Is it possible he can crush everyone without breaking a sweat? Mixed feelings of admiration, envy, and skepticism washed over Su Zhexian, making him wish to bury his head in the ground. The attention was overwhelming. He could hardly bear it. Fortunately, Xiao Wujian's voice once again captured everyone's focus. Furthermore, Su Zhexian has been designated as the sole core of our team for this 3 Kingdoms competition. Why does the Wanxiang Academy have 4 admission slots this time? It is to establish a team centered around Su Zhexian. Thus, his judgment of teammates will hold the utmost priority. With this statement, uproar erupted. To represent the great Xia was an unprecedented opportunity. Even under immense pressure, the scholars were eager to compete. Having traversed the Guanshan Moon secret realm, their love for the great Xia had intensified, and they all wished to contribute to their nation. Simultaneously, they held a strong confidence in their abilities. However, some remained unconvinced about Su Zhexian being the sole core. Though his achievement in the secret realm was commendable, it did not imply their inferiority. How could they submit without a contest? This first stage was designed to showcase Su Zhexian's strength. In essence, it was a means for him to subdue them through combat. Xiao Wujian's words were blunt, and some hot-headed scholars were already brimming with indignation. This is unfair. Have you considered my feelings? I am a person too. Su Zhexian could no longer contain himself, his face growing long. He yearned to take the stage and deliver a sound beating to the old man. Seemingly aware of Su Zhexian's thoughts, Xiao Wujian turned to him and said with a smile, "This is also an opportunity for you to thoroughly understand your teammates. Find those who complement you best and forge the strongest team. Of course, if you are knocked down, the captain will need to be replaced." That remark, while ostensibly aimed at Su Zhexian, ignited further enthusiasm among the scholars. It seems we do have a chance. Understood. The one who stands last is the true king. My blade is eager. Let us begin. The atmosphere grew electric, each scholar itching for battle, except for Jiang Wenjiu. Jiang, well aware of Su Zhexian's prowess, mused. Should I challenge you? Just the two of us? Brothers do not fight each other. We should compete in drinking back in Zhu village. Fair point. Then I shall admire your skills from the sidelines. Jiang Wenjiu pulled out a small gourd and took a discreet sip, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, a stage was being erected in the martial arena. At this juncture, Su Zhexian had no choice but to step up to the challenge. The Su family does not yield easily. He knew that Su Chonglu and Yu Liuli were surely watching. This first challenge might very well be their ill-conceived idea. Alas, the parents of this generation are quite difficult to manage. As Su Zhexian stood in the center of the stage, surveying his surroundings, the slight social anxiety he felt earlier vanished, replaced by a surge of confidence. I cannot employ the same strategy as last time, taking on 300 at once. Nor can I eliminate challengers in an instant. That would not reveal their strengths and weaknesses. I must temper my abilities, allowing them a chance to demonstrate their skills. He muttered to himself, unaware that the stage possessed an amplification feature. Every word he uttered was distinctly heard by the scholars below. Jiang Wenjiu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth to avoid disrupting the others' morale. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other scholars darkened, their tempers flaring. Take on 300? What nonsense. 300 could easily overwhelm him. He is looking down on us. Just because he is the number one in the Great Xia does not mean we fear him. Let us take him down. As the conversation continued, a lithe figure leaped onto the stage. It was a young woman, her features exquisite, clad in a dark red outfit. Exuding vigor. I am Fong Ying from Wind City, the top scholar of the Diqi City region. The Xia Kingdom consists of 180 main cities, typically governed by several satellite towns. For instance, Yin City falls under the jurisdiction of Tianxian City. Standing proudly, Fong Ying was a force to be reckoned with, not one to be underestimated. Su Zhexian thought she looked somewhat familiar. Why does it seem like I have seen you before? He scrutinized her closely. Oh, you are not just anyone. You carry yourself with such arrogance. Fong Ying shot Su Zhexian a fierce glare. Misunderstanding. I merely wish to inquire if you know Senior Fong Ying from Bai Qi Academy? I am her sister. What of it? Fong Ying raised her chin defiantly. Years ago, Fong Ying was also the top scholar of the Diqi City region and became a distinguished figure at Bai Qi Academy. Fong Ying took immense pride in her sister and strove to follow in her footsteps. Now, with the opportunity to become a student at Wanxiang Academy, Fong Ying felt an even greater sense of pride and aimed to make her sister proud. Su Zhexian thought it was quite the coincidence that the first challenger on the stage was yet another woman. Oh, it's nothing. I have sparred with her before. Then you must know how powerful my sister is. I am no slouch either, Fong Ying said, clenching her fists as if to showcase her strength. Given Fong Ying's demeanor, Su Zhexian felt reluctant to reveal that he had once brought Fong Ying to tears. Shall we begin? There are many people today. Let us not waste time. All right. But I have a request. Speak. If I win, you must date me. Su Zhexian. Chapter 66. Another one brought to tears. Su Zhexian never imagined that he would be publicly confessed to. In all his lifetimes, this was the first occurrence. With a hint of anxiety, he stole a glance at Jiang Wenjiu, who was busy wiping Jiang Huaxiong's face with a tissue, having just heard Fong Ying confess. She could not contain herself and ended up spraying bamboo liquor all over Jiang Huaxiong's face, creating quite the scene. Not only Jiang Wenjiu, but also the top scholars and their parents were equally stunned. Particularly, Fong Ying's father had covered his face, not in shock at the confession itself, but rather at the stark contrast in Fong Ying's demeanor. One moment, she was fierce and threatening, and the next, she was proclaiming her desire to date him. The workings of her mind were utterly baffling. I could somewhat empathize with this girl, for Su Zhexian was undeniably handsome. Setting aside his mockery, his looks were undeniably alluring. Goodness, wipe that drool away. There's no need for such infatuation. No wonder she rushed to the stage. It was all for the sake of confessing. Quite the strategic move. Perhaps I should try it too. Maybe I could snag a super handsome boyfriend. It isn't entirely fair to blame the girls for their infatuation. Su Zhexian's original self had yet to awaken and lacked strength. He felt inferior and diminished in front of anyone, no matter how powerful his family background was. It couldn't change his timid mentality, which in turn affected his appearance. Just like a student with poor grades, no matter how handsome they are, teachers will not commend them. Conversely, if one excels academically, even if they are less attractive, they will still earn the teacher's favor. For instance, Luo Chuan, despite being disheveled, still believed he was the most handsome. Why? Because only strength matters. Thus, when Su Zhexian awakened, possessing a deck that surpassed even that of emperors, He radiated a different kind of spirit. With newfound confidence, he stood tall, speaking loudly. Could his looks still be deemed lacking? Su Zhexian's appearance was only slightly lesser than that of the readers. Now, brimming with confidence, he shone brightly, dazzling like a deity. It was no wonder Fang Ying confessed. It was a perfectly normal occurrence. However, Su Zhexian would not acquiesce. He merely smiled wryly, rejecting her with his actions. Su Zhexian produced a purple card, manifesting a snow-white rabbit, the rabbit of the 12 zodiac. You dare use a generic card? Do you look down on me? Or are you intentionally trying to lose to date me? Fang Ying gaped in disbelief. I will not lose, Su Zhexian retorted. He had already devised a plan to suppress her combat power while observing her strengths and weaknesses, ensuring his victory. Thus, utilizing a generic card was perfectly fitting, for the likes of Ying Zheng were unpredictable in their might, making them hard to control. You underestimate me. Just wait and see you lose. Fang Ying seethed. Not only was she furious, but the other top scholars were equally displeased. This was too much. Such disdain was akin to trampling on their faces. Let him suffer a bit. Let us see how he holds up, they thought, rallying behind Fang Ying. With a wave, Fang Ying summoned 2 colossal wolves, one cloaked in flames with a horn atop its head, and the other exuding an icy chill. You better give it your all, or you will be humiliated. For this selection, the top scholars had crafted their second card. Not a chance. Upon hearing Su Zhexian's response, Fang Ying wasted no time. She commanded the Frost Moon Wolf and the Sun Flame Wolf to attack simultaneously. Fiery flames and frigid frost erupted forth. Su Zhexian retreated as the rabbit emitted moonlight, conjuring a moon-white shield that deflected their assaults. Yet, the real threat lay in the 2 giant wolves concealed behind the flames and frost, lunging at the rabbit with their sharp claws. Such a simple strategy, let us counterattack. The rabbit responded eagerly, conjuring a massive pestle, like a baseball bat striking a ball. It delivered a powerful blow to the 2 wolves. Boom! The wolves crashed to the ground at Fang Ying's feet, trembling as they struggled to rise, their heads spinning. Some rabbits are truly not to be trifled with, like the flowering rabbit. I see now, this is the collector's edition of the 12 zodiac. A top scholar recognized Su Zhexian's card. The ordinary version was known as the Zodiac Rabbit, while the collector's edition was the Rabbit of the Zodiac. A rare generic card limited to 500 sets nationwide. Underestimated you, huh? Fine. Fang Ying retrieved a pair of boxing gloves from her storage ring and donned them. With the gloves on, she radiated a faint glow, which also enveloped the 2 giant wolves. Giant spirit. Fang Ying and the already massive wolves grew even larger, occupying more than half of the arena. I never expected your cardmaster skills to be this impressive. Su Zhexian looked up at Fang Ying, now surrounded by 3 gigantic forms. You are destined to lose. The enormous iron fists and wolf claws descended with unmatched force. Boom, boom, boom. The fists and claws rained down relentlessly, leaving Su Zhexian no chance to retaliate. The arena floor was reduced to rubble, dust swirling around them. It was only after Fang Ying and the giant wolves returned to their original forms that she inquired, Are you willing to concede? Where did he go? Fang Ying waved away the dust, but Su Zhexian was nowhere to be found. A voice echoed from above, Is this all your strength? Do you have anything else? What? How can you fly? Fang Ying exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the sky. The rabbit not only provided defensive shields and a pestle, but also granted the user incredible speed and leaping ability. Thus, before Fang Ying could launch her attack, Su Zhexian had already evaded, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Having soared into the sky, he then utilized the rooster card, which conferred the ability to hover. It seems you are out of options. This round ends here. With a swish, a shower of colorful feathers transformed into feather blades, raining down like a storm. This was one of the rooster's skills, colorful feather blades. Fang Ying was unable to evade amidst the onslaught. The 2 giant wolves, attempting to shield her, were pierced through and became like hedgehogs. The sharp feather blades formed a cage, trapping Fang Ying within. Victory was determined in the blink of an eye. How could this happen? Fang Ying lamented, tears streaming down her face. The disparity was too great. In her own tier, she had never been defeated so swiftly. The pride of the top scholars vanished in an instant. Oh no, I made my sister cry. Su Zhexian scratched his head, reflecting deeply. Had he won too quickly? Yet, he had exerted himself to prolong the battle. Perhaps he should let the next opponent strike first and refrain from countering. That should prevent further tears, one would think. But it must be said, Su Zhexian was overthinking it. Regardless of his restraint, the next challenger would not last 3 minutes. With just the rabbit and rooster cards, he had triumphed over several challengers. Such strength, what was the source? Chapter 67. My mother bans my heroes. Your family's 5th child possesses extraordinary mental fortitude. Lu Zhan remarked to Su Zhongluo and Yu Liuli, who sat across from him. The rooster's feather blades are like a Gatling gun, firing incessantly. In the Forbidden City, several individuals sat in a grand hall, observing Su Zhexian's impressive display in the water mirror. Xiao Wujiong nodded in agreement. His mental power flows like a river, ceaseless and of high quality. This is what allows generic cards to become even stronger through his mental enhancement. Xiao Wujiong's analysis was indeed accurate. This is the source of Su Zhexian's superiority over ordinary card masters. It is akin to the same divine beast, one nourished solely on mundane sustenance, while the other is fed spiritual elixirs, resulting in two entirely different levels of power. I fervently wish for him to grow even stronger, ensuring absolute certainty in the tournament. Su Chonglu does not share in the joy of his son's accolades. Instead, he is beset by worry, believing Su Zhexian lacks the necessary composure. A decisive victory does little to enhance Su Zhexian's prowess. In the contest for national destiny, the card masters from our adversaries are renowned for their cunning. Thus, Su Chonglu hopes his son can attain greater strength. Moon Liuli understands Su Chonglu's concerns as well. Otherwise, why would they restrict his use of the rabbit and rooster cards? Without the ability to fly, his challenges in battle multiply. Observe what a true mother is. This is it. Su Zhexian's conjecture was not unfounded. The idea of him facing 107 challengers originated from these two. You two are truly the most formidable at setting traps for your child. And particularly for the fifth one, your cruelty knows no bounds. Xia Siming, who specially traveled from the Deer City to observe the selection in the Forbidden City, shook his head with a wry smile. Su Zhexian could not have anticipated that this selection was primarily designed to test his limits. Seeing that the parents were in agreement, Xiao Wujing promptly informed Luo Chuan. At the martial arts arena, Su Zhexian had just knocked a girl off the platform. This was the 13th challenger, and it was becoming rather exhausting. Su Zhexian took a deep breath. A continuous battle was no small feat, especially when others took turns challenging him, which was even more frustrating. What's the matter, my friend? Can you not endure? Luo Chuan ambled over to the edge of the platform, signaling for a pause in the challenges. I'm all right, but could I trouble you for a drink? That's simple enough, Luo Chuan replied, offering Su Zhexian a bottle of mineral water along with a pack of spicy strips. Thank you, brother, for your generosity. I bow to you in gratitude. It's nothing. However, I have something to inform you. Go ahead. Your mother has forbidden you from using the rabbit and rooster cards. Uft. Su Zhexian coughed in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. The meaning in his gaze was unmistakable. Are you joking? No, it's a message from Big Xia. Absolutely true. You'll need to step up now. It's quite tragic. Luo Chuan leisurely departed, leaving Su Zhexian to gaze up at the sky. I am fighting alone. Yet my mother bans my heroes. Oh well, who can blame her? Complaining to Yujing Mountain would be futile. I might even face a severe reprimand upon returning home. Su Zhexian sighed deeply, recalling the rabbit and rooster cards. From now on, I shall not use the rabbit and rooster cards. Who among you will challenge me? Su Zhexian announced to the crowd with an air of indifference. What? You are going too far. This is a blatant insult to us. Some challengers expressed outrage. Just because you possess a bit of power, you become arrogant. Do you not understand that there are greater forces beyond your comprehension? Why not use them? Who do you look down on? We have even more formidable competitors yet to take the stage. This only served to exacerbate the misunderstandings and intensify the taunts. Su Zhexian remained silent. Is it that I do not wish to use them? It is my mother who forbids it. Where shall I seek justice? The top scholars were incensed, and a stout figure leaped onto the platform. I am Qin Shi Huang from Tianming City, and I possess a collector's edition of the 12 zodiac cards. I shall not take advantage of you. Let us settle this with our zodiac cards. Qin Shi Huang, with thick brows and bright eyes, was stocky, weighing approximately 200 pounds, giving Su Zhexian the impression of a large potato. Very well. However, you had best unleash your full strength, for I am in search of a teammate. Su Zhexian warned. Once you can defeat me, perhaps the title of champion will be mine. Qin Shi Huang chuckled, producing 2 card pieces. The Ox of the 12 Zodiac grants strength to its user and possesses both Guardian and Taunt skills. The Snake of the 12 Zodiac imbues its user with toxins and possesses skills such as Venom and Disguise. Intriguing. I shall employ the same cards. Su Zhexian conjured both the Ox and the Snake. The 2 oxen glared at each other fiercely before charging forth, simultaneously activating their taunt skills, thereby controlling Su Zhexian and Qin Shi Huang. However, an unexpected change occurred at that moment. Qin Shi Huang's plump form suddenly vanished. Huh. Su Zhexian was taken aback, only to see the snake unleash a stream of venom towards him, and then it too disappeared. In the next instant, a strand of monkey hair floated down, transforming into dozens of small monkeys. The little monkeys chattered incessantly, encircling Su Zhexian and obstructing his line of sight. "You thick-browed fellow, attempting to outmaneuver me. Guardian." Su Zhexian called out, and his ox granted him a protective shield. At that very moment, a dagger gleaming with green light silently glided across Su Zhexian's throat. A massive snake suddenly appeared, its mouth agape, revealing azure fangs as it lunged towards Su Zhexian. Bang! The dagger failed to breach Su Zhexian's shield in the slightest, and the fangs met the same fate. Instead, Qin Shi Huang and his snake were repelled by the force of the shield. "Your shield is quite peculiar," Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, feeling a tingling numbness throughout his body as he stared at Su Zhexian in astonishment. "It's merely thicker." Su Zhexian retaliated with a punch, sending Qin Shi Huang's ox flying. He then commanded the snake to spray venom, obliterating the swarm of little monkeys. "How can this be? Even the range of your venom surpasses mine." Qin Shi Huang stood up, grappling with existential doubt. His plan had been to intentionally lead Su Zhexian into using the same cards, temporarily controlling his ox and person with the initial taunt. Then, utilizing the monkey's skill to obscure Su Zhexian's vision and distract his attention, he intended to execute a decisive strike with himself and the snake as dual offensive forces. Even if Su Zhexian blocked the dagger, he believed he could not fend off the snake's assault. Yet, Su Zhexian's ox's shield had nullified everything cleanly, without even breaking. This reveals the disparity in mental prowess. The quality of the mental energy employed directly affects the nature of the shields created. Even with an additional monkey card, "I could not defeat you. I concede defeat," Qin Shi Huang admitted, his head drooping. In truth, he had also utilized the card master skill, stealth, but was too embarrassed to admit it. "With your rotund form, I initially thought you were a tank. I did not expect you to take the route of an assassin. Your deception is quite effective, and your intellect is sharp." Su Zhexian found Qin Shi Huang rather intriguing. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Use your most adept card set. Allow me to witness how this rotund assassin earned the title of champion in Ming City." Qin Shi Huang's eyes widened in excitement. "Really? Of course. A citizen of Xia does not deceive another." Chapter 68. King of Assassins. Qin Shi Huang trembled with excitement, his ample flesh quaking. He had not anticipated that Su Zhexian would offer him a chance to showcase his abilities. This indicated Su Zhexian's interest in him, perhaps leading to a partnership. Qin Shi Huang completely forgot his earlier proclamations of claiming the title. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly begun to acknowledge Su Zhexian's strength. Thank you. In that case, my cards are Yinshi and Mechanized Wolves." Qin Shi Huang solemnly produced 2 purple cards. A stout wooden figure resembling him and 100 wooden mechanized wolves materialized on the stage. "Wow, this guy is employing a swarm strategy," Su Zhexian thought. "No wonder he appears so robust. Only a wealthy person could afford such a strategy." The absence of mechanized beasts earlier was likely to avoid damage that could affect subsequent matches. Regardless, this combination seemed peculiar. An assassin utilizing a swarm strategy? The spectators among the top scholars engaged in fervent discussion. Swarm strategies are relatively rare due to their high entry barriers, which ordinary families cannot afford. Firstly, a substantial amount of materials is required for the core card, Yinshi. Yinshi then creates specific types of mechanized beasts, whose quality reflects that of the Yinshi. These mechanized beasts act as extensions of the Yinshi, endowed with unique abilities such as enhanced speed, defense, and attack power, or forming special formations with limitless variations. The advantage of the explosive troop strategy lies in its ability to exert immense pressure on the enemy's defenses in a remarkably short span of time. A single misstep can lead to an instant defeat. However, its sole drawback is its costly nature. When a mechanical beast is vanquished, it does not merely return to the deck for cooldown, it is permanently lost. Reinforcement requires an even greater expenditure of resources. Intrigued, he decided to test the waters. Opting not to change his cards, Su Zhexian calmly nodded. To him, the conventional explosive troop strategy was merely satisfactory. His Qin dynasty elite warriors were superior, more numerous, and would not be destroyed. Qin Shi Huang remained unfazed by Su Zhexian's demeanor, aware that his opponent's confidence was the source of such nonchalance. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as 100 mechanical wolves emitted howls akin to those of their wild counterparts, their wooden bodies shimmering with a metallic gleam. The wolves charged from all directions towards Su Zhexian, as if engaged in a primal hunt. "I have a question. You wouldn't be distressed by the destruction of the mechanical beasts, would you?" Su Zhexian's inquiry went unanswered. For Qin Shi Huang's plump figure had vanished once again. "Oh, I'll take that as a no," Su Zhexian mused. Realizing this was a tactic to use the pack of wolves as a diversion, akin to the earlier disturbance created by the little monkeys. As the wolves closed in on Zhexian, they suddenly opened their maws, unleashing torrents of flames. Hundreds of fire streams converged, creating a fiery inferno. Caught off guard, an ordinary opponent would undoubtedly be scorched by the flames. Even if they evaded the fire, the wolves' sharp claws would follow closely behind. The true threat, hidden away, was Qin Shi Huang himself. It was a cleverly woven trap, intricately designed. However, Zhexian deemed this strategy of limited utility. He summoned the Bowl of Misfortune to reinforce his shield. The shield's radiant glow left Qin Shi Huang utterly frustrated. Witnessing the Bull's shield withstand the fiery assault without dissipating, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, the battle must continue. Such a rare opportunity must be seized. Qin Shi Huang's rotund form moved with surprising agility. Akin to a butterfly, he commanded the mechanical wolves to attack furiously while stealthily approaching Zhexian. Explode, he silently urged. The two closest mechanical wolves to Zhexian suddenly detonated. Caught unprepared, the shockwave from the explosion caused Zhexian to stumble. Now's my chance. Qin Shi Huang's silhouette appeared behind Zhexian, his dagger striking out like a venomous snake. I told you, my shield is impenetrable. Zhexian turned to Qin Shi Huang with a smile. Yet, Qin Shi Huang smiled back. A collective gasp arose from the spectators as another Qin Shi Huang, seizing the moment of Zhexian's distraction, stealthily lunged with a dagger. This was the true lethal move. Taunt. The Bowl of Misfortune let out a resounding bellow, and a radiant light enveloped the arena, activating a widespread taunt. All enemies, including Qin Shi Huang, were compelled to attack the bowl, causing the fatal strike to veer off course from Zhexian. How could this be? Qin Shi Huang was left speechless. Everything had been calculated. Yet he had not anticipated the vast range of the bull's taunt. No, I still have a chance. After missing his opportunity, Qin Shi Huang swiftly retreated. However, a mechanical wolf unexpectedly collided with him, swiftly binding him up tightly. It turned out to be a snake disguised as a mechanical wolf that had launched a surprise attack. You've lost, Zhexian chuckled, observing Qin Shi Huang, now tightly wrapped like a rice dumpling. I concede, I am thoroughly defeated. Qin Shi Huang's round face bore a bittersweet smile of resignation. Thank you for not truly destroying the mechanical wolves. Zhexian had the chance to let the snake unleash its venom upon them, which would have significantly impacted Qin Shi Huang's standing in the subsequent matches. That tactician is also a ruse, isn't he? Zhexian pointed to the tactician who had been directing the pack of wolves. Ah, you discern that too? Qin Shi Huang was astounded. The tactician was indeed a decoy, intentionally drawing the enemy's attention. Typically, eliminating the tactician would render the mechanical wolves useless. Qin Shi Huang's tactician possessed a unique skill, possession. The mechanical beast he possessed would be the true tactician. Had Zhexian attacked the decoy, he would have been ensnared by traps, unable to retaliate. After all, a motionless tactician seemed too out of place and required enhancement. Thank you, I understand now. Qin Shi Huang expressed his gratitude and added, I actually possess two card skills, stealth and double illusion. Gasps echoed from the audience as they processed Qin Shi Huang's explosive revelation. Astonished by his prowess, this hefty fellow is no ordinary competitor, they murmured. To grasp two such complementary skills at the onset, what a genius. He is truly a master of disguises, appearing easy to overtake while being exceptionally formidable. The parents were equally impressed. The explosive troop strategy alone could surpass many opponents. Coupled with the unpredictable assassination techniques, it became even more formidable. Had he not encountered Zhexian, victory would have been well within Qin Shi Huang's grasp. This indirectly highlighted Zhexian's formidable strength. The same cards and skills wielded entirely different outcomes in Zhexian's hands. At that moment, the spectators truly comprehended why Zhexian had been accepted early into the Academy of all things. Strength was the unequivocal answer. Zhexian instructed the snake to release Qin Shi Huang, smiling, truly a prodigious talent. You are naturally suited to be an assassin. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I aspire to be the king of assassins. Qin Shi Huang declared. Very well, king of assassins, you may take your leave. Hey, no, I meant the king of assassins. I know, the man who is the king of assassins, Zhexian said, giving Qin Shi Huang a playful kick to send him off the stage. All right, next contestant. Chapter 69. Because he is the emperor, has it already begun? We haven't missed anything, have we? Li Qingyan and a young man with flowing white hair entered the grand hall, smiling. Upon seeing the white-haired gentleman, Xiao Wujing, Xiao Siming, and the others rose to greet him, indicating his high status. What brings you here? Su Chonglu inquired. There's nothing happening in the spirit realm, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to see how our emperor performs, the white-haired gentleman replied, gesturing toward the water mirror displaying Zhexian. He has already triumphed over 13 city champions. To garner such attention from the Moon Monarch, my little fifth must be performing remarkably well, Yuli remarked. Indeed, the white-haired gentleman was Bai Ming, one of the 7 palace masters of the 7 Treasures Palace on Jade Capital Mountain, primarily responsible for the defense affairs of the Summer Kingdom's spirit realm. He also participated in various decisions within the Summer Kingdom. For instance, the decision to have Zhexian as the core of this tri-nation competition was collectively made by the 7 palace masters. This matter pertained to the nation's fate. Had the other 6 palace masters not been preoccupied, they would undoubtedly have come to witness Zhexian's performance. After all, he was the sole possessor of the Emperor card in the Summer Kingdom. At that moment, the water mirror showcased Zhexian discerning Qin Shi Huang's assassination attempt. To neutralize such a formidable attack using only a common card, Li Qingyan gasped softly. She had some understanding of Zhexian, yet she had not anticipated his effortless victory without resorting to the Emperor card. Those endowed with the Emperor's fortune are indeed extraordinary, Bai Ming affirmed, reflecting on their own inability to single-handedly contend with 107 city champions at Zhexian's age. The difficulty of this first trial was undeniably formidable. Primarily, Zhexian's prior performance during the deer hunting war had been exceptionally brilliant. Thus, the 7 palace masters had accepted Su Chonlu and his wife's proposal for him to face all challengers alone. It was now evident that Zhexian could not only meet this challenge, but also had reserves of strength remaining. Thanks to him, the spirit realm cities of the Summer Kingdom have undergone a transformation, Bai Ming remarked with a gentle sigh. This simple observation left those around him in awe. Xia Siming was the first to inquire, how have the spirit realm cities changed? What do you mean? As the Emperor, Bai Ming beamed with joy, having not experienced such happiness in a long time. In the realm of Ling, the defensive front line of the Xia Kingdom was comprised of 5 cities, each named after one of the 5 great mountains, Taishan, Hengshan, Songshan, Huashan, and Hengshan. Just 2 days prior, these 5 cities had suddenly trembled. At that moment, Bai Ming and the senior officials of the Xia Kingdom believed that high-dimensional demons were launching yet another assault. However, upon investigation, they were met with delightful surprise. Led by Taishan City, the 5 cities were enveloped in a radiant golden light. This golden light eventually solidified into a faint golden barrier. From that day forth, the cities within the Xia Kingdom's Ling realm were endowed with their own protective barriers. Although this barrier was still relatively weak and might not withstand several rounds of demonic attacks, it brought tears of joy to countless card masters of the Xia Kingdom in the Ling realm. While other nations enjoyed the protection of barriers that kept demons at bay, the Xia Kingdom had relied solely on its city walls and the bravery of its people to fend off these malevolent forces, resulting in countless sacrifices each year. Simultaneously, this development hinted at the potential emergence of an imperial card for the Xia Kingdom, a monumental event that could send ripples across the globe. Bai Ming and the 7 palace masters swiftly made a decision to inform all cities, proclaiming that this was a barrier device deployed by the Xia Kingdom to conceal the existence of the imperial card and to protect Zhexian from the prying eyes of other nations. Of course, other countries were not easily deceived. However, the 7 palace masters held confidence, as the barrier of the 5 cities was faintly golden, in contrast to the white barriers of other countries. Thus, the Xia Kingdom could firmly assert that this was merely the effect of a device. The card masters of the Xia Kingdom were either enlightened or perplexed, but ultimately, their reactions mattered little. Within the Grand Hall, the men grinned foolishly, while the women had tears in their eyes. It was unexpected that even as a silver-tiered individual, Bai Ming could reflect the fortune of the Xia Kingdom. This only underscored the unparalleled strength of the Xia Emperor. The Emperor's might could suppress the nation's fate if they were to reclaim lost cities. One could only imagine the moment when the Xia's fortune would soar like a divine dragon. At this moment, Bai Ming presented them with an even grander vision. Given his current rate of growth, he might just be able to catch up to the impending century-long battle, the global war of emperors. Su Chonlu rose in excitement, asking, "Is it truly possible?" The War of Emperors, as the name suggests, involved battles between emperors. Every 50 years, the holders of the royal cards from various nations convened under the pretext of mutual exchange and skill enhancement, but in reality, it was a fierce competition for power and resources. The outcomes of these battles would reorder the global hierarchy of kings. Those ranked higher would enjoy greater resources and influence. The Xia Kingdom, lacking an emperor, had no qualification to participate, rendering it vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Yet, Once they grew strong enough and the Xia kingdom was prepared, they would announce to the world, the Emperor of Xia has arrived. Bai Yueming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Filled with boundless ambition, the others, too, gazed at Su Zhexian within the water mirror with newfound reverence. He was indeed a treasure of the Xia kingdom. Just as one would carefully sculpt a precious jade, how much more attention should be given to an emperor? Within the water mirror, after Qin Shi's departure, several challengers attempted to confront Su Zhexian, all of whom were effortlessly defeated. With merely 2 universal cards, he managed to handle a variety of challengers. He even became increasingly adept at employing the strategies of the ugly ox and the snake. If he were to utilize the other 8 zodiac cards, the battles would conclude even more swiftly. Xiao Wujing explained with a smile. Aside from the ugly ox and the snake, aren't there's supposed to be 10 zodiac cards left? Li Qingyan queried. Haha, that's a question for Lu Li. Moon Lu Li shrugged, blinking. I have prohibited him from using the rabbit and the rooster. What? You're quite something. Li Qingyan rolled her eyes, feeling sorry for Su Zhexian to have such a demanding mother. Truly, Moon Lu Li was the most whimsical of them all. Even her methods of training her child were refreshingly unique. Bai Yueming stifled a laugh. Humph, to us, little Wu holds extraordinary significance, not to mention the War of Emperors. Even in the matter of the 3 kingdoms contests, the stronger he becomes, the better. Old Xia, please notify him once more to refrain from using the ugly ox and the snake. He has become too accustomed to them, and the challenge is diminishing. Moon Lu Li suggested to Xiao Wujing. Xiao Wujing wore an expression of feigned cruelty, as did the others. However, since his mother had spoken, they naturally complied. After all, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Nonsense. How can this not be a bad thing? What then is? In the training arena, beneath the stage, Su Zhexian glared wide-eyed, quietly questioning Luo Chuan. Moments ago, Luo Chuan had summoned him down, and Su Zhexian had assumed it was for a brief respite, given that he had already fought over 30 challengers. Yet what happened? He was once again prohibited from using the ugly ox and the snake. It was clear that this was an attempt to intensify the challenge for him. Feeling dejected, he wanted to cry. Chapter 70. The melody of the willow and the heart of the Qin. Su Zhexian's emotions were quite complex. It was akin to when your mother assigns you a test. When you solve the problems with remarkable speed and accuracy, she declares, these are too easy for you. Let us find another. Fine, a new test arrives. Slightly challenging at first, but as you find the right approach, you become more adept, thinking that once completed, you can finally rest your mind. Yet, your mother then suggests, my dear, you're so impressive. How about trying the national mathematics competition problems for fun? At that moment, you would feel an overwhelming urge to tear those papers apart and upend your desk. Su Zhexian felt akin to that now, wanting to weep in frustration. Brother, lighten up. Life has no insurmountable obstacles. Look at me, still single despite being this handsome, and I'm not as disheartened as you. Luo Chuan patted Su Zhexian's shoulder in comfort. Su Zhexian glanced at Luo Chuan's greasy hair and said, brother, maybe you should wash your hair. Seriously, I don't have time to wash it. I'm busy climbing ranks, Luo Chuan replied, continuing to walk in flip-flops while pulling out his phone to rank up. Su Zhexian remained speechless for a long time. After finishing the water, he returned to the stage to battle once more. Ahem, I must clarify, I'm not mocking you all. I just received word that I'm also prohibited from using the ugly ox and the snake. Perhaps they consider you too weak and are lowering the difficulty for you. Su Zhexian said, his expression one of exasperation. Silence fell over the entire venue. To be belittled once was already humiliating, but to face it again, and even more painfully, was a repeated assault on their dignity. What expression was he wearing? Was he feeling wronged? Or were they? Though he claimed it was an edict. His expression made one want to punch him. Go ahead, not a single one has managed to defeat me. Otherwise, could he still be so smug? The top scorers were furious, their faces flushed red as they rushed onto the stage. My brother is truly formidable and idle. Jiang Huaxiong clenched his fists, filled with excitement. The strong are always admired, especially when they are closely related to oneself. Observing Su Zhexian effortlessly tackling various challenges, Jiang Huaxiong transformed into an adoring fan. In terms of sheer power, he could rival the 5 fortunes. Even without using cards, he might still defeat many. Jiang Wenjio's beautiful eyes were filled with the image of Su Zhexian. She appreciated every battle, aside from a few girls who had expressed their affections for Su Zhexian. At that moment, another striking figure ascended the stage, Wu Weiwei, the top scorer from Tianhui City. Wu Wei's graceful figure resembled the gentle dance of willow catkins. Yet her gaze exuded a fierce intensity. With a decisive flicker of her wrist, she manifested a colossal willow tree. Its roots anchored firmly to the arena, while its fresh, verdant branches cascaded down, enveloping Wu Wei in a protective embrace. "Greetings, I look forward to your guidance," she said. Su Zhixian nodded, perceiving her as a typical young woman, devoid of chaotic declarations, exuding a poised demeanor, clearly a practitioner of botanical magic. He contemplated his next move and conjured two zodiac cards, the tiger and the dragon of the Chinese zodiac. The purple dragon spiraled majestically above him, constantly bestowing its protection, while the golden-striped tiger emanated an aura of intimidation. Together, they formed a formidable duo, possessing a unique combination skill and standing as the only two cards in the collectible zodiac series with elemental attacks. Upon witnessing Su Zhixian summon the tiger and dragon, Wu Wei immediately took action. The branches of the willow elongated abruptly, striking out towards Su Zhixian with astonishing speed. What a fearsome willow, Su Zhixian mused, yet remained unperturbed as he commanded the tiger to charge forward. With a thunderous roar, the tiger unleashed a tempest, disrupting the trajectory of the willow branches. Then, with a powerful leap, the tiger swiped its claws, shredding the willow limbs as if they were mere fabric. Impressive, yet Wu Wei smiled, continuing to direct the willow. Transform into swords. The severed branches rejuvenated, morphing into delicate willow swords, light as gossamer petals drifting in the wind, devoid of any predictable path. The tiger's mighty paws failed to connect with the ethereal swords, which, in return, inflicted notable damage upon it. Burning flames, Su Zhixian commanded. Golden flames engulfed the tiger, incinerating the approaching willow swords into ash. Continue, unleash your full strength. Rather than launching an offensive, he, like with previous challengers, afforded Wu Wei the opportunity to strike. Wu Wei nodded. Then you must tread carefully. This time, the frenzied branches lashed out, intermingled with the willow swords, obscured by the similarly green foliage, making them more challenging to detect. Tempest of flames, guard. Following Su Zhixian's command, the tiger's golden flames intertwined with the raging winds, forming a fiery tempest that encircled him. Both branches and swords were kept at bay, incinerated upon contact, as sparks ignited the air, painting a brilliant tapestry. The once vibrant willow now stood bare, yet its roots absorbed the earth's strength, hastening its recovery. It seems the time has come for my offensive, Su Zhixian decided, applying pressure on Wu Wei. Dragon, thunder. A deep, resonant dragon's roar reverberated through the air. The dragon, coiling through the clouds, unleashed bolts of lightning that enveloped Wu Wei and her willow. What an exaggeration. This was no mere thunderstorm, but a cataclysmic tempest. Observing the terrifying display of electricity, Qin Shi Huang was left speechless, reflecting on his own dragon's meager lightning strikes. He felt a pang of envy, especially considering the dangers of standing beneath a tree during a thunderstorm. Wu Wei understood the risks but chose to endure beneath the protective canopy of the willow, which fervently absorbed the earth's energy to shield her. Yet, she felt the strain, occasionally jolted by the electric shocks, leaving her somewhat disoriented. I cannot remain passive, she resolved, settling into a meditative posture and retrieving an ancient guqin from her storage ring. Zheng. The strings resonated, invoking the skill of her card master, Willow Melody. In conjunction with the willow, it doubled the power of her sword attacks. As Wu Wei plucked the strings, a massive surge of verdant sword energy erupted, cleaving through the lightning and aiming directly at the dragon above. Unexpectedly strong. Su Zhixian acknowledged the formidable sword energy with a nod of appreciation before pointing skyward. Chapter 71. The blooming of dandelions with a mere gesture. The purple dragon swooped down from the heavens. The tiger let out a commanding roar, leaping into the air. As they converged, they formed a radiant sphere of purple and gold. Gradually, the spheres merged, transforming into a resplendent, celestial figure of gold and purple. The immense green sword energy was captured effortlessly by this being, crushed to fragments with a mere squeeze. Isn't the universal card too powerful? Even a collectible version seems excessively strong. Qin Shi Huang retorted, knowing well the capabilities of the 12 zodiac cards. The fusion of the same skill, Dragon-S Roar and Tiger-S Howl, summoned a celestial being for Su Zhixian, while he conjured a mere celestial soldier, shabby in comparison. Moreover, Su Zhixian's mental energy appeared inexhaustible, requiring only brief moments of rest before returning to battle. As Su Zhixian fought over 30 rounds, subtle details began to reveal his terrifying prowess, gradually winning over the prideful hearts of the onlookers. Yet, Wu Wei on the arena was not ready to concede defeat. I've been waiting for you to use that move, a smirk graced her lips. The preceding maneuvers were meticulously crafted for this very moment. In Wu Wei's eyes, summoning such a celestial being would undoubtedly drain a significant amount of mental energy, typically followed by a cooldown or period of weakness. Thus, She believed this to be her true moment of triumph. Bloom, oh dandelions. At some point, nearly invisible, translucent dandelions began to swirl around the arena. Their coverage was extensive, landing upon every inch of the stage, including Su Zhexian and the celestial being. With Wu Wei's command, the dandelions glowed, voraciously siphoning the mental energy of all creatures they touched. Under this drain, the celestial being faltered, transforming back into the dragon and tiger. What a powerful skill. This is a true finishing move. All the previous sword energies and frenzied attacks served to ensure the dandelions settled unnoticed. Such a strategy was ingeniously crafted, especially as it absorbed the opponent's mental energy, a terrifying prospect indeed. Moreover, look, Wu Wei's willow is rapidly regenerating, as is she. The onlookers erupted in excitement. They pondered and debated, placing themselves in Su Zhexian's position, realizing that there seemed to be no way to counter Wu Wei's strategy, leaving them in awe. Anticipation built up as they wondered how Su Zhexian would respond, questioning whether he would resort to true card summoning. However, the thought of being drained of mental energy posed a dilemma. How could he manifest a genuine card afterward? Thus, it appeared Su Zhexian had only one path left: concession. Should I play along? At that moment, Su Zhexian perceived the situation differently. The consumption of his mental energy felt negligible. After all, his mental reservoir was vast as the sea, rendering a mere trickle of golden energy equivalent to 100-fold for another. The minuscule amount Wu Wei absorbed during that brief interval paled in comparison to the 30 units consumed by Ing Zhang's unified command. Let Wu Wei siphon a year's worth of vitality. It would hardly affect him. Su Zhexian turned back to eliminate the demon, restoring his strength. One can only imagine how deeply Wu Weiwei felt this experience. How could his mental fortitude be so abundant? Wu Weiwei's face flushed, as she sensed herself nearing her limits. The falling petal willow had already rejuvenated, mending all its wounds. Yet, Su Zhexian appeared unfazed, which was quite unreasonable. Never mind, she thought. I shall feign calmness to relieve some pressure, lest I appear too relaxed and invite greater intensity. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhexian made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the Fang Tianhua Ji from his storage ring. I shall fight you, he declared, raising the weapon and charging towards Wu Weiwei with the assistance of the Chun Dragon and Yin Tiger. His anxious expression suggested he was determined to give it his all. This felt right. Such immense mental strength was unlikely. Wu Weiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, regaining her confidence. With her state fully restored and her opponent at his wit's end, the advantage was hers. The outcome of Su Zhexian's charge was predetermined. A resounding roar echoed through the arena as the Chun Dragon bestowed upon him the powers of thunder and torrential rain, while the Yin Tiger granted him the might of flames and storms. These two forces intertwined, merging into the Fang Tianhua Ji, which now shone brilliantly. A three-legged golden crow, radiating an unstoppable aura, illuminated the surroundings. The sudden brilliance temporarily blinded Wu Weiwei. By the time her vision returned, the tip of the Fang Tianhua Ji was poised at her throat. Meanwhile, the falling petal willow had been severed, split into two. Alas, she had lost. Wu Weiwei forced a bitter smile and sighed deeply, conceding defeat. She was not alone in her melancholy. The champions in the stands shared a similar sentiment. With such a significant advantage, many had believed Su Zhexian would finally falter. Yet, the tide of victory had turned in the blink of an eye, leaving them lamenting. In truth, Wu Weiwei was formidable, having pushed Su Zhexian to wield a weapon. It was indeed commendable, as she had drained his mental energy. Even if he were given time to recover, he could never return to his previous flawless state. The next challenger would have an even greater opportunity to dethrone him. Ultimately, his 37 consecutive victories had already reached his limit, a remarkable feat. The champions held great admiration for Su Zhexian's prowess. Even the parents were awestruck, acknowledging him as a prodigy. If they were to compete without utilizing their own cards, achieving 10 consecutive victories would be nothing short of miraculous. With the celestial martial arts already displayed, it seemed he had reached his peak. Perhaps a brief pause was in order for him to regain his mental strength. In the next round, he would likely employ his own cards. Inside the palace, Li Qingyan observed the scene within the water mirror and inquired of the others. Bai Yueming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strain on him. It is indeed commendable that he has endured this long while relying solely on 2 cards. The decision to grant early admission was astute. He truly is the emperor. Xiao Wujing's smile illuminated his face, expressing confidence. No rush, let us observe further. He should still be able to hold on. I know my son well. His competitive spirit is fierce, and he will not concede easily. Understanding their son, Su Chonglu signaled for patience. Yu Lioli also nodded in agreement, refraining from mentioning the prohibition of using the Qun dragon and Yin tiger again. In this manner, Su Zhexian had achieved his goal of relieving pressure. His mental energy was abundant enough to freely cast forbidden spells without concern. With the assistance of the Qun dragon and Yin tiger alongside the Fang Tianhua Ji in hand, his combat prowess had surpassed that of earlier trials. Of course, he still needed to maintain the pretense. Otherwise, he would once again draw the intensity of scrutiny. Ahem, let us proceed. The next challenger. Su Zhexian spoke with a feigned weakness, propping the Fang Tianhua Ji against the ground, appearing on the verge of collapse. Chapter 72. I increase my own intensity. Bang. 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 The battle raged on the martial arts stage as Su Zhexian, with the Qun dragon and Yin tiger as his aides, wielded the Fang Tianhua Ji like a god of war. Yet, he consistently triumphed by the narrowest of margins, leaving the challengers disheartened. Damn it. I was so close to defeating him. One lamented. Indeed, I had him on the ropes, only for him to exploit a flaw and strike me down. What a pity. The defeated champions gathered to discuss their experiences, feeling a mix of resentment and admiration towards Su Zhexian in the arena. They could not deny his indomitable will. Look at him, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He truly is at his limit. Even at this stage, he refused to deploy his original cards. They admired his resilience, but if given another chance, they were confident they could defeat him. Unbeknownst to Su Zhexian, he reveled in his current state. Overcoming challengers without pressure was immensely gratifying, especially when he instilled a false hope in them. This compelled them to exert their utmost efforts, allowing him to observe their strengths and weaknesses without appearing overwhelmingly powerful, thereby evading undue pressure. Yet, this situation tested his acting skills. Ahem. Let me have a sip of water. I need a 5-minute break, he said, leaning on the Fang Tianhua Ji while taking a few sips. His appearance only reinforced the impression that he was on the verge of exhaustion. Sister, how many challengers has it been? I've lost count, Jiang Huaxiong asked. The 68th. Jiang Wenjiu replied with a smile. Brother Xian is truly formidable, like a god of war, relentless in battle. If he maintains this state, he can win it all. Huh. Jiang Huaxiong looked perplexed, not grasping Jiang Wenjiu's meaning. Is my sister even a bigger fan than I am? With this near-collapsed demeanor, where does the confidence to win come from? Jiang Shan patted Jiang Huaxiong's bewildered head. You'll understand as you watch. Indeed, based on familiarity with Su Zhexian, Jiang Wenjiu had discerned the truth. Su Zhexian was the type to sweep away all obstacles with overwhelming force. If a significant crisis were to arise, he would not hold back, but would instead extinguish the dangerous spark with a devastating assault. In other words, he was a man who relished annihilating his foes swiftly. He never favored a gradual approach to battle. Against adversaries, his strikes were always decisive, leaving no room for second chances. What if he couldn't finish them off? He would simply retreat. There was no room for protracted struggles or drawn-out battles. Such scenarios were inconceivable. After experiencing despair in the Guanshan Moon's secret realm, Su Zhexian would never again allow himself to fall into such dire straits. This time, he intentionally feigned weakness to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the other champions, seeking to identify suitable allies for future combat. The fate of the great Xia depended on completing the puzzle. For this, Su Zhexian was willing to endure some hardship. Jiang Shan, discerning Su Zhexian's performance through Jiang Wenjiu's judgment and the perspective of the sacred domain level, recognized that he was merely acting. If Jiang Shan could perceive this, it was only natural that his parents would too. Truly, this rascal has deceived us. Su Chonglu could not help but cover his face, feeling embarrassed. What do you mean he deceived us? Li Qingyan inquired, curious. Yu Lioli shot a glance at Li Qingyan. No wonder Xiao Wu called you a foolish ant. Can you not see he is concealing his true abilities? Every challenge following Wu Weiwei had been orchestrated under his control, allowing his opponents to unknowingly unleash their full potential. Li Qingyan asked, bewildered, have you all noticed this? Ahem. To be honest, I didn't catch on, but I want to question it, Lu Zhan chuckled. Xia Siming remarked. His acting skills are truly exceptional. It's a form of power in itself. Indeed, it serves to confuse his opponents during battle. Xia Wujing concurred. Bai Yueming articulated Su Zhexian's true sentiments. He feared we would impose further challenges upon him, deliberately stalling like a student reluctant to confront additional assignments from their parents. Despite possessing the answers, he would procrastinate, taking his time to think and write, knowing that if he completed the task within the allotted time, his parents would refrain from assigning extra work, allowing him to retire for the night. Now that we had seen through his ruse, we could not let him off easily. We would continue to restrict his Chunlong and Yinhucks, eager to discover what other tricks he might employ. Yu Lioli's beautiful eyes narrowed. Xiao Wujian promptly relayed a message to Luo Chuan. Alas, here we go again. Will we ever get to play ranked matches? Luo Chuan glanced at the message on his phone, shaking his head as he slipped on his slippers and approached the arena. On the stage, Su Zhexian had just triumphed over another top scholar. Turning, he spotted the disheveled, yet charismatic Luo Chuan approaching. Did he see through my strategy that quickly? Indeed, but I have already achieved considerable success, defeating several opponents. Luo Chuan flashed Su Zhexian a thumbs up. Su Zhexian shook his head, saying, Enough, you needn't say more, I understand. This time, I shall impose a challenge upon myself. I will forego the use of the zodiac cards entirely. Luo Chuan was taken aback, as if confronted by a monster. Are you truly that formidable? Or do you intend to lose on purpose? Not at all. I have a condition. Could you help me convey it? Su Zhexian replied. What is it? They can't hear you. Luo Chuan gestured towards the sky. I relinquish my right to use the zodiac cards, but will employ one mount card. After this, you must not restrict my mount card any longer. His declaration resonated throughout the arena, reaching both those who had faced him and those yet to challenge him. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. They had all been outwitted by Su Zhexian. He had navigated the challenges with ease. While they had been mere puppets under his control, a sense of shame and frustration enveloped the defeated scholars. Those who had yet to compete felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thankfully, they had not rushed onto the stage. With Su Zhexian now foregoing the zodiac cards, their chances of victory appeared significantly greater. If their opponent was not utilizing cards, and they still faced defeat, they could only blame their own inadequacies. They agreed to his terms, stipulating that once the mount was selected, it could not be changed mid-battle. Yu Lioli and Li Qingyan had witnessed Su Zhexian's 8 steeds before. Although swift, considering he would not be using the zodiac cards, it seemed reasonable. They also reminded him that if he struggled, he could utilize his own cards. Luo Chuan conveyed this to Su Zhexian. Oh, so you intend to provoke me, do you? I truly have no need for my cards. It is unnecessary. Su Zhexian's lips curled into a confident smile. However, the scholars felt that his arrogance was a direct affront to them. Such words only serve to highlight our inadequacies. They retorted, if the trial of the Deer War were still in play, they would likely empathize with the scholars, as they too had been chastised as inadequate by Su Zhexian. The truth was they had indeed fallen short, which was quite disheartening. Then I shall select the 73rd chapter, Shi Huang. A golden steed appeared beside Su Zhexian, affectionately nuzzling him. Shi Huang's thick mane flowed like water, its powerful, graceful limbs exuding the wild spirit characteristic of noble steeds. What a magnificent mount! Luo Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, reaching out to stroke it, only to have Shi Huang evade him. The reason was simple. Disheveled fellow, do not touch me. Wait, did you just say you have many such steeds? Luo Chuan asked, astonished. Not many, just 8 in total. Tears of envy welled in Luo Chuan's eyes. He had no mount, as the crane fairy never carried him, which was quite disheartening. You should continue with your ranked matches. I must proceed. Not playing anymore. I lost in the promotion matches. It's all because of my incompetent teammates. Luo Chuan grumbled. Su Zhexian, bemused, shook his head, offering some consolation. It's all right. Once this is over, I'll help you rank up. I'm incredibly strong. Really? Then I eagerly await your guidance. Luo Chuan rejoiced, delighted that a formidable ally would assist him. Su Zhexian mounted his steed, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, surveying his surroundings with an air of unrivaled dominance. His appearance and presence were captivating. My earlier admiration was well placed. Surely, no girl could resist his charm. Most female spectators were starry-eyed, while the boys collectively grumbled, damn it, he showing off again. I wish I could be that handsome. No worries. This guy can't affect us, they reassured themselves. After all, he was at the Wanxiang Academy, and our chances of being admitted were exceedingly slim. Indeed, we could easily dominate at the Beijing and Qingmu academies. Yet, they still held on to their pride, determined to defeat him with all their might. The boys, filled with righteous indignation, selected new challengers to face him in the arena. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian inwardly chastised himself for overlooking the fact that he should have donned the Ming armor. That would have truly showcased the pinnacle of his aesthetic prowess. Despite his self-reflection, the battle must go on. A new challenger had already leaped onto the stage, instantly manifesting a blood-eyed giant ape and a silver-ringed golden bear. Su Zhexian, let us battle. Then let battle commence. Su Zhexian charged forward on horseback. Though lacking the armor's benefits, the Fangtian Huaji, wreathed in golden flames, was undeniably mesmerizing. As the sunset melts gold and the golden crow heralds dawn, Su Zhexian executed each move with a commanding ferocity, demonstrating immense destructive power. The challengers experienced the true essence of a modern-day warlord, their fate sealed in the clash. With the activation of his unparalleled abilities, the blood-eyed giant ape and silver-ringed golden bear were swiftly dispatched, cleaved in two by a single sweeping strike, unable to withstand even a round of Su Zhexian's onslaught. What an absurd display of power! The challenger's complexion shifted dramatically as he retreated in a panic, deploying his skills. Thankfully, they were merely of average caliber. This was indeed Su Zhexian's typical level. He was merely utilizing his mental prowess to execute the martial technique 10 Directions Annihilation, interspersed with numerous regular attacks devoid of mental enhancement. In terms of offensive strength, one could only describe it as acceptable. You had better unleash all your abilities. You wouldn't want to be the first to be unceremoniously ejected from the arena, would you? The challenger paused, suddenly enlightened. Everyone had failed against Su Zhexian, albeit they were all deemed losers. Yet, the longer one could withstand him, the stronger they appeared. Even the defeated could hold a rank, albeit it felt somewhat peculiar. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Both parties exchanged fierce blows, locked in a relentless struggle. In this manner, Su Zhexian began his consecutive victories against the scholars, inciting frustration among them and shaking their parents' heads in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the top scholars from various cities in the Great Xia would be so thoroughly bested by a single individual? He possesses heavenly tier martial skills? In the Grand Hall, Bai Qi inquired softly, his tone laced with uncertainty and a hint of joy. His question shattered the silence within the chamber. Indeed, he has mentioned it. Li Qingyan recalled the moment she had been struck to the core. Xia Wujian chuckled awkwardly. Well, the emperor is the supreme ruler of ancient empires. Naturally, his martial skills would be of the highest order, no doubt about it. Oh, right, what nonsense. How many people in this world possess heavenly tier martial skills? Xia Siming exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. A seasoned warrior himself, he had encountered very few with such abilities. This was an exceedingly high starting point. Were all destined emperors like this? Other nations' kings did not seem to be this exaggerated. He certainly did not expect Su Zhexian to win against so many with just 3 techniques. Su Zhongluo also felt compelled to concede. Although Su Zhexian was dominating the arena, the attacks he employed were merely a combination of 3 techniques. He had refrained from using Nightfall and 10 Directions Annihilation, believing it would be too overwhelming. He wanted to afford his opponents a semblance of opportunity. Yet, even so, the challengers found themselves utterly incapable of countering his prowess. One man, one steed, dancing in unparalleled glory. I had consistently underestimated his capabilities. Yu Liuli beamed with radiant joy, filled with pride. What more could she desire when her son was so formidable? She merely hoped that he would display such prowess in the 3 Kingdoms competition, successfully liberating 2 cities. Haha, it seems even Liuli is impressed, isn't she? The emperor of the Great Xia should indeed be such, to reign supreme over the world. Bai Qi felt that this journey was not in vain. The extraordinary Su Zhexian signified that the Great Xia would likewise flourish. When the emperor of the Great Xia becomes invincible, the Xia nation would only grow 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than it is now. As they spoke, the golden sun dipped in the west, and the jade rabbit rose in the east. By the time Su Zhexian had bested the 105th opponent, night had already fallen. The sky above the Forbidden City was dotted with stars, the moonlight flowing like water. At this moment, the martial arts arena was illuminated by a magical glow, akin to daylight. Who else? Su Zhexian gasped, turning to the audience below the platform. ILL go, a timid voice arose. The speaker was a frail boy with a pale complexion, wearing black-framed glasses and sporting a mushroom-shaped haircut. He appeared even weaker than Su Zhexian had previously feigned. It seemed as though a gust of wind could easily topple him. He looked more like a science prodigy, Su Zhexian mused. The boy, surprised, said, "How did you know I was the science champion of the ordinary college entrance examination in the Dian city?" Su Zhexian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you truly are? That is not the point. Who asked you?" "I'm called Huang Jinjia, from the Dian city region." The slender boy introduced himself. Su Zhexian paused. What a majestic name. He recalled Wang Chongling's poem about soldiers, clad in golden armor. "I fought through countless battles. I will not return until the Lulan is conquered." He also thought of Huang Chao's line. The fragrant aroma permeates Chang'an. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. In Su Zhexian's eyes, the name Huang Jinjia sounded quite impressive. However, the scholarly boy's demeanor did not quite match such a grand name. "Thank you, I think it sounds nice too," Huang Jinjia replied, visibly pleased. He admired strong individuals, and someone like Su Zhexian, who could battle 100 alone, deserved his respect. Being praised by Su Zhexian was certainly a source of joy. "Shall we begin?" "You may strike first," Su Zhexian suggested. concerned that such a frail figure might be easily defeated with a single blow. All right, my card is Xianjing, the Cambrian turtle. Huang Jinjia waved his hands, and two beams of light flickered. A cute, ice-blue turtle appeared on the platform, its round, clear eyes looking vacantly at Su Zhexian, resembling a water turtle. Wow. Suddenly, a voice as dreamy as the ocean echoed. Su Zhexian instinctively glanced upward. A massive dark whale glided through the night sky. Chapter 74. Whale Fall. The night sky over the Forbidden City was speckled with stars, shimmering brilliantly. Amidst this dazzling sea of stars, the enormous dark whale swam gracefully. For a moment, the entire martial arts arena was enveloped in silence, as this scene evoked a dreamlike serenity. People are often bound by too many constraints. When can one be as free and unrestrained as the dark whale? It's truly beautiful, and all tension dissipated in an instant. But why can a whale fly? How wondrous. The inhabitants of Dian City were certainly full of surprises, having gone unnoticed until now. Their presence was rather low-key. One could not ascertain their combat strength. The champions turned their gazes upon Huang Jinjia. This seemingly unremarkable boy had an exceedingly low presence. Typically, during competitions, spectators would engage in discussions and become familiar with one another, gathering most information. Yet, Huang Jinjia remained an exception. Had he not raised his hand to participate, none would have noticed his existence. What an enchanting card, a flying type as well. Su Zhexian snapped back to reality and smiled at Huang Jinjia. The latter, feeling bashful, simply chuckled awkwardly. Let us start. You may attack, Su Zhexian encouraged. All right, but my attack will be rather peculiar. Huang Jinjia pondered, struggling to find the right words. No worries, the stranger the better. That's what makes it unexpected, Su Zhexian replied. Huang Jinjia nodded and began to issue commands. Cambrian domain. The adorable Cambrian turtle suddenly radiated an ice-blue light. Centered on the turtle, the entire platform was covered in ice, and the temperature plummeted. Cambrian domain. Enemies within the domain experience a 30 speed reduction, while the cardmaster is immune to speed reduction effects. The covered area was quite extensive, and the deceleration effect was commendable. Su Zhexian tested it, and found that the slowdown hindered Chu Huang's movement somewhat. Although it was inferior to Li Ci's immobilizing effects, it ranked among the top in the champions. What is next? Su Zhexian inquired. Be careful. Huang Jinjia said sheepishly. Whale fall. Wow. The dark whale soaring through the starry sky emitted a joyful sound. Then, it plummeted like a shooting star. Its speed swift, and its force tremendous. Boom. The whale struck the platform with immense force, creating a sound akin to a mountain being cleaved in two. Good heavens. What kind of attack is this? How exaggerated. The champions, from a distance, could feel the terrifying power of the impact. Debris from the platform shot out in all directions. Thankfully, the stands were protected by a defensive barrier, preventing the champions from being injured by the fragments. With such a massive whale, who could withstand its weight under gravitational acceleration? Would Su Zhexian be unharmed? He hadn't dodged, had he? That seemed unlikely. Let us not forget the opponent had set up a slowing domain specifically to restrict his evasion. Moreover, the whale's size was vast, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. The champions couldn't help but worry for Su Zhexian. If they were in his place, they would likely have been defeated by such a sudden strike. As the dust settled, the platform lay in ruins. Huang Jinjia was also searching for Su Zhexian's figure, fearing that he might have inadvertently harmed him. Where is he? No way. I truly didn't mean to. Huang Jinjia searched the area where Su Zhexian had stood, but found no trace of him, nearly on the verge of tears. I should have clarified the attack method for whale fall beforehand, he chided himself. Not saying it was the right approach. This is the essence of battle. Su Zhexian's voice resounded from behind Huang Jinjia. Startled, Huang Jinjia turned to see Su Zhexian riding Chu Huang, still exuding charisma. It turned out that he had activated Chu Huang to evade the moment the dark whale descended, leaving only an afterimage behind. The real Su Zhexian had already taken refuge behind Huang Jinjia. Huang Jinjia couldn't he possibly let the whale strike him as well, could he? As for the slowdown effect of the Cambrian domain, while not entirely absent, it was negligible. The extraordinary capabilities of the 8 steeds surpassed human imagination. Previously, they could evade the master-level Li Wei with ease. Even when slowed, they could easily cope with the whale's assault. Bro, you're truly formidable. This whale fall is quite literal, Su Zhexian praised Huang Jinjia, giving him a thumbs up. I'm glad you're unharmed. You scared me to death. Huang Jinjia adjusted his glasses, which had slipped askew from his anxiety. Rest assured, this is the selection battle of the Wuxiang Academy. If serious injuries were to occur, the experts would certainly rescue us, Su Zhexian assured Huang Jinjia with a reassuring glance. The stronger you are, the better it is for our great Xia. Huang Jinjia sighed in relief, letting go of his anxious heart. My attack has concluded. Now it's your turn, Huang Jinjia declared. Su Zhexian paused, pointing at the dark whale that had returned to swimming among the stars, asking, "Is that it? Just this?" "Yes, my methods of attack are rather singular." Huang Jinjia scratched his head. Su Zhexian and the champions in the stands exchanged glances of realization. This move, known as whale fall, likely has a considerably lengthy cooldown period. However, even if it is a singular attack, its power is undeniably formidable. One can easily envision the impact of the golden armor in the Guanshan Moon secret realm. When the Xian whale descends, it is akin to a nuclear explosion, reducing vast swathes of the Fire Demon clan to mere ashes. The golden armor continued, by the way. My remaining attack method is of the defensive countertype. Oh, a defensive card master, indeed, Su Zhexian nodded, recognizing the formidable combination of the Cambrian turtle and the Xian whale, which exuded a robust defensive capability. However, it seemed somewhat incongruous with the essence of the golden armor. "Cease your explanations. We are in battle, not practice," Su Zhexian interjected, interrupting the golden armor. "If I were aware of my opponent's skill effects in advance, what would be the point of the fight? It would be utterly pointless. In any case, I shall take the offensive." "Excellent," the golden armor exclaimed with enthusiasm, reveling in the prospect of being attacked. Su Zhexian wasted no time and charged forth, initiating with the setting sun melting gold. The initial strike weakened the opponent, followed by the golden crow dawn, shining brilliantly like the zenith of the sun. The resplendent golden light was blinding. The golden armor perceived Su Zhexian as a radiant celestial being. In response to Su Zhexian's assault, the golden armor swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Cambrian shield, Xian whale armor. Manifest. Upon uttering these words, the Cambrian turtle transformed into an ice blue shield, which the golden armor grasped firmly. Simultaneously, the celestial Xian whale descended like a shooting star, enshrouding the golden armor in a suit of starry dark armor. Su Zhexian's attack arrived promptly thereafter. Boom! The Fang Tianhua halberd collided violently with the Cambrian shield. The golden armor remained unmoved, while Su Zhexian was pushed back. The golden armor beamed with delight, relishing such a contest. "Goodness, your defense is as solid as a fortress." "Impressive." Su Zhexian's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a fascinating new toy. This was the first pure defensive card master he had encountered, boasting an extraordinarily high defensive strength, deserving the title of the best among the challengers. Chapter 75, Tenfold Return. Wow, that defense is simply monstrous. It withstood even Su Zhexian's attack without budging an inch. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. "I suspect he might be the longest-lasting challenger. He can endure remarkably well." The top scorers were in awe of the golden armor's performance, which indeed left them speechless. It was not only Su Zhexian's first encounter with such a high defense card master, but even the 100-plus top scorers had never witnessed anything like it. They pondered what might have transpired if this year's examination in the Guanshan Moon secret realm had followed the traditional point system, where the last person standing would be the victor. This seemingly ordinary bespectacled man could very well have emerged as the champion of the Great Xia. With both shield and armor, who could possibly breach his defenses? Given his own introduction as a defensive countertype, everyone speculated about the nature of his counterattack skills. Would they be as astonishing as the Xian whale's descent? It appeared that our emperor had encountered a worthy adversary. Within the palace, the audience was amused, never having anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable individual among the 100 top scorers. I reviewed the data. This young man had withstood the longest in the Guanshan Moon secret realm, using his shield to buy Wu Wei a considerable amount of time. Xiao Wujing retrieved a tablet, swiping a couple of times to locate footage of the golden armor in the Guanshan Moon secret realm. Indeed, he exuded an imposing presence, as if single-handedly guarding against 1,000 foes. Su Chonglu leaned in to watch. "Well, it seems we have someone to bolster this young man's strength," Li Qingyan chuckled, eagerly anticipating how Su Zhexian would unravel this challenging enigma. The Great Xia has never lacked extraordinary talents. If the fortunes of the nation can be restored, even more prodigies will emerge. The Great Xia shall flourish, and we shall not have to wait long. Bai Yueming was exceptionally cheerful. The younger generation grew increasingly formidable, bringing joy to the current elders. Protecting the Great Xia, there are successors. Before the younger generation matures, they shall exert every effort to safeguard them. On the arena, Su Zhexian was equally delighted. His individual strength was insufficient. After all, what one person could achieve was limited. For the Great Xia to truly thrive, it was best if everyone were as formidable as dragons. Since your defense is so robust, I need not hold back any longer, Shall I unleash my full assault? Su Zhexian inquired. Yes, bring it on, the golden armor replied with a smile, bracing himself. Su Zhexian patted his steed, Qin Huang, utilized superlight. Qin Huang emitted an excited whinny, and in an instant, 4 luminous doppelgangers appeared. Alongside Su Zhexian, there were now 5 individuals on 5 steeds. Charge! The thunderous sound of iron hooves echoed, as their momentum surged like a tempest. The 5 formed a compact battle formation, charging toward the golden armor. 5 Fong Tianhua halberds, imbued with unparalleled might, struck towards the golden armor from 5 directions. Oh my goodness, he can even split into 4 doppelgangers. The realization struck them. Su Zhexian had merely shown restraint in their previous encounter, and it stung. With Su Zhexian's quintuple power, one could only wonder if the golden armor could withstand the assault. The top scorers stared intently at the arena, afraid to blink lest they miss a moment. They both hoped the golden armor could withstand the attack, and that Su Zhexian would reveal more of his capabilities. Although they had been defeated by Su Zhexian, a lingering frustration resided within them. Why should Su Zhexian not rely on his own card? If they were to lose, they wished to do so under the true might of Su Zhexian. That would be a satisfying defeat, rather than one that left them feeling belittled and frustrated. Unbeknownst to Su Zhexian, these thoughts swirled through their minds. All he knew was that he was relishing the fight, under his relentless assault. Although the golden armor began to sweat, he remained as steadfast as a mountain. I never anticipated your defense to be so formidable. Perhaps I should amplify my strength. Su Zhexian declared. Very well, the golden armor responded, feeling a tinge of shock. Despite having withstood Su Zhexian's attack, the pressure was immense. Yet as long as he could endure, he would not retreat an inch. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Su Zhexian unleashed techniques powered by mental energy. The 5 individuals on steeds relentlessly assaulted the golden armor. A faint white light enveloped the golden armor, gradually intensifying until it became almost tangible, enhancing his condition. You can grow even stronger. Su Zhexian exclaimed in delight. The golden armor nodded. My card master ability is called Withered Wood in Spring. It allows for continuous healing whenever I or an ally sustain damage. Impressive, my friend. Not only do you possess high defense, but you also have healing capabilities. Su Zhexian marveled. My Cambrian shield grants me an additional 30 overall defense, and the Xian whale armor reduces damage by 30. Upon hearing the golden armor's explanation, Su Zhexian's immediate thought was of a smaller version of Qi. You might as well call yourself San. However, unlike Qi, who lacked healing capabilities, the golden armor's combination of damage reduction and healing seemed exceedingly formidable. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes, and Su Zhexian grew fatigued. In contrast, the golden armor appeared as he did at the outset, save for a slight fatigue in the arm holding the shield. Overall, he seemed well. How about I attempt a counterattack? The golden armor suggested. Go ahead, unleash it, Su Zhexian encouraged. But are you sure you can evade the attack? Fear not. I am not foolish enough to take a hit for the sake of pride. If I cannot evade, I will resort to my own cards. Su Zhexian patted his chest, signaling that all was well. Reassured by Su Zhexian's words, the golden armor adjusted his glasses, and his demeanor shifted. Boom. A brilliant golden light erupted from the golden armor, causing his previously mushroom-shaped hairstyle to stand upright, now bathed in gold. His slender frame suddenly expanded, muscles bulging and rippling. To Su Zhexian, it was as if he were witnessing a scion transformation. Tenfold return. The golden armor raised the Cambrian shield in his hand and struck the ground fiercely. In an instant, a fan-shaped wave of energy erupted from the golden armor, devastating everything in its path. Tenfold rebound. Absorb 30 of the enemy's attack damage and retaliate with a 1000 bonus. Astonishing. Su Zhexian quickly retreated, conjuring 4 illusions to shield himself from the damage. Yet, the ferocious shockwave obliterated all it encountered, rendering the illusions nearly ineffective. Such an outrageous defense and counterattack. This is the true essence of the golden armor. With a transformation so fierce, the tenfold rebound is indeed tyrannical. Brothers, we finally get to witness Su Zhexian's downfall, albeit not at our hands. Nonetheless, it is a delight to observe. Truly, the more unassuming, the mightier they are. How magnificent the golden armor appears. The entire assembly of top scholars could not help but rise to their feet, eager to witness the moment Su Zhexian's invincible status would be shattered. Meanwhile, Su Zhexian found himself in a rather precarious situation on the stage. The shockwave approached swiftly, leaving him with little time to decide, either succumb to defeat or manifest his card. However, as he glanced back, that very moment sparked an idea for a solution. The benefits of extensive gameplay were indeed manifesting. Chapter 76. How can he be so handsome? In the martial arts arena, at the brink of disaster, Su Zhexian leapt high from his steed. With a sharp turn, he hurled the Fang Tianhua halberd to the ground, embedding it deeply. As he descended, he landed on 1 foot atop the halberd's shaft. The halberd measured approximately 4 meters in length, allowing Su Zhexian to evade the apex of the shockwave just in time. The key aspect was his undeniable charisma. Su Zhexian struck a pose, 1 foot perched on the halberd, arms crossed behind him. With a piercing gaze that commanded respect from all directions, an enhanced, dashing version of the black mallow staff. Could this truly be a viable maneuver? The golden armor was left speechless, nearly dropping his glasses. Not just him, but the entire audience of top scholars and their guardians were equally astonished. Wait, he can actually evade this? What an incredible reaction speed. It's beyond limits. How did he conceive such a response? Not only did he avert crisis, but he did so without employing his own card. Such a striking pose. Was it intentional? Is he trying to make us feel inadequate? The male scholars, infuriated, tossed their water bottles aside. How can someone possess such strength and stunning looks? It's utterly demoralizing. However, the female scholars reacted differently. A few fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by his handsomeness. Even though they were top scholars themselves, this kind of striking allure bypassed all defenses, delivering a genuine emotional blow. It was too much. Their hearts simply could not bear it. If only they could be his girlfriend, they would willingly drive luxury cars and reside in villas. Dream on. Such fortune could never be theirs. Su Zhexian belongs to everyone. Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered a legion of female admirers. Of course, his appeal extended far beyond this crowd. If this moment were captured on video and shared, he would surely trend on social media. Fortunately, the rigorous confidentiality of the Wuxiang selection process spared Su Zhexian from such a fate. You needn't worry about your little Wu finding a partner, Li Qingyan remarked to Yulioli. Yulioli shook her head. No, I'm concerned. Concerned about what? Li Qingyan inquired. I worry he might have too many admirers. That could pose a problem. That's unlikely. Don't overlook that one, Li Qingyan said with a smile, gesturing toward Jiang Wenjiu on screen. Unlike the other girls, Jiang Wenjiu remained the calmest of all, merely smiling gently, her dimples appearing like fleeting shadows, reminiscent of a clear spring day, evoking warmth and joy. Li Qingyan had always been a proponent of the Su-Jiang pairing, having witnessed firsthand how much Jiang Wenjiu cared for Su Zhexian. Su Zhexian felt the same. After all, it was evident that he was willing to brave the misty realm for her. Some individuals are indeed irreplaceable. Yulioli smiled as well. They will soon face off. I am eager to see it. Li Qingyan beamed with anticipation. On the stage, Su Zhexian remained oblivious to the budding ship between him and Jiang Wenjiu. He leapt down from the halberd and grasped it anew. How is that? He asked. The golden armor, panting, looked up at Su Zhexian. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. You're truly formidable. Few can evade my attack. It's manageable, especially since you gave a prior warning, Su Zhexian replied, shaking his head. Had you unleashed the tenfold rebound unexpectedly, I likely wouldn't have reacted in time. Su Zhexian spoke truthfully. Had the golden armor utilized the tenfold rebound amidst Su Zhexian's assault, the scenario would have been vastly different. By the way, when you struck the ground with the Cambrian shield, did your Zhishui Wang Ba sustain any damage? This was the question Su Zhexian was most curious about. The golden armor paused, then chuckled. Not at all. That's its inherent trait. Impressive. Shall we continue? Indeed, I have not conceded yet. The golden armor raised his shield once more. Su Zhexian beamed brightly. You truly embody your name. The 100 Battles Golden Armor. Thank you. Perhaps I can compel you to use your own card, the golden armor declared confidently. Well, I shall consider it, Su Zhexian replied, a thought that piqued everyone's anticipation. They yearned to witness his personal card in action. Would he finally unleash it? Our day of waiting would not be in vain. It was disheartening to think that after a full day of competition, they had yet to force him to reveal his full strength. Alas, even among top scholars, disparities existed. Faced with the golden armor's exceptional defense, Su Zhexian's current offensive capabilities were indeed insufficient. Thus, he was left with two choices. Either summon Zheng or Bai Qi. Either would suffice to vanquish the golden armor, or resort to his spiritual version of the 10 Directions Annihilation or the 10 Suns Rising. Observing the eager expression on the golden armor's face, Su Zhexian settled on a compromise. If you can withstand my next attack, I shall use my own card. I promise I will follow through. Really? Bring it on. I have confidence in my defense. Very well. Su Zhexian remounted Qi Huang, this time riding alone. He charged forth, the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand gleaming like the blazing sun of summer. Gathering strength, he swung it in a wide arc, striking down. 10 Directions Annihilation. The spiritual version of the 10 Directions annihilation surged forth like a colossal tide, engulfing all in its path. The scorching golden flames incinerated the very earth. An overwhelming force surged forth, dominating all. Boom. The golden Fang Tianhua halberd struck the golden armor's Cambrian shield with a resounding crash. The golden armor was driven into the stage like a nail by the sheer might of the blow. The arena cracked instantly from the force of the impact, and then collapsed. The blazing golden flames melted the Cambrian shield and the Xianjing armor to their very core. What? The power of this martial technique has transcended the heavenly realm. Bai Qi leapt from his chair, incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the scene. Even through the water mirror, he could sense the cataclysmic force of the strike. He had been hiding his strength. How astonishing. Previously, he had only employed 3 martial techniques. And now this one seemed to be the most formidable of all. Xiao Wujin was also left dumbfounded. What kind of monster had the Wuxiang Academy recruited this year? Compared to the previous cohorts of newly enrolled students, none had ever been this terrifying. Given that he had previously witnessed that technique in the Li family estate, did it encompass 5 forms? Li Qingyan turned to ask Yulioli. Don't ask me. I have no idea, Yulioli replied with a wry smile. She now felt that her earlier assessment of Su Zhexian's potential was akin to child's play. She had once taken pride in believing she could draw out her son's latent abilities. In truth, her son had merely been toying with her. The magnitude of power unleashed by this strike left even them feeling a twinge of trepidation. Had it not been for the need to familiarize him with the characteristics of each top scholar, it seemed that even the 100 or so top scholars combined would not be enough to contend with him. The soldiers of the land and Xia Siming spoke in unison. I can somewhat understand the grievances of those trialists during the Battle of the Deer. Su Chonglu laughed heartily, unable to contain his pride for having such a formidable son. On the arena, Su Zhexian unearthed the golden armor from the wasteland. The golden armor had already fainted, despite its formidable defenses. It could not withstand this assault at this stage. Hey, wake up! Su Zhexian slapped the golden armor twice, and it finally stirred awake. The golden armor, trembling, adjusted its broken glasses and pleaded, I have learned my lesson, please spare me. Chapter 77. Are you playing house here? Wake up a bit. Su Zhexian shook the golden armor vigorously until it finally emerged from its nightmare. The golden armor touched its body, relieved to find no missing limbs. It sighed in relief, vowing never to boast again, fearing it might have perished. The previous move, 10 Directions annihilation, had instilled deep terror within it, causing its very soul to tremble. Such visceral experiences are seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. Those who have faced it before have long since turned to dust, only because Su Zhexian had held back, sparing no effort. Otherwise, the golden armor would have faced dire consequences today. How fortunate I am. Indeed, had it been us facing that move earlier, we would surely have perished. We were still so adamant about forcing him to exert his full strength. We owe thanks to Brother Xiansheng for granting us some grace. The top scholars sighed in agreement, including Qin Shi Huang and Wu Weiwei. They too felt the weight of their situation. To be preemptively accepted by the Wuxiang Academy and recognized as the sole core by the Daxia government is no small feat. The first round seemed to conclude, allowing for a brief respite. Su Zhexian waved to everyone, feeling exhausted after a day of battles, only pausing briefly to hydrate. Physically, he was fine, but mentally fatigued. He was human, after all, not made of iron. Yet, just as Su Zhexian was about to assist the golden armor off the stage, someone interrupted. Wait. It's not over yet. The golden armor, ranked 106, asked who else had yet to take the stage. As everyone glanced around, they realized. Everyone has fought. Wait, we forgot the most beautiful one, Jiang Xinzi. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Wenjiu, who was secretly enjoying fish tofu and sipping bamboo wine, blissfully unaware of the attention. Her face flushed bright red, but the night concealed it somewhat. For someone with social anxiety, this was a daunting situation. Jiang Wenjiu quickly pulled Jiang Huaxiong to shield her from the gazes. Sister, with so many people watching, I can't handle it. You're stunning, exceptionally so don't be afraid. Su Zhexian chuckled upon witnessing this scene. The little foodie had been watching all day and was surely hungry, only to face another embarrassing moment. Su Zhexian spoke up, redirecting everyone's focus. She doesn't need to challenge. I know her well enough. The crowd regarded Su Zhexian with puzzled expressions, beginning to speculate. So they know each other well. How disappointing. I have a rivalry with Su Zhexian over her. Someone lamented. No, we need to let this pair of lovers duel. Otherwise, we can't move past this. Exactly. Why should we be the only ones to face punishment? It's unfair. Some were eager for a spectacle, wanting to see the clash between Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu. We can't all be subjected to suffering while Jiang Wenjiu gets a free pass. The crowd grew increasingly rowdy, and Su Zhexian felt exasperated, unable to leave early. Below the stage, Jiang Wenjiu had composed herself, returning to her serene demeanor. I will go. Adorned in a beautifully crafted hanfu, Jiang Wenjiu exuded tranquility, showcasing her elegance and grace. Standing on the arena, it was challenging to discern who was more beautiful, the radiant moon in the starry sky or Jiang Wenjiu herself. I think I'll step back for now, the golden armor said, glancing at Su Zhexian and then Jiang Wenjiu, feeling somewhat superfluous. How shall we compete? Su Zhexian asked with a smile. Let us follow the simplest contest from Zhu village. To spare you the trouble, Jiang Wenjiu winked at Su Zhexian. All right, he understood immediately. The quickest and simplest competition from Zhu village was, of course, a test of strength. The one with greater power would emerge victorious, simple, and effective. Naturally, Jiang Wenjiu would not engage Su Zhexian in a direct clash. She manifested a Bao, the panda Dukong. Although a Bao remained in its adorable national treasure form, it exuded a newfound strength. Jiang Wenjiu had reconstructed and upgraded it, enhancing its quality to a golden level. Who would have thought a Bao could compete in strength? Su Zhexian grinned, concealing his Feng Tianhua halberd. A Bao grinned back, flexing its fists to signify its might. Let us begin. Su Zhexian clenched his fist and struck. A Bao unleashed its full aura, akin to a warrior in battle, and also threw a punch. Boom. Their fists collided, causing the arena, which had just been repaired, to sustain further damage. If the arena had a spirit, it would surely be cursing. A Bao was sent soaring into the starry sky, becoming a mere speck of starlight. I lost. I won. Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenjiu exchanged smiles. They had never intended to truly fight. It was merely a performance to silence the crowd. Jiang Wenjiu would never allow Su Zhexian to exhaust himself, nor would he dare to exert force against her. Is that it? It's over? Wow. You two are just playing house. No, it's just monkey business. We're the monkeys. Not just monkey business. Didn't you feel like you were shown up? How sweet it is. Is there anyone who can treat? My dad's diabetes is acting up. Sweet things can be deadly. The top scholars were infuriated, yet helpless. They wanted a real fight, and Su Zhexian had indeed fought, but there were no rules stating they had to go all out. The most enraged was Li Qingyan. Villains. How can you do this to me? How am I supposed to ship this? The correct script would have been a soulful battle filled with glances and unspoken feelings. How could they simply shove sweetness down their throats like this? Summer Wujing shook his head as the dignified Zhuke inspector. What a disgrace. Mind your own business. Believe it or not, I'll have my master dismantle your academy. Forget I said anything. Upon thinking of Li Qingyan's master, Summer Wujing's expression shifted, and he vanished. TSK, coward, I feel sorry for my master. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Qingyan's master was indeed Summer Wujing's arch-nemesis, his Achilles heel. At the martial arts arena, Summer Wujing appeared on the stage, beaming. I announced the conclusion of the first round of selections. Thank you for your hard work. I believe everyone now has a clear understanding of their own abilities and Su Zhexian's prowess. In the third round, Su Zhexian will select his teammates. Therefore, the performance in the second round is your final opportunity. The second round of the selection trial will be a solo expedition in the Purple Forbidden City, Yellow. This is considered one of the unique secret realms of the Forbidden City. The special aspect is that it is not a realm brought forth by demons, but one birthed from the rich historical heritage of Daxia. Such native secret realms are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Given the strength of the top scholars, they can currently access the Yellow tier of the Purple Forbidden City. This also serves as a benefit for this year's top scholars. Regardless of whether they can clear the realm, they will acquire substantial resources within, greatly aiding their cultivation. It can also serve as a slight advantage for their participation in the third round of selections. Now, please indulge yourselves in the exquisite cuisine and the enchanting night of the Purple Forbidden City. With a wave of his hand, Summer Wujing transformed the scene once again. Before the crowd could comprehend their surroundings, a delightful aroma enveloped them. Su Zhexian looked up to see the grand character's Imperial Kitchen inscribed above. Oh my! The Imperial Kitchen is truly vast. I never imagined I would one day relish the treatment of an emperor. Wow, so many delectable dishes. Jiang Wenjiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Hundreds of traditional round tables overflowed with a myriad of culinary delights. It's simply astounding. I feel as if I could consume 10 tables worth. Su Zhexian swallowed hard, genuinely exhausted and famished. With a smile, Jiang Wenjiu suggested, let us compete to see who can eat the most. All right. After indulging in food and drink, Su Zhexian, Jiang Shan, the siblings Jiang Wenjiu, and Luo Chuan sat side by side on the steps. Su Zhexian had promised to take Luo Chuan into ranked matches. However, he remarked, "Brother, your card is a long-range hero. Why are you building tank items? No, don't eat my cannon. Go farm in the jungle. No, come join the team fight. Why are you just standing in the fountain? Buy some equipment. I can't carry you. It's impossible." The four experienced what it meant to be outnumbered 6-4 in ranked matches that night. No wonder Luo Chuan couldn't even reach silver rank. Chapter 78. Atop the Forbidden City the next day, the top scholars appeared at the training ground, each brimming with vitality. The exquisite cuisine from the imperial kitchen the previous night seemed to have rejuvenating effects on their mental fortitude. Additionally, sleeping within the palace had its own unique benefits. In short, the scholars felt unprecedentedly well. Truly, the Wuxiang Academy is remarkable. I feel as if I could take on 10 opponents, excluding Su Zhexian. Today's challenge involves solo dungeon exploration, and I won't have to endure his torment, hee. The scholars were in high spirits. Xiao Wujiang and Luo Chuan arrived punctually. Xiao Wujiang donned a ceremonial hanfu, exuding an air of dignity. Even Luo Chuan had been compelled by Xiao Wujiang to tidy himself up. At least that greasy hair was gone. Yes, he was bald. And Luo Chuan wore a despondent expression. He could only don a small soldier helmet to awkwardly conceal his embarrassment. Wearing a flying fish robe while sporting a helmet was quite the mismatch. Su Zhexian couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Chuan's appearance was simply too comical. Suddenly, Su Zhexian thought of Su Tianxian and felt grateful for his brother's gift of the illusion mask. Should he ever find himself in a socially embarrassing situation like Luo Chuan, he could at least change his face. As long as it wasn't his own visage, he would be losing someone else's face instead. Silence. Today, we shall commence the dungeon exploration at the Forbidden City's summit. This dungeon was birthed from the profound heritage accumulated by our ancestors of the Great Xia dynasty. I hope you can sense the greatness of the Great Xia while navigating this challenge. Xiao Wujiang gradually introduced the details of the Forbidden City's summit. First and foremost, the summit comprises 99 levels. Every 10 levels, a treasure awaits. This treasure could be experienced pearls, various materials, a specific martial skill, or even rare items akin to soul pearls. Essentially, as long as one possesses sufficient capability, each level offers unique rewards. Each individual's rewards will differ, contingent upon their fortune, yet they will undoubtedly be the most fitting for them. Starting from the first level, the guards rank at Silver 1 star. Subsequently, their levels will rise incrementally, with guards possessing special skills. How far one can progress depends solely on individual strength. This challenge is a welfare opportunity, purely aimed at enhancing our capabilities. We must give our all to clear this dungeon. Such an opportunity will not come again. Observing the eager expressions of the scholars, Xiao Wujiang remarked, "Patience, let Su Zhexian demonstrate first for you." Ascending the Forbidden City's summit is not as simple as it seems. Su Zhexian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why was it always him? Why was no one else demonstrating? "Old man, are you trying to put me on the spot again?" Su Zhexian glared. Xiao Wujiang, stroking his white beard, confidently replied, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? With your strength, do you lack confidence in reaching the Forbidden City's summit?" Su Zhexian pouted. "I'm not afraid. It's just that I always get singled out. And it's frustrating. There's no real incentive. It's hard to be motivated." Su Zhexian pulled out some sunflower seeds, adopting a stance of nonchalance. "Oh, what benefits do you seek?" Su Zhexian's heart leapt with joy. "If I clear the yellow tier Forbidden City's summit, you must grant me access to the Xian tier. Regardless of whether I can conquer it, I merely wish to have a look." Xiao Wujiang paused momentarily, secretly admiring the ambition of the future emperor of Great Xia. "Very well, and I shall grant you 5 opportunities. However, you must clear the yellow tier Forbidden City's summit within 1 hour. It's a deal." Su Zhexian readily agreed. Luo Chuan gave Su Zhexian a thumbs up, admiring his courage. The guards at the Xian tier Forbidden City's summit begin at the gold rank. "Shall we begin now?" Xiao Wujiang nodded, signaling to Luo Chuan, "Open it." Luo Chuan produced 9 cards from his sleeve, placing them in the 9 directions of the training ground. Finally, he activated the cards with immense mental power. Instantly, the Forbidden City trembled. Subsequently, a towering ancient tower materialized abruptly. Under the sunlight, the tower shimmered with a golden brilliance. Majestic, serene, and mysterious, it stood like a ruler towering over the heavens and earth, quietly surveying the lands. The golden tower door slowly opened, and Su Zhexian confidently entered. At the first level of the Forbidden City's summit, the space was vast, adorned with exquisite murals that glowed as Su Zhexian stepped in. Then, 100 silver 1-star guards wielding embroidered spring knives appeared. Intruders shall be executed without mercy. The guards swiftly charged at Su Zhexian. The numbers were somewhat overwhelming, and time was of the essence. Thus, he decided to eliminate them immediately, albeit sacrificing some of the thrill of battle. Su Zhexian sighed, understanding the need for adaptability. It was unfeasible to rely solely on generic cards. That would be meaningless. Moreover, it was time to showcase his true strength to the scholars. With an air of calm, Su Zhexian produced an orange flash card, manifesting the ancestral dragon Yingzheng. In an instant, an imperial aura enveloped the area, golden dragons swirling around. The guards rushing towards Su Zhexian instinctively halted. They felt an overwhelming sense of presence, as if their emperor had arrived. Zheng, I appreciate your assistance. It's simple. Yingzheng waved his sleeve, unifying the realms with a single gesture. The roar of dragons reverberated through the air. 23 five-clawed golden dragons surged forth, seemingly ready to rend the heavens apart, obliterating the guards. The guards transformed into shimmering light, retreating back into the murals, their terrified expressions evident. No mere soldiers would dare oppose the emperor. Continue to the second level. Su Zhexian strode confidently toward the staircase leading to the second level. A five-clawed golden dragon clearing the path ahead. He appeared composed, as if he were the emperor himself gracing the Forbidden City's summit. Wherever he went, the guards bowed in submission, without exception. This was his true card, the orange flash card. A heroic spirit card. How terrifying. With a mere gesture, he could eliminate foes. Reminiscent of casting a forbidden spell. No, this seemed more akin to a standard attack. Heavens. While we were still using blue and purple cards, he already possessed an orange card. How enviable. No wonder he refused to use his own cards against us yesterday. I am thoroughly convinced now. The scholars stood in awe, their eyes fixated. The training ground allowed them to witness the scenes within the tower. The shock brought by Yingzheng was even more profound than a golden whale crashing upon them. At this moment, they understood why Su Zhexian had to suppress his combat strength. It was entirely for their benefit. Had this heroic spirit been present yesterday, who could withstand the chaotic dance of the five-clawed golden dragons? They likely wouldn't have even had the chance to unleash their skills before being eliminated from the platform. Su Zhexian truly had it tough yesterday, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with me. Qin Shi Huang covered his face, chuckling ruefully. They had truly felt the gap between the top scholars. This heroic spirit's power was such that my falling petal willow was uprooted in an instant. Wu Weiwei nodded in agreement, then turned to the newly donned golden armor, saying, perhaps only you could withstand it. The golden armor adjusted his newly replaced golden-rimmed glasses and replied, I could, but it would take a toll. Behold, the emergence of the five-clawed golden dragon is ever increasing, indicating that this skill requires little expenditure for him. With a single basic attack, 23 golden dragons can manifest, multiplied over 5 or 10 instances. The accumulated damage could very well spell my demise. Golden armor conducted a simple analysis. The top scholars stared in awe as Su Zhexian effortlessly dispatched layer after layer of adversaries. It was so effortless that they began to wonder if the Purple Forbidden City had become a mere black iron tier secret realm, or if the Imperial guards within the tower were intentionally holding back. In any case, they were eager to implore, oh, Great One, please take us along. Chapter 79. The true power of the immortal brother. Despite having viewed the videos, witnessing it firsthand was still a staggering experience. Bai Qi excitedly approached the water mirror. The golden five-clawed divine dragon captivated him completely. The people of Daxiao are indeed descendants of dragons, possessing an innate affinity for the dragon of Xia. Bai Qi had also encountered dragons from other nations on the spiritual battlefield, but truthfully, they resembled winged lizards rather than the majestic, awe-inspiring presence of our Daxia divine dragon. The appearance of the five-clawed golden dragon further affirms that the Xia kingdom is on the rise. Truly, an emperor begins with 100-fold advantage over an ordinary card master. And that is no exaggeration. Wujing, you are destined to lose this minor wager. Xia Siming chuckled as he patted Xia Wujing on the shoulder. Upon returning to the palace, Xia Wujing wore a nonchalant expression. I do not care, as long as he grows stronger. We originally intended to devote all our resources to nurturing him. Xia Wujing thoroughly enjoyed watching the scene of the golden dragon dancing wildly in the water mirror. Today, Su Zhexian can annihilate the guardians within the secret realm. Tomorrow, he will be able to slay demons, and even those malicious enemies and foes bearing deep-seated grievances. Su Zhexian's strength signifies the strength of Daxia. With Daxiao invincible, what is there for Xia Wujing to be displeased about? His name, after all, is Xia Wujing, Daxiao without bounds, eternally prosperous. Within the secret realm, Su Zhexian continued to dispatch foes with remarkable ease. although the level of the Imperial Guards increased slightly with each layer. Relying on Ing Zhang's formidable attacks and his own martial skills, he was able to resolve matters effortlessly. He even deemed climbing the stairs a waste of time. Summoning the 8 steeds directly, Su Zhexian rode the red steed, while Ing Zhang mounted the swift steed. Together, they ascended to the 90th floor at an astonishing speed. On the journey through the first 90 layers, Su Zhexian acquired 9 different materials, some for card crafting and others for weapon forging. Additionally, he obtained 2 elixirs that elevated his experience points, resulting in a direct enhancement of 1 star in level. This was far more comfortable than laboriously grinding levels. There was, however, a lack of longevity. The Imperial Guards were not demons, so that did not count. Yet, there was an advantage. Ing Zhang's fortune value accumulated exceptionally quickly here. A glance at Ing Zhang's panel revealed current fortune accumulation, 50, 191 points. With the enhancement of the Imperial Seal, Ing Zhang's fortune value ceiling is 99, 999 points. Having already surpassed half, he intended to continue storing it. When the Three Kingdoms contest occurs, he would deliver a significant blow to the Little Devils or the Little Sticks. Ideally, he would eliminate all 5 adversaries in one fell swoop. Lost in thought, Su Zhexian and Ing Zhang had already reached the final layer. Here, there were no Imperial Guards, only a fearsome general. Encased in armor, the general emanated an icy aura, with a cold iron spear in hand. Su Zhexian felt the weight of the general's gaze. A golden tier 1 star represents the pinnacle of combat strength at the Purple Forbidden City. Although it seems just a notch above a silver tier 10 star, the difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Card levels correspond to card masters. Thus Ing Zhang remains a mere silver 5 star. Without utilizing Ing Zhang's fortune value, Su Zhexian and Ing Zhang found it challenging to directly vanquish their opponent. No, it would be difficult even to secure victory. Thus, they could only wear down their foe and summon reinforcements. Su Zhexian had no intention of concealing his prowess. Since Ing Zhang had already materialized, the other 3 were inconsequential. A grand gathering of the Qin Dynasty Emperor card set was about to commence. 3 golden beams of light flickered. The unparalleled statesman Li Si, the boundary pacifier Meng Tian, and the god of slaughter Bai Qi appeared simultaneously, with Su Zhexian equipping them with their corresponding 8 steeds. Except for the 3,000 elite Qin warriors, he had no desire to employ them for the time being. All his trump cards were now revealed. This left the scholars outside utterly astounded. I must be dreaming. 1 orange card and 3 golden cards, all 10 stars. On average, each of us possesses only 1 core card and 1 systemic card, totaling 2. Yet he possesses 4 cards, all of which are the most challenging to cultivate. The heroic spirits. Is he truly in the same cohort as us? This is utterly absurd. If we are considered the young generation's prodigies, then he is the king of prodigies, nay, a deity. Not only the scholars, but even their parents struggled to believe it. At the high school graduation stage, apart from explosive soldier strategies, possessing so many cards, Su Zhexian is the first. No wonder he is so formidable, able to single-handedly battle 100 scholars with ease. This is true confidence. Even the adults dare not claim they could secure a victory over Su Zhexian, let alone the youthful high school graduates. Within the palace, the gaze of all the esteemed figures turned towards Su Zhongluo and his wife. What sort of expression is that? We are just as bewildered. Who knows when he acquired another heroic spirit card? Su Zhongluo and Yu Liuli also felt helpless. Their child had grown beyond their control. They too were taken aback. Su Zhexian's pace has surpassed the realm of normal talent, veering into the realm of the extraordinary. If this news were to spread, the nations of Gaoyao and the Little Stick would undoubtedly cancel the contest by tomorrow. Wujing, seal this information. This is a military order. Bai Yueming commanded Xia Wujing with a grave expression. Yes, I will communicate with the other scholars and their families to remain temporarily in the Purple Forbidden City before the Three Kingdoms contest. The Forbidden City is under Xia Wujing's control. Without his orders, no one can leave. I believe that by clarifying the reasons, everyone will cooperate. Furthermore, there are various benefits to cultivating within the Forbidden City. They would be eager to stay a few more days. Bai Yueming stated. Xia Wujing chuckled. Naturally, they would be more than willing. Su Zhexian likely did not anticipate that his seemingly insignificant actions would trigger such a tempest. At this moment, he was engaged in combat with the Purple Forbidden General. Unbreakable. Meng Tian's shield glimmered with light, exuding an aura as weighty as Mount Buzhou. A protective barrier enveloped Meng Tian's comrades behind him. Unbreakable grants a shield to you and your teammates, reducing damage by 20, while transferring 25 of the damage endured by teammates to you, enhancing your defensive capabilities. This was Su Zhexian's first manifestation of Ming Tian. The formidable defensive effect left Su Zhexian astounded. The unbreakable shield, combined with Ming Tian's trait protection, rendered Ming Tian's defense even more exaggerated. Protection: the more damage endured for teammates, the greater the defense. With Ming Tian present, Su Zhexian's and the entire card group's safety was significantly enhanced. Upon observing Ming Tian's third skill, it proved to be a powerful control ability. Prison of the Earth creates a prison that confines the enemy within for 10 seconds. Now, the purple forbidden general found himself ensnared within the prison, subject to relentless assaults from Ming Zheng and the others. By the time the purple forbidden general broke free from the cage, he would be afflicted by the slowing effects of Li Si's interference. Once the cooldown of the prison expired, he would be trapped once more. This cycle would repeat. Such coordination, even against a golden one-star combatant, proved utterly vexatious. Ming Tian also possessed commendable offensive skills, akin to golden armor's tenfold retaliation. Beacon fire across the sky converts the damage endured into beacon fire and launches a heavenly arrow, inflicting area damage. The heavenly arrow continues to burn the enemies. Coupled with Ying Zheng's five-clawed golden dragon's thunder attribute effects, the adversary's health rapidly diminished. Furthermore, Ming Tian and Ying Zheng shared a formidable bond. With unwavering loyalty, during Ying Zheng's presence, Ming Tian received continuous healing while Ying Zheng was granted critical hit bonuses. This battle, though it seemed prolonged, lasted merely around 20 minutes. With the synergy of the Qin dynasty deck, Su Zhexian relentlessly wore down the general of the Forbidden City. Of course, this method is applicable only in secret realms against a solitary opponent. Had there been an additional golden rank adversary, Su Zhexian would have conceded without hesitation. Checking the time, it was exactly 1 hour. Perfect. A swift conquest of the little forbidden city. Chapter 80. Su Xian, your disguise has fallen away. Wow. Su Xian is amazing. The top scholars in the martial arena cheered for Su Zhexian. He swept through the 99th level, reaching the pinnacle of the forbidden city. Particularly impressive was his fierce confrontation with the golden rank general, which left the scholars in deep admiration. There was no trace of the skepticism or discontent from the previous day. Only respect and admiration remained. The scholars now clearly recognized that a formidable war god would emerge in the future of the Great Xia. They were eager to follow in the footsteps of this war god, united in their mission to protect the Great Xia. Thank you, everyone. Upon exiting the tower, Su Zhexian joyfully waved to the crowd. Although he had battled against the scholars the previous day, today he showcased his prowess like a model student. Their relationship, seemingly adversarial, felt to Su Zhexian like an unspoken camaraderie. Like comrades in arms, they challenged and encouraged one another, growing together. In the future, they would collaborate on the battlefield of the spirit world, becoming intimate allies worthy of trust. This was precisely what the Wuxiang Academy and the higher echelons of the Great Xia hoped to see. Only through unity could they safeguard the Great Xia. Next, it's my turn. Perhaps inspired by the enthusiastic atmosphere, the timid Zhang Wenji surprisingly raised her hand, becoming the second challenger of the Forbidden City. Wow. Zhang Xianzi is stepping up. Acknowledged as the second best in the Great Xia's entrance examination, she was undoubtedly formidable. Su Zhexian expressed confidence in her abilities. Believing Zhang Xianzi would not disappoint, the scholars offered her encouragement and cheers. Go for it. I will. I have to keep up with you. Su Zhexian and Zhang Wenji exchanged smiles and high-fives before the tower. With Su Zhexian's earlier demonstration, Zhang Wenji understood the attacks she would face. As she entered, she summoned the Panda Dukong and the Panda Zhexian. Abayo, it's your time. Zhexian, and I will support you. Abayo let out an excited roar, growing larger and brandishing the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. At that moment, he epitomized the most fearless warrior, charging directly at the Imperial Guards. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade emitted crescent-shaped flashes of light. Zhexian, grant Abayo a status boost. Zhexian nodded and clapped its hands. A crimson glow flickered around it, then enveloped Abayo, transforming him into a fiery warrior. With a flourish of the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, flames erupted, scorching the Imperial Guards. In an instant, the fiery warrior Abayo swept across the land like a blazing storm. So cool. Zhang Wenji exclaimed, thrilled. This was her first time utilizing Zhexiang's skills. The Panda Zhexiang possessed unique abilities, each with 2 states, such as Zhexiang Fire, increases fire attribute damage for self and allies, enhancing fire resistance. And Zhexiang Fire summons a fire phoenix, dealing area damage. Beyond Zhexiang Fire, there were 4 other elemental skills, totaling 10 unique abilities, 5 for enhancing allies and 5 for active combat. Upon learning this, Su Zhexian couldn't help but marvel at their extraordinary strength. No wonder the younger generation of bear people in Zhu village regarded Zhexian as their leader. The reason was clear: she could fight. Subsequently, Jiang Wenji fought with the same vigor as Su Zhexian, dominating the Forbidden City until she encountered the top-tier general of the Zhejiang, where her attempts to attack proved futile. Realizing her limitations compared to Su Zhexian's relentless endurance, she chose to concede. Nevertheless, she had gained much and earned the recognition of her peers. Jiang Xinzi exhibited a commanding presence in battle, wielding two cards, one focused on melee combat with overwhelming attack power, and the other featuring formidable support effects and terrifying combat skills. The scholars were astonished by the dual panda's immense combat prowess and admired Jiang Wenji's captivating fighting style. Her movements were ethereal, evading the Imperial Guards with ease, making the battle seem effortless. With Su Zhexian and Jiang Wenji leading the way, the scholars felt emboldened to challenge the Forbidden City. In this solo secret realm, they were free to unleash their full power without hesitation. Thus, they eagerly stepped forward to confront the Forbidden City, except for Huang Jinjia, who planned to be the last to enter the tower, fearing he might waste everyone's time. The fervent battles made them lose track of time. The scholars excitedly exchanged their experiences and insights from the challenges, gradually fostering friendships that would serve as a foundation for the final round. Meanwhile, aboard the Wuxiang celestial vessel, the newly crowned geniuses of the Tiangang and Dizhao titles radiated confidence, engaging in light-hearted banter. They represented the third phase of the Wuxiang Academy's selection process. The scholars were required to engage in 5-on-5 team battles against these 108 Tiangang and Dizhao stars, designed to prepare them for combat with the little stick. It was evident that the higher-ups of the Great Xia had invested considerable effort in this arrangement. Naturally, the Tiangang and Dizhao stars would temper their strength, otherwise, they would face utter annihilation. However, at that moment, they longed for Su Zhexian. All right, it's finally our turn to take him down. Su Xian, are you aware that your disguise has been revealed? Just wait. Last time, you shattered our resolve. This time, we will return the favor. These 108 were the challengers from the previous deer hunting battle, having emerged victorious to earn their new titles. In the future, they would train in cities corresponding to their titles, growing stronger. For now, they had come to the Wuxiang Academy as sparring partners, with their primary target being Su Zhexian. There was no denying it. Su Zhexian had left them in shambles. They had taken a full week to recover. Su Zhexian had become a shared psychological obstacle for them. Fortunately, this obstacle was one of their own, especially after learning that Su Zhexian was the top scholar of this year's entrance examination. They felt a sense of pride, as if being defeated by Su Zhexian was somehow acceptable. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, for voicing them would be too embarrassing. This time, they were here for revenge. As sparring partners, they were tasked with rigorously training the Great Xia's premier talent. This was their duty. They would also serve as instructors during the military training at the Wuxiang Academy. This is what we call a win-win scenario. Being able to best Su Zhexian twice in a lifetime would be enough. Yet, such beautiful aspirations must be realized to hold true. As Huang Jinjia exited the Forbidden City, Xia Wujing reappeared. Everyone's performance atop the Forbidden City was commendable, truly worthy of the title of top scholar. The third phase would commence in 2 days, where they would face genuine opponents. They would engage in 5-on-5 team battles, and Xia Wujing hoped they would present their best selves. Having concluded his remarks, Xia Wujing departed, leaving the scholars exchanging bewildered glances. Who are we fighting against? This isn't what we expected. Initially, the scholars believed that in the third phase, Su Zhexian would select 4 teammates to form a team, challenging the scholars' team. Now it appeared otherwise, catching them off guard. I wonder if there's anyone stronger than us in the younger generation? Who cares? Let us focus on assimilating our gains from the Forbidden City. We will grow even stronger. Indeed, when the time comes, I shall overwhelm them. I want to team up with Su Zhexian. The top scholars turned their gazes towards Su Zhexian, all eager to cling to his coattails. Particularly, the female scholar's eyes glimmered with an almost predatory intensity. If they could not be Su Zhexian's girlfriend, being his teammate would suffice. In the future, they could boast of having fought alongside Su Zhexian. Anything would be preferable to that foolish young Xia, who squandered his treasure. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Zhexian glanced at the ravenous female scholars and took off running. If he lingered any longer, he feared that Jiang Wenjiu might misunderstand. Chapter 81. The Glory Battle 2 days later, in the Forbidden City. The martial arts arena had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 2 short days. No longer a mere platform or a secret tower, it had been replaced by an enormous super canyon. Those familiar with Honor of the Card Masters would recognize it as a one-to-one replica of the Honor Canyon. As Su Zhexian and the scholars entered the arena, they stood in stunned silence, doubting their own wakefulness. How could they possibly dream of being in the Honor Canyon? Hey, what do you think? Is it an exact replica? Luo Chuan boasted, hands on his hips, his expression demanding praise. However, paired with the wig he had acquired from an unknown source, it appeared somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Su Zhexian and the others were genuinely impressed. Despite their lack of gaming prowess, they had not anticipated such a remarkable recreation of the game scene. Just 2 days? Did you create this yourself? To be precise, it took me 38 hours and 50 minutes. It's merely average. As a space-type card master, Luo Chuan had invested considerable effort. This Honor Canyon was no simple feat compared to the game. So today's team competition will take place within this Honor Canyon? Thankfully, aside from my studies, I enjoy gaming, so I'm familiar with the terrain. I just wonder how formidable our opponents will be. The scholars scanned their surroundings, hoping to spot others in the arena. At that moment, a melodious bell tolled. Surrounding the Honor Canyon, a ring of stands rose, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Though the stands appeared quite empty, a vibrant splash of color stood out. 108 spirited young individuals. They lounged casually, postures varying from carefree to demure, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to dismiss everything around them. Is this our opponent today? They certainly seem formidable. I see my sister. How could it be them? Who? Please, tell us. The scholars turned to the somewhat dazed Fang Yang. Coming back to her senses, she introduced the group, revealing that all 108 were top-tier geniuses from Beijing Academy, Qingmu Academy, or other esteemed dojos. In other words, they are our seniors? Goodness. The elite of elite academies. Are we truly up against them? How ruthless of Xia Jizhou. This disparity in strength is utterly unfair. The scholars expressed their astonishment and indignation, murmuring amongst themselves. Only Su Zhexian silently turned away, retrieving a mask from his storage ring. I owe a debt of gratitude to my brother. Su Zhexian temporarily donned a face of arrogance. Having been informed by Su Chonlu that the instructors for the military training at Wanxiang Academy would be the victors of the deer hunting war. However, he had never been informed that today's opponents would be them. Had he known, Su Zhexian would not have come. At some point, Xiao Wujing's figure appeared. I am pleased to see that everyone has made progress over the past 2 days, he announced. Gesturing towards the Tian Gang and Di Sha, those who had emerged victorious from the deer hunting war, the new bearers of the Tian Gang and Di Sha star titles. They are your opponents today, let us welcome them. A smattering of applause erupted, but the scholars wore expressions of despair. It was a hopeless situation, as their opponents were starting from the platinum level while they were merely at silver. What a dire predicament, purely a one-sided thrashing. Even if the opponents were to suppress their combat power to silver, the disparity remained vast. The Tian Gang and Di Sha possessed a comprehensive card system, while the silver-level students were still far from parity. Even with equal combat levels, defeat was inevitable. The scholars' thoughts mirrored those of the trial participants during the deer hunting war. Yet, they believed it would be a simple task to defeat Su Zhexian using their superior card completeness. Little did they expect to face such crushing defeat. Xiao Wujing observed the scholars' reactions and chuckled. Before you despair, listen to the competition rules. The rules of the competition are quite simple. First, the Tian Gang and Di Sha will suppress their combat power to below silver 5 stars. Second, they may only use 2 cards and are prohibited from employing equipment. Third, since we have replicated the Honor Canyon, it indicates that this is a tower-pushing game. In combat, the objective is to destroy the opponent's base to achieve victory. Upon hearing this, the scholars felt enlightened, as did Su Zhexian. Since it is the same game, the younger generation's understanding of it would undoubtedly be more flexible. If the goal is to destroy the base, then the strategies at their disposal would be plentiful. Of course, combat would be inevitable, but there would still be opportunities for victory. Furthermore, this third stage is divided into 2 segments. The first segment is a 5-on-5 glory battle, in which Su Zhexian may not participate. The second segment allows Su Zhexian to choose teammates to battle against the 5 strongest from Tian Gang and Di Sha. Therefore, strive to perform well, so that Su Zhexian recognizes you and selects you. With a clatter, the salt-baked chicken leg Su Zhexian held fell to the ground, leaving him in a state of confusion. Why was the intensity ramping up in the third stage? What madness is this? Su Zhexian crouched down, retrieving the chicken leg. Within 3 seconds, it was deemed edible and not to be wasted. Where is Su Zhexian? Has he not arrived yet? Xiao Wujing pondered. Having waited for a while without spotting Su Zhexian, he wondered if the lad had somehow received word and fled in the night. But that seemed implausible. They were in the Forbidden City, and without him initiating the teleport, no one could leave. Yet, he remained unaccounted for, prompting Luo Chuan to lead a search. Luo Chuan was equally perplexed. He had just been conversing with Su Zhexian moments ago, and now he had vanished. Could he be hiding somewhere, playing ranked matches? Why was he not including me? The Tian gang and Di Sha on the stands were also searching for Su Zhexian, eager to see his current expression, which they presumed would be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, Su Zhexian did not grant them that opportunity. Setting aside this brief interlude, Xia Wujing continued to announce the rules of the Honor Canyon. Within the canyon, demons roamed. Upon entering, card masters could only rely on their innate abilities to slay the demons. For each demon they defeated, they would earn points. These points could be utilized to unlock their card usage rights. For instance, unlocking the first card required 100 points, while the second card required 500. Additionally, unlocking a card master's skills also necessitated points. The crowd's attention was captivated by the honor battle. Soon, Xia Wujing declared the commencement of the competition. The first match featured Fang Ying's team against 5 members of Tian Gang and Di Sha. Fang Ying's team was well-structured. As a melee-type card master, she commanded 2 ferocious ice and fire giant wolves. Her teammates included a card master proficient in traps and formations, another skilled in archery and elemental cards, and 2 swordsmen, one focused on control and the other on pure damage output. Their strategy was to catch the opponents off guard. The 5 of them headed directly toward the canyon's lower path, concealing themselves in the underbrush, aiming to ambush 2 of the opponents. Seize control of the lower path and the lower jungle. They swiftly cleared the demons in the opponent's jungle. This approach would allow them to rapidly accumulate points to unlock cards or skills. If they could unlock their cards before the opponents and suppress them, victory would surely be theirs. With no cards or skills, could the Tian Gang and Di Sha confront them head-on? It was a sound plan to wait and see. 30 seconds later, the Fang Ying squad encountered the Tian Gang Di Sha 5-member team in the lower lane's thicket. What the hell, you sly one? Both sides were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that the opponent had adopted the same strategy. With no other option, they launched directly into combat. The stronger fists would claim dominance over the lower lane. In an instant, the 10 players were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Chapter 82. I want to be a tyrant. Alas, Fang Ying's team suffered a significant setback. They had fallen behind. The opposing team was older and more proficient in their skills. It seemed imperative for them to alter their strategy. Come on, Fang Ying. Watching the first team fight, 3 members of Fang Ying's squad were sent back to the fountain, while the remaining 2 fled in haste. The top scholars lamented their plight and analyzed their own strengths and weaknesses. It appeared the rival team was equally adept at psychological warfare, devoid of the mindset of superiority that would allow for leniency. Instead, they ruthlessly targeted the top scholars, showing no mercy. It was perplexing what had motivated them to strike so harshly against their juniors. As the top scholars sneered in disdain, they also rallied support for their own team. Meanwhile, the Tian Gang Di Sha side remained unfazed. Trying to outsmart us? You're still too green, they scoffed. Oh dear, Fang Ying's sister seems on the verge of tears. It's fine, everyone must endure trials, they replied. Fang Ying chuckled, recalling the time she had been brought to tears by Su Zhexian. Thanks to him, she had fought diligently in the subsequent hunting war, ultimately securing 3rd place and earning the title of Heavenly Mechanism Star. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Ying had also been brought to tears by Su Zhexian once before. Regrettably, she had not seen him around. Perhaps he was hiding. There's no need to worry. With his prowess, he wouldn't dare flee before the battle. When the second phase arrives, we shall show him ample care. In truth, Su Zhexian had indeed slipped away. It was evident that old man Xia had failed to plan adequately for the 3rd round. Thus, he felt compelled to secure some advantages for himself. Otherwise, he would feel at a disadvantage. Stealthily, he had entered the Wanxiang Xianzhou. Just as he had anticipated, a group awaited him. Not just one individual, but several. Su Zhongluo and his spouse, along with Li Qingyan, Lu Zhan, Xia Siming, and a striking figure with long white hair, Bai Qi. Ah, what a coincidence. Su Zhexian sheepishly removed his disguise. Where do you think you are going? Li Qingyan inquired. Su Zhexian scratched his head. I rarely get the chance to roam around the Forbidden City. Just thought I'd take a look. So, you came here to make a hasty exit? Lu Zhan chuckled. Uncle Lu, how could you think that of me? Am I that sort of person? Who in the great Xia doesn't know I fought valiantly in the Guanshan Yu secret realm? Su Zhexian puffed out his chest, indignant. Then why aren't you watching them compete at the martial arts arena? Yu Liuli glared. This boy never seemed to give them a moment's peace. Even as he grew up, sensing her mother's impending anger, Su Zhexian quickly stated, I came to ask for benefits from you all. Everyone was taken aback, then slowly regained their composure. So, you knew we would come to confront you? Xia Siming chuckled bitterly. A group of the most powerful figures in Great Xia had been outsmarted by a child. Su Zhexian shrugged. What can I say? You keep raising the stakes. And I can't find you. How else could I see you? The group fell silent. This boy was even more cunning than they had imagined. Was it true that those endowed with imperial fortune possessed such astute wit? All right, then, tell us what benefits you seek. Bai Ming broke the silence. He was increasingly intrigued by this future emperor of Great Xia. Who are you? Su Zhexian asked cautiously. He did not recognize Bai Ming, but could tell that the entire room seemed to gravitate around him. Clearly, he held a higher status than his parents. Thus, it was wise to maintain a respectful demeanor with elders. After all, if an elder were pleased, it would not be unusual to receive a generous sum as a gift. Although he did not lack for money, who wouldn't he appreciate a red envelope? Moon Master, Bai Ming clarified. Su Zhexian understood. He had heard of the 7 great palace masters, the decision-makers of Xia. Though Bai Ming appeared quite youthful, Su Zhexian knew that one could not attain the position of a palace master without having emerged from the bloodshed of battle, without glorious achievements. To defend Great Xia was an honor. To slay demons was a glory. Those who reached the rank of palace master were all individuals who cherished Great Xia and dedicated everything to it. Thus, Su Zhexian respectfully bowed to Bai Ming. He then looked directly into Bai Ming's eyes, solemnly declaring, I wish to engage in a life-and-death battle. What did you say? The group was taken aback, either not hearing clearly or struggling to believe it. This is merely a selection. There's no need to escalate to a life-and-death battle. Lu Zhan laughed. Li Qingyan agreed. You're setting the stakes a bit high for yourself. You foolish boy, what are you thinking? Yu Lioli approached and ruffled Su Zhexian's hair. With your strength. As long as you maintain the right mindset, you will undoubtedly win in the 3-nation competition. Yu Lioli felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have pressured the child so. Though her initial intent was to maximize his potential, laying the groundwork for Great Xia to reclaim 2 cities. Su Zhexian was still young. A gradual approach was the right path. Overzealous efforts to push a child too hard would only yield adverse effects. Su Zhexian was oblivious to Yu Lioli's spiraling thoughts. What I mean is, I hope the 3-nation competition can be conducted as a life-and-death duel. Huh? Su Zhongluo, Bai Ming, and the others were all taken aback. They exchanged questioning glances with Su Zhexian. Yes, I want the little devils from the island nation to die. I want the nation of Gao Yao to suffer a decade of leadership void. Su Zhexian's tone was grave, tinged with a hint of madness. Against my enemies, I wish to become a tyrant. Su Zhexian had long ago devised his plan. In matters concerning the fate of the nation, the 2 opposing countries would undoubtedly send forth their strongest youth, just as Great Xia would. Therefore, he aimed to eliminate their young geniuses during the competition. With the vast populations of Gao Yao and the island nation, how many geniuses could they produce in a year? Perhaps not even a single one. By wiping them out, he could create a predicament for the opposing nations, leaving them bereft of talent for at least a decade. Thus, it was essential to ensure both nations agreed to the rules of a life-and-death duel. This was also a means to sever their national fortunes, as well as a tribute to those from Great Xia who had sacrificed their lives to retrieve the unsealing artifacts from deep within enemy territory. Blood debts must be repaid. Collecting some interest was only fitting. At that moment, within the hall of the celestial vessel, the most powerful figures in Great Xia found themselves intimidated by the aura of the 18-year-old boy. They had thought it was merely a child throwing a tantrum, asking for treats. They never expected that what Su Zhexian sought was a life-and-death duel. Their hearts felt heavy. Only those who die for their country need not be wrapped in a horsehide for burial. After a long pause, Bai Ming asked seriously, do you wish for Great Xia to modify the rules of the duel? Yes, regardless of life or death. Understood. Bai Ming paused briefly before asking, do you think your future teammates will agree to this? I will inquire about their willingness before finalizing any teammates. Su Zhexian smiled and added, also, I have no possibility of losing in this 3-nation competition. Really? Su Zhongluo asked solemnly. Your son is timid and fearful of death. Do you truly believe he can guarantee a win? Do you think I'm foolish? Su Zhongluo suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Then the gift we prepared for you should be put to use. Huh. Just wait for me in the Forbidden City. I will return within a month. After saying this, Su Zhongluo strode away, his steps filled with vigor, revealing his elation. Chapter 83. Generosity and Youth. Where did Dad go? Su Zhexian turned to Yu Lioli. Yu Lioli smiled. He went to gamble with his life. Su Zhexian was taken aback. If you dare to gamble with your life, what is stopping him as a father? He gazed anxiously at the retreating figure, a lump forming in his throat, his heart a tumult of emotions. Rest assured, simply await your gift. Bai Ming patted Su Zhexian's shoulder, for he was the White Tiger Inspector, not a mere White Cat Inspector. Su Zhexian grasped the implication. Bai Yueming's confidence assured him that his father would pose no obstacle. Very well, I shall take my leave, he nodded, waving farewell to the crowd as he departed from the celestial vessel. With the promise of benefits ahead, he could now indulge in the exhilarating matches of glory. Observing the two departing figures, the onlookers fell into a moment of reflection. A hero's son is indeed a hero. This is no mere coincidence, Xia Siming mused. Lu Zhan, however, was less enthusiastic. This applies solely to the Su family. As for my inept son, he is quite another matter. Comparing Su Zhexian's potential to his own lackluster offspring filled Lu Zhan with frustration. Who knows, perhaps your son Lu Qin will surpass expectations. Yu Liuli smiled. Lu Zhan remained skeptical. I merely hope that he doesn't embarrass himself too much in the upcoming match against Zhexian. In truth, Lu Qin was not entirely lacking. He had secured 5th place in the deer hunting battle and was among the elite of the younger generation in the Great Xia. Yet, when compared to Su Chongluo's 5 children, Lu Qin was at the bottom of the class. In the martial arts arena, the matches were fiercely contested. Oh, is it already time for Qin Fatty to take the stage? Su Zhexian sat beside Jiang Huaxiong, unmasked and revealing his true visage. The celestial and earthly stars quickly recognized him, yet Su Zhexian disregarded their gazes, calmly conversing with Jiang Huaxiong. It should be the nimble fatty, Jiang Huaxiong praised, recounting Qin Shi Huang's performance. Without flinching before the celestial and earthly stars, he swept through the jungle alongside the mechanized wolves, swiftly establishing an advantage for his team. Qin Shi Huang's team was among the few capable of unlocking cards or skills ahead of the celestial and earthly stars. An exceptional individual, quite cunning. Su Zhexian remarked as he observed Zhou Lei, the earthly star, becoming increasingly vexed by Qin Shi Huang's incessant ambushes. Unable to contain his anger, Zhou Lei recklessly pursued and ultimately fell into a trap, besieged by foes. Fortunately, Zhou Lei's teammates arrived just in time to rescue him, averting a dire situation. Alas, they still fell short. Jiang Wenjiu shook his head. The experience and skill of the celestial and earthly stars consistently eclipsed that of the top scholars. In a fair matchup, with equal ranks and cards, as long as they did not act recklessly, the advantage of the celestial and earthly stars remained overwhelming. Ultimately, Qin Shi Huang's team suffered defeat. Yet the match was exhilarating and satisfying. In the subsequent battles, the scholars displayed remarkable maneuvers, rapid pushes down the middle lane, 10-person brawls, and strategies focused on stealing towers rather than engaging in combat. Su Zhexian watched with keen interest. Notably, teams led by Jiang Wenjiu Wu Weiwei and Huang Jinjia even breached their opponent's high ground, instilling fear in the celestial and earthly stars. Should the juniors dismantle their base, it would be a grave embarrassment. Eventually, the celestial and earthly stars retaliated decisively, turning the tide successfully. These fellows are even fiercer than we were in our time. They are all top scholars from various cities, with talents and starting points surpassing ours. Many among the celestial and earthly stars had spent 2 to 3 years striving within the academy to become formidable figures. They were not solely products of the top ranks. Thus, the 100 top scholars were met with both envy and admiration. Although they did not win a single match, the opportunity to face the celestial and earthly stars was a rare experience. We were so close to victory. Once we train more at the academy, we shall challenge them again. Indeed, but let us first observe Su Zhexian's team. They might just secure a win. As the top scholars rested, they awaited Su Zhexian's decision. For this was the singular highlight of the selection process. It represented both responsibility and glory for the Great Xia. Should Su Zhexian's team triumph over the celestial and earthly star's strongest quintet, they would stand a significant chance in the upcoming Three Kingdoms competition. Under the glow of the setting sun, Xiao Wujing made his appearance once more. With a sweeping gesture, he dispelled the twilight, replacing it with the brilliance of the midday sun, leaving the spectators in awe. The Grand Master of Wanxiang Academy revealed an extraordinary power to alter the very fabric of nature with a mere wave of his hand. Acknowledging the benefits Su Zhexian had mentioned earlier, Xiao Wujing felt genuine admiration for his boldness and vision. Thus, he deemed it essential to conduct the forthcoming glorious duel under the most resplendent light. Su Zhexian, have you made your decision? Rising to his feet, Su Zhexian replied. There are candidates, yet I have some inquiries. Very well, the choice is yours, Xiao Wujing generously consented, aware of Su Zhexian's intentions. Su Zhexian surveyed the eager faces of the top scholars, Jiang Wenjiu, Qin Shi Huang, Wu Weiwei, and Huang Jinjia. Hearing their names invoked, the four stood, their spirits ignited. The other scholars cast envious glances in their direction. I have proposed amendments to the rules at Yujing Mountain. In this Three Kingdoms contest, life and death are not to be considered. Participation may entail mortal peril. Reflect carefully before responding. Su Zhexian's voice was soft, as if merely posing a casual question. Yet, the arena erupted into a frenzy after a brief moment of silence. No one anticipated Su Zhexian to be so resolute. Heavens, he seeks a life-or-death duel? And he is the one proposing it. Su Zhexian, reconsider. The top scholars were taken aback, bewildered. To their minds, Su Zhexian's prowess assured victory. Defeating the little devils and reclaiming 2 cities to restore national fortune should suffice. If life and death were truly at stake, the little devils might resort to extreme measures against them. Should a talent like Su Zhexian perish in battle, it would be a tremendous loss for the great Xia. The parents, aside from their astonishment, felt a deep respect. At merely 18 years old, these graduates dared to gamble with their lives. Yet, in comparison to restoring the great Xia's fortune, what is life but a trifling matter? Without a willingness to risk their lives, how could they speak of victory? The families of Jiang Wenjiu, Wu Weiwei, Qin Shi Huang, and Huang Jinjia observed quietly, neither obstructing nor encouraging, leaving the choice entirely to them. Jiang Wenjiu glanced at Su Zhexian, lifted the small gourd hanging at his waist, took a hearty swig, and smiled at Su Zhexian. Together we shall follow, to the death. Qin Shi Huang's cherubic face turned resolute as his father noted a brilliant light in his eyes. The sound of the Zouei sword resonated, like a song or poem. As Wu Weiwei caressed her blade, its cold gleam brightening her voice. I vow not to rest. Huang Jinjia removed his glasses, took a breath, and polished the lenses with a cloth, a wild grin spreading across his face. I shall not regret. The entire arena fell silent in reverence. To face death as if returning home, to be generous in youth.